Audible Frontiers presents Dawn of Night, written by Paul S. Kemp, narrated by John Pruden. For Jen, A, and B. And they went forth into the dawn of night, long by wild ways and clouded light. Algernon Charles Swinburne, Tristram of Lyonesse. Prologue. The Sojourner. Vostim wished to make one last observation before he began the final stages of his plan. He attributed the desire to nostalgia to a need to see things as they existed at that moment, for soon everything would change. Propelling his projected form upward with the power of thought, Vostim extended the range of his illusionary proxy to the far limits of his spell. The edge of Toral's sky, leagues above the surface, where the blue of Toral's celestial sphere gave way to the bleak darkness of the cosmos. From there, he looked outward through the eyes of the image and into endlessness. The void of the heavens yawned before him, the massive, limitless jaws of the greatest of beasts. In its infinite expanse, Vostim bore witness to the immensity of creation, the perfect mathematics of motion, and the insignificance of his own existence. He, among the most powerful of beings on any world, felt insignificant. The feeling amused him, mostly because it was true. Even his grand plan, as ambitious as it was, faded into negligibility in the face of the endless ether. The meaninglessness of existence comforted him. Juxtaposed against infinite time and space, even the greatest of beings were small. Distant, but still obviously enormous, Toral's sun dominated his view, once of the countless blazing eyes of the beast. Though he could not see them from that distance, he knew that the fiery star continually spat jets of flame into the cosmic darkness, the smallest of which could have immolated even the city of brass and all of the Efreeti in it. Had Vostim been looking at the glowing orb through his physical eyes, the light would have blinded him and charred his skin as black as the void. The pain would have lasted only a few excruciating moments before the rays would have reduced him to a heap of seared flesh. Even mild starlight caused his physical form pain unless he took magical precautions, hence his underground existence. His advancing illness had only made his vulnerability to sunlight more pronounced. As a younger Githveric, he had for centuries sought a spell that would eliminate his extreme sensitivity to light, but to no avail. He could not change what he was, but he could change the world, at least for a time. The details of his plan marched through his brain, a progression of steps as orderly and logical as those used to solve a complex equation. The scope of his ambition appalled and delighted even him. He could do it, though. Of that he was certain. He would do it. Other, less grand courses were open to him, of course. Through his magic, he could have simply adopted a form that suffered no ill effects from light. He could have faced the sun, as he did then, through the eyes of a projected image, and in that way gain the crown of flame. But those were paltry substitutes for the reality, and both were insufficient to satisfy him. Before the end, he would see the crown with his own eyes, feel it against his flesh. And to do that, he needed to stand on the surface of Toral. The thought of it caused him a pang of longing, a desire to feel the coolness of an unfettered breeze against the pale skin of his face. He set aside his reverie and continued the observation. In the infinity beyond Toral's sun, innumerable planets and stars spun through the deep, pinpricks of light dancing through the dark. Vostim observed their motion for a time, his intellect automatically translating their movement into equations that only he could understand. Calling upon the library of data stored in his mind, he observed several distant planets, derived their mass, their precession, the length of their seasons, their aphelion and perihelion. The exercise made him smile. He recognized it as an attempt to use mathematics to make chaos predictable. Such ordering was the curse of sentience, an irrepressible desire to engage in an ultimately futile exercise. Still, the countless celestial bodies enthralled him. To the uninitiated, the night sky seen from Toral's surface probably appeared to be a veritable ocean of twinkling lights, as though the universe was a sack stuffed full. Vostim knew that to be fiction. All told, the entirety of the celestial bodies in the universe filled the vacuum of the cosmos, no more than the fish filled a sea. The universe, Vostim knew, was emptiness, a vacuum filled with dust motes and beings ignorant of their own insignificance. The irony was due to Vostim's congenital hypersensitivity to light. He could see the multiverse only through a projected image, itself a fiction, itself an empty form. But soon he would see it through his own eyes rather than through the lens of his magic. Then the crown of flame would be his, and when he had that, he would have everything he wanted. Millennia ago, not long after the revolution that had freed his people from their illithid tyrants, he had been of a more philosophical bent. Then, he had hopefully pondered how one being could meaningfully affect the cosmic vastness for the better. Initially, he had thought the answer to be ever-increasing power. But as his power had grown so large as to be nearly unparalleled, so too had his understanding. In the end, he had come to realize that attempting to affect the universe was the desire of fools. It was too big, too random, too uncaring. He was a dust mote, as was everyone and everything else. Life had no overarching meaning, he had learned, no grand purpose, not even his life. There was only sensation, experience, subjectivity. That realization, equivalent to an epiphany for a religious zealot, had freed him from his self-imposed moral shackles. In a flash of insight, he had realized that morality was as much a man-made construct as a stone golem. He had come to the abrupt and stunning realization that characterizing an action as good or evil was absurd. He had elevated himself beyond good and evil. What was, was. What one wanted to do and could do, one ought to do. There was no other ought, no other objective standard. That principle had informed his subsequent existence. He looked down through his slippered feet to the spinning sphere below him. The great globe of Abir Toral turned its way through the heavens, a whirling green, blue, and brown jewel, dusted here and there with a fringe of white clouds. It, too, was wondrous in its way, a beautiful gear in the clockwork of the universe. True, Vostim might have improved its symmetry by leveling a mountain range here or draining a sea there, but still the surface of his adopted world was beautiful. The surface, merely thinking about it, turned him maudlin. He had set foot on it in his own form only once, as a very young Gith, and only for moments. But during that single visit, he had seen for the first time the crown of flame, and that vision had birthed in his mind a possibility. He would create the crown himself, and with it, walk Faerun's surface for as long as he willed. He looked up, and to his right, to the silver orb of Selûne, cresting over the horizon line of Toril, and the swarm of her tears. He knew the moon goddess would not be pleased when his plan began to take shape. Neither would Cyric, the mad god. It amused Vo-Stim to think of the divine consternation he soon would cause. He cared not at all, of course. The ire of gods meant as little to him as did the morality of humankind. Gods were little more than men made immortal, driven by the same banal instincts and desires as mortals. Immortality was easy to attain, Vo-Stim knew. It was living a meaningful existence that was hard. Vo-Stim watched Selûne finish its rise above Toril and knew that the time had come to begin, but still he lingered, teetering on the edge of the void. With the object of his desire within reach, he felt satisfaction in prolonging the final moments of denial. He knew the reason. Consummation of his plan represented a threshold, established a line of demarcation between before and after. For the moment, he wanted to savor the before, to capture it in his mind like a portrait. He again looked down on Toril, saw the broad outline of Faerun, and located the inner sea. There, below the cottony clouds, he fancied he could see the island that he had chosen to house the focus for the greatest spell he would ever cast. Thousands would die, he knew, perhaps tens of thousands. So be it, he thought. He willed what he willed, and so it would be. With that, he decided that it was time to cross the threshold, to begin the after. The before was boring him. With a thought, he dispelled his projected image and returned his consciousness to his body. The universe instantly fell away, and darkness enshrouded him. As always, it took a moment to overcome the physical and mental torpidity caused by the projection spell. He sat cross-legged on a plush rug. His flesh felt thick and clumsy compared to the lightness of his soaring soul. He imagined he would feel something akin to that lightness when he set foot again on Toril's surface, when he possessed the crown of flame and looked into the dark sky with his own gaze. Inhaling as deeply as his failing lungs would allow, he opened his eyes. The darkness of his pocket plane contrasted markedly with the light of the outer cosmos, but he could see clearly nevertheless. His vision extended simultaneously into several spectra, several planes, but his smooth, stone-walled sanctuary looked the same in all of them, unremarkable. He had grown weary long ago of living under the earth. Millennia before, he had pinched off an area of Faerun's Underdark, essentially creating a pocket plane of his own, a part of Faerun, but still separate from it. It felt more a prison every decade, not unlike his body. Several magical gems orbited his head, whirring around at a distance of a few handspans. It was in observing those gems that he had found the inspiration for his plan. Still, he found their incessant hum irritating at the moment. Floating in each corner of the chamber, iridescent glow balls lit the square meditation room, their dim green light an order of magnitude dimmer than starlight, and barely perceptible by most beings. He braced himself, unfolded his legs, and started to rise. His body was weaker than usual. As always, pain racked his bones the moment he put weight on them. Refusing to surrender to the wasting disease that plagued his skeleton down to the marrow, he forced himself to stand without magical assistance. That small victory brought him satisfaction. For centuries his magic had held age and disease at bay. But time was a relentless opponent, and even the most powerful of his magic was losing its battle with the passing years. He had considered lichdom, of course, but had dismissed it. He relished the pleasures of the flesh too much, even in his old age, though in recent years those pleasures were few. The sensory emptiness of undeath was not for him. Besides, he had lived a full life in his 10,000 years. He had but one thing left to do. Once it was done, he would be fulfilled. With the weave tap in his possession, he could do it. He raised his hand to cast a spell, but stopped before uttering the arcane words. He stared for a moment at his outstretched hand. The appearance of his flesh disturbed him, bone white, parchment thin, speckled with dark age spots and threads of black veins. His nearly translucent skin wrapped his fingers and hands so tightly that he could distinguish individual bones. "I am almost alike already," he thought with a touch of sadness. He had lived too long and spent too much time underground. The latter problem soon would be resolved. As for the former, well, time would claim him when it would. He fought down a bout of melancholy, admonishing himself for indulging in such weakness. With exaggerated dignity, he straightened his magical gray robes and composed himself. It would not do for his brood of Sladi to see him dismayed. He regarded them as his children. They should not see their father in distress. Decades ago, needing loyal servants to implement the plan he had conceptualized even then, he had removed the Slad's eggs from the chaos of their native plane of limbo. Afterward, he had magically altered them in the egg, instilling the raw essence of magic into their still-forming bodies. After their emergence from their shells, he had nurtured them as a father, rearing them on the rarefied nutriment of raw magic and the brains of sentient creatures. They still had a taste for the latter, and a thorough understanding of the former. Being creatures of chaos, each of his brood had responded differently to the process. Vostim took a father's pride in their multifarious personalities. Azreem, the intelligent but willful son. Dolgan, incredibly strong and loyal, but also somewhat servile. Surin, fast and merciless. Elura the dead, he reminded himself, without sadness. Had the brood been able to return her body to him, he might have resurrected her. But divinations had revealed that the priest of Mask and his comrades had reduced Elura to ash. He missed her, in his way. He would have called her the most adventurous of the brood. She had taken pleasure in the males of many species, including Vostim himself centuries ago. Without further waste of sentiment, he put her out of his mind. In the end, the pre-birth process to which he had subjected the brood had transmogrified them into more than ordinary Sladi. Their magical natures had been enhanced to various degrees, but despite the differences from their ordinary kin, their Sladi biological heritage still ran strong. Each felt a compulsion to change from the caterpillar of their current form, that of a green Slad, into the butterfly of the more powerful gray. To do so, they required an influx of arcane power, an admixture of magic known to Vostim and few others. Vostim would provide that to his sons upon the consummation of his plan, recompense for their success in retrieving the weave tap and serving him for so many years. Had it been possible, he would have retrieved the tap himself, but even his power could not have pierced Shar's Fane of Shadows. Only a shadow adept could have done so. So his brood had manipulated the shadow mage Vragan into gaining them entry. The plot had taken months to unfold, But at last they had succeeded, and the time was nigh to move forward. He spoke a word of power and held his open palm before one of the blank walls of his sanctuary. The magic warped space. The stone wavered, vanished, and was replaced by a door-shaped aperture. Vostim levitated a few handsbreadths off the smooth floor to ease the strain on his body and floated through the portal. It sealed shut behind him the moment he cleared it. In contrast to the austerity of the meditation chamber, the lounge beyond was stuffed with luxuries. Piles of silks, soft cushions, furs, divans, and chairs from many worlds lay strewn haphazardly around the room. As a young man, when he had sought sensation in mist-leaf, potent liquors, and the pleasures of the flesh, such things had seemed important to him. No longer. Only one thing was important to him. Of the hundreds of chambers and rooms that existed in the honeycombed rock of his underdark pocket plane, that room alone he allowed to remain in such disarray. The chaos of the decor and the decadence of the furnishings appealed to his Slotty. It was their favorite chamber. Azreem and Dolgan awaited him there. Azreem sat on a divan on the far side of the lounge in the form of a half-drow, stylishly dressed. Vostim thought his son enjoyed that body better than his own. A human form was perhaps a more suitable tool for enjoying sensation, he supposed. And what Azreem enjoyed, Azreem did. Vostim admired that about his son. Of the four Slotty of the brood, Vostim thought Azreem had taken after him the most. Seeing Vostim, Azreem stood and bowed, a reluctant gesture for the prideful Slod. "Sojourner," he said. Vostim smiled. Azreem had never called Vostim father or master, only sojourner. It was enough. Vostim respected his independence. On the floor near Azreem, Dolgan crouched on his haunches in his natural form, a hulking bipedal toad-like creature with leathery green skin and a face full of fangs. The flesh of his muscular forearm oozed black blood from self-inflicted claw scratches. His dullest son was obsessed with pain, both giving it and receiving it. The fact that the Slotty quickly regenerated their wounds only fed Dolgan's fetish. Even as Vostim watched, Dolgan's wounds closed to light scars. "Master," the big Slot croaked, and abased himself on the floor. Vostim looked upon his largest son with impatience and replied, "Stand, Dolgan. You are my son, not my slave." At those words, Vostim thought he detected a sneer on Azreem's lips. Dolgan clambered to his feet, his hind claws scratching against the stone floor, and said, "Yes, father." Lightly and quickly, so as not to humiliate his sons, Vostim extended his mental perception into the brains of his Slotty and brushed their surface thoughts. He found impatience and eagerness. Azreem gave it voice. "You have studied the weave tap for days, Sojourner, and now have been in sanctuary still another." Had it been so long? Vostim thought he had been amidst the stars but a few hours. Strange. Still he did not approve of Azreem's tone. His sons took liberties with him that few in the multiverse would dare. "You state the obvious, Azreem, and your tone borders on impertinence." To give his point an edge, he entered Azreem's mind and caressed the pain receptors of the Slod's brain. Azreem went rigid and bared his perfect teeth. Dolgan grinned at his brother's pain. Vostim released his favorite son. Azreem shot Dolgan a glare, returned his mismatched gaze to Vostim, and adopted a more respectful tone. "I meant only to suggest that we stand ready to begin the next phase." Dolgan dug his claws into his palms and said,
But first, Father must tell us what the next phase is.
Vostim said, "That is your brother's very point, Dolgan." He looked at Azrim. "Do you wish to begin the next phase because you desire the transformation? The drive is strong upon you?" "Now you state the obvious," Azrim replied, and his eyes, one blue and one brown, narrowed with perturbation. At that, Vostim considered causing more severe pain to Azrim, but decided against it. Instead, he opted for magnanimity and smiled benevolently on his son. "I do, but my intent in doing so is to teach a lesson." Azrim took a half step backward, no doubt thinking more pain to be forthcoming, and asked, "A lesson?" Dolgan, too, looked puzzled, enough so that he stopped tearing gashes into his own hand. Vostim waved his hand in the air, spoke a word of power, and a chalice of 200-year-old Hauruan wine materialized in his grasp. "Sit," he said, in a tone of voice that the Slotty dared not disobey. Both dropped to the floor. Vostim floated between them and sat on the cushions of a divan. Their eyes followed him to where he sat. He sipped from the wine and sighed, full-bodied and as magically smooth as the velvet he sat upon. "I am pleased with your success in recovering the weave tap, but oftentimes we learn more from failure than from success." The Slotty looked questions at him. "The priest of Mask did not thwart your recovery of the weave tap. He failed, not so?" They nodded, though Azrim scowled, and his hand went to his abdomen where the Shadow Lord's priest had wounded him. "His failure has something to teach us," Vostim said. "Characterize him." Dolgan looked perplexed. The big slod looked from Azrim to Vostim to Azrim again. His confusion caused him to scrape still more flesh from his palm. "What do you mean, characterize him?" Azrim asked. Vostim smiled. He enjoyed these interactions with his sons. They made him feel paternal. "You, Azrim, are precise. You, Dolgan, are brutal. Surin is merciless. That is each of your respective characters. Do you understand?" Azrim nodded. "Excellent. Now characterize this priest who killed your sister, nearly killed Dolgan, and managed to wound even you." That tweaked Azrim's pride, exactly as Vostim had intended. "This is ridiculous," Azrim said, his tone bitter. "The priest is dead."
"Drowned,"
Dolgan added. "Perhaps," Vostim said. "Characterize him nevertheless." With typical stubbornness, Azrim refused to answer. He crossed his arms across his chest and looked away. Vostim could scarcely contain a smile. His Slotty, each of them a powerful, skillful killer when out of his sight, reverted to childishness when in his presence. He supposed the phenomenon was the same across all sentient species. "Come, Azrim," Vostim chided. "Characterize him."
"Relentless,"
Dolgan blurted. Surprised, Vostim gave Dolgan an approving smile, and the slod fairly beamed. Perhaps Dolgan was not so dull after all. "Excellent, Dolgan," said Vostim. "Relentlessness is an admirable characteristic, but it did not serve him, did it? As Azrim observed, he is likely dead." "He is dead," Azrim said. Dolgan merely stared. "Now," Vostim said, continuing the lesson, "characterize the shadow adept you manipulated into opening the Fane of Shadows." Before Dolgan could answer, Azrim stared meaningfully at Vostim and said, "Arrogant." Vostim decided to ignore Azrim's implication and said, "Very good. Consider, Relentlessness in moderation is dedication. Arrogance in moderation is self-confidence. Learn this lesson, then. All things, when taken too far, become self-destructive and lead to failure. He fixed a hard gaze on Azreem. This applies equally to both impatience and pridefulness. Azreem understood the lesson then, and his mismatched eyes found the floor. Vostim had made his point, so he gave his sons what they wished. Remember that, he said, as the next phase begins. Both Slotty looked at him sharply. It is beginning? Azreem breathed. The crown of flame? Vostim smiled softly. Azreem did not understand the nature of the crown, only that his father long had sought it, only that once Vostim possessed it, Azreem would be transformed into gray and freed. Vostim took a sip of wine and said, "It began, Azreem, long ago. Now it is finishing." Vostim had observed the universe through the eyes of his spell for the last time. Having plumbed the mystery of the weave tap, he was ready to put the final phases of his plan into motion. "And afterward?" Azreem asked. Dolgan leaned forward, eyes wide, digging his fingers into his flesh. Vostim looked upon his sons with approval and replied, "Afterward, my sons, you will have what I have promised to give you, transformation to gray and the freedom to pursue your own lives." Dolgan, unable to contain his excitement, stood and capered. His dripping hand left a splatter of blood across the carpets. Azreem looked into Vostim's eyes, as though trying to discern a lie. There was no lie to discern, of course. Vostim would keep his word. Azreem asked, "Yet you still will not tell us what the crown of flame is or describe its appearance?" "When the time is right," Vostim said. He sent his mental consciousness through the various caverns and rooms of his plane until he located Surin. The Slod was sharpening his weapon skills by slaughtering some of the penned demons Vostim kept for research and spell component material. "Surin is in the Barbazoo pen. Retrieve him and bring him to the Weave Tap's nursery. One of its seeds are now ripe. I will explain what you are to do next." Chapter 1. Perdition. Dark knowledge churned through Cale's mind. Fell power coursed through his veins. He could not quite comprehend it, not rationally, but somehow he knew it. His body felt thick and insensate, as though he had been immersed in ice water. He could hear, but only dimly, as though from a great distance. He could see nothing. He felt stupefied. His thoughts ran as thick and as sluggish as tar. With effort, he fought his way through the mental cobwebs. As he did, memories of the transformation from man to shade rose to the forefront of his consciousness. He recalled shadowy tentacles, pulsing with power, piercing his skin, filling him with darkness, stealing his humanity. He pushed the memory out of his mind before it made him scream. He took a deep breath and drank in damp air, heavy with the smell of organic decay, as fetid as a sewer. He knew he was in a swamp that smelled like a charnel house. Many things had died there. Many more things would. Nearby, the buzzing and clicking of insects filled his ears, the sounds vaguely familiar, but the rhythm somehow alien. "What kind of water is this?" said a voice, Jack's voice, from somewhere near him. Water splashed. The sound of the halfling's voice helped center Cale, helped him climb the last few strides out of the darkness. Things became clearer. He was not anywhere near the lightless lake. He was lying on his back in a bed of cold mud, covered in what he took to be a coarse blanket or a shroud. He could not see because his eyes were closed, the lids caked shut with scum, dirt, or blood. For the moment, he didn't try to open them. He didn't want to see what he thought they would reveal. He didn't want to know what his mind insisted he knew. I'm not human, he thought, and the accusation hit him like a club. The simple truth of it left him empty. He thought of Tazzy. What would she say if she could see me now? From Cale's right, Riven responded to Jack. Surprisingly, even the assassin's voice brought Cale some small comfort. It's the same water as anywhere, Fleet, just darker. The creak of leather from Cale's right, Riven changing his stance. It's as thick as my mother's maple syrup, Jack said. More splashing. How long have we been here? Cale wondered. What is this place? Said another voice. Where are we? The last thing I remember, we were watching an entire lake crash down on us. I thought we were dead. It took Cale a moment to place the speaker. Magadan, the mind mage, the guide from Starmantle. Cale had no recollection of the lightless lake crashing down on them. How many times will you ask the same question? Riven said in a voice edged with tension. You're the damned guide, Mags. You tell us where we are. To that, Magadan said nothing, though Cale could hear him wading into the water. Cale knew where they were. At least he thought he did, and he thought he knew how they had gotten there. Jack spoke in a low voice. Do you think we are? Dead, I mean? Riven scoffed. Cale could imagine his mocking sneer. He could also imagine the indignant glare Jack must have offered in response. You stuffed that sneer, barked the halfling as he splashed through the water to get nearer to Riven. Jack's voice dripped venom. You're right, though, because if we were dead, you and I wouldn't end up in the same place, now would we? Riven chuckled darkly and said, I wouldn't hang my sword belt on that, Fleet. You might think differently before this is all said and done. Before this was all said and done. Cale did not even know what the this was. Slotty in human form had murdered their ostensible master, a shadow adept named Vragan, and taken a magical sapling tree, the Weave Tap, from a mysterious temple called the Fane of Shadows. Just before the Slotty had escaped, one of them, as Reem, had mentioned someone called the Sojourner, presumably their true master. That was all Cale knew, and his mind was too muddled to reason out the meaning of it all. The Wall of the Faithless, Jack said, still dogging the assassin. That's the best you can hope for, Zant. My guess, your afterlife is uglier than that, much uglier. I wouldn't have it any other way, Riven responded, and Cale heard the assassin's leather armor creak. Jack replied with a harumph and silence. The tension was as thick as the stink. The plants at least look familiar, Magadan said, in an obvious attempt to diffuse the situation, but they're slightly different. Here, look at this swamp flower. Thicker roots, thinner stalks and leaves. The sky's different, too. What in the multiverse is this place? He asked again. At that, Cale wiped away the substance caked on his eyelids, mud, opened his eyes, and looked up into a pitch-black sky devoid of stars. Clusters of low, ashen clouds dotted the dark canopy, backlit by a dim, sourceless ochre light. The Plane of Shadow, he announced. There was a moment's silence, followed by Jack's exclamation. Cale, you're awake! The halfling splashed through a pool of shallow water to reach Cale's side. He knelt and helped Cale to sit up. Cale's muscles felt as though they had been beaten with warhammers. Trickster's toes, Jack said. You're as cold as Bashaba's heart. Over his shoulder, he shouted to Riven, "Get him another blanket, Zent." When Cale smiled at Jack, the halfling's eyes went wide, and he recoiled so hurriedly that he fell on his backside. His hand went to his mouth. "Oh, Cale." Riven stepped closer to see, the request for the blanket forgotten, his lone eye focused on Cale's face. "Dark," the assassin oathed. Magadan, standing in ankle-deep water and holding a gray flower in his hand, looked at Cale with some curiosity. "Are you all right, Erevis?" the guide asked. "I am," Cale replied, though the stares made Cale uncomfortable. Still, he had been transformed, and he knew how he must look to them. He held up his arm and looked at the hand that the female slide had bitten off, at the wrist that should have been a stump. The transformation had somehow regenerated it. He flexed the fingers. They felt normal, but his once pale skin had turned dusky gray, darker still on the regenerated hand. Wisps of shadows snaked at intervals from his fingertips and leaked from his pores. He was sheathed in shadows. Touching the darkness lightly with his normal hand, he felt a slight resistance. "You're covered in them," Jack said softly. Riven kneeled on his haunches and studied Cale's face. "You've changed more in the time since we arrived here," the assassin said. "What's happened to you?" That last sounded more like an accusation than a question. Cale had no ready answer. "Your eyes," Magadan said. "The white's gone black. The pupils are yellow. They glow in this twilight. I can see them from here." Cale managed to nod. The change in his eyes explained why he could see perfectly out to a bow shot's distance, despite the dimness of the plain. In fact, as his head cleared, he realized that each of his senses had grown sharper. He could hear Riven's breathing at 10 paces, taste the subtle organic tang in the air, and smell the otherwise unnoticeable wisps of sulfur leaking from a nearby bubbling pool. "I'm not human." The words rose unbeckoned from the back of his brain. "I'm a creature of shadow." He pushed the words away. "What's happened is what's happened," Cale said, looking meaningfully at Riven. "I'm still me." Even to his own ears, the words sounded like a lie. He unfolded himself and stood. Jack stood too, still staring at him. Riven, rising and eyeing Cale doubtfully, said, "Are you?" Unconsciously, the assassin reached for the onyx disc at his throat. In that gesture, Cale saw what Riven was wondering. Had the Shadow Lord, their mutual deity, caused Cale's transformation? If so, Riven probably would perceive the transformation as a divine boon and be jealous of it. "This wasn't him," Cale said, nodding at Riven's disc. The assassin dropped his hand from the symbol. Cale continued, "And you wouldn't want it even if it was." Riven seemed to consider that before changing the subject. "You're a shade, then, and you brought us here?" Cale nodded and said, "I think so." "You think so?" Riven asked, his voice edged with tension. "Can you take us back?" Cale slowly shook his head, and all three of his comrades visibly deflated. Even with all the new knowledge swirling in his brain, he didn't know how or if he could return them to Faerun. Whatever he had done back in the Fane to bring them there, he had done it unconsciously out of an instinct for survival. He could not even remember it. "The teleportation rods?" Cale asked. Riven had taken 2 of the magical transport rods from the Slotty. Jack perked up, so too did Magadan, but Riven gave a harsh laugh. To Cale, it sounded forced. "First thing I tried," the assassin said. "They crumbled to dust in my hands." He turned away, eyes hooded. Jack sagged, Magadan, stoic as ever, went back to his study of the flora. Silence reigned. The realization lay heavy on all of them. They were trapped, at least for a time. Magadan, with his psionic sensitivity, must have sensed their thoughts. "Better here than drowned," he observed matter-of-factly, even as he continued studying the bog's flora. No one disputed that logic. Cale's eyes found Jack. The halfling held his gaze for only a moment before his expression filled with shame. He looked as though he might cry. Cale understood the reason. He knelt before Jack, put a hand on his shoulder, and spoke in Lyrinal, the halfling's native language. "My choice, little man," Cale said. "I would do it again." Jack looked away, eyes welling, but managed a nod. After a moment, he looked back at Cale and said, "I would have done it for you too, Cale. Do you know that?" Cale smiled softly and replied, "Of course I do. That's why I did it." He patted Jack's shoulder, eliciting a half-smile from his friend, and stood. He turned to circle and really looked around the plane of shadow for the first time. A starless, moonless sky roofed a dreary landscape. Shades of black and gray predominated, as though the entirety of the plain had been coated in ash. Even Jack's ordinarily bright red hair appeared a dull rust color. The air was gauzy with shadows. Cale knew 10 or more synonyms in 9 languages for darkness, and none of them adequately captured the brooding, oppressive gloom of the place. The bog in which they stood extended in all directions to the limit of his vision. Steaming pools of stagnant water and mud dotted the lowlands. Stands of reeds and black-leafed trees, not unlike Farunian cypresses, grew in clusters along the edge of the ponds. Flotillas of dull gray flowers floated on the surface of the water. Clouds of birds, or perhaps bats to judge from their wheeling, jerky motion, fluttered in the air above the trees. Black flies the size of coins teemed in the air. "It changes over time," Magadan said. Cale looked to the guide, met his white eyes with his own dark gaze, and asked, "What does?" "The landscape," Magadan said. "It changes." Cale could not keep the surprise from his face. "What do you mean?" "I haven't noticed that," Jack said, looking around at the swamp, and even Riven looked taken aback. Magadan nodded, as though he had expected such a response, and said, "It's quite subtle." The guide pointed at a nearby cypress. "That stand of trees was over a stone's throw away yesterday, or however long ago it was that we arrived here." "Dark," Jack oathed, wide-eyed. He stared at the ground under his feet as though it might swallow him at any moment. "What kind of place is this?" "Why didn't you tell us this before, Mags?" Riven asked. The guide shrugged and took a small bite of the plant he held in his hand. He spit it out almost instantly. "Nothing to tell," Magadan said finally. "We cannot stop it, and we weren't moving until Erevis regained consciousness." Cale eyed Magadan with new appreciation. The man noticed details. Cale liked that. But Cale noticed details too, and the guide's last words caused him concern. "How long was I unconscious?" Cale asked. Magadan shrugged again and said, "Hours? Days? Who can say in this? I can only see 20 paces. There are no stars, and if this place ever sees a sun, Dracic's a cloistered priest of Torm." "Riven," Riven corrected absently. Magadan gave a half-smile and continued. "We've seen a few animals, but I don't recognize any of them, so I cannot determine the passage of time from their activity cycle. We're in the dark, literally. We were afraid to move you. You seemed almost catatonic, so we've remained here since we arrived." Silence sat heavy while Cale digested that. Jack began to pace a circle, kicking at the mud. "But you're up now," he said, "and we've got to get out of here." He held his holy symbol in his hand, flipped it between his fingers. "I tried divination soon after we arrived, Cale. No answer." Cale looked at him and asked, "What do you mean?" Jack held up his holy symbol, a jeweled pendant. "I mean, divinations do not work here. The trickster can't hear me, or can't answer me. Cale understood. Jack felt severed from his god. The halfling began again to pace. "It's not right here," he said. "I don't feel right." Jack stopped pacing, as though struck by a realization. He looked at Cale and asked, "Do you?" Cale recognized the question behind the question, but answered only with a noncommittal grunt. Strange as it seemed, Cale felt better than he had in some time. The feeling brought him little comfort. He wondered again what he had become, that he could feel at home in such a God-forsaken plane. He reached for his own holy symbol before he remembered that the female slod had devoured it along with his hand. Awkwardly, he rested his palm on his sword pommel. His sword, the sword that bled shadows. He wondered if it too had changed further upon arrival in the plane of shadow. He resisted the urge to draw it. "It's just another place," Riven said, seemingly as calm as the windless air. "Ease down, Fleet." Apparently, the assassin too felt at home there. Either that or he hid his discomfort well. "Ease down, little man," Cale seconded to Jack, to head off another exchange between the halfling and Riven. "We've been in worse places, haven't we?" Jack looked at him curiously and nodded. "We'll get out of here too," Cale said. "It may just take some time." Cale looked to Magadan and made his voice sound normal. "How about a fire?" "Tried," Magadan said, and nodded toward a pile of tinder not far from Cale. "The wood is saturated with this bog. It won't hold the flame. We tried to keep you warm with blankets, but—" Cale said, "A light then, at least. Jack, your blue light wand." "It's no good, Cale," Jack replied, shaking his head. "We tried it. I might as well have it covered in a sack." "This place eats light," Magadan said. Cale heard the tone of his comrades, saw their morose expressions, and realized that the gray of the plain had already infected their souls. Strange that it had not affected him. He supposed that made him a creature of the gloom. "Pull it anyway, little man," he said to Jack. "It's better than nothing." Jack shrugged and took his wand out of an inner pocket of his shirt. He spoke the command word, and the tip glowed blue. The light did little to dispel the darkness. "Listen to me," Cale said to all of them. "I brought us here, and I will get us back. I just need some time to figure out what I am," he thought. To figure out how. He looked at each in turn. "Well enough?" Jack nodded. Riven said nothing, merely stared at Cale appraisingly. Magadan adjusted his pack and said, "Well enough." "Now let's get the nine hells out of this bog," Cale said. Jack brightened at that. Magadan grinned. "Which way?" Jack asked. He held his wand above his head as though it would better pierce the twilight. It did not. "I can't see anything worthwhile in any direction." Cale looked to Magadan and said, "You're our guide." Magadan's pale eyes glowed in the twilight. "I should have charged you more than 300 gold, he said with a chuckle. Cale could not quite bring himself to smile in response. "Which way, Magadan?" Cale asked instead. Magadan concentrated for a moment, and a nimbus of dim light flared around his head. "That is north," he said when he opened his eyes, nodding in the direction behind Cale. "As good a direction as any. Follow me, and step where I step until we're clear of the bog." With that, they geared up, and Magadan set off. His long strides devoured the distance. Tedium devoured the hours. More than once, Magadan steered them away from a path that ended in a sinkhole or bog pit. Without the psionic woodsman to guide them, Cale had little doubt the swamp would have killed them all. As they journeyed, Cale glimpsed small, furtive creatures at the edge of his vision, apparently drawn to Jack's light. They always darted away into hidden dens and burrows before Cale could clearly see them. Instead, he caught only flashes of twisted bodies, gangly legs, and malformed heads. He felt their eyes upon him as he passed. Calls like curses, alien screeches, chatters, and howls sounded in the twilight behind them. With Jack's blue light wand cutting a dim path through the shadow, Cale imagined that they must have stood out like a goblin in a gnome delve. They walked the hours in silence. Throughout, the darkness was unrelenting. Shadows saturated them, clung to them like oil. Even their clothes seemed to be absorbing the pitch. Once blue cloaks faded to gray, green tunics to black. Moods, too, went from dark to darker. Cale saw in the transformation of their clothing an uncomfortable metaphor for his soul. His soul, Villendum in Chondathan. He wondered if the transformation had stripped him of it. No, he thought, and shook his head. I'm still myself. But he wasn't himself, and something deep in his consciousness, some black, secret part of his brain, protested against his obstinate refusal to accept the truth. He fought down the feeling and put one foot in front of the other. Later, Jack slipped beside him and said in a low tone, I know what you said earlier, Cale, but I think this is worse than anywhere we've ever been. Even worse than when we were in the abyss. That was evil through and through. You could feel it, so it was easy to keep yourself separate from it. This place, it seeps into your skin. I feel a wash in it. It's almost seductive. Cale finished for him. Jack looked at him sharply, worry in his eyes. I was going to say insidious. The halfling touched his arm and added, Cale, I know. Don't get comfortable here, Jack said. Don't. I won't. But Cale already was comfortable there, and that frightened him. Events were proceeding as Vostim had foreseen. With his Slotty about their appointed task in the Underdark, he would hasten the Weave-Tap's production of a second seed. For that, he would have to feed the artifact, fertilize it, and the Weave-Tap benefited from only specialized kinds of fertilizer. Just as Shar and Selûne embodied the dual aspect of the primordial universe that had spawned them, just as the Weave and Shadow Weave embodied the dual nature of magic on Toril, the Weave-Tap embodied a dichotomous duality. Crafted with shadow magic, the tap nevertheless reached its roots and limbs into both the Weave and the Shadow Weave. It existed simultaneously in both the prime material plane and the plane of shadow. The Weave-Tap, a living artifact, bridged the two sources of Toril's arcane energy, drawing power from both. Vostim found it fascinating, and was mildly chagrined that he had not thought to craft it himself. To satisfy its dual nature, the Weave-Tap required the life force, the very magical natures of both fiends and celestials. Vostim long had kept plenty of the former in his pocket plane as spell component material, and he prepared to procure the first of the latter. Like many of the chambers that honeycombed the underground realm of his pocket plane, Vostim's summoning chamber was a spherical cyst of stone with no apparent ingress or egress. Engraved runes traced in platinum and gold covered the walls. A circular slab of polished granite floated in mid-air in the center of the chamber. Upon its face was etched a thaumaturgic circle. The chamber was unlit, though Vostim could see well enough. In fact, the magical darkness in the chamber was so complete that not even magical light sources could penetrate it, a necessary precaution when summoning celestials. Though not even the strongest of the Celestials could approach Vostim in power, their ability to generate and radiate light could prove painful unless Vostim took precautions. He floated around the slab, running his long, pale fingers along the etching, examining the lines for imperfections. As expected, he found none. Vostim took a moment to prepare a few defensive spells, warding himself against all but the most powerful magic and rendering his body impervious to physical attack. Ready, he moved his hands in complex gestures. Waves of arcane power gathered, went forth from his fingers, and coalesced above the granite slab. The lines of the thaumaturgic circle began to glow a soft, almost imperceptible yellow. When the power reached the necessary level, Vostim spoke aloud an arcane phrase and felt a hole open in the walls between the planes. He called the name of the celestial being he sought to summon. "Phaedriel," he pronounced. Vostim felt his magically augmented voice reach through the planes, find the diva, and try to pull the creature back to him. He felt the Celestial's resistance, but it lasted only a moment before being overpowered by the force of Vostim's calling. A muted flash of pure white light flared in the midst of the summoning platform, forcing Vostim to shield his eyes. Had he not prepared a spell ahead of time to mute it, the flash would have blinded him and charred his skin. When the spots from even that dim light cleared from before his eyes, Vostim saw that his calling had been successful. Phaedriel stood on the summoning platform, bound by the lines of power that went up from the floor. The tips of the diva's feathered wings, white and opalescent even in the darkness, touched the edge of the binding. Pale gold skin covered the Celestial's perfectly proportioned, well-muscled body. A silver mace, powerfully magical, hung from the diva's belt. Piercing white eyes gazed out from over an aquiline nose and strong jaw. The smell of flowers filled the summoning chamber. The diva surveyed the space. "What is this plane?" said Phaedriel, in the purest tenor voice that Vostim had ever heard. "You are on a plane of my own devising," Vostim answered. The Celestial made no response, only fixed his eyes on Vostim. A lesser being would have recoiled at the force emitted by those orbs, but Vostim answered the diva's stare with one of his own. "What type of creature are you?" the diva asked at last. "Neither Githyanki nor Githzerai, but similar." Vostim replied, "I am nothing that you have encountered before, Celestial, nor will you encounter my kind again." The diva heard the threat in that last, and his brow furrowed. "We are not enemies, creature," the Celestial said. He closed his eyes briefly and attempted to cast a spell, likely a divination or sending, but the casting failed, as Vostim had known it would. The diva opened his eyes. "Your binding prevents me the use of any magic," the diva observed. Vostim did not bother to reply. "What do you want of me then, creature?" the diva asked. Vostim saw no reason to lie. "I want all of you, Celestial," he answered. "You will not leave this plane." Positive energy, a manifestation of the Celestial's anger, flared in a rosy-colored halo around the diva's bald head. His downy wings fluttered in agitation. "Your confidence is unwarranted," the diva said. Vostim did not bother to correct the Celestial's misapprehension. "I will fight you," said the diva as he took up his mace. "It will not avail you," replied Vostim, waving a hand dismissively. "You could not harm me even if you were free of the binding." "Allies will seek me," Phaedriel said. "They will avenge me should I come to harm." "They will not find you," replied Vostim, "and even if they could find you, they would not dare come. Nothing short of a god would risk confrontation with Vostim. In his time, he had single-handedly slain flights of dragons, annihilated entire faiths, left worlds in flame behind him. But he had been young then, and rash. "You belong to me now, Phaedriel," Vostim said. "But fear not, others of your kind will join you. You will not die alone." "Why?" the diva asked. The radiance from his skin dimmed somewhat, and Vostim almost smiled. He, too, had asked such questions once. Only after millennia of existence had he finally realized that the question had no meaning. The multiverse was infinite, unforgiving, and random. There was no why, not in the sense that the diva meant. "Because I will it," he answered. "Will is the only why in the multiverse." The diva's eyes narrowed, and he clutched his mace tightly. "You are mistaken," said the Celestial. Vostim almost laughed, but instead said, "Am I? Where now is the god you serve? Where the planetar to whom you report? You think yourself a being of good, a servant of justice. Yet I tell you that there are no such things as good and justice. What is, is. In the multiverse, there is the will of the powerful and nothing more. Consider, if the multiverse was just, how could you be fated to this end?" The diva stood up straight and fixed Vostim with a steady gaze. Its radiance returned. "You will not cause me to question my faith, creature." Vostim frowned, sad for the doctrinaire diva, and replied, "Then die a fool, Phaedriel." The diva tensed, preparing for a fight, no doubt intent on expending his last breath in noble battle. Vostim would give him no such chance. The sojourner moved his hands in a complex gesture and spoke words of power. His will flowed along those words, penetrating the binding, and entered the diva, attempting to dominate his mind. The Celestial gritted his teeth and went rigid. Every sinew in his beautiful form was visible. He resisted admirably, but even the diva's will was no match for Vostim's magic. The spell rooted in the Celestial's mind. Phaedriel could still think for himself, but he could not resist obeying Vostim's commands. "Relax your body and remain still," Vostim said. The diva did just that. Vostim lowered the magical binding that encased the Celestial and flew to the summoning platform. Gently, so as not to aggravate the pain in his bones, he lowered his feet to the granite slab. "Shh," Vostim said, though Phaedriel had said nothing. Vostim placed his hands around the diva's head. Concentrating briefly, he made his mind into a knife and entered the Celestial's mind. The diva attempted to resist him, but his own psionic power was paltry compared to that of Vostim. Systematically, Vostim began to destroy the connections between the diva's mind and his body, allowing the Celestial to live, but preventing him from moving. It took only moments. Vostim began to withdraw from Phaedriel's mind. Before he got out, the diva asked in a small voice, "Will I experience pain?" Vostim answered truthfully. "Yes," he said. Chapter 2. Treading the Black. With no sun by which to gauge the passage of time, Cale felt as though they had been splashing through the swamp forever. Time seemed to have frozen. There was no color, only fetid water and gloom. Cale recalled Magadan observing that the terrain actually moved. He wondered if, Beyond the limits of their vision, the swamp was rearranging itself around them so they would never get free of it. The guide stayed a full 10 paces ahead to ensure they'd avoid any pitfalls or other mundane hazards. His knuckle-bone eyes looked ghostly in Jack's blue light. Mud caked all their cloaks and boots. Cale marveled at Magadan's pack, which was so large it looked as though he was carrying another person on his back. The guide must have been stronger than he appeared. "We'll need food soon," Magadan called back. Riven and Jack didn't even raise their heads in response, merely grunted in the affirmative. Cale, too, signaled his agreement, though he wasn't hungry. He simply wanted to engage in something ordinary, to take his mind off the plane, to take his mind off himself. "It's taking longer than I had hoped to clear the bog," the guide continued. "So we must start rationing our supplies as of now. No one is to eat or drink anything native to this place unless it becomes absolutely necessary." He waited for them to catch up. "Let's inventory our stock. What do each of you have for food and water?" "A few days of rations," Cale said. He squeezed the water skins at his belt and added, "A skin and a half of water." He'd carried out of Starmantle only enough rations to get him to the Gulfmere and back. The star sphere and the book he had taken from the Fane of Shadows were the heaviest things in his pack. "About the same," Riven said. Magadan frowned, obviously troubled, and said, "I've got more than that, but not much more. We'll need—" "Rations are not an issue," Jack interrupted. "I can conjure food and water with a spell. Anything I want, whenever we're hungry." Magadan's raised eyebrows indicated both his surprise and pleasure. "Jack, that's more useful than you know. I feared we'd have to drink the water here, even after boiling." He looked to Cale, then continued, "Let's find a dry spot, make camp, and eat something conjured by our chef." He grinned at Jack. "With luck, we'll get out of the bog sometime tomorrow." Cale agreed, and they did exactly that. "What do you need for your spell?" Magadan asked Jack after setting up the 2 canvas tents he carried in his pack. The guide seemed to carry more in his backpack than would fit in the extra-dimensional space of a magical bag of holding. "Just put that pot on the ground," Jack replied, indicating the large beaten metal cooking pot that Magadan carried with his gear, "and our water skins, too." They piled the pot and their water skins on the ground before Jack. The halfling held his holy symbol pendant over the pile and intoned a prayer to the trickster. The pot filled with a thick, steaming stew, the water skins swelled to capacity. Magadan gave an appreciative whistle and said, "There's many times I could have used you in the bush, Jack." The guide knelt, dipped a finger into the stew, and tasted it. "Potato," he said with a smile, "and tasty." Riven snorted irritably and glared at the halfling. "Potato," he grumbled. "Nine hells, Fleet. You can make anything you want and you settle on potato stew? What about some meat?" Jack bristled and pointed his pendant at Riven's chest. "My mother made potato stew, Zent," said the halfling. "Hot soup warms the soul," she used to say. "Probably little help to you, seeing as how you're a soulless bastard. You're welcome to your rations if you'd rather." That last statement caused Riven to keep behind his teeth whatever retort he might have been considering. Cale grinned. Smiling himself, Magadan removed several small wooden bowls from his pack and used them to start serving the stew. "Your mother was a wise woman, Jack," the guide said through his mirth, and gave the halfling the first steaming bowl of stew. "And you'll have to forgive Drasic for his words." He winked at the halfling and said, "He had no real mother, of course, being the spawn of ice and molasses, which explains why he grew up to be cold and thick." Cale laughed aloud. Jack chuckled, eyed Riven with distrust, and said, "Slippery and dark, more like." Riven scowled at the halfling, but nevertheless held out his hand for a stew bowl. "That was a poor jest when you made it years ago, Mags," the assassin said. "Poor?" Magadan asked, and ignored Riven's outstretched hand in favor of Cale. Cale sipped the thick soup. It was tasty. Magadan continued. That half-orc and his fellows would have pummeled you to gruel. That jest saved your life. Theirs, more likely, Riven said, and Magadan cocked his head to concede the point. Jack, continuing to chuckle, said, Cold and thick. That's good. Very good. That's enough, Fleet, Riven barked, but Cale heard the smile behind the words. Now give me some of that goddamned stew, Mags, before I pummel you to gruel. The woodsman did, and for a time the camaraderie of the road and the warm food chased the shadows, but only for a time. After the meal, the weight of the plain and the chill of the swamp once again descended. They huddled around Jack's blue light wand, saying nothing, suddenly exhausted. Magadan had selected a campsite within a stand of the brooding cypress-like trees common to the swamp. To Cale, it felt like the trees were watching them, the leaves whispering evil words. After a time, he said, I'll take first watch. All of you get some sleep. The next day seemed much like the one before, chilly, wet, and gloomy. They slogged alternately through knee-deep black water, soggy vegetation, and mud that stank like the worst of Selgaunt's sewers. Wisps of shadowy fog hovered over the land like dark tendrils squeezed from the saturated earth. Uncomfortably, they reminded Cale of the squirming tentacles from the fane that had affected his transformation into a shade. A few hours into the day's trek, Magadan said to them, The ground is rising and less saturated. We'll clear the swamp before this day is over. I'd wager on it. You never were a gambler, Riven grumbled. Magadan grinned. For his part, Cale could see no end to the bog in sight, and felt no change in the ground. It felt like the same mud. Still, he felt comfortable trusting Magadan's expertise, and he continued to trek on. Without warning, a wave of terror washed over Cale. His breath caught, and he could hear his heart thumping in his ears. Sweat formed on his brow. To judge from the look of wide-eyed alarm on his comrades' faces, they all felt something similar. The swamp fell silent around them. Even the ubiquitous flies had vanished. Cale put his hand to his blade hilt and looked around, his gaze darting from pool to reeds to trees. He saw nothing amiss except that each of his comrades had gone ashen. The feeling of terror lingered. What is this? Magadan asked softly, his voice tense. The guide unslung his ashwood bow, drew an arrow from his quiver, and scanned the swamp. Pools of black water stood to either side of them, steaming in the humidity. The dark trees of the swamp loomed like watchtowers. Jack and Riven went back to back and drew their blades. Jack let out a sharp breath that sounded like a hiss. Magadan and Cale, too, closed ranks. Cale's hand stayed on his sword hilt, but he did not draw. He looked around, but still saw nothing. He listened, but heard only the rapid respiration of his companions. The water around them remained still, too still. A blanket of shadowy mist pooled around their knees. There, said Magadan, pointing his bow to the sky, above us. Gazes followed the point of the woodsman's nocked arrow. Against the black-lit sky, one of the clouds, smaller than the others and darker, slowly wheeled a circle. Even as they watched it, it veered in their general direction. Trickster's toes, Jack oathed, squinting. What is that? With his enhanced vision, Cale could see that what they were looking at was not a cloud at all. It was a pool of writhing shadows, semi-transparent to his transformed eyes. Within it, he saw the source of their magically induced terror. Kill the light, he hissed. Now! Jack could not have missed the urgency in Cale's voice. Asking no questions, the halfling spoke a word in his own tongue, and the wand's glow ceased. "We can't see more than 15 paces, Cale," Riven growled, still eyeing the sky. Cale knew, but their only hope was that the creature in the sky had not noticed them. "Quiet," he ordered. Nearby stood a cluster of thin-leafed, droopy-limbed trees. Not the cypresses, but they would be enough to hide them. "Those trees directly to our right," Cale said. "Go, now, as fast and as quiet as you can." They must have heard the alarm in his tone, for they sheathed their weapons and darted off without comment. The splashing water rang like a gong in Cale's ears. Twice Jack fell in the water, and each time Magadan and Cale pulled him back to his feet. Somehow Cale seemed faster than usual. He actually had to slow down to not outpace his comrades. As he ran, he prayed to Mask that the huge creature soaring overhead would not notice them. He imagined its dark eyes boring into his back. He looked ahead to the trees, willed them all to run faster, sensed a space between the shadows, and he felt a moment's distortion, a transitory rush of air, and he was there. Cale stood in the copse, well ahead of his comrades. Somehow he had stepped instantly from one shadow to another, seemingly without passing through the intervening space. Dark and empty, he thought. He had no time to consider his newfound ability. He stepped out from under the cover of the tree's low boughs and beckoned his comrades on. "Faster!" he hissed. They had stopped, dumbfounded at his sudden disappearance and reappearance so far in front of them. They again began to run in earnest. The cloud circled above them, a giant, scaled vulture swathed in shadows. The creature began to descend. Cale reached for his holy symbol, but realized that he didn't have one. Instead, he put his hand to his blade hilt. He drew it a finger width and hesitated. He had not yet drawn it in on the plane of shadow, and he felt that to do so somehow would be to surrender something that he could not quite articulate. Reluctantly, he removed his hand. His comrades, wet and winded, streamed into the copse and ducked under the sheltering boughs. There they waited, ankle-deep in the soft earth, stink, and water. The leaves and darkness enshrouded them. "Quiet," Cale whispered. Then he listened and watched. He willed the shadows around them to darken slightly, and much to his surprise, they did. Riven, standing beside him, whispered, "Bad?" Cale nodded. It could not be worse. He looked out of the copse and saw nothing. The tree limbs obscured his vision, but he could not miss the creature should it come near. Magadan touched the tip of his arrow to his head, and it began to hum lightly. He re-knocked it. "What is it?" the guide asked Cale. The beat of huge pinions, like the wind that presaged a thunderstorm, drowned out anything Cale might have said in answer. The force of the wings rattled the trees under which they hid, and threw up a blinding mist of swamp water and clots of mud. A huge, sinuous form still streaming the remnants of the shadows that previously had cloaked it, alit in the water 40 paces from the copse and filled Cale's field of vision. Its body displaced so much water that the copse was flooded up to their knees. Terror went before it. Cale held his breath, heart racing. So too did his comrades. All of them stood perfectly still, both awed and terrified. Jack finally managed to whisper, "Trickster's hairy toes." Cale knew that his comrades probably could barely see the creature through the darkness and the trees. For his part, Cale caught only glimpses of it through the curtain of limbs, but dark and empty, its size. Its wingspan could have shaded the whole of the Esquevran manse. Lustrous black scales as large as great shields covered its muscled form. When it moved, shadows played along its side. The edges of its form appeared to merge with the darkness, melding with the shadows of the plain and making it difficult to determine where the actual body of the creature began and ended. In those shadows, Cale thought he saw the dark, shifting images of struggling bodies, of faces contorted in screams, of eyes agog with terror. His skin went gooseflesh. Somewhere in the back of his brain, he heard moans and wails. He pushed them back and focused on the creature. Cale caught a flash of ebon horns, of teeth longer than Jack was tall, and of merciless eyes that reflected no light. Dragon, his mind registered. A dragon of shadows. The creature beat its wings once, spraying water in all directions, and sniffed the air. Cale knew that if it caught their scent, they could never outrun it. They could only fight and die. It lowered its great horned head to the level of the water and moved it from side to side, sniffing, searching. Its respiration sounded louder than a forge bellows. The shadows around it formed writhing bodies and contorted shapes before melding to sheathe the creature in gloom once again. Cale expected the dragon to roar loud enough to deafen them all, but instead of a roar, it spoke, and its sinister voice was like the threatening whisper of a drawn sword.
"Lightbringers in my swamp,"
it said, still sniffing, its eyes narrowed.
"I smell your sweat. Human sweat."
Magadan's mental voice suddenly sounded in Cale's head, giving him a start. "We're linked," the guide projected. Cale nodded. The link was a good idea, but it caused him to feel the fear pulsing along the telepathic channels that joined him to his friends. He'd tried to keep his own anxiety under control. Panic would not serve them. "It knows we're nearby," Riven projected softly, crouching silently to peer through the foliage. "I can barely see it." "What is in the shadows around it?" Jack asked. Cale did not bother to answer. The dragon itself was terrifying enough. Jack asked, "If it comes, then what?" The halfling held his holy symbol in both hands. He hadn't bothered to bare his short sword. It was too paltry a weapon against a creature the size of the dragon. "Then we fight," Cale answered, with as much steel in his mental voice as he could muster. "There's nowhere to run." His comrades said nothing, but each of them shifted slightly. Magadan drew his arrow back another few fingers' breadth and took aim through the boughs. The dragon continued to chuff after their scent, peering suspiciously at this or that copse of trees or stand of reeds. "Ready yourselves," Cale projected, though he did not know what any of them could do. As quiet as a wraith, Riven drew his magical sabers. Cale closed his fist over his sword hilt. Jack edged closer to Cale. The dragon, incredibly graceful for a creature so enormous, slid through the swamp toward them, sniffing, searching, its swinging tail and powerful forelegs propelling it through the muck. It reared back its long neck and looked in the direction of their copse, the pupils of its deep violet eyes visibly dilated.
"I can hear your hearts beating,"
it said. The dragon opened its mouth wide. Its inhalation sucked the air from the vicinity of the copse. "Cover!" Cale mentally shouted. But before any of them could move, the dragon expelled from its jaws a cloud of vicious shadows that washed over the copse and soaked them for a moment in impenetrable darkness. Cale felt its effect immediately, the chill of the void, the pull of negative energy on his soul. Strangely, it seemed to have little effect on him. Jack and Magadan groaned as the dragon's breath stole some of their essence. The cloud began to dissipate into greasy streamers, and Cale saw that Riven too seemed largely unaffected. Jack and Magadan, though ashen, remained on their feet and seemed still to have their wits. A rain of shriveled leaves and dry twigs fell from the trees around them. Magadan's bow sang. Jack's weakened voice rang out with the words of a spell casting. Riven lurched from the copse toward the dragon, wading through the water, blades bare and whirling. The guide's psionically enhanced arrow hit the dragon in the throat below the hole of its mouth, but shattered harmlessly on its scales. A beam of white light streaked from Jack's outstretched palm, but the shadows surrounding the creature swallowed whatever effect the beam otherwise would have had. Surrendering to the inevitable, Cale at last drew his blade and followed after Riven. He almost laughed, so absurd must they have looked, like fleas charging a dog. From behind him, he heard Jack and Magadan following hard after, splashing through the mud and water. Jack began again to cast. As Riven plowed through the muck, mud, and vegetation, he began to shout in the foul tongue he sometimes uttered in his sleep. Somehow his voice seemed more powerful, deeper, darker, as though amplified by the shadows. Cale could not fight down the nausea caused by the vile words. He coughed his midday meal into the waters of the swamp. Behind him, Jack and Magadan cried out in pain. The shadows sheathing the dragon swirled into recognizable human forms, all of them covering their ears, though the dragon itself seemed unaffected by the utterance. As fast as a lightning strike, it lunged forward and clutched Riven in its foreclaw before the assassin could bring his blades to bear. Pinning the human's arms to his sides, the dragon picked Riven up out of the water and began to squeeze. Forms lurched forward from the shadows around the creature, arms outstretched, as though to embrace the assassin. Cale could imagine the cracking ribs, the crushed organs. A bloody froth exploded from Riven's mouth, but he continued to struggle to free his blades, all the while shouting in the vile tongue.
"You mouth the black speech, child," the dragon hissed, "but little understand the words. Hear this." The creature held the dying Riven before its mouth and hissed into the assassin's face words so terrible, so awful to hear, that they made Cale dizzy. He staggered and kept his feet only by sheer force of will. Behind him, Jack and Magadan fell to their knees, clutching their ears. Blood leaked from between their fingers, from their noses, from their eyes. The water around them reddened. They were dying. Defiant even to the last, Riven answered the dragon with still more of the black speech. Somehow the assassin's voice remained strong through the blood and pain. His eye still blazed. Jack and Magadan, nearly senseless, collapsed into the mud. "Stop!" Cale projected to Riven. "You're killing them!" But the assassin could not hear, might not have understood, or did not care. With his friends dying all around him, Cale made the only decision he could. He chose a spot on the dragon's spine at about the point where the roots of its wings sprouted from its back, took a step forward, and willed himself there. He felt the momentary sensation of movement and found himself crouched atop a creature larger than a keep and darker than a moonless midnight. Shadowy figures rose out of the dragon's dark cloak, reaching for him. Their hands passed through him, leaving him unharmed but afflicted with a feeling of profound sadness. He dropped to his knees to keep his balance. The dragon must have felt his weight on its back, still clutching Riven, whose body lay as limp as a rag doll in its claws. The creature snaked its head around. When its eyes fell on Cale, it uttered a low, threatening hiss. Fear almost paralyzed Cale. Almost. Able to maintain his position for only a moment as the creature beat its huge pinions, Cale did the only thing possible, took a two-handed reverse grip on his blade and plunged it as deeply into the dragon as it would go. The enchanted steel, Cale noted that the blade was nearly pitch black, split the dark scales and sank half its length into the mighty creature's flesh. The dragon roared and lurched backward in a paroxysm of pain, and the shadows around it swirled in agitation. Cale would have oathed that he saw laughter in those dark faces. Shadow stuff streamed from the dragon's mouth and nostrils,
and black blood poured from the slot in its back. The abrupt motion sent Cale careening from its back to fall to the earth, though he managed to pull his blade free and keep his grip on it as he fell. He hit the mudflat on his back. The impact blew the breath from his lungs. Though prone and gasping, he managed to keep his blade held defensively before him. He expected it would do little good. The dragon flung the barely conscious Riven to the earth and whirled on Cale, sending water everywhere. Riven crashed down in a shallow pool and lay unmoving. From Cale's position, the dragon appeared to be nothing more than an infinite wall of black scales, teeth, malevolent eyes, and writhing shadows. Still prone and unable to breathe, he held his sword defiantly before him. The black blade shimmered in the twilight. The dragon reared back its head, a coiled snake ready to strike, opened its mouth so wide that Cale thought its teeth must go on forever, and stopped. Its eyes fixed on Cale's sword and widened. Its head turned to look upon Riven's form, then turned back to Cale and the sword. The darkness around the creature subsided. Wisps of shadows twisted around the darkened blade. It had changed still more from what it had been back on Faerun. The transformation of the weapon that had begun with Cale's splitting of the star sphere appeared to have advanced along with his own transformation into a shade.
"You bear the token,"
the dragon said in its whispery voice.
"Weave sheer. After all the centuries, you are the first."
Cale made no response. What could he say? Instead, he slowly climbed to his feet and tried to regain his breath. As though from far, far away, he heard 100 voices plead with him in a language he did not know he knew. "Free us," they begged. Cale shook his head, kept the blade before him, and warily eyed the dragon. The beast's head swung around to look upon Riven.
"And that,"
the creature said,
"therefore, can only be the second."
The dragon's heavy gaze returned to Cale. It eyed him for a moment, considering. Cale saw reluctance there. He sensed an inner struggle. The great beast lowered its head to the surface of the water as though bowing to royalty. The dragon's horns were longer than he was tall. Cale clearly saw that the wound in its back continued to leak blood. Flabbergasted, Cale could think of nothing to say, nothing to do. The huge reptile remained prostrate for only a heartbeat before rearing back its long neck and looking down on Cale.
"You and your companions will be allowed to live, first of 5,
said the dragon.
Ferlanastis keeps his promises."
With that, the dragon uttered a single arcane word and stomped its left front foot in the mud. The wound on its back closed, and a viridian glow illuminated the shadowy mist around its claw. The glow spread outward from the dragon's foot in all directions, crawling along the ground, water and fog. Cale recoiled as the mist around his feet began to glow, but the effect caused him no pain. Instead, it relieved his fatigue and healed the bruises on his back. It must have healed his companions, too. Jack and Magadan each uttered a groan and climbed slowly to their feet, all the while staring, dazed, at the mountain of scales before them. The glow dissipated, and the dragon said,
"The debt is paid."
It crouched, scales creaking, and prepared to take wing. The shadowy forms around the dragon reached desperate arms for Cale. "Wait," Cale said. He realized, only after the word escaped him, how absurd it was that he was making demands of a dragon. But questions were burning holes in his brain. "What promises are you talking about? To whom? What debt? What of the people who surround you?" The dragon looked down on Cale with those unforgiving dark eyes and replied,
To answer your questions would be to break another promise. Find your answers elsewhere, first of 5.
Cale fought down his frustration. He was tired to his bones of being carried along a path that seemed predetermined, about which he was utterly ignorant. At least tell me about this, he said, and held out the sword. Weave shear, the dragon had called it.
I will not shade,
the dragon replied, and made that last word sound like a curse.
Except to say that it is the weapon of the first in this age.
Cale thought about asking the dragon how they could escape the Shadow Deep, but his pride caused him to reject the impulse. He would ask the creature nothing more, though by doing so he felt he was betraying the shadow creatures apparently bound to the dragon. Begone, then, he said. At that, the dragon's eyes narrowed, and Cale wondered for a moment if he had gone too far. Wisps of shadow snaked from the reptile's nostrils. When the creature spoke, his voice was heavy with menace.
Never return to my swamp, first of the Shadow Lord. My debt is now paid. I will not forget the wound you gave me, paltry though it was. The next time we meet, an old promise will not protect you.
Nor you, Cale said, and stared defiance into the creature's face. Kessin Rel is not the strongest of the Shadow Lord's servants. The words came out of his mouth before he knew what he was saying, and even after, he did not know what he meant. The dragon apparently did. It reared back its head and hissed. Cale showed the dragon contempt by turning his back to the reptile and walking over to check on Jack and Magadan. He could feel the dragon's gaze on his back, as heavy as a hundredweight. The creature growled low, beat its wings, and leaped into the air above him. It flew so low over Cale's head that he could have touched its wingtips. The force of its passing nearby blew him over. Water lapped in its wake. Jake and Magadan watched it go, pale and wide-eyed. "We're all right," Jack said when Cale reached them, and Magadan nodded in agreement. Blood covered both of their faces, and each looked exhausted, but Cale took them at their word. "I'm glad," he said. Without another word, the 3 of them splashed their way over to Riven, who still lay on his back in the shallow pool. Cale feared the assassin to be dead. He wasn't. He was staring vacantly up into the twilight sky with his one good eye, smiling. His grievous wounds appeared to have been healed by the dragon's spell, though he still visibly winced when he breathed. Cale and Magadan shared a look. "Drasik?" the guide asked. The assassin didn't respond. "He's lost his wits," Jack said. "Probably from speaking that black speech. I'll try a spell, but—" Riven smiled, and his expression lost its faraway character. "Save your spell, Fleet," he said. "I've lost nothing. I've found something." The assassin sat up and shook his head as though to clear it. "What do you mean?" Cale asked, but thought he already knew the answer. Riven smiled and said, "Watch." The assassin spoke eldritch words and moved his hands in a complex gesture. As he did, he pulled wisps of shadow from the air and twisted them around his hands. When he touched his charged palms to his flesh, the wounds remaining on his chest closed entirely. "Trickster's toes," Jack softly oathed. "Drasik Riven is a priest?" "No," Riven replied cryptically, and left it at that. Cale tried to keep the dismay from his face. Drasik Riven could heal himself by touch. Perhaps he could cast spells. Cale had thought Mask would never favor Riven with spellcasting. That the Shadow Lord had done so felt like a betrayal, but the assassin had denied that he was a priest. Then what? Riven appraised his hands the way a veteran campaigner might evaluate a new blade. When he looked at Cale, his one good eye fairly shone. He's given you something, First of Five, but now he's given his second something too. The dark speech. This, he held up his hands for Cale to see, and still more. Despite himself, Cale could not hold back a frown. He remembered the exhilaration he'd felt when he first had learned to cast spells, and imagined Riven must feel much the same now. But he also thought of a Sembian proverb, "Only a fool thinks a gift is free." Cale had learned that lesson well. No doubt Riven soon would too. Cale scabbarded Weave Shear, slow enough so that Riven would get a good look at the transformed blade. He stared into Riven's good eye and said, "Everything comes with a cost, Riven. Make certain you know the asking price." Riven only sneered. Cale said to Magadan, "Get him up. Let's get out of this swamp." Chapter 3. Disclosure. Gradually, Magadan led them out of the swamp. The muddy ground grew firmer, and the reeds, tall grasses, and cypresses gave way first to thorny undergrowth, then to brooding stands of trees akin to willows, but darker-leaved, more ominous. It seemed that one moment they were surrounded by marsh, the next by trees. The transition from bog to forest was sudden enough to be eerie, almost as though the woods had walked to them. And perhaps they did, Cale thought. Leaving the bog behind did little to raise their flagging spirits. The trees of the forest seemed to glare down at them as they passed. Limbs reached out to snag clothes, and the rustle of the wind through the leaves seemed to promise violence. High above, bats wheeled in the canopy, feasting on the large black flies and other insects that plagued the plain. Some other creature that Cale could never quite see, hidden high up in the trees, howled at them as they passed. After a few hours of travel, Magadan came to a sudden halt, cocked his head, and asked, "Does this terrain seem familiar to any of you?" To Cale, the whole of the plain seemed familiar, uncomfortably so, but he had assumed the feeling to be a result of his transformation. "What, the trees?" Jack asked, holding his blue light wand aloft. "I've never seen anything like them, or bats that big." "No," replied Magadan, shaking his head. "I don't mean the particular trees. I mean the topography." "Should it?" asked Cale. "What are you getting at, Mags?" Riven growled. Magadan grabbed a tree limb and yanked it downward. For a moment, Cale thought for certain that the tree would attack the guide in response. "It's twisted here, dark," Magadan said. "But think about it. On Toril, the moon mirror was in a dried bog surrounded by a forest. The bog here, albeit larger and wetter than the one on Toril, is surrounded by forest." "And," Riven prompted. "A planar correspondence," Cale said, taking the guide's meaning right away. He and Jack had once experienced something similar when they had been in the abyss hunting the Lord of the Void. Jack pulled his pipe and chewed the end, thinking. Riven shifted his stance and took a swig from his water skin. Above them, the howling creatures continued their harangue. "All right," the assassin said after wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "There's a correspondence. So?" "So, Drasic," Magadan said as though lecturing a student, "if the correspondence holds, it suggests the lay of the land. It may mean that—" "Starmantle is nearby," Cale said, finishing for the woodsman. "Or its equivalent here." Magadan nodded, smiling. "Burn me," Jack oathed, twirling his pipe. That place was a pit on Toril. Here, he whistled and trailed off. Cale eyed Magadan and said, "If you're right, and if there's a way out of this plane, a city seems as likely a place as any." Before the guide could respond, Riven spat and stared at Cale with his one good eye. "You're way out, Cale, but until you accept that, I've got nothing better to do to pass the time. Show the way, Mags." Magadan adjusted his pack and said, "Since the swamp was larger than its correspondent on Toril, we should expect the forest to be likewise. 2 days, and we should reach the plains. From there, 3 or 4 more days to reach whatever passes for Starmantle on this plane. Let's move." Having a goal lent them speed, and they made rapid progress through the brooding woods. That night, they made camp under the enshrouding boughs of a shadow willow. They started a fire, but the night remained chilly, the light still dim. Alien sounds filled the forest, squeals, roars, and the ubiquitous howling. Cale couldn't sleep. Despite the day's exertion, despite his fatigue, rest would not come. In his mind's eye, he kept seeing that dragon, that enormous, majestic, terrifying creature, enshrouded in souls, lowering its head in respect. Looking up through a break in the leaves, he stared at the featureless black sky. "What have you done to me?" he thought to Mask, but immediately answered his own question with, "What have I done to myself?" Sephris had named him the first of 5. So too had the caretaker at the Fane of Shadows and the Shadow Dragon. He didn't know what that meant. He felt exhilarated and disquieted all at once. Riven and Jack slept nearby under one of Magadan's tents, moving quietly and slowly so as not to wake them. Cale rolled over on his side and removed the star sphere from his pack. The map of the celestial heavens had started the whole recent chain of events. To his surprise, Cale saw that it had become a featureless orb of gray quartz, where before it had been an image of Toril's night sky, flecked with diamonds, emeralds, and other gemstones. He wondered if the sphere changed its appearance depending upon the plane in which it found itself. Perhaps it changed on each plane to show the time at which the Fane of Shadows would next appear there. If true, the blank sphere in his hands told Cale that the Fane never materialized on the plane of shadow. The Shadow Deep was the source of its magic, but it never manifested there. The Fane reserved its pollution for the realms of light. For an instant, he felt a temptation to hurl the sphere into the woods, to leave it there forever, but he resisted. It had done what it was designed to do. 2 and 2 are 4, he thought. He slid it back into his pack, shaking his head. He could not figure it all out, but he decided then and there that he would keep the sphere for the purpose for which he had first intended, as a memento of his former master and lost friend, Tamalon Eskeverin. "Knowledge you seek," said the caretaker in his head. "Find your answers elsewhere," the dragon answered. He remembered the book. He sat up from his bedroll, pulled the backpack onto his lap, and took out the large tome given to him by the caretaker. Its covers of black scale shimmered in the dim firelight, reminding him of the skin of the shadow dragon. Its fittings were of a dull gray metal he did not recognize, and it felt warm to his touch, as though it was a living thing. He stared at the tome for a time, thinking. He felt the same hesitation about opening the book as he had felt about drawing weave shear. To do so felt like he was surrendering his will to events, and he would not, he could not, do that. But he had already drawn the sword, and he had to know what lay within the book's covers. He thought of opening it right there. He could see well enough with his new eyes to read in the dark, but he decided he would read it like the normal man he was, like he used to read Tamerlane's books back in the library of Stormweather Towers. Those times seemed far removed from him. Pangs of regret stabbed his heart. He missed the old owl more than ever, and Shamur, and Tazzy. Shaking off the melancholy, he tucked the book under an armpit, rose, and walked over to the dimly burning fire. They had set the tents several paces away from the flames, so as not to risk a stray ember igniting the canvas. Magadan was seated on a log near the blaze and appeared to be meditating. Not wanting to disturb the guide, Cale said nothing, merely sat across from Magadan and stared at the scaled leather cover of the book. Jack and Riven continued to sleep soundly in their bedrolls. Riven's dreams did not seem to trouble him that night. Just as Cale put his fingers to the corner of the book's cover and prepared to turn it open, Magadan opened his eyes and spoke. "Unable to sleep?" "No," Cale replied, and laid his hand flat on the cover, secretly relieved that he had not yet opened it. He met the guide's knuckle-bone eyes, which reflected the flickering tongues of flame. Magadan shifted his legs and cleared his throat. "I'm restless too," said the guide. It didn't show. "Why?" Cale asked. The guide looked as though the question surprised him. "I was thinking about Nestor," Magadan said. It took Cale a moment to place the name. Nestor was the big fighter, actually a Slod, who had accompanied Magadan out of Starmantle. "I wonder how the Slotty killed him," the guide continued. "I wonder when. How long did I walk with that demonic hell-spawned creature at my side, rather than my friend?" He blew out a sigh. "Jack almost died because I failed to notice the change. Nestor's death pains me only a little, and I wonder why that is. It seems very far away now." Cale understood that last statement. At the moment, everything that had happened on Toril seemed far away. "It wasn't your fault," he said, and realized as he said it that he was not sure what he meant. Magadan looked up, took in Cale's eyes, his skin, and asked, "No?" Cale saw the guilt in that look and understood it. "No," Cale said. "You could not have known about him, or about anything." The guide nodded. To Cale it looked as though a weight had been lifted from Magadan's shoulders. For the first time, Magadan seemed to notice what Cale held in his hand. "That's the book from the Fane?" the guide asked. "Yes," Cale said, and ran his fingers over the leather cover. "You're going to read it?" Magadan asked. Cale didn't look up when he said, "I don't know." They sat in silence for a time. Cale had once more worked up the nerve to open it when Magadan spoke again. "A close thing earlier," the woodsman said. "With the dragon, I mean." "Yes?" Cale didn't have to read minds to sense Magadan's internal struggle. He put the tome on the ground beside him and looked the guide in the face. "Why don't you say what you want to say, Magadan?" Magadan didn't bother to protest, merely gave an embarrassed smile. "Damned if you're not direct, Erevis," he said. "I suppose I should pay you the same courtesy, shouldn't I?" Cale made no answer. The guide took a deep breath, looked Cale in the eyes, and said, "The Fane, the dragon, your skin, and your eyes." He paused a moment, braced himself as though he was about to dive into a cold lake, then said, "You are no longer a human being." Cale went rigid, and he felt himself flush. Harsh words of denial rushed to his lips, but he kept them behind his teeth. He heard no judgment in Magadan's tone, more like sympathy. Cale stared and waited for the guide to continue. His yellow-eyed gaze must have discomfited Magadan, who looked off into the darkness. I did not say that as an accusation, Erevis. I know, Cale said. That's good. The woodsman threw a few stray twigs into the flames and replied, I said it because we have that in common. He looked up into Cale's eyes. I'm not human either. Cale could not keep the surprise from his voice. What? He said, too loud. He looked over to Jack and Riven. The halfling stirred in his sleep, but neither he nor Riven roused. What? He said again, more softly. Magadan smiled and said, How do you think I came by these eyes? In truth, Cale hadn't thought over much about it. I suppose I thought it had something to do with your mental abilities, or an accident of birth, possibly. An accident of birth? Magadan's expression grew distant for a moment, thoughtful, and Cale saw a hardness in the line of his mouth. The guide stoked the fire with a length of wood while he spoke. Sparks flew into the twilight. No, my birth was no accident. He looked up at Cale. I am plane-touched. Have you heard the word? Taken aback, Cale still managed a nod. He was familiar with the term. Plane-touched was a word used to describe those who had the blood of an outer planar being in their ancestry. Those with celestial blood were Asimar, a word for which Cale had never been able to determine a linguistic origin. Those tainted with the blood of demons or devils were tieflings or faerie, both elvish words. Those with elemental lords as ancestors were genasi, a word from ancient Kalashite that literally meant scion of the jinn. Few know this about me, Magadan continued. With only a few precautions, I can pass for a normal man, though with unusual eyes, a normal human. Cale didn't try to respond. You wonder why I'm telling you this, don't you? Magadan asked. Cale's eyes narrowed, and he asked, Are you reading my mind, woodsman? Just your face, Magadan replied with a chuckle. And before I answer that question, you should hear everything. Well enough? There's a purpose to it. Well enough, Cale answered, intrigued. There are different types of plane-touched, Magadan said. Cale nodded. I know. Which are you? I am, well, here. Magadan rose and came around the fire to Cale's side. He sat on his haunches, removed his wide-brimmed hat, and pulled his long black hair back from his forehead. There, asked the guide. Do you see? Cale leaned in close. Just within Magadan's hairline, two protuberances of bone budded. Horns. You're a tiefling, Cale said softly. Magadan nodded, let his hair fall back, and donned his hat. He sat on a log nearer to Cale. I am, but... When the guide looked into Cale's eyes, Cale saw pain in his face, writ clear. It's worse than even that, Magadan continued. The guide pushed back the left sleeve of his shirt, nearly to his shoulder. Cale saw that a tattoo adorned his bicep. No, not a tattoo. A birthmark, unlike any Cale had seen before. It was in the form of a red hand with black nails, swathed in flames or mist. Pale, jagged scars crisscrossed the mark, old scars. Magadan was staring at him, reading his expression. He seemed relieved that Cale was not appalled. You do not recognize this symbol? The guide asked. No, Cale replied, though the mark did somehow make him uneasy, a feeling reminiscent of the way Riven's use of the black speech made him feel. But it's disquieting, Magadan said, and lowered his sleeve. It would be worse if you knew whose symbol it was. He stared into the fire and spoke in a quiet voice. I will not speak here the name of that creature, but I will tell you that he is a diabolical dark being of great power, Evil incarnate. Not a god, but nearly so. Cale felt the hair on his neck rise. The shadows around them seemed to grow deeper. The night sounds of the forest's animals went quiet, even the howlers. A cool wind sent the flames of the campfire flickering. The breeze seemed to whisper a name, a sinister, sibilant name, but it danced away before Cale could recognize it. Magadan threw some more dried limbs onto the blaze, and the flames picked up. "You're descended from this being?" Cale asked. Magadan gave a short, hard laugh and answered, "It is not a lineage of which I am proud." "That is not what I meant." "I know," Magadan said, nodding. "Forgive me. Speaking of him is difficult for me." The guide shook his head, as though to dispel thoughts best left undisturbed. "For his amusement, this creature took human form and raped my mother. I was the result, the descendant of a devil. I suspect he has many. By all the accounts that I've heard, his lust is matched only by his evil." Magadan looked into Cale's face, which Cale kept free of judgment. Cale would judge no one, not then. "Immediately after my birth," Magadan continued, "when my mother saw what she had brought forth, she exposed me, abandoned me to die in the forest. Afterward, she drowned herself in the shining river." Cale heard the bitterness in the guide's voice, bitterness softened only by regret at the mention of his mother's death. "Is your mother alive, Erevis?" Magadan asked softly. "Your father?" Cale shook his head. He had never known his mother. The man who had come closest to being his father had died a year past, and the god who had come to serve as a father of sorts seemed to have adopted a second son. "Forgive me for asking," Magadan said, seemingly sensing Cale's pain. "It's all right," Cale said, waving away the sting. "Continue." Magadan cleared his throat and said, "I was abandoned. Before the cold could take me, a lame woodsman heard my wails and took me in. It was he who explained my origin to me, when I was old enough to understand it. It was he who taught me wood lore." Cale struggled to imagine the burden Magadan carried, rejected by his mother, sired by a fiend. Cale's own past seemed ordinary by comparison. "He always told me the truth," Magadan said absently. "I loved him for that." "The woodsman?" Magadan nodded. "What was his name?" Magadan smiled warmly. "Father," he said, and Cale could see the guide's welling eyes reflecting the firelight. Cale understood. He left Magadan alone with his memories for a time. When the guide seemed ready again to speak, Cale asked, "Did your father also teach you how to use your mental powers?" Magadan shook his head and stared into the fire. "No," he said. "Psionics cannot be taught, Erevis. They are inborn, and I've developed them as I've aged. My mental powers I attribute to the bloodline of the rapist whose seed conceived me as much as I do these horns. And like my horns, they've become more pronounced as I've aged. I'm changing too, you see." Cale nodded. It seemed they were all changing. Magadan looked into Cale's eyes and said, "Two fathers, Erevis. One a rapist archdevil, one a cripple with a noble spirit. Life is sometimes strange, is it not?" Cale nodded and looked away into the distance. He could think of nothing to say, though he understood well what it was to serve two fathers. The silence stretched on. At last Cale said, "You were going to tell me why you were confiding in me. You had a purpose?" "So I was, and so I do," Magadan said, and adjusted his posture on the log. "Here it is. For years I struggled with what I was. Devil spawn, Erevis. How could I move past that?" Cale looked at him from under his brows, genuinely curious, and asked, How did you? That's the question, Magadan whispered. He shook his head and smiled softly, as if amused by a private jest. I pitied myself. You saw the scars on my birthmark. When I learned what it was, I tried to cut that mark from my flesh 12 times, but it always returned. He extended his arm and held his hand fully in the flames. Cale gave a start, but Magadan's skin didn't char, and the guide did not wince. He looked into Cale's face and said, "Another gift from the rapist." He pulled his hand from the flames and looked at the unmarred skin. Everywhere I turned, I was faced with my heritage. With each passing year, my flesh changed to show more and more of my devil sire. I fear how I may appear in my dotage. He smiled, but Cale saw it was forced. So, I couldn't move past it, Erevis, the guide said. Not really. He flexed his unburned fingers. It's part of me. It's part of what I am. When I accepted that, things became bearable. But, and here he made a cutting gesture with his hand, accepting the fact of my blood does not mean that I let it dictate the course of my life. The blood of an archdevil determines what I am in body. It does not determine the nature of my soul. And it's a soul that makes a man, Erevis. Do you see? Your transformation changed your skin, your eyes, but not your soul. You remain who you always were. Cale heard Magadan's words, heard the echoes of his own protestations in them, but smiled in response only out of politeness. It was what Cale always had been, before the transformation as much as after, that gave him concern. Accepting his nature would not free him from what he feared. It would free what he feared, the part of himself that he kept closely tethered. Unlike Magadan, Cale had no good side to turn to. He thought of Tazzy, her smile, the smell of her skin. Well? Magadan pressed. I'll think about what you've said, Cale replied, to placate the guide. Magadan nodded and said, Fair enough. They said nothing for a time. When the silence at last grew uncomfortable, Cale filled it by changing the subject. How did you come to know him? He asked, and indicated Riven. You seem hardly the type of man who would befriend a Zentarum assassin. Magadan's reply came quickly. How did you? Cale took the point. Strange times made for strange alliances. Does he know? Cale asked. About your heritage? Magadan shrugged and said, I've never told him, but he may have learned of it. He has a way of doing that. Why do you ask? In truth, Cale did not know. Curiosity, he said, and left it at that. The fire crackled, its smoke lost in the gloom of the forest. It's affecting him, too, Magadan said at last. Riven, I mean. What? This place, what he's becoming. Cale looked at Magadan sharply and asked, What is he becoming? I don't know, Magadan answered. Neither does he. That's what makes him afraid. Cale's doubt must have shown in his expression. To Cale, Riven seemed as calm and in control as ever. Magadan must have read his eyes, or his mind. The guide said, I know him better than you, Erevis. He has been your enemy, hasn't he? Cale nodded. You see him through those eyes, Magadan said. But I've been in his head, and I see him through his own. Magadan paused before adding, You two are very much alike. Once, those words would have provoked a sharp denial, but not anymore. Perhaps Cale and Riven were more alike than ever, brothers in the faith, if not the flesh. He looked at his regenerated hand and wondered again what he was becoming, or what he had already become. A shade, yes, but what else? Get some rest, Magadan, Cale said. I'll keep watch for a while. Magadan rose and said, "Well enough." He hesitated, then extended his hand. "Call me Mags." Cale took the tiefling's hand and looked into his white eyes. "Mags it is." The woodsman had laid down to sleep, pulling his hat down over his eyes. Cale looked down at the tome from the Fane of Shadows, picked it up, and after a moment's hesitation, he flipped it open. For a moment, he could not breathe. A swatch of black cloth lay within its pages, formerly pressed between the cover and the first page. He stared at it a long while before brushing the silken mask with his fingertips. A strange prologue, he thought, and placed what he knew to be his new holy symbol into his vest pocket. Cale refused to admit to himself the comfort its presence brought him, the charge it sent through him. He began to read, devouring the words as he once had done as a linguistics student back in Westgate. Written by several hands, alternatively in Thoras, Elvish, Infernal, and at least 2 tongues Cale did not recognize, the tome appeared to be a history of Shar, the Fane of Shadows as it manifested in several worlds, and the Weave Tap. As he read, he began to understand why Azreem, or Azreem's master, the Sojourner, had sought the artifact. And with that understanding came fear. Chapter 4. Nursing the Night. Vostim uttered the words to a spell, waved his hand, and opened a dimensional portal through the smooth stone wall and into the nursery. The moment the aperture materialized, moans of pain hissed through the magical door, the steam of agony escaping a heated beaker. Vostim tuned out the sounds, though he felt like moaning himself. His affliction grew worse daily, despite his spells and medicaments. His bones throbbed with pain. He imagined he could feel them putrefying within him, one at a time. Pushing out of his mind an image of himself as a shapeless blob of flesh, Vostim floated into the chamber. The nursery opened wide around him, a circular cyst in the earth of his pocket plane. 44 paces in diameter, the polished walls of the perfectly spherical room gleamed in the dim green light of a single glow ball. Lines of diamonds and amethysts glittered in alternating spiraling whirls inset into the walls, 3,959 of each stone. The amethysts, attuned to the shadow weave, fairly hummed with channeled power. The diamonds, attuned to the weave, sang at a slightly higher pitch. The sum of the stones, when combined with the one of the weave tap, equaled 7,919, the 1,000th prime number. A number of power, Vostim knew. The gems, arcane spirals, and the weave tap combined to make the nursery a nexus of the weave and the shadow weave, a place where the frayed edges of both lay exposed and sizzling. Fertile ground for arcana, so to speak, rich soil in which the tap could grow. And it had grown. Suspended in midair by magic, in the exact center of the nursery, hung the living artifact. It had blossomed to 3 times the size it had been when his Slotty first brought it from the Fane of Shadows. With its long, thin limbs, snaking roots, and narrow trunk, to Vostim, it somehow looked feminine. He thought it sublimely beautiful, and marveled that mere human priests, even those inspired by their goddess, could have crafted such an item. Its glossy black bark pulsed with energy as it fed. Rings of soft silver light periodically ran the length of its trunk, the pulse not unlike the greedy gulp of a magic-addicted drunkard. Even that mild silver illumination stung Vostim's skin and caused him to blink back tears with each palpitation. The limbs of the weave tap's mostly leafless canopy, extended upward to grow into and out of the still living, twitching bodies of the semi-conscious, opalescent-skinned astral divas that Vostim had suspended there. After bursting from the Celestial's writhing forms, the tap's limbs continued upward before melding with the warp of the weave. Then it disappeared into nothingness toward the rounded, diamond-dotted ceiling. Similarly, the tap's thick roots extended downward to penetrate the squirming bodies of the semi-conscious gale demons. Bursting from their malformed backs, the roots invisibly enmeshed themselves in the weft of the shadow weave near the rounded floor, itself speckled with amethysts. Vostim ignored the pained moans of the creatures upon which the tap fed. They were little more than sentient, pain-ridden husks. Living fertilizer, their nearly exhausted life force had helped speed the tap's growth. Already the artifact had produced one ripe seed. Soon a second would be ready, and 2 was all Vostim would need to realize his ambition. He floated across the nursery to hover before the tap. The blank ivory eyes of the divas and the thick pus-filled black orbs of the gale stared at him unseeing, blind to all but their pain. "Silence now," he said. Vostim cast a spell on the demons and divas that rendered them silent. Their mouths still moved in agony, but their verbalization no longer troubled his ears. He reached out and caressed the bowl of the tap with his frail hand. The warm bark felt more like supple leather than wood. He put his ear to the bark and sighed. A flash of the tap's silver pulse set his eyes to watering and his skin to burning, but he endured. He looked with anticipation on the burgeoning seed, hanging alone from an otherwise bare, low-hanging limb. The seed was ovate, but the size of a fist, with throbbing black veins that crisscrossed its silver rind. In a sense, the seed was a metaphor, as was the weave tap itself. The priests of Shar had distilled an allegory of opposites down to a physical manifestation, a unique tree. Shar and Selûne, new moon and full moon, Shar and Mistra, shadow weave and weave. Perhaps the perfect enmeshing of those opposites was the secret of the tap's beauty and power. Of course, in the end, the tap remained a creation inspired by Shar, and hence a tool designed to spite Mistra and Selûne. On a whim, Vostim had tried to contact the tap psionically, but had received no response. He had sensed a lurking self-awareness, but the artifact's consciousness was so focused on its purpose, growing, tapping, that it could perceive nothing else. He eyed the thin limbs of the weave tap and imagined them as they were meant to be, blossoming with leaves of power. When one of the tree's seeds was planted in a location of powerful magic, it would instantly root in the fabric of the magic there, and pass the power thus gained along the net of the weave and back to the weave tap, where Vostim would be waiting to harness it. He had chosen with care the locations at which he would seed the weave. He had dismissed mythals outright. While the mantles of elven high magic were areas of highly concentrated power, they were also too conspicuous. Tapping a mythal would have immediately drawn the attention of Toral's most powerful high mages, and Mistra's chosen as well, and it was too soon for that. Instead, he had opted to tap a form of mantle magic different from mythals, but nearly as powerful. Already his brood had taken the first tap seed and journeyed to the location of the first such mantle, a one-time Netherese enclave. Eager to check on their progress, he concentrated briefly and sent his mind through the plains, across Faerûn and under it, until he touched Azreem's consciousness. During the first instant of contact, he sensed what Azreem sensed, but only dully, as though through a haze of mind wine. He could smell the sour organic reek of too many humans and other creatures crammed into too small a space. He heard the rising and falling murmur of a crowded street and saw a web of catwalks, ladders, and ramshackle buildings sprouting like mushrooms from the walls of a mammoth cavern deep under the earth. If not for the mantle of magic that protected the city and spawned its guardians, the cavern would long ago have collapsed of its own weight. "Welcome to Skullport, Sojourner," projected Azreem when Vostim allowed his son to sense the psionic contact. "The arsehole of Faerun." Vostim went directly to the point and asked, "Have you located the provenience of the mantle?" "We continue to observe the activities of the skulls," Azreem answered. "We believe the answer, if there is one, can be learned there." "You are certain that another chamber survived the destruction?" "I am," Vostim said. "And it will be near the main chamber. The mantle could not exist without a focus. It is there." Few knew that the mantle magic protecting Skullport was Netherese in origin. Still fewer had deduced, as had Vostim, that a cavern entirely separate from the city itself must contain the magical focus of the mantle, the source from which the mantle emanated. It was in that focus that the seed of the weave tap was to be planted. Vostim suspected that the skulls, Skullport's magical guardians, after whom the city had been named, had magically shrouded the chamber in which stood the mantle's focus. Accordingly, he had provided his brood with wands that would give them the ability to deal with any wards cast by the skulls to disguise the mantle's origin. They had only to find its general locale. Vostim would have searched for it himself. After all, Skullport was underground, but his body was deteriorating despite his spells. Besides, the skulls would have immediately sensed his presence. Though he knew that he could destroy Skullport's guardians with relative ease, he was not yet ready for direct confrontation. The mantle could be damaged in the process, or worse, the chosen drawn to the site of the conflict. No, implanting Skullport's mantle with the seed of the weave tap required planning, stealth, and misdirection, Azreem's strengths. Vostim would leave the implementation of that part of the plan to his eldest son. Azreem's reward for success would be transformation to gray. "Use the teleportation rods with caution," he projected to Azreem. "Be especially cautious before teleporting within Skullport. Teleporting from one location in the Underdark to another location in the Underdark can sometimes have unpredictable results." Azreem's mental voice, fat with insolence, replied, "Your concern touches us all." Vostim resisted the urge to cause pain to his impudent son. "Continue your efforts," he instructed Azreem. Then he broke off contact. The rush of anger caused by Azreem's impertinence sent shooting pains along his thin body. He clutched his staff and mouthed the words to a spell that dulled his body's ability to feel pain. With effort, he calmed himself. He already had waited centuries. He could wait another 10-day, another month. His brood would find what he had sent them to find, and he would have the crown of flame before the end. Chapter 5. Starmantle's Shadow. After everyone had awakened, Cale related what he'd learned of the weave tap from reading the tome. He didn't mention the silken mask he'd found within its pages, nor did he mention the fact that he'd slept perhaps 2 hours, but no longer felt tired. "So it's an artifact?" Jack asked, drawing thoughtfully on the pipe he always smoked upon waking. Cale could only relate what he'd read, and didn't purport to understand at all. "It is, but it's also a living thing," Cale said. "You saw it, little man. Shar's priesthood made it, or found it and nurtured it, after the fall of Netheril as a way to spite Saloon and the newly birthed Mystra. Its roots extend into the shadow weave, while its limbs reached into the weave proper. The warp and weft of magic," Jack said from around his pipe stem. Magadan sat cross-legged in the gloom with his fingers steepled under his chin. His wide-brimmed hat cast his face in darkness. "What does it do?" asked the guide. Riven coughed and spat, as much the assassin's morning ritual as Jack's smoking, and asked, "Why do we care?" Jack blew smoke Riven's way and shook his head in disgust. Cale chose to ignore Riven and looked at Magadan when he said, "It siphons the magic of the weave, magnifies it, and makes that power usable by the mage who possesses the tap." "How?" Jack asked. Cale shrugged and answered, "The tome did not specify the method." "Those Slotty were no mages," Riven observed. "No," Cale agreed, "but I'll wager their master, this sojourner, is." To that, Riven said nothing, merely studied his hands. "If so, the sojourner could be scrying us now," Magadan said, looking up at the starless sky. Jack shook his head. "I don't think so," the halfling said, and frowned at his pipe, which had apparently gone out. "Divinations do not seem to work in this place. At least mine don't. I'll wager he cannot scry us here. Besides, he may have no interest in us any more. He might think we're dead at the bottom of the Moonmere. Why scry for the dead?" The guide acknowledged Jack's point with a tilt of his head, then asked, "What do we think this sojourner wants to do with the power of the weave tap?" Cale shrugged, chewed some trail tack, then said, "No way to know." "Additional variables," Jack added, quoting Saphris, the chosen of Ogma, and ostensible madman who had prophesied their fate, albeit in mathematical riddles. The halfling tapped the ashes from his pipe and stuffed it back into his belt pouch. "Whatever it is, we can be sure it's not good." He glared at Riven. "And that's why we care, Zent." Riven scoffed, stretched, and said, "Speak for yourself, Fleet." He paused for a minute, then nodded at the belt pouch into which Jack's pipe had vanished. "You have an extra one of those?" Jack, eyebrows arched, asked, "What, a pipe?" Riven nodded. Jack nodded back, shared a perplexed look with Cale, then took his spare pipe, a plain wooden bowled affair, from a belt pouch. He tossed it to Riven along with an extra pipeweed tin and a tinder twig. "Keep it, and that's good pipeweed from Mistledale," the halfling said. "Don't waste it." Obviously familiar with the paraphernalia, Riven tamped it, lit, and began to smoke without saying a word. Cale's astonishment must have shown on his face. "You've never seen a man smoke?" Riven asked him. "I've never seen you smoke," Cale answered. Riven blew out a series of perfect smoke rings, gave a hard grin, and said, "And I've never seen a man with yellow eyes who can move from shadow to shadow. I guess this place is changing us all, Cale." To that, Cale could only agree. "We've got to get back," Jack said. "Find those Slotty and stop the sojourner. No one else even knows what's happening." "And no one else needs to know," Riven said from around the pipe. "Understood?" Jack looked at the assassin as if he had turned green and asked, "What in the hells are you talking about? Did the pipeweed go to your head that fast? We need help with this." Riven drew on Jack's pipe, discharged the smoke from his nose, and looked to Cale, who sighed and nodded. "This is our fight, Jack," Cale said. "It's personal. It's been personal right from the start. We end it, no one else." Jack's mouth hung open. "Our fight?" the halfling said at last. "Dark and empty. This is big, Cale, bigger than us. That tap is an artifact. We're talking about the weave itself. This isn't some guild grudge we're settling. We need help. I know some people who—" Cale stared at his friend, and Jack grew quiet. Cale knew it was big, but he also knew it was his. "We can do it, Jack." Riven uttered something between a cough and a laugh. The halfling turned from Cale, looked to Magadan, and asked, "You too?" Magadan shrugged and made a show of reorganizing his giant pack while he said, "One of those Slotty killed Nestor, took his place, then nearly killed you. It's personal for me as well." "You three aren't thinking right," Jack said, then mumbled, Trickster's toes? Trickster's hairy toes! At Jack's expression of dismay, Cale struggled to keep a straight face. "We'll stop them, little man," Cale said. "We'll be enough." "You better be right," Jack said, and obviously meant it. Cale's mirth vanished. He had better be right indeed. Magadan stood, squirmed into his pack, and adjusted the straps. "We can't stop anyone sitting here," said the guide. "Gear up. Let's move." Cale stood and began to gather his gear. The halfling touched the spot on his back where one of the slotty, Dolgan, had run him through. He shouldered his own pack with a grunt and said, "We do owe those damn slotty some blood, don't we?" "That we do," Cale answered with a smile. He could see that the halfling was coming to terms with the decision. "Now and again you say something that makes sense, Fleet," Riven said. He put out his borrowed pipe, pocketed it, and pulled on his pack. "You keep your words behind your teeth, Zent," Jack replied. "And remember, that's my pipe." It took another 2 days, but at last the forest began to thin. By the time they broke for a midday repast on the second day, they were in the midst of endless plains that rose and fell like ocean swells. The tall grass, with thick, abrasive blades that looked like serrated daggers, reached to Jack's thighs. Only occasional copses of trees broke the flat monotony. Each tree was so gnarled it looked like it had twisted itself into knots trying to escape the soil. In truth, Jack had felt more comfortable in the brooding forest than he did in the plains. He felt exposed under the onyx sky. He could see little farther than a short stone's throw. There was nowhere to hide. He held his holy symbol in a sweaty fist and his blue light wand in the other. It seemed he had been sweating since the moment he arrived in that dark plain. He felt small, in a way that had nothing to do with his stature. When he considered the transformations of Riven and Cale, thought of the artifact, and saw in all of it the machinations of gods, he felt as though he were witnessing a myth in the making. It frightened him. The stakes, albeit unknown, also frightened him. In the past, his adventures had been just that, adventures, and generally of interest only to him. But events had grown larger than the stuff of tavern tales. At that moment, Jack was pleased that he was nothing more than an obscure priest of a minor god. He looked over at Cale, saw the dusky skin, the yellow eyes, the shadows that clung to him, and thought, heroes have too much weight to carry. "The correspondent seems to be holding," Magadan observed from his position out in front of them. The even tone of the woodman's voice helped to relax Jack. Magadan seemed steady somehow, like an old oak tree, like he always knew where he was and where he was going. He was a 17 too, Jack thought, recalling old Cephras. Magadan went on. "If it continues, we should reach the shadow equivalent of Starmantle in 2 or 3 days. Assuming it's not moving away from us, Jack thought, but nodded anyway. The shifting terrain of the Shadow Deep made him feel like the land under him was a skiff floating on an endless, invisible sea. The thought made him queasy, and he pushed it from his mind. As the trek continued, Jack tried several times to engage Cale in conversation, but each time Cale deflected the attempt with an inhospitable grunt. The halfling knew what that meant. Cale was thinking, planning. Riven, for his part, seemed content to walk in silence, alone with the newfound power in his hands, which he continually examined as they traveled. Jack wondered uneasily what else Riven's hands could do, what else they had already done. Late in the day it grew windy, then began to rain. Thick dollops of black water whipped into sheets by a gusting wind thumped against Jack's face as hard as sling bullets. Vermilion lightning ripped the sky into pieces, deafening thunder pounded the earth. The storm was gorgeous and terrifying all at once, like the demon lord Cale and Jack had once fought. Magadan called a halt, and they camped under the eaves of a copse of something like elms. Jack made sure to create a beef stew with his spell that evening to keep Riven's mouth shut. Though Magadan's weathered and oiled tents managed to keep the rain off of him, he struggled through only an hour or two of intermittent sleep. The storm continued through the next day, but still they made good progress. Magadan refused to stop for the weather, and Jack was glad. He wanted out of that plane, and if the theoretical city held the way out, he wanted to get there as soon as possible. Sometime near the middle of that day, they reached their destination. They stood atop a low rise, ineffectually shielding themselves against the wind and rain with their hats or the hoods of their sodden cloaks. A gently sloping, shallow valley extended before them. At its bottom, visible to Jack only in the lightning flashes, a ruined city erupted from the plain like a plague boil. The overgrown ruins covered as much acreage as did Selgond, perhaps more. Only the low, squat buildings in the city's densely packed center had remained intact. Jack saw no people in the streets, no movement at all. It was eerie. They stood looking at the ruins for a long while, as though assuring themselves that they were not looking upon an apparition. A pinpoint of golden light flashed from somewhere in the city center, from amidst the low buildings, as though someone had briefly uncovered a bullseye lantern. Jack's breath caught, and he strained to see. He thought he might have imagined the light, but it repeated again quickly. To him, that light, the color, bespoke one thing: a way home. "Did you see that?" he shouted to Cale and Magadan over the wind. Both nodded. Magadan said, "That's the only natural-looking light we've seen since we arrived." "A way back?" Jack asked. He couldn't keep hope from coloring his voice. Magadan shrugged and said, "Possibly." They squinted into the wind. The flash came again. "A beacon, maybe?" Riven asked. Cale drew weave shear and said, "Or maybe a lure. Either way, there's only one way to find out. Ready?" Jack nodded and drew his short sword and dagger. Riven, too, drew his sabers, and Magadan his bow. "Stay sharp," Cale said, starting down the rain-slicked grass of the valley. Thunder boomed, and another lightning flash illuminated the city. Jack caught a clear glimpse of toppled buildings, crumbling megaliths, and broken statues worn by the weather and pitted into anonymity. It looked as though the city had been destroyed in some unrecorded cataclysm. Sculptures perched atop the roofs of the small single-story buildings in the city center, the only intact statuary in the ruins. "The buildings in the center of town look odd," Jack observed. "Too small for a home. What do you make of them?" Cale's voice was grim when he said, "Those are tombs." Jack's skin went gooseflesh. There were a lot of them. Magadan led them into the ruined city, marking the path ahead with his bow. Cale walked beside the guide, coiled, weave shear in hand. Jack and Riven followed after, widely spaced, blades at the ready, eyes alert. Butterflies fluttered in Jack's gut. He couldn't keep his hands from shaking, causing the shadows cast by he and his companions in the blue light of his wand to dance on the ruins. Crumbling, weed-overgrown buildings rose out of the darkness. Even in ruin, the structures managed to imply a sense of architectural majesty. Soaring arches, thick marble columns, and elaborately carved stonework were the rule. The city must have been beautiful to behold once. Shards of bone stuck from the earth, most human-sized, but some gigantic. Cale simply stared at them and said nothing. A broad flagstone-paved avenue stretched before them, extending into darkness toward the crypts in the center of town. Weeds, tall grass, drab wildflowers, and even the occasional tree sprouted from between the cracked stones of the road. The ruins were old. All but the cemetery, at least. Jack felt uneasy, the way he did when unfriendly eyes were upon him, but he could not pinpoint a reason. He held an ominous sense of something lurking nearby, something malevolent. Despite the continuing rain, the air felt clingy and thick, as though they were walking through a mass of invisible cobwebs. Jack could not help but hold his dagger before his face and try to part the air with it. In silence, they trekked through the dead streets of a dead city. Riven and Magadan took the flanks, spreading out 10 paces to the left and right, clearing buildings as they moved. Jack and Cale spaced themselves a few paces apart and walked down the broad road. Having descended into the valley, the ruins blocked their view of the necropolis, so they could no longer see the occasionally flashing gold light. It didn't matter. They knew where to go. The road led directly to it. Within a quarter hour, the rain lessened to something more moderate than a downpour, but lightning still flashed through the sky. Jack kept alert to Riven's side of the street, Jack's responsibility, but now and again stole a look at Cale. His friend's faraway gaze followed Magadan, but sometimes moved dully from here to there. Jack would never get used to those yellow eyes. The halfling moved near Cale and asked in a sharp whisper, "What is it?" Cale, who looked startled, said, "I don't know, Jack. I feel like I know this place somehow. Like my mind is a palimpsest, and the faded writing is now becoming visible." Jack did not even know what a palimpsest was, but his skin went gooseflesh again. "How would you know this place?" he asked. "The Book of the Fane?" Jack watched as Riven entered the crumbled entrance of what once might have been a shop. He exited a moment later, signaling that it was clear. Cale shook his head again and replied, "I'm not certain." Riven froze and gave a sharp whistle that cut through the drumbeat of the rain. With rapidity and skill, the assassin climbed atop the building he had just exited. There he crouched low on the flat roof and looked a block over to a cluster of tall buildings, the domed tops of which Jack could just make out. Cale and Jack signaled to Magadan. The guide left off his search of a building and hurried to Cale's and Jack's side. "What is it?" he asked. "Look," Jack said, and pointed in Riven's direction. Beyond Riven's rooftop perch, a faint icy blue glow rose just above the rooftops. Jack put its source perhaps a street or two away. Not the golden light they had seen in the center of town, but something else. Riven kept his gaze on the source of the light and waved them over. Jack, Cale, and Magadan ran to the base of the building. It was littered with decayed tables and broken ceramics, and they began to climb. Cale reached the top first and pulled Jack up the last bit. Magadan followed, struggling more with the climb, but managing. All three reached the rooftop and crouched beside Riven. From there, they could see the cause of the glow. "Burn me," Jack whispered. Magadan knocked an arrow and drew it to his ear. 200 paces away, hundreds of spirits, all women and young girls, streamed out of one of the tall, ruined buildings, formerly a temple, to judge from the partially collapsed metallic dome that capped its center. In loose columns, the spirits advanced in their direction. They appeared to be walking, but their feet remained a finger breadth above the ground, and their robes of silvery samite rustled to a much gentler wind than the gusts that pulled at Jack's sodden cloak. Each bore a ghostly candle and shielded it with her hands as though to protect it from the rain that was, in reality, passing through both the candle and bearer. The candle flames were the source of the blue glow. Though they made no sound, their mouths moved in unison, and Jack felt as though the ghosts were chanting or singing. From beside Jack, Cale spoke in a distant voice. "The summoners of the sun, the last hope of Elgrin Faw." Jack heard Cale's words, but their import barely registered. He could not take his eyes from the processional of ghosts. Their silent, somber beauty hypnotized him. Though the spirits were walking the road below them, Jack felt no fear. He did not bother to reach for his holy symbol. Instead, he felt a deep sadness that went before the spirits like a wave. They wore the resigned expressions of the condemned. but held fast to their candles as though those flames were the only possibility of salvation. Magadan's bowstring creaked and he prepared to let fly. Cale put a hand on the guide's shoulder and whispered, "They can cause no harm, Magadan. Let them pass." The woodsman hesitated for a moment before relaxing his bow. The tide of ghosts continued toward the party, then turned right, exactly below them, and headed up the street. They seemed oblivious to the companions. The women were all tall and slender, with light hair and fair skin. Their eyes were wide and slightly upturned at the corners, their earlobes unusually large and bedecked with several earrings. Jack thought them beautiful, surreal, and alien. He watched them as they passed by. "Where are they going?" he asked, of no one in particular. "East," Cale said, "to stand in the plains and pray for the sun to rise again. They think they're still in their own world, but they are not. The sun never rises here." Cale's yellow eyes fixed on the women as they moved away. "They are the lingering memories of Elgrin Faw, Jack, once called the City of Silver." The halfling stared at Cale with his mouth hanging open. Magadan, too, looked at Cale with surprise in his wide eyes. Beside Cale, Riven nodded knowingly and said, "When Kessin Rel stole the sky, the inhabitants of Elgrin Faw began to perish. The darkness of this plain consumed thousands before it was sated. The survivors were long ago scattered to the plains." The assassin's gaze swept the length and breadth of the ruins. Jack tried to imagine the city living, filled with people and light, but he could not. The plane of shadow had left it a dark husk. He thought of the tragedy represented there, and a chill ran up his spine. He shared a look with Magadan, whose knuckle-bone eyes had grown thoughtful. Jack looked from Cale to Riven, Riven to Cale. "How do you two know any of that?" he softly asked, and was not sure he wanted to know the answer. "I saw it," Cale said. Then he frowned and cocked his head. "Or perhaps I read it." Riven looked at Cale curiously before answering, "I dreamed it." Jack nodded as though he understood, but he did not. He simply could think of nothing to say. Things were too large for comment. When he looked at Cale, he still saw his friend, but he saw something else, too, something grander, something darker. A hero? For some reason, he thought of Cephras. The first of 5, he thought, and wondered what that actually meant. In respectful silence, they all watched the ghosts continue their hopeless trek east through the rain to pray for a sun they would never see again. Cale gazed upon them wistfully. When the spirits had vanished from sight, Magadan asked in a quiet voice, "Erevis, do you know if the flashing light we saw earlier is a way home?" Cale, who had been lost in thought, came back to himself. He shook his head and said softly, "I don't know, Mags. I wish I did. But things are coming back to me." "Back to you?" Jack asked. "What does that mean?" Cale shrugged and said, "That's the only way I can explain it, little man." Jack resolved in that instant to get Cale away from the plane of shadow at all hazards. The darkness there was sinking into Cale, soaking him. Jack didn't want to think about what would happen to his friend if he became saturated with it. He didn't want to think about what would happen to any of them. For the first time, Jack admitted, to himself at least, that he didn't want Cale to be this first of 5. He didn't even want Cale to be a priest anymore. He wanted Cale to be Cale, his friend, and nothing more. Jack put a hand on Cale's forearm. The shadows that clung to Cale's person coiled defensively around the halfling's finger. "Let's keep moving," Jack said. "We need to find the source of that flashing light. It is a way out," he said, hoping that by saying it with certainty, he would make it so. As if in response to Jack's words, from their position atop the roof, they again caught the tantalizing flash of golden light from somewhere near the center of the crypts. They could not see its source, but the color reminded Jack of sunlight. Lightning flashed, casting the city in vermilion. "Jack's right," Magadan said, and jumped down from the edifice. The rest followed, and together they headed through the rain and ruin for the center of town. As they walked, Jack tried to take Cale's mind off the ghosts and remind him of something ordinary, of their life before his transformation to shade. "It was raining just like this last spring when I had a run of Timora's own luck at the Scarlet Knave. Do you remember that? I must have won 10 hands of scales and blades in a row. I lived well over the next 10-day, my friend. I bought 5 new hats." Cale smiled, but his eyes were distant when he replied. "I remember, Jack." After a pause, he softly added, "I remember a lot of things." To that, Jack could say nothing, but he suddenly missed his hats a great deal. For a time, they walked in silence. At last, Cale looked down at him and said, "Little man, do you remember once when you were talking about the life and you said to me, 'This is only what we do, not what we are'?" "I remember," Jack replied. "That's the truth, Cale." Cale's mouth was a hard line when he said, "Not anymore." Before Jack could protest, Riven interrupted them with a saber blade at each of their chests. "You see," the assassin said, "you 2 hens are too busy clucking to—" With speed and strength that made Jack go wide-eyed, Cale batted Riven's left-hand saber aside, grabbed the assassin by the cloak, and yanked him in close. The assassin let his blades fall slack and merely stared. Jack detected the beginnings of a smirk at the corners of Riven's mouth, though the assassin's breathing came fast. Cale answered Riven's stare with one of his own. His yellow eyes flashed, shadows spiraled around his head. To his credit, Riven kept his voice level. "If I was an enemy, Cale, you'd already be dead. It only pays to be fast if you see what's coming. Don't get sloppy. We both know that all of the dead in this city won't be as harmless as those ghosts. Stay sharp, just as you said. You too, Fleet. Now," and his eye narrowed, "put me down." Cale's expression did not change, but he shoved the assassin away. Riven kept his feet, chuckled, straightened his cloak, and turned away. "Horse son," Jack said to Riven's back. "No, he's right," Cale said. "I'm losing focus. I feel like I'm in deep water, Jack." The halfling felt the same way. He took a protective step closer to his friend as they continued on toward the crypts. Chapter 6. The Dead of Night. The air grew darker as they neared the cemetery. It felt almost too thick to breathe, almost viscous. The buildings grew more and more blasted as they closed on the necropolis's perimeter wall. It looked to Jack as though the eye of an unimaginable storm had sat over the cemetery, leaving it in calm even while destroying the rest of the city. Jack's blue light wand illuminated little more than 5 paces. With each step, the sensation of being watched grew stronger in the halfling. The rain had grown colder. Jack realized that the hairs on the back of his neck were standing on end. He took out his holy symbol and held it in the same hand as the blue light wand. "Strange to have a cemetery in the middle of town," Magadan observed. "Originally it was a commons," Cale replied over the rain. "In the final years the inhabitants converted it to this. They wanted a cemetery within the walls to keep their dead close. They thought that would keep them from rising. After the darkness had consumed them all, Kessin Rel returned and opened a gate in the midst of the graves. He wanted to taunt the dead with a means of escape that they could never avail themselves of." Jack didn't bother to ask how Cale knew what he knew. "A gate?" he asked. For a moment Cale looked as though he had surprised himself. He nodded and said, Yes, the gate is alight, but I can't remember to where it leads. Jack accepted that and kept moving. Before them stood the low, crumbling stone wall of the cemetery. Jack felt as though that weather-worn wall demarcated more than merely the borders of the graveyard. Beyond the wall was a large expanse overgrown with weeds, trees, and tall grass, and dotted with densely packed crypts and statuary. They walked between two obelisks. The metal gate that once joined them lay twisted and broken nearby, and entered. It seemed to Jack that things went quieter the moment he passed through the gate. To Jack's eye, all of the crypts appeared roughly similar. Small, rectangular mausoleums of cut stone with pitched tops, though they varied in size and detail work. Most would have housed several dead, families perhaps. All had writing engraved into their faces and tops, a jagged script that was faded and alien to Jack. Most had at least one statue of a winged woman on them, no doubt Elgrin Faw's patron goddess of the afterlife. Typically, she perched at the apex of the roof over the sealed door of the crypt, though she sometimes flanked the doors. Sometimes she cradled a body in her arms, and sometimes she was empty-handed. Jack was amazed at the amount of resources the people of the city had committed to burial. As they moved deeper into the graveyard, a fog began to form around their feet, a soup of gray mist and dark shadows. The rain slowed to a drizzle, then finally stopped. Even the thunder went quiet. The atmosphere seemed pensive, ominous. Magadan called frequent halts as though he saw or heard something, but then restarted the march. Jack heard nothing unusual, though his head felt muzzy. The wet must have been getting to him, but he forced himself forward. The necropolis seemed to go on forever, and fatigue gradually took its toll. Jack's legs hung from his hips like tree trunks. His vision began to grow blurry. How long had they been walking? He'd been too long on that dark plain, and it was draining him. In his dazed state, the halfling imagined deformed faces forming and dispersing in the wispy shadows that clung to their ankles and hid their feet. He shook his head frequently to clear it. The waist-high shadow fog was everywhere, but hadn't it only been at his knees moments ago? Jack couldn't see more than 3 paces in any direction. He was so tired that he felt as though the fog was clutching at him, turning him, forcing him to go only one way. Magadan stopped, looked around at the crypts, and said in a whisper, "We're walking in circles." When his companion said nothing, the guide shook his head and said it again more loudly. "We are walking in circles." His voice sounded muted in the fog, deadened. For a moment, it was as though no one other than Magadan could speak. It took several heartbeats for the guide's meaning to register with Jack. When it did, Jack could not fathom how the guide could have determined what he claimed. The crypts all looked the same to Jack, the trees, the grass, but Magadan knew what he knew. At last Cale asked in a dull voice, "Are you certain?" "Yes," Magadan said, but then shook his head in confusion. "No." "It's the shadows," Jack managed to say, and his tongue felt thick and unwieldy. "The fog." Somehow the shadow fog had dulled their perception, had begun to siphon away their vitality. The realization itself helped to clear Jack's head. It was as if a spell had been broken. His companions, too, seemed to recover. Gradually, each began to blink away the torpor and looked around with a more alert expression. The world suddenly came back to life and motion. Jack realized that the rain was still falling. It had never stopped. Thunder rolled in the distance. Jack felt as though he was awakening from a dream or a 3-night ale binge. He was so cold that his teeth were chattering. "What in the hell's just happened?" Riven growled. Though the magical effect of the shadow fog appeared to have diminished, The fog itself still enshrouded them. Jack's blue light wand barely penetrated it. The tombs nearly faded into nothingness in its swirl of gray and ink. Tendrils of a deeper darkness ran through the mist and whirled around their legs and torsos like living things, pawing at their boots, steering them. Steering them. Jack took a step to his right and found that the shadows resisted him, then gently pulled him forward. His heart hammered. "Light, Magadan," he said over the rain. "Anything you have, now." Jack didn't wait for the guide to respond. He quickly mouthed the words to a temporary light spell and focused it on the end of his blue light wand. A globe of radiance took shape at the wand's tip. Magadan, too, acted quickly, almost simultaneously with the completion of Jack's spell, and a nimbus of white light flashed around the guide's head, and a ball of white fire formed in the air above him, adding its own luminescence to that of Jack's spell. The fog tendrils that had coiled around their bodies jerked backward from the sudden radiance like a hand that had grasped a hot kettle. A palpable tremor rippled through the haze, and for a few heartbeats the light knifed through the otherwise impenetrable darkness and fog. In that combined flash of light, Jack saw that the tendrils within the shadow fog were composed of a network of red and black veins, each as fine as a child's hair, each slowly pulsing. Just as that registered, a horrifying chorus of unearthly moans answered the light from behind them. The sound sent a chill down Jack's spine. He whirled around. "Dark and empty," he oathed. Under cover of the fog and the mind-numbing spell, a host of dark figures had assembled behind them. They had gathered in an arc perhaps 30 paces away, some on the ground, others hovering in the air. Each was a roughly man-shaped outline of darkness, black as pitch with coal-red eyes that flared from the inky holes of their heads. A wave of cold went before them like a deep winter gale. Behind the assembled mass of undead, Jack could see more and more of the creatures rising from the mausoleums. They passed through the walls and roofs of the tombs as easily as if it was open air. It reminded Jack of black smoke issuing from chimneys. There had to be hundreds. "Wraiths," Cale said, brandishing weave shear. Riven dropped into a fighting crouch beside him, sabers bare. Magadan knocked an arrow and drew. Jack knew that blades and arrows would be of little use against so many undead, so he did the only thing he could. Before Magadan could fire and before the wraiths could swarm forward, he leaped in front of his comrades, stared into the unholy eyes of the army of wraiths, and held forth his holy symbol. "Back to your pits, creatures," he commanded as he drew on the grace of the trickster. The power of Brandobarus suffused him, and a dim luminescence flared from his jeweled pendant. For an instant, Jack felt more than mortal. A symphony of hate-filled hisses answered his rebuke, but only a handful of the wraiths recoiled and fled back into their tombs. Among the rest, red eyes flared brighter and fixed their deadly gaze on Jack. Jack could feel their evil, their anger washing over him like a chill wind. He kept his holy symbol in hand and continued to channel the trickster's energy. Perhaps he could keep them from overwhelming him and his companions, at least for a time. The dark army continued to assemble like crows convening over a corpse. Red eyes burned hate into Jack. Dark bodies and darker souls strained against the divine resistance he offered through his holy symbol. "Jack?" Magadan asked. Straining against the wraiths, Jack could only offer a nod. "Keep moving," Magadan said, backing deeper into the crypts while still holding his aim at the cloud of wraiths. Riven and Cale followed the guide, with Jack bringing up the rear. The moment Jack moved, the dark creatures moved with him, pressed against the power he was channeling. The strain of resisting the will of so many undead was wearing on him. He felt as if he was trying to hold a door shut against a hill giant. The glow from his holy symbol had diminished. He knew he could not last much longer. "Cale!" he called in desperation, then remembered that Cale did not have his holy symbol. Without it, Cale could not affect undead. But then Cale was beside him, with him, wearing a silken black mask. "Right here, little man," Cale said. Then he called out to the Shadow Lord for power. Jack had no time to consider how or when his friend had obtained a new holy symbol. Cale held Weaveshear before him like a talisman, and the dark blade flared with ochre light. "Back to your rest, dead of Elgrin Faw," Cale commanded, in a voice not devoid of sympathy. Again the wraiths moaned, a few dissipated into nothingness, and another handful fled back to their crypts. But the bulk of them continued to advance. Still, Cale and Jack together managed at least to hold them at bay. "Too many," Cale called over his shoulder. "We can only slow them. Move, move." Magadan fired an arrow into the mass of wraiths, then another. Jack couldn't tell if the shots had any effect on the incorporeal undead. "Where to?" the guide asked. "The gate," Jack said, looking over his shoulder. "There." He nodded in the direction of the center of the necropolis, where a flash of golden light temporarily blazed through the darkness. Abruptly, Jack's light spell and Magadan's mental manifestation ended. Except for the dim light of Jack's blue light wand, darkness again descended. Jack could see clearly only a few paces. The glowing coals of the wraith's eyes behind them looked like the campfires of an army. They moaned and surged forward. "Go now!" Cale shouted. Magadan and Riven ran full out for the center of the cemetery, pushing their way through the fog that still resisted them. Cale and Jack followed as they could while backstepping, continuing to slow the advance of the wraiths by channeling the power of their respective deities. Through gritted teeth, Cale said to Jack, "They could break us if they pushed all at once." Sweating and gasping, Jack replied, "But they aren't. Maybe they can't." "Maybe," Cale said. Over his shoulder, he shouted to Magadan and Riven, "If they wanted to attack, they could have already. We're being herded. Stand ready." "Are you certain?" Magadan said as he turned and fired an arrow, then another and another. Cale could only nod, and Jack could only agree. The wraiths were holding back, waiting for a more opportune moment to attack. Jack heard Riven spit and heard the telltale whistle of the assassin's sabers whirling through the air. "Something else wants the first bite, eh?" Riven chuckled darkly, then added, "Whatever it is, it damned well better be hungry." Chapter 7. Epiphany of the Self. They sped through the overgrown cemetery toward an unknown danger trailed by a cloud of wraiths. Another wraith emerged from each crypt they passed, as if their very presence summoned the creature from its tomb. Cale continued to hold forth Weaveshear. He managed to channel waves of the Shadow Lord's power to keep the wraiths at bay, even though he had pulled the mask from his face. Cale couldn't breathe easily with it on. Sweat soaked his tunic. He was exhausted. Beside Cale, Jack held his holy symbol before him. The halfling frequently stumbled, and Cale could see that he was wilting. "I'm getting thin, Cale," Jack said in a voice gone hoarse. "Hold on, little man," Cale said. Over his shoulder he shouted, "Get us to the gate, Magadan. Hurry!" Despite the rush of memories flooding Cale's consciousness, he had no idea what to expect at the gate. The guide nodded and picked up the pace. Cale and Jack struggled to keep up while backstepping. Together, they set up an invisible wall of resistance that prevented the wraiths from closing, but they could not hold it forever. Though the wraiths had not yet made a determined push, with each step they increased the pressure. More and more of the creatures tested the limits of Cale and Jack's collective strength. The shadow fog grew so tangibly thick around them that Cale felt like he was moving through water. Or perhaps he was just exhausted. The wan glow of Jack's blue light and the blazing eyes of the wraiths provided the only light. "Here!" Magadan shouted. "Dark," Riven oathed. Cale and Jack turned to see a wide declivity before them, swathed in a churning cloud of darkness. In the center of that cloud hulked a horror, the originator of the fog, the master of the wraiths. From the misshapen spheres of its huge body and head sprouted masses of black, rubbery tentacles, each as thick around as Jack's waist and 15 paces long. The tentacles reminded Cale of the tendrils that had transformed him into a shade back in the fane. A cluster of 8 spider-like eyes, as black and unforgiving as flecks of obsidian, looked out from over the creature's clacking insectoid mandibles. The monster was spinning a pinwheel of shadow strands from its body into the fog, the way a black widow spun her webs. Somehow, Cale knew that the creature was a Dark Weaver, the gatekeeper left behind by Kessin Rel. The wraiths, the dead of Elgrin Faw, were its thralls, and the shadow stuff was its tools. The Dark Weaver sprawled atop a wide oval platform of black-veined marble that sat in the center of the declivity. Once a place for solemn ceremony, the platform had come to serve as the Dark Weaver's roost. Immediately behind the creature, 2 rune-encrusted obelisks rose from the platform, each as tall as a hill giant and as big around as the trunk of a mature elm. A curtain of translucent golden energy hung between the magical posts, sparking and sizzling like lightning. Occasionally, the energy coalesced into a bright gold wall and shot a flash of light into the dark sky, the source of the light they had seen from the city's outskirts. This was the gate of Kessin Rel, Cale knew. The Shadow Sorcerer's final jest, the Chosen of Mask's final betrayal. Cale had no idea where it led, perhaps back to the world of Elgrin Faw, but perhaps not. Still, he knew it was a way out, and that was enough. Cale needed to get out, desperately. The longer he stayed on the plane of shadow, the more of its darkness sank into his skin and polluted his soul, further transforming him, filling his mind with memories that could not possibly be his own. He felt as if something was pushing around the edges of his mind, probing for weakness, trying to worm its way into his consciousness and overwhelm his identity. He held it back only by the dam of his will, and he couldn't hold it back forever any more than he could hold back the wraiths forever. A cloud of shadows roiled around the Dark Weaver. It appeared as though the creature were swimming in waters of pitch, its alien eyes fixed on them, and its front tentacles squirmed in agitation, reminding Cale of a nest of giant snakes. It keened through its mandibles, the sound alien and menacing. The wraiths responded as if that keen was a war horn summoning them to battle. As one, they uttered a moan and threw themselves against the divine force channeled by Cale and Jack. The 2 friends held for only an instant before their wall of resistance shattered with an audible crackle of energy. They staggered, pushed backward by the power backlash, while the dead of Elgrin Faw swarmed forward like a cloud of bats, red eyes seething. Behind them, the Dark Weaver's mandibles began to churn, its tentacles squirmed obscenely, but it didn't leave its position directly in front of the gate. It was Kessin Rel's guardian, and it would not leave its charge. "We make a stand here, then," said Riven above the rain, eerily calm. His sabers whirled as he watched the approaching wraiths. "Back to back. Nothing gets close and lives." Magadan took a knee and set his bow to singing. Cale marveled at his rapidity. Arrow after arrow flew into the cloud of wraiths as they streaked forward. The head of each missile glowed white, charged by the power of Magadan's mind. Some flew harmlessly through the wraiths' insubstantial bodies, but others struck home, eliciting agonized moans from the undead. Jack, his face wan from the psychic war with the undead, drew his short sword and dagger and took a step nearer to Cale. Cale spared a glance behind at the gate behind the Dark Weaver. He knew that golden glow was their only hope. He hesitated, made up his mind, then grabbed Magadan and Riven by the cloaks. "Not here," he said. "We make for the gate. Mags, keep firing." Cale knew that if they could cut their way through the Dark Weaver quickly, they might escape the wraiths and gain the gate. They needed only to hold the wraiths at bay for a bit longer. Heedless of the poor footing afforded by the wet grass, the four pelted down the declivity, directly at the wriggling tentacles and black eyes of the Darkweaver. Magadan came last, covering their retreat by firing into the swarm of wraiths. Despite the dire situation, Cale felt a momentary flash of hope. As they closed, two of the Darkweaver's front tentacles rose before it and began to wave hypnotically. In his head, Cale heard a soft, reasonable, but strangely accented voice say, "Stop for a moment and place weapons at your feet. This be only a misunderstanding. You be not harmed if you stop now. Gate be by you used." Despite the poor syntax, Cale felt the magic in that command pull at his will. Weave shear vibrated slightly in his hand, and Cale resisted the compulsion. Jack didn't. "A misunderstanding," the halfling said thoughtfully, slowing. "That makes sense." He reduced his run to a jog and sheathed his blades. Nodding agreement, Magadan too lowered his weapon and slowed his pace. The wraiths moaned in anticipation, still speeding forward. Cale and Riven slowed their own pace, nearly slipping on the rain-soaked grass. Jack and Magadan stopped altogether, looking around with bemused expressions. Cale and Riven tried to pull them along, but they resisted. "Move," Cale ordered the halfling. "He'll let us use the gate," Jack said. "Ease down, Cale." "Nine hells," Riven oathed. The assassin and Cale looked at the Darkweaver to see its tentacles scrabbling up the declivity toward them. The squirming motion of those limbs made Cale want to vomit. Riven looked past Magadan to the advancing cloud of wraiths. He took fistfuls of Magadan's cloak and shook him. "Mags, it's a spell! Don't be a fool!" But Magadan only stared vacantly and said, "It's a misunderstanding, Drasic. Put down your weapons. You'll see." Riven's face twisted in disgust, and he shoved the guide away. He fixed his gaze on Cale and asked the question with his eye. Cale gave a nod. There was little else to do. "This is where it ends," he said. He pulled his holy symbol from his vest, wrapped it around Weave Shear's hilt, and pushed Jack down behind him. Shadows streamed from Cale's flesh. The halfling pulled at his cloak and said, "It's a misunderstanding, Cale. You can scabbard the steel." Cale ignored the halfling and said to Riven, "I've got the wraiths and Jack. I've got Mags and that thing," Riven answered, nodding at the Darkweaver. "I'll hold them off as long as I can," Cale said, eyeing the advancing swarm. "You finish that abomination fast, and we might yet make the gate." Riven only smiled. They spaced themselves a pace or two apart, enough room to provide them some space to maneuver, but not enough to allow attacks from the rear. Ready, the first and the second of Mask awaited their foes. The wraiths reached them first, swooping upon them like dark birds of prey, eyes burning. Cale stood in front of Jack and faced the onslaught, ducking, slashing, dodging, and stabbing. Each time Weave Shear struck the body of a wraith, a portion of the creature boiled away into wisps of foul, sulphurous smoke. The creatures were all around him. He could not help but strike one with each slash. Their moans of hate and pain filled his ears. The image of their red eyes burned itself into his brain. "Cover me, Cale," shouted Riven as he darted out of the melee, dragging Magadan by the cloak. The assassin charged the Darkweaver, saber blade whirling. 10 pairs of red eyes followed Riven's back and started to give chase. Cale spun away from the wraiths near him and leaped in front of the would-be pursuers. He drove Weave Shear through one incorporeal body, then another. Both moaned, bleeding greasy black smoke, and retreated. "Be quick, goddammit!" he shouted after Riven. He would not be able to hold for long. As it was, he could not effectively keep the wraiths from Jack. Despite his best efforts, some flew past him after Riven and Magadan. He was an island in an ocean of black. The wraiths attacked from all sides, from above, even emerging from the ground under his feet to attack from below. Their icy touch passed through his enchanted leather armor as though it did not exist and pulled at his life force, chilling him to the bone. He managed to resist the pull of their touch time and again, and somehow knew that he could do so easily only because of what he had become. Still, the cold engendered by their touch was slowing him down. He forced 3 wraiths back with a flurry of cross slashes from Weave Shear, then whirled around to check on Jack. A blanket of wraiths covered the halfling. Still deluded by the spell, Jack struck at them with his hands as if they were nothing more than annoying insects. But they were not, and each time they put their dark hands to the halfling's flesh, Jack grew a little paler, a little weaker. Cale lunged at the wraiths, attacking Jack, slashed the head from one. It vanished in a cloud of smoke, stabbed another through its chest. It too vanished, but another took its place, and another. There were too many. Cale scooped Jack into his right arm and held him protectively against his body. The halfling was ice cold. With Jack in one arm, Cale knew that he would not be able to move effectively, but it was the only way he could protect his friend.
"Put down the steel, Cale," Jack said through chattering teeth. "This is a misunderstanding."
Cale ignored the halfling, brandished Weave Shear, and channeled the power of Mask through the blade. "Down to the shadows," he said in a firm voice, his sympathy for the city's dead washed away by the heat of combat. Weave Shear pulsed forth a wave of divine power, amplified in power by Cale's anger. The wave obliterated a handful of wraiths. Another handful fled the battle, but more took their place. He decided then and there that he would kill Jack himself before allowing the wraiths to drain the halfling's soul. Desperate for another option, Cale stole a glance over his shoulder at Riven. The assassin wasn't faring much better. The Darkweather's tentacles had already walled in Riven and Magadan. Riven was unable to get close enough to strike at the creature's body. The huge appendages swung wildly at the assassin and guide, narrowly missing Riven but knocking Magadan to the ground. Riven answered with a flurry of saber slashes and yanked Magadan to his feet. Above them, still more wraiths hovered, awaiting an opportunity to attack. Cale looked once more at the gate, the Darkweaver, the wraiths, and realized that it was hopeless to fight. They were never going to reach the gate. If they persisted, they were all going to die. Riven wouldn't be able to finish the Darkweaver before the wraiths had claimed them all.
"Hold as long as you can, Riven,"
Cale shouted, not sure if the assassin could hear him.
"I'll return."
With that, Cale did the only thing he could. Still clutching Jack, and not knowing whether his ability would work while carrying another, he tried to shadow step as far away from the cemetery as he could. For an instant, he felt the strange sensation of rushing air and rapid motion. Then he and the halfling materialized on an empty street somewhere in the middle of Elgrin Faw. Only the patter of the rain, Jack's chattering teeth, and the sound of Cale's breathing broke the silence of the street. He hadn't traveled as far as he'd hoped. His ability to shadow step obviously enabled him to cover only so much distance, but they had escaped the wraiths. Jack, still pale and weak, groaned,
"Cale, what are you do?"
Cale shadow stepped again, still hoping to get outside the city, and he succeeded. He and Jack found themselves on the low ridge that overlooked the ruins of Elgrin Faw. From there, they couldn't see the cemetery, and the buildings below looked quiet in the rain. Cale looked into the halfling's wan face and asked, "Are you all right, Jack?" The halfling nodded, though his eyes were heavy with shame. Being removed from the necropolis seemed to have allowed him to shake the effects of the Darkweaver's compulsion spell. "I'm all right," he said. "I can heal myself. Go." Cale thumped Jack on the shoulder and said, "Stay here. I'll be back." He shadow-stepped back into the city. Again he materialized on an empty street. Hoping he wasn't too late, he took another step toward the cemetery and materialized in the midst of a maelstrom. Wraiths swirled everywhere, and the Darkweaver's tentacles thrashed about. Riven stood in the middle of it, hacking wildly and shouting. Cale could see that the assassin was weakening. Riven's blows were wild, his speed a heartbeat slower. To Cale's left, Magadan lay on his back in the grass, barely visible through the crowd of wraiths that surrounded him and fed on his life force. Cale took the wraiths near Riven by surprise, lunging forward and swinging Weave Shear in a wide arc. He sliced through 3 in a single swing. The stench from their dissipating bodies made him gag. "Riven!" he shouted. The assassin whirled on him, unleashing a vicious crosscut at Cale's throat with one of his sabers. Cale barely interposed Weave Shear in time to parry. "Riven!" Riven's good eye registered recognition. He grinned a mouthful of stained teeth. "It isn't over yet," the assassin shouted. "We are leaving," Cale countered. Riven nodded, ducked under a swooping wraith, and split it open as it passed. Cale impaled one, then another. Brandishing Weave Shear, he turned and channeled Mask's power at the wraiths surrounding Magadan. "Away, dark spawn!" he commanded. 4 wraiths withered before the onslaught of divine might, leaving behind only moans and wisps of dark smoke. A tentacle wrapped around Cale's ankle and pulled him from his feet. Riven hacked it off with 2 swings of his sabers. It squirmed near them in a paroxysm of pain, spitting black blood and wisps of shadow. Cale jumped to his feet and bounded forward. He grabbed the groaning Magadan, clasped Riven by the forearm, uttered a prayer to Mask, and tried to shadow step. It worked, even with his 2 comrades. They found themselves standing in the rain on a quiet side street, surrounded by ruins. The only sound was that of their labored breathing. Before Riven or Magadan could speak, Cale shadow-stepped again, and the 3 comrades appeared near Jack on the ridge overlooking the city. For a time, they all sat there in the grass, in the rain, and said nothing. Even Riven, who moments before had seemed lost in the adrenaline rush of combat, seemed to have deflated. In the distance, the golden light of the gate again flashed, a tantalizing reminder of a way out. Cale stared at it, thought, and made up his mind. "Regroup," he said. "After we've recovered, we go again." Incredulous expressions looked out from pale faces. He explained with half the truth. "We know where the gate is now. We know what's guarding it. We can prepare and get through." The rest of the truth was that he had to get through. Magadan said, "You said that you don't know where it leads, Erevis. A divination to determine—" Cale cut him off with a wave of his hand and a shake of his head. "Divinations do not work here, Mags. Besides, wherever it leads, anywhere is better than here." "Cale," Jack began. "We go again," Cale snapped, and instantly regretted it. Jack recoiled. He struggled to keep the hurt from his eyes. "All right," the halfling said, voice thick with emotion. "We go again." He climbed unsteadily to his feet, and Cale had to control the urge to go over and help him stand. Riven's voice sounded from behind Cale. "No." Cale's grip on Weave Shear tightened as he turned to the assassin. Riven's good eye took in the blade, took in Cale's expression, and narrowed dangerously. Even Riven's ordinarily sallow face looked pale from the wraith's attacks. He still held a saber in each hand. He raised one and pointed it at Jack and Magadan. "Look at them, Cale. They can't go through that again. Fleet can barely stand. There are too many. You got us out of there." He nodded back at the city. "And you're going to get us out of here." His gaze took in all of the plains. "We can do it," Jack said, but Cale heard the lie in the halfling's voice. He chose to ignore it. He had to escape. Cale said to Riven, "We're going back." Riven shook his head and took 2 steps nearer to Cale until they stood nose to nose. "No, we're not," the assassin said. "Listen to what you're saying, Cale. You're desperate to get out of here even more than Fleet. Why is that?" "Because I'm afraid of what's happening to me," Cale thought, but didn't say. He felt himself transforming into a man like Saphris Dwendon, seeing things that others did not, hearing a god in his brain, going mad. Instead, he said, "Take 1 step back, Zent. Now." Riven's good eye narrowed to a slit, as though he was considering the seriousness of the threat. He took a step back, but continued to face Cale. "You're ready to sacrifice me, yourself? Fine," said the assassin. "But Fleet? That transformation darkened more than your skin, Cale. I'm not sure you're even a man anymore." That hit too close to the mark. Cale remembered his thought, born in the heat of battle, that he would kill Jack rather than let the wraiths take him. Hot with rage, he grabbed Riven by the cloak and pulled him close. "No," Cale hissed. "I'm not just a man, not anymore. I am the first of the Shadow Lord." He stared Riven in the face. "And that's what bothers you, isn't it? Second." Riven's good eye flashed and his nostrils flared. Cale could feel the tension in the assassin's body. "Among other things," Riven said, his voice low and predatory. Cale released the assassin's cloak, took one step back, and drummed his fingers on Weave Shear's hilt. Wisps of shadow trailed around his face. "And?" he asked, daring Riven with his eyes to further escalate the exchange. Riven tightened his grip on his sabers, but before the assassin's snarl could form into a coherent reply, Magadan jumped to his feet and interposed himself between them. "That's enough," the guide said. He looked into Cale's eyes, then into Riven's. "Back off, Drasik. Erevis, just back off." The assassin continued to stare daggers into Cale, but he did as Magadan requested. Cale's own ire vanished as quickly as it had risen. He just felt tired. He slumped, leaned on his blade. Magadan turned angrily on Riven and growled, You keep pushing and pushing, though you see his struggle and understand it full well. Stop it. Besides, he's as human as me, and probably more than you." Cale appreciated what Magadan was trying to do, even if it was not entirely correct. Riven would have none of it. "I'm pushing for a reason," the assassin said as he sheathed his sabers. He looked into Cale's face. "And he's not human. He was hit by wraiths too, same as you and me. Look at him, unscathed. He's no more human than your father." Magadan glanced up sharply at that. Had he been closer, Cale would have punched the assassin in the face for salting the wound of Magadan's heritage. "What did you say?" Magadan said, his voice eerily calm. "I've known you the better of 10 years, Mags," the assassin said. "I know what you are." Magadan said through gritted teeth, "And I know what you are, Riven." The assassin waved a hand dismissively and said, "I've never tried to hide it." He looked past Magadan to Cale. "Like I said, you're our way out of here, Cale, not the gate. Stop fighting it." "You said that before, Zent," said Cale, glaring, "and it's still the same nonsense." "Not so," Riven sneered. "I've seen it, Cale, dreamed it. You're the only way we're getting out of here, and you're the reason we're still here. You're still hanging on to what you were. You're changed. We're changed. You keep saying it with words, but not feeling it. Let it go. Stop fighting." Cale simply stared. He could frame no reply because there was no reply to be made. Deep down in that secret part of his brain that he kept walled off, he knew that Riven spoke the truth. Cale had been fighting it, and fighting it hard since the moment he'd opened his eyes to see a starless sky. He was not human. He never would be again. He'd told himself as much, had seen it in Jack's haunted eyes, heard Magadan state it across a fire, but he'd held it at bay with the wall of his will, kept the reality of it from infecting his psyche, and that wall was crumbling. Tears started to form in his eyes, whether from frustration, fatigue, fear, or some combination of all of them, he didn't know, but he blinked them back. He wouldn't give Riven the satisfaction. The assassin stared at him, waiting. "Cale?" Jack asked tentatively. He'd voluntarily transformed his body to save Jack, but had fought the transformation of his soul. He couldn't fight it any longer. He was too tired, and he was a shade, a monster. What had he done to himself? Weave shear fell from numb fingers. His legs went weak. He fell to his knees and turned his face to the ground. He would have screamed his anger into the night, but he couldn't muster the strength to shout. Instead, he simply sat there and let the rain wash over him. After a moment, he raised his gaze and looked upon Riven. The assassin returned his look expressionless and nodded. Cale nodded back. Staring at Riven all the while, Cale made a conscious decision, steeled himself, and surrendered to what he had become. He thought he could hear Mask laughing. Darkness entered him, enveloped him, a cocoon of night. Knowledge flooded Cale, the full scope of his abilities as a shade. He knew then that his body resisted magic, that he could form animated duplicates of himself out of shadow stuff, could turn invisible in darkness, could travel between worlds. He saved them from the destruction of the Fane when his instincts tapped those powers. Having embraced it, he knew he could do it at will. He was the divine agent of Mask, the champion of the Shadow Lord. He knew the names of the others who served Mask in a similar capacity: Drasic Riven, Kelson Rel, Avner of Heartsvale. Proxies, chosen, agents, seraphs. They had many titles. But among them all, Cale was the first and Riven the second. It was Cale and Riven who would retrieve for the Shadow Lord what he had lost. Groaning, Cale gripped his head between his hands and tried to prevent his skull from exploding under the pressure of the influx of knowledge. He knew in that instant that Riven was right. Cale was their way out. The irony was that Cale could not have escaped the shadow until he surrendered to it. He knew that Mask had planned it that way. Mask planned everything that way. Time passed. He didn't know how long, and gradually his head ceased pounding. He sat on his knees and the grass. Around him, everything stood quiet, except the patter of the rain. It would never wash him clean, he knew. Not anymore. Tasian. A touch on his arm. He looked over and saw Jack. Concern writ clear in the halfling's green eyes. In Lurinal, the halfling said, "It doesn't matter, Cale. I'm your friend. I'll always be your friend." It did matter, but Jack's simple words brought Cale more comfort than anything else could have. He even managed to smile. "I know. Thank you, Jack." He cleared his throat and said, "Earlier, when I snapped at you," Jack waved it away. "Forgotten," he said. Cale nodded, patted the halfling's arm. Still a little lightheaded, he leaned on Jack and climbed to his feet. He took a deep breath and looked to Riven and Magadan. "Riven was right," he said. "I know how to get us back to Faerun." Riven looked on mildly smug. Magadan looked both pleased and alarmed. "How?" the guide asked, hope in his voice. "I'm going to shift us there," Cale replied. "But first, we need to have a conversation. I've been considering something for a time. We need to handle it before we leave this place." He looked an apologetic glance at the halfling. "Jack, stay here." "What?" the halfling asked in surprise. "Why?" "Trust me," Cale said. He offered a smile. It was better if Jack knew nothing of what Cale was about to propose. The halfling looked perplexed and maybe a little hurt, but he nodded anyway. Jack tried to hide his frown as Cale steered Riven and Magadan out of easy earshot. The halfling knew that Cale must have a good reason to exclude him, likely due to a discussion of what Cale sometimes referred to as methods. But that lessened the sting only a little. Besides, Jack wished Cale had spoken to him about it beforehand. Jack didn't need to be sheltered from hard choices, not anymore. His views on what was acceptable had changed since his torture at the hands of the Slod. Merely recollecting that agony made his eyes water. He still bore the scars of Slod claws on his chest and on his soul. He supposed he always would. But in the aftermath of that pain, he had come to realize that sometimes, but only sometimes, principle must give way to pragmatism. It was a hard lesson, but a true one. Otherwise, the Slotty and those like them would always win. Sometimes good people have to do hard things, he thought, recollecting Cale's words to him on that rainy night outside of Selgaunt. He knew the words stank of rationalization, but he knew, too, that they were true. The truth was just so ugly that it sometimes needed to be rationalized. He wondered what hard things his three companions were discussing just then. He wondered if his old friend Sephirus would still consider him a 17. He pulled his pipe, quickly gave up trying to light it in the rain, and instead twirled it in his fingers, a nervous habit. He eyed his comrades sidelong, trying not to listen, but unable to keep himself from watching. Cale spoke softly but earnestly, gesturing often with pointed fingers and clenched fists. At first, Magadan looked confused, but after a time the guide nodded slowly and said something in reply to Cale. Riven took a step back as though Cale was threatening him, and shook his head. His voice rose in anger. "No," the assassin said. "That's madness." Cale shot a concerned glance at Jack and replied to the assassin in an intense whisper. Shadows bled from his hands and exposed skin, as if his intensity was squeezing darkness from his pores. In a thoughtful tone, Magadan too said something to Riven, evidently reinforcing Cale's point. Riven shook his head again, but less forcefully. He looked at Cale with narrowed eyes and asked a question. Cale didn't blink, and Jack heard his reply clearly over the rain. "You already know why." At that, Riven showed his signature sneer, but Jack saw the insincerity of it. If he hadn't known better, Jack would have sworn he saw fear in Riven's eye. Magadan put his hand on the assassin's shoulder and offered him comforting words. Riven glared at him, brushed his hand aside, and said something in a sharp tone. Magadan frowned and took a step back. Cale spoke to Magadan in a language Jack did not understand. Magadan answered in the same tongue, but slowly. For a moment, Magadan, Cale, and Riven simply looked at each other. Riven said something and nodded. To Jack, the assassin's tone sounded as final as a funeral dirge. "Do it," Cale said to the guide, loud enough for Jack to hear. Magadan visibly gulped, but nodded. He put his fingers to his temple and closed his eyes. A halo of white light formed around his head. The glow expanded and moved to encapsulate Riven. While it glowed, Magadan spoke softly to the assassin. Then the guide nodded at Cale, who added something further, again speaking in a strange language. Throughout, Riven said nothing. Abruptly, the light flared out. For an instant, a veiled look came over Riven's face, but quickly vanished. What in the 9 hells just happened? Jack wondered. Cale caught Jack's eye and smiled softly, an insincere smile, before nodding at Magadan. Riven said, "What are you doing?" Cale responded softly. Magadan then asked something, and Cale nodded. The guide hesitated for a moment, put his fingertips to the side of his head, and closed his eyes. A moment later, a nimbus of angry red energy formed around his skull. It flared brightly. Another such halo formed around Riven's head. The assassin gripped his skull in his palms, groaned, and collapsed. Cale said something in a terse manner to Magadan, and another red nimbus formed around Cale's head. He too groaned and collapsed to the ground. Magadan took a deep breath, then screamed in pain, and fell to the dirt himself. All 3 lay on the ground unmoving. Jack couldn't help himself. He ran over and knelt first at Cale's side. To his relief, the tall man was breathing. "Erevis," he said, shaking Cale gently. "Cale!" Cale's yellow eyes fluttered open, and Jack forced himself to stare into them. Cale blinked and groaned, obviously disoriented. When his eyes regained their focus, he sat up, shook his head, and climbed to his feet. Magadan and Riven both were rubbing their temples, groaning and struggling to sit up. "What happened?" Jack asked, even though he knew he shouldn't. A curious expression crossed Cale's face, and Jack thought he might have been struggling for words. Finally, Cale said, "Precautions, little man. Let's leave it at that." To that, Jack said nothing. Cale obviously wanted Jack ignorant of what had transpired. Jack hoped his friend knew what he was doing. With nothing else to do, Jack removed his holy symbol and uttered prayers of healing over each of his companions. Even Riven, perhaps still too disoriented to protest, accepted the spell. The warm energy flowed through Jack and into his comrades. It seemed to bring each of them back to themselves, at least somewhat. None of them spoke of what had just transpired. To Jack, each of them looked as though they had just awakened from a deep sleep. When Cale had drained the last of his water skin and recovered himself as fully as seemed possible, he looked around, eyed his friends, and said to them, "Let's leave this place." Jack said, "We're just waiting for you to tell us how, my friend." Cale didn't bother to explain that he had an intuitive feel for the overlap between Toril and the plane of shadow. Instead, he simply said, "Watch." He concentrated for a moment, attuning himself to the correspondence between the two planes. When he had his mental hands around the connection, he opened his eyes and traced a glowing vertical green line in the air with his forefinger. At any moment in time, he knew the plane of shadow and Toril were separated by a planar barrier as thin as the cutting edge of an elven thin blade. Cale could slice open that barrier at will. Putting his palms together and making a knife of his hands, he poked them through the center of the glowing line and drew them apart, as though he was parting draperies from before a window in Stormweather Towers' great hall. The line expanded after his hands to become a rectangular curtain of ochre light hanging in the air, a gate back to Toril. The appearance of the gate evoked a grin from Jack. "After all this," the halfling said, shaking his head, "and it was just that easy." Cale didn't bother to tell his friend that it hadn't been easy at all, that the transformation back in the fane had changed his body. But it was only a short time ago that the place had transformed his soul. Instead, he nodded at the portal and said to Jack, "That's home. You're the first, little man." Jack hesitated only for an instant. He beat his hat on his thigh to free it of mud, donned it with verve, smiled broadly, and hopped through the gate. Magadan followed. "Well done, Cale," he said, and stepped through, bow held at his side. Before Riven stepped into the gate, the assassin stopped and looked Cale in the face. "I had to do it, Cale," the assassin said. "I'd seen it." "Maybe," Cale said. Riven frowned, then said, "You're the first, Cale." He nodded at the gate. "And that's not home anymore. Not for us." "Go through, Riven," Cale said. Just as the assassin was about to step through, something registered with Cale. He grabbed Riven by the arm. "Teleportation rods," he said. "They didn't crumble to dust, did they?" Riven looked him in the eye and replied, "We had to go through this, Cale. I know what I saw. You had to be our way out." In his mind, Cale heard Cephras say, 2 and 2 are 4. "We all could have died," Cale said. Riven shrugged. "Where are the rods now?" "I threw them in the bog," the assassin said with a smile, "the moment I understood the vision." "Afraid you couldn't have resisted temptation?" Cale asked. Riven grinned. Cale released Riven's arm and said, "Go through." Riven did. Cale lingered for a moment in the glow of the gate and spared one last glance around the shadow deep. Its darkness seemed familiar to him, comforting, like the companionship of an old friend. Its gloom felt more protective than oppressive. He knew that Riven had spoken the truth. The gate to Toril did not lead home, not for him, not anymore. But for a moment at least, he would turn his back on the darkness. He stepped through the portal. It felt like slipping into warm water. Chapter 8. The City of Skulls. An immense, complicated network of caverns and tunnels honeycombed the rock below Faerun's surface, stretching for leagues in all directions. The world below the world, the sunless expanse of the Underdark. To Azrim, it felt much the same as the Sojourner's pocket plane, itself simply a pinched-off portion of the Underdark. In the endless night of that oppressive realm, a quarter league below the city of Waterdeep, Skullport squatted in an immense L-shaped cavern carved from the rock by the slow but inexorable flow of the dark waters of the Sargoth, the underground river that fed Skullport a steady diet of ships and fresh water. The unsupported vault of the cavern's soaring but stalactite-dotted ceiling would have collapsed of its own weight long ago, if not for the mantle magic that supported it. Even in his current vulgar form, Azrim could feel the subtle currents of magic moving through the still, dank air of the city. The mantle's magic touched everything, and it remained powerful, even after the death of its creators many centuries before. Millennia earlier, Azrim knew the cavern in which Skullport stood had been part of a much larger complex of caverns used by Netherese arcanists for magical experimentation. Sargoth Enclave, it was called, or so the Sojourner had explained to Azrim. It was the Netherese who first crafted the magical mantle that blanketed the caverns, an attempt by human arcanists to secure the safety of their new city and to mimic the highest achievement of elven high magic, the mythal. But when the most powerful of the Netherese arch-wizards, Karsus, temporarily unraveled the weave in a failed bid to achieve godhood, the Enclave's mantle temporarily ceased to function. Those few heartbeats during which magic was dead in Faerun were as catastrophic to Sargoth Enclave as they were to the rest of the Empire of Netheril. Most of the caverns in which the Enclave had stood, no longer buttressed by the magic of the mantle, collapsed in a hail of stone, crushing hundreds. But a few caverns, by sheer happenstance, suffered only partial collapses. Centuries later, in one such cavern, Skullport squirmed from the corpse of the ruined Netherese outpost like an infestation of maggots. There it crouched, flourishing in the darkness and damp, a great fungus hiding in the shadows. Bordered on three sides by trade tunnels stretching away into the Underdark, and on one side by an underground bay formed by the dark, pooling waters of the Sargoth, Skullport gradually grew into an important trade link in the chain of the Underdark's unsteady economy. Beings of all races came to the Port of Skulls to trade in wares and flesh. With limited space in which to build, the city's inhabitants filled the cavern's L-shaped floor and grew upward. Dilapidated homes, shops, and vice dens, most built of salvaged shipping lumber washed down to the Sargoth by the currents of the surface sea, hugged the walls and ceilings of the cavern like lichen, or lay stacked one upon another, layer after layer, like a human child's blocks. The roof of a brothel might be the floor of the eatery built above it. An intricate network of catwalks, recycled ship's rigging, tight ropes, swings, and unstable bridges connected the buildings that stood above floor level. Strung from structure to structure, or spiked to the stalactites that pointed down from the vaulted ceiling like spear tips, the hemp highway made for an effective, if precarious, set of airborne streets. To Azrim, looking up from the floor, the hemp highway resembled a web of an insane spider, vibrating with the movement of hundreds of struggling flies going about their business. With a frequency bordering on clockwork, at least once every 12 hours or so, someone would fall to a screaming, splattering death on the streets below. Sometimes a bridge or catwalk gave out, but just as often it was a creditor's or enforcer's patience that finally came to a violent end. Without fail, the moment the corpse hit the street, Skullport's residents stripped it of valuables as quickly and efficiently as a swarm of fire ants stripped the flesh from anything unfortunate enough to cross its path. Asreem found it amusing. He and his broodmates had been in the city long enough even to have learned the vernacular and the less than sensible geography. Skullport's natives, skulkers they called themselves, conceptually divided the city into three distinct sections: the port, which was nearest the bay, the trade lines, which straddled the L-shaped center of the cavern, and the heart, the darkest and most dangerous area of the city, which stood in the bulb-shaped terminus of the cavern. Each of those sections was further subdivided into subsections to reflect the vertical elevation: lower, middle, and upper. Over the past 10 days or so, Asreem learned that the nomenclature was inexact, and that what one person might call the upper trade lanes, another might call the middle port. No matter, the city was the same everywhere, whether walking a rickety bridge through a forest of stalactites in the upper heart, or elbowing through the crowd of illithids and drow in the lower trade lanes. It was dark, lit only by torches, candles, lanterns, and dim glow balls, and it stank of decayed corpses, wet garbage, and rotting fish. At every level the narrow streets and walkways teemed with all manner of hard-eyed creatures: houseless drow mercenaries, wide-eyed darrow savants, inscrutable illithids, fierce orcs, chattering gnolls, and much worse. Violence was common and bloody, even in public streets, so weapons, wands, fangs, and claws were always bare. Asreem loved the chaos. Coffles of slaves, the true coin of Skullport's realm, were as ubiquitous on the lower levels as the drug dens, prostitutes, and muggings. They stood in huddled groups, vacant-eyed and hopeless, awaiting their fate. Humans, dwarves, goblins, elves, and creatures Asreem did not recognize. Some would end up as laborers, some as test subjects for chirurgeons, some as food. And even after death, those who were not consumed would continue to work. Zombie laborers were commonplace, especially on the docks. Shambling and stinking, they loaded and unloaded cargo from the many ships that called at the piers of the Port of Skulls. Unable to help himself, Asreem grinned, his mouth full of perfect teeth. Even in his current form, he refused to adopt foul teeth or show any eyes other than his natural blue and brown orbs, reveling in the degeneracy of the place. He savored its barely controlled chaos the way he might a fine meal. His only complaint was the filth and the stink. Skullport was the boil on the arse of the world, and it stank accordingly. He would never get his clothes clean. He had not yet been able to even keep them dry. A slow but steady drip of brownish, mineral-laden water fell from the ceiling above, causing the whole city to swell with moisture and giving the stifling air a mineral tang. With so many creatures packed into so small a space, the tension was palpable. A temperamental beast that lurked behind every transaction, every word, face, and gesture waiting to erupt. But for the presence of the skulls, Asreem knew, the city would long before have devolved into a bloodbath. Thinking of the skulls, he erased his smile and brought a frown to the thick-lipped, doughy face he wore. Skullport's ostensible rulers were almost comically absurd. Flying, glowing skulls of all things, but they managed to keep the city under control and the flow of trade continuous. The skulls kept the violence of the city manageable through the careful but seemingly chaotic application of power. Not enough to wreak mass destruction, but just enough to instill the fear of an ugly death. Their spellcraft was paltry compared to the Sojourners, of course, but still powerful enough to keep the populace from running amok. To Skullport's citizens, the skulls were enigmatic, even mystical. To Azreem, they were nothing more than what they were. When Sargoth Enclave collapsed, the mantle supporting the caverns had absorbed the consciousnesses of 13 of the mightiest Netherese arcanists killed in the destruction. They later arose from the ruins as the Skulls, the creatures that had given the city its name. For Azreem, the Skulls held no awe. They were simply another obstacle to be overcome on his way to transformation into a Grey. Since arriving via a portal in Waterdeep, innumerable portals in Faerûn ended in Skullport. Azreem, Dolgan, and Surin had remained inconspicuous in the city by changing forms and lodgings frequently. Throughout, they had painstakingly studied the movement and behavior of the Skulls. They noted the time it took the creatures to respond to street fights in various parts of the city and the frequency with which they were seen in certain locations. From that, they had deduced the general direction of the Skull's hidden lair, not far up the winding western tunnels that led into the wilds of the Underdark. Azreem was confident that somewhere in a cavern off those tunnels, hidden by time, fallen rock, and the Skull's magic, unbeknownst to all but the Skulls themselves, stood another cavern that had survived the destruction of Sargoth Enclave. The Sojourner had assured him of as much, and that made it so. It was in that hidden cavern, that second surviving remnant of Sargoth Enclave, that the Skulls laired. And it was there that Azreem would find the focus for Skullport's mantle, there that he must plant the seed of the Weave Tap. Since their arrival in the city, Azreem had kept the seed in magical stasis, held within the small, invisible extra-dimensional space created by the magical ring on his finger. He could release the seed with a shake of his hand and a mental command. But first things first, he reminded himself. With practiced ease, he regained his smile. He suspected it looked like more of a grimace in his current form. Azreem walked, plodded really, the packed earth avenues of the lower port, threading his way through the crowds and trailing his mark, a thin, pot-bellied, tonsured human named Thild, who walked with a limp and wore stained, threadbare brown robes. Azreem had been trailing Thild for over a 10-day, learning the human's habits, his haunts, and his tastes. Azreem felt as though he'd learned as much about the human as there was to know. Thild was a collector for the Kraken Society, an organization perceived by the factions in Skullport to be a legitimate broker of information. The human had contacts among most of the important power groups in the city in places both high and low. In addition, Thild ran a lucrative side business, unbeknownst to his Kraken Society superiors, selling some choice bits of information to interested parties in the city. That made him ideal for Azreem's purposes, which was unfortunate for Thild. To further his plan, Azreem would borrow Thild for a time, use his contacts, and trade on the Kraken Society's legitimacy. Then, when all of the variables were in place, he and his broodmates would locate the hidden chamber, lure the Skulls away, and plant the seed of the Weave Tap. Ahead, the open plaza of the Slavers' Market was thronged with an auction-day crowd. Shouted bids rang loudly in the dank air. Dozens of torches on tall posts illuminated the plaza and sent smoke curling through the colliginous air toward the ceiling. 2 chained ogres in filth, flab, and worn leather tunics stood on a raised wooden platform, while a middle-aged human with an elaborate mustache, fat puckered arms, and a bright red tunic stood before them and managed the shouted bids carrying from the crowd. Near the platform, a line of chained slaves, one of them an attractive human female, awaited their turn on the block. The irony of slavery in Skullport was that few of the slaves were actually put to work in the city. The great slave market simply provided the venue for purchasing and selling. The slaves themselves were typically shipped out into the darker corners of Faerûn and the Underdark. Beyond the plaza stood the docks, and ships of all sorts lined the piers, from Kalashite slave schooners to Luskan clippers. Most arrived via the many gates that dotted various areas of the Sargoth's channel. Some made the journey from the surface seas via an intricate, secret network of magical locks and hoists. Crates, bags, and urns of goods lay neatly stacked in piles along the docks. The calls of sailors and goblin dockhands occasionally penetrated through the noise of the auction to reach Azreem's ears. Azreem's magic sense suddenly caused the back of his throat to tingle and drew his eye upward. There, high above the plaza, watching the auction and wharves with its inscrutable, eyeless stare, floated one of the skulls. A dim orange nimbus surrounded it, and its gaze moved slowly hither and yon, seeing all. Azreem willed himself to be unobtrusive. Without warning, the skull swooped down from its high perch and whizzed low over the crowd, trailing a tail of orange light. A gasp went up, fingers pointed, eyes went wide, and the auctioneer fell quiet. Many people fled the plaza, hunched over and terrified. The skull swooped out wide, turned a half circle, and sped back toward the crowd. Azreem feared he might have been discovered, but no. The skull stopped directly in front of a thin human male dressed in an ill-fitting gray tunic and leather breeches. A sword hung from his belt, but his hand stayed well clear of it. When the human stared into those empty eye sockets, he visibly shook. He licked his lips nervously. The people and creatures around him cleared away, leaving him alone with the skull. An anticipatory hush fell over the crowd. The auctioneer seemed frozen with his jiggling arm held aloft, about to accept a final bid for one of the ogres. Like Azreem, the audience knew what was coming. Slaughter or slapstick. Either way, an amusing spectacle in Skullport. The skull's jaw did not move when it spoke. "You are a pilferer of trivial things," it pronounced, loud enough to be heard throughout the plaza. The man shook his head and started to protest, but the skull went on. "Thieves are not tolerated in the market. Speak now the name of the favored hound of the third son of the fourth High Arcanist to rule Eolam, or face immediate punishment." The accused thief's face flushed red to his ears. Fear paralyzed him, though he looked like he wanted nothing more than to run. What do you mean?" he stammered. I didn't steal nothing. I don't know any arcaners." "Incorrect," said the skull. At that dire pronouncement, the thief must have sensed the fullness of his danger. He finally managed to break free of his fear-induced paralysis and turned to run. Even if there had been somewhere to go, he was too late. The skull spoke a series of arcane words, and a green beam fired from its eyes. It struck the man in the back, swallowed his scream, and instantly reduced him to a pile of fine dust. A handful of silver coins, scattered in the soot, was all that remained of the offender. "Retrieve your stolen property," the skull announced to no one in particular, and began to fly off. As it rose back toward the top of the cavern, it gave its pronouncement. "Thievery shall not be tolerated at auction, nor time with eggs, lest they be hatched. Heed well." For a moment, no one moved, and all was silent. Then a laugh sounded, and another, followed at last by the low murmur of a satisfied audience discussing the show. A mad scramble ensued, with several skulkers grabbing for the silver. Within moments, the voice of the fat auctioneer rose, the auction resumed, and the first of the ogres went into bondage. Disintegrated for a handful of silver, Azreem thought. That was the power of the skulls, the studied but unpredictable application of discipline that kept the populace respectful and the chaos manageable. Smiling, Azreem relocated Thild amidst the crowd and continued to follow him through the plaza. At first, Azreem thought Thild was heading for the Merkspan, a somber stone arch bridge that reached across Sargoth Bay to set its far footings in the dark earth of Skull Island, where stood the crenellated walls and fortress tower of the Iron Ring, the master slavers of Skullport. All slave ships docked at Skull Island to brand and inventory their cargo in the fortress before it could be sold in the plaza. The ring took its cut of all trade in flesh. But Thild turned left and knifed through the crowd, steering wide of a group of illithids, and headed for the fish market. As Reem followed at a distance, weaving his way through the coffles of slaves for whom buyers would soon bid. Whips cracked, slaves moaned and cried. Would-be buyers poked and prodded the merchandise. Though Azreem had no sympathy as such for the humans and other fodder destined to toil and die in the dark of Skullport, he could imagine few fates for himself worse than a life spent in bondage. Even the relatively moderate boundaries put on his existence by the Sojourner drove him to near madness. While it was true that the Sojourner treated Azreem and his broodmates well, that only made them well-treated servants. Thinking such thoughts boiled up the strange emotional dichotomy he always felt when he considered his father, an admixture of love and hate, fear and respect. He controlled his emotions by reminding himself that he would have his freedom and be transformed into a gray when he had assisted the Sojourner in obtaining the Crown of Flame. Azreem didn't know what the Crown of Flame was, nor what the Sojourner intended to do with it, but he knew it must be a mighty artifact indeed to be so desired by his father. Thild made a straight path through the fish market and headed down a narrow street lined with rickety taverns and shops. The smell of bad food and the shouts and laughter of patrons boiled from the shutterless windows. Ignoring the fishermen who lined the street hawking the long, pale fish of the Sargoth, Azreem followed Thild. The fishermen ignored him too. Azreem took the form of a muscular Duergar slaver, complete with a whip blade, a scarred face, and a hard scowl. No one seemed to find him worth more than a first glance. Though he missed the grace of his preferred half-drow form, he deemed the Duergar shape less obtrusive. Drow, he had learned, were obsessed with house affiliations, especially recently when rumors in Skullport told of a Drow civil war. Azreem had no time to waste with explanations to every passing Drow of his seeming houselessness. He did miss the comfort of his usual fine attire, though. The coarse tunic and trousers he wore in his Duergar guise made even his dwarven flesh chafe. He eyed a passing illithid with 2 troll thralls in tow. The flayer's face tentacles twitched. No doubt he had just received some psionic contact. The towering trolls, green-skinned walls of teeth, claws, and muscle, eyed him with the slack expression of the psionically dominated. Azreem feigned fear as he passed, though were he in his natural form, his own claws and teeth would have torn apart both trolls and illithid alike. He found himself wondering what illithid brain might taste like if the tide was turned on the brain-eating creature. The temptation to make psionic contact with the Mind Flayer almost overcame him, but he resisted it. The Sojourner would not be pleased if he took unnecessary risks. His task was to locate the source of the mantle. He kept his focus on Thild. The human made a right and turned down a narrow alley. Having learned the man's habits, Azreem knew that Thild was heading to Aaron's house, a brothel and hostelry to seed the soil, as Thild called it, by paying his informants. Thild had 3 spies among the girls at Aaron's. After paying the doxies their 10-day stipend and providing bonuses for an especially useful information they may have gleaned from their patrons, he would move on to the next location. Azreem knew them all. "Are you prepared?" Azreem projected to Dolgan. His broodmate's mental voice answered immediately. "We await you at the storehouse. Everything is ready." Dolgan had secured a room in an isolated storehouse along the docks, and Azreem had carefully memorized the look and feel of the space. In order to use his teleportation rod, he needed to have a clear mental image of his desired destination. He picked up his pace and closed on Thild. Though the Sojourner had warned Azreem against casual use of the teleportation rod while in the Underdark, Azreem had little choice but to utilize it. Unfortunately, in order for the rod to transport Thild, The human had to be either willing or unconscious. The former was unlikely, and the latter presented a problem, as Reem could not simply knock Thild out on the street and steal him away. Witnesses to the human's vanishing and the consequent rumors that would quickly circulate through the city would defeat the whole purpose of Azreem's plan. Accordingly, he needed to be somewhat more creative. Moving quickly, he came up behind Thild.
"Out of the way, human,"
he grumbled in his coarse dwarf's voice, and bumped into Thild as he passed him by. As he did, Azreem mentally channeled arcane energy through his hand and into Thild, turning the human invisible. Azreem could see Thild, of course. His vision was that keen. Though Thild could see himself, and thus not know that he was enspelled, it would be only a moment or two before he began bumping into passers-by and deduced that something was amiss. Azreem had to act quickly. He feigned dropping something in the street and bent over to retrieve it. Thild walked by him, still oblivious to the fact of his invisibility. The moment the human passed him by, Azreem surreptitiously palmed a coin with one hand and with the other removed from a leather tube on his thigh one of the handful of wands given him by the sojourner. Made of carved ivory and inscribed with many arcane symbols, the wand fired a beam that would transmogrify the target into any creature or object Azreem desired. While still purporting to be searching the packed earth road for the fictitious item he'd seemingly dropped, Azreem surreptitiously pointed the wand at Thild and whispered the words, "Cave shrimp." The thin yellow beam struck the invisible Thild in the back. He was able to utter only the beginnings of a scream before his form shrank and shrank down to that of a tiny shrimp. A passing mercenary spent a moment looking confused by the sourceless, choked-off scream, but quickly went about his business.
"There it is,"
Azreem exclaimed, hopping forward 2 paces and retrieving Thild the shrimp. The tiny creature squirmed in his fist. With his other hand, Azreem held up the coin he'd palmed, brought it to his eye, and smiled as though he'd just picked it up. None of the other passers-by looked twice. Still smiling, but for a different reason, Azreem walked a few paces down a dark side alley. When he thought no one was observing, he willed himself invisible. Still holding the squirming Thild in his hand, he waited for the human shrimp to become incapacitated from lack of air. "I have him," he sent to Dolgan. "I will be along presently." Dolgan projected an acknowledgement. Azreem pulled out his teleportation rod while Thild's struggles grew fainter and fainter. When they stopped entirely, he deftly manipulated the rod and transported himself to the storehouse. Surin and Dolgan awaited him there. Surin, in the form of a dark-haired human corsair, wore high boots, a falchion, an earring, pantaloons, and a blue silken shirt. Azreem envied him the silk. Dolgan had taken the form of a thin, balding drunk, dressed only in dirty trousers and homespun tunic pitted with holes. His pot belly looked as though it hid a melon. The small office stood empty but for a desk and a high-backed chair. 3 large wax candles sat atop the desk and provided the only light. A coil of fine rope sat beside them. Azreem threw Thild the shrimp onto the chair and pulled another wand from the leather tube at his thigh. Made from duskwood and capped with an opal, the wand dispelled magical spells and effects. Hoping that Thild had not already died, but only because it would be inconvenient otherwise, Azreem pointed the wand at the Thild shrimp and caused it to dispel the human's transformation. The shrimp burst, grew, and gave birth to a human who was not breathing. Had Azreem not had such distaste for expletives, he would have cursed.
"Uh-oh,"
Dolgan said, and bent over Thild. He grabbed the human by his receding chin and turned his head back and forth. He looked back to Azreem and said, "He's dead, I think." The big slod sounded indifferent.
"I can see that,"
Azreem snapped and crossed his arms over his broad chest.
"Help him."
Dolgan frowned, dumbfounded.
"How?" "I don't."
Thild inhaled sharply and deeply, a long breath that rattled with phlegm. The Slotty shared a look of mild surprise, and Dolgan looked vaguely disappointed.
"Secure him,"
Azreem, smiling, said to Dolgan,
"and take off his robe."
Dolgan asked no questions. He stripped off the human's robe and cast it at Azreem's feet, then used the coil of rope to tie the still unconscious and only semi-dressed Thild to the chair. They waited. After a few moments, the human began to groan. In short order, his eyes fluttered open. To his credit, Thild took in his situation and managed not to look panicked. He didn't even struggle against the bonds, possibly because he appeared to be the prisoner of a drunk, a sailor, and a badly dressed Duergar. Having gathered his wits and some of his dignity, the human eyed them coolly, each in turn.
"How dare you attack me in the street? Do you know who I am?" he asked in a nasally imperious tone. "And who I serve?"
Azreem tisked at the bound human and said, "Poor grammar is the sign of a lazy mind. Of course I know who you are and whom you serve. That is the very point." He gave a hard smile and let that sink in. "But you do not yet know who we are. Allow me to make introductions." At Azreem's mental command, the Slotty all began to change. Their ridiculous manling forms grew bulky, leathery green skin formed tightly over powerful musculatures, clothing stretched and tore, mouths exploded with fangs, and claws burst from their fingertips. Thild's eyes went wide and he began to struggle against his ropes, but managed only a mild rocking of the chair. His mouth hung open, but no words came forth. A string of spittle hung between his lips like one of the hemp highway's rope bridges. Azreem felt more at ease in his natural form than in that of the Duergar. He flexed his claws, ran his tongue over his fangs. When he reached out his mental senses to touch Thild's mind psionically, he tasted the human's terror. He worried that Thild might begin to yell out for help.
"If you begin to shout, I will use this claw,"
Azreem held up his forefinger,
"to sever your vocal cords. Then you will answer my questions this way,"
he projected.
"Do you understand?"
Thild looked so fearful that Azreem was concerned that the human might become incoherent. No doubt Dolgan's hungry presence did little to make the man feel at ease. The big slod stood behind the bound Thild, drooling and shifting from foot to foot with excitement. Dolgan was so intoxicated with Thild's fear, so eager for Thild's blood, that he sank his upper fangs into his lower lip hard enough to draw his own black blood, which mingled with his spit.
"We understand each other now, I think,"
Azreem projected soothingly.
"And I'd go so far as to say that we're on familiar terms. Friends, almost."
"What do you want?"
Thild said, looking from Azreem to Dolgan and back to Azreem. Azreem let his mental voice drop to a suitably menacing tone.
"I require that you answer some questions, Thild, without expletives and without lies. If you tell a falsehood, I'll know. If you curse or otherwise give voice to vulgarity, I will punish you."
Thild seemed unable to speak. Sweat dotted his high brow. At least he gave a sharp nod.
"You are an agent of the Kraken Society,"
Azreem projected, and nodded at a small tattoo inked into Thild's bare chest, a purple squid in a red field.
"In addition, unbeknownst to your superiors, you sell information on the side to various factions in Skullport."
The human did not deny it, simply stared wide-eyed and breathed hard. Azreem continued,
"That fact need never leave this room. But it happens that I am in possession of information that would be of interest to Stulk Sarm and possibly Xanathar. Who are your contacts within those organizations?"
He held up a clawed hand to forestall any protests that Thild might have offered. Azreem already knew that those organizations were nearly at war. The fact was integral to his plans. Sarm, the Yuan-Ti slaver, and the Xanathar, the beholder crime lord and slaver, had been quietly murdering one another's operatives for months. They needed only an additional spark to turn their campfire of a conflict into a conflagration. Thild shifted uncomfortably in his bonds. Azreem could see the human's mind racing, desperately seeking for a way out of his current straits.
"I can provide you an introduction," Thild offered. "My contacts are accustomed to speaking only with me."
Azreem smiled a mouthful of fangs which disconcerted Thild.
"I understand, but I must contact them directly, Thild, without the intervention of you or the Kraken Society."
When Thild seemed still to hesitate, Azreem dispensed with the niceties.
"Listen carefully. If you do not tell me the names of your contacts now, I will torture you until you do."
At the mention of torture, Azreem sensed a flash of agitation from Surin. It seemed to take Thild a moment to understand the importance of Azreem's words. When he did, he began to shake. So too did Dolgan, but out of a different sentiment altogether. Azreem continued,
"If you tell me what I want to know, you will be paid handsomely."
That was a lie, of course, but like all lies, it came easy to Azreem. 3 times Thild opened his mouth to speak, and each time nothing but a squeak emerged. Finally, Dolgan clapped him on the back of the head. His claws scratched open the human's scalp. Thild squealed and bled.
"There,"
Dolgan said in his guttural tone after licking his fingers clean.
"At least something other than a squeak is coming out. Now answer the question, creature."
Thild blurted a reply.
"Kexin the Saver for Sarm, and Amergo the Dwarf for Xanathar. Both have ways of sending information up the hierarchy. Both will pay you well."
Azreem knew the names. With only slight effort, he would be able to locate and set up meets with each of them. He fixed Thild with a stare. The human recoiled as much as his bonds allowed. The stink of fear leaked from his pores.
"When are you due to report back to your superiors in the Kraken Society?"
Azreem asked. The human hesitated, apparently sensing the danger that lurked behind that question.
10 cycles,
he said at last. Cycles. Skullport's skulkers had dwelled in the dark for so long that they no longer divided 24 hours into day and night, but instead into 12-hour cycles. Azreem would have 5 days before Thild's superiors noticed his absence. Time enough. The human must have mistook Azreem's thoughtful silence as something more foreboding.
That's the truth,
Thild stammered. Azreem waved a hand dismissively, his mind still on how to move his plan forward. A Xanathar caravan was arriving through a magical portal within the next 6 hours. That should do, Azreem thought.
"What are you going to do with me?"
Thild asked, the trepidation in his voice evident. Azreem ignored the human, eyed his broodmates, and silently asked the question. They could spare Thild, he knew, and merely keep him prisoner for the time it took for their plot to unfold. In another 5 or 6 days, it would all be finished, and the seed of the weave tap planted. After that, it could not be undone, and whether Thild was alive or dead would be irrelevant. Surin answered his look with a predictably efficient response.
"We should not leave him alive. If he is found or escapes, it would compromise our efforts."
Dolgan licked his lips and nodded, eyeing the crown of Thild's head hungrily all the while. Azreem too nodded. He had been thinking much the same thing. Leaving Thild alive would entail taking an unnecessary risk. Azreem enjoyed risks, but only when they brought him a thrill. He saw no thrill in sparing Thild. With his mind made up, he leaned in close to Thild. The proximity of his fangs and eyes sent the human into a virtual paroxysm of terror. Azreem studied the human's face with care, took one last look at his build, and began to change. His squat dwarf frame lengthened, his head narrowed, and his build slimmed. In moments, he looked very much like Thild, complete with a weak chin and pot belly. Seeing that, the human slumped in his chair. "You're not going to let me live," he said. "You're not going to let me live," Azreem parroted, adjusting his vocal cords to approximate Thild's tone. "No, I fear not. But if it dulls the pain any, I will need your robe." He eyed the rag at his feet with distaste before adding, "Unfortunately." The human said nothing, merely hung his head in resignation.
"We should not leave a body,"
Dolgan projected, with eagerness in his tone. Azreem knew that, too. Though he preferred brains almost exclusively, they would need to devour Thild's entire body. He sighed and took out the wand that transmogrified one creature into another. He looked to his broodmates.
"Alive or dead for the feast?"
Azreem asked.
"Alive,"
Dolgan responded quickly. Azreem nodded. He would use a silence spell to mask the human's screams. He took a deep breath.
"What are you hungry for?"
he asked his broodmates. Thild began to weep. Dolgan had requested that Thild be turned into an ogre before they ate him, bones, hair, flesh, and all. Azreem shook his head as he walked. The big slod's tastes were sometimes inexplicable. After cleaning up and retaking Thild's form, Azreem exited the storehouse and made the rounds of Thild's appointments. Hungry for more sensation and intoxicated with the after effect of consuming Thild the ogre's brain, Azreem had taken that choice morsel for himself. He betted 2 of Thild's whore spies at errands before paying them their stipend. Shape-changing had its benefits, he thought. Later he would set up meets with Kexen and Amerigo. But first, he and his broodmates had a Xanathar caravan to intercept. Chapter 9. Senseless Massacre, Sensibly Done. Azreem, Surin, and Dolgan crouched amidst a group of thick stalagmites and waited. There was no sound except the quiet, anticipatory respiration of the slotty, and the steady, monotonous drone of dripping water from somewhere near the high ceiling. Azreem shifted his weight from one clawed foot to the other. The stone floor of the chamber felt damp under his hind claws. The dank, stale air slicked his leathery hide, the closest he could come to perspiring while in his natural state. He felt a bit awkward in his own skin. Of late, he'd been more comfortable as a humanoid, particularly when he took his preferred half-drow form. He attributed the feeling to the enjoyment he took in humanoid fashions, humanoid females, and to the pleasure he took in the sensitivity of humanoid skin. In slod form, he wore not high fashion, but only a leather belt with pouches, a canvas satchel, and a thigh tube for his wands. And his slod skin was not sensitive, but tough, coarsened to withstand the seething chaotic energies of the plane of limbo. In his natural form, he could hardly have felt the playful brush of a humanoid female's fingertips. He pushed such things from his mind. Violence needed doing, and soon. Though the darkness was as black as demon's blood, Azreem and his broodmates could see out to a spear cast as well as if they were on the surface of Faerun under a noon sun. The cavern in which they waited was 50 paces wide, perhaps 200 paces long, and tall enough that Azreem could not have touched the lowest hanging stalactite had he been standing on Dolgan's broad shoulders. The floor, which otherwise would have been covered completely with stalagmites and uneven patches of cracked stone, had been cleared down the center of the cavern and worn smooth by the passage of many feet. It looked much like someone had hacked a cart road from the forest of stalagmites, which was probably not far from the truth. The only apparent ingress and egress into the cavern was an archway in the southern wall that opened onto one of the innumerable winding tertiary tunnels that forked off a main tradeway leading back to Skullport. But Azreem knew better than to believe first looks. There was another way into the cavern, he knew, or at least there would be soon. Along the north wall, opposite the opening that led back to the trade tunnel, a band of exposed rose hematite traced a rough horseshoe-shaped arch in the otherwise unremarkable stone. The tines of the horseshoe started near the floor, 10 paces apart, and met to form the top of the arch halfway up the wall of the chamber. It looked as if an unsteady hand had attempted to draw a huge doorway, an observation that also was not far from the truth. In Azreem's magic sensing sight, the lines of hematite glowed a soft red, indicating a latent dwemer. Azreem knew that the hematite arch was a real doorway, the end point of a magical one-way portal that had its beginnings thousands of miles away in a dirty storehouse on the outskirts of Hillsfar. He had learned of its existence after much investigation, a bit of torture, and 2 murders. Apparently, the Xanathar had reached an agreement with the First Lord of Hillsfar regarding the use of the portal. Demi-humans and other undesirables in Hillsfar were escorted by Xanathar agents from the First Lord's dungeons to Skullport's slave pens, and were never seen again on the surface of Faerun. Azreem had to acknowledge the arrangement to be good business. The Xanathar received slaves that he could sell, and the First Lord relieved himself of all trace of certain undesirable prisoners. The slave shipments came through on the 8th of every 10-day, that very day, sometime between the 5th and 10th hour of the second cycle. At first, it had surprised Azreem to learn that the Xanathar did not post guards near the portal, and typically didn't send a team to meet the agents that came through. He had thought that such a valuable, permanent means of cross-continent transport would have been heavily guarded, but after thinking about it, he saw the Xanathar's wisdom. Posting guards in the tunnels or sending escort teams out of Skullport would only have drawn unwanted attention from the Eye's rivals in the city, namely Stulk Sarm. It would have been only a matter of time before the beholder would have had to fight a war in order to hold on to the gate. No, secrecy was the best option. Rivals couldn't take something about which they were ignorant. Of course, even the strictest secrecy could be compromised if one knew where to look, and what to look like, Azreem thought with a smile. Beside him, Dolgan was growing restless. Unfortunately, Azreem and his broodmates had already been waiting impatiently for over 2 hours. Dolgan had the hardest time with the wait. He wanted violence, and wanted it soon. The big slod shifted irritably from foot to foot, chewing his lower lip and emitting a low growl with each movement. His claws made an annoying scrabbling sound on the stone floor of the cavern.
"Be still,"
Azreem ordered. Unless something unforeseen had occurred in Hillsfar, he knew that the Xanathar caravan would be coming through soon.
"The time is near."
"That is what you said an hour ago,"
Dolgan muttered. The big slod stopped shuffling his feet and instead began to rock on his heels. Azreem tried to ignore his lumbering broodmate. Beside Dolgan, with one clawed hand on a stalagmite and the other loosely holding a falchion, Surin stared holes into the hematite archway. As always, Azreem's smaller broodmate was focused only on carrying out the task. Surin was efficient, Azreem acknowledged, but he lacked verve, he lacked style. Still, he had his uses. Unlike Surin, Azreem and Dolgan bore no weapons. They would rely on their magical abilities, and if it came to it, their claws. As if in answer to Dolgan's impatience, the hematite lines of the archway began to glow more brightly in Azreem's vision, latent magic turning patent. At first he thought he might have been imagining the change, but as the glow intensified he knew the gate was opening.
"They are coming,"
he said.
"I see it,"
Saren replied softly. Azreem spoke an arcade word and caused a wall of silence to form at the mouth of the tertiary tunnel behind them. Sound traveled far in the Underdark, and he did not want the din of battle to travel up to the tradeway and attract the curiosity of any passing creatures. The outline of the archway began to pulse, glowing like embers even to ordinary vision. A low hum, probably inaudible to humans, emanated from the stone. Like a spreading blood stain, the red glow expanded from the hematite border lines and started to fill the space in the interior of the arch. Soon the whole of the arch was blazing red. Dolgen grew so excited that he began to drool. Azreem scowled and took a step away from his broodmate to avoid getting spittle on his feet. Quickly he recited the word to another spell and cast himself and his broodmates in a concealing darkness that even magical light could not easily penetrate, though the Slotty could see through it clearly. From the inventory of wands provided to him by the Sojourner, he withdrew a thin birch taper capped with a narrow diamond.
"Once we begin,"
Azreem projected to his broodmates, while eyeing the shining portal,
"we have not longer than a 200 count to finish it."
His broodmates signaled their understanding. Any longer than that, Azreem knew, and they would be risking intervention by the Skulls. While Skullport's rulers rarely patrolled that far out of the city, they could sense powerful magic at work and likely would appear to quell a magical disturbance near a tradeway. And just such a disturbance would soon occur, Azreem thought. He had no doubt of how he and his broodmates would fare if they were cornered by Skullport's rulers. One, perhaps two skulls would be destroyed, but he and his broodmates would be slain or forced to flee. More importantly, the Sojourner would not be pleased. The hum coming from the portal took a lower pitch, and the red arch flared blindingly bright. Even within their magical darkness, the Slotty shaded their eyes with their forearms. The stone within the arch looked to Azreem as red and viscous as melted ore. The entire cavern was cast in crimson. Far back in the stone, shadows took shape, wavering images distorted by distance and magic. Muted voices sounded. Within moments, the glow diminished, and the shadows within the arch grew sharper, larger, and took on shape and color. The voices grew more distinct. The shimmering portal began to give birth, squeezing men and carts from the wall of glowing stone. The travelers' voices echoed off the walls of the cavern. "Mind that! Stay close!" Armor clinked, boots thumped. 8 men emerged first. 4 wore red tabards, chainmail, and red-plumed helmets. Hilsfarian guardsmen, no doubt. The other 4 were clad in plate mail and hard looks, likely returning Xanathar agents. The Hilsfarian guards held bare swords in one hand and glowing sun rods aloft in the other. The Xanathar's agents bore cocked and loaded crossbows. Their eyes and their crossbow sights swept across the chamber, passing over and past the darkness-cloaked Slotty.
"Wait for all of them to come through,"
Azreem projected, sensing the eagerness of his broodmates. Moving quickly and saying little, the 8 men formed a protective arc of flesh and steel before the still glowing archway, while the rest of the caravan began to follow them through. 2 creaking wagons emerged, each pulled by 2 giant sure-footed subterranean lizards as large as ponies. The wagons, tightly crammed with slaves, chained elves, half-elves, and dwarves mostly, were little more than wheeled cages with an attached driver's bench. The slaves wore the hopeless expressions of the damned. They must have sensed that the underground hell they'd just entered was to be their final stop. A fat teamster drove each of the slave wagons, guiding, prodding, and cursing at the lizards, which answered with hisses and flicked tongues. After the slave wagons were through, 6 more crossbow-armed guards stepped through the portal and flanked them to either side, eyeing with wary gazes both the shadows of the caravan and the 40 or so demi-human slaves destined to toil and die in Skullport's darkness. The slave wagons and guards moved forward to make room while 2 more wagons began to emerge through the still glowing portal. These last 2 wagons, each also pulled by a pair of giant lizards and manned by a single driver, piqued Azreem's curiosity. He craned his neck to see. Both were built of duskwood, completely enclosed, and visibly locked at the rear door. They looked like giant chests on wheels. Several more armed men accompanied those wagons, including at the rear a huge man whose enameled black armor sported on the breastplate a great eye, surrounded by 8 smaller, lidless eyes, the symbol of the Xanathar. As Reem silently tisked the armored man's weather-worn overcoat and unshined boots, he decided then and there that the human was a poor dresser and no doubt would go unmissed when he died. With the emergence of the 2 enclosed wagons, the portal began to dim, fading first to rose and finally dying to nothing more than a wall.
"That is all of them,"
Surin said without a hint of eagerness. Beside Azreem, Dolgan's respiration came fast and hard. The armored human moved up and down the assembled caravan and barked orders in oddly accented common. Men stiffened at his passage, lizards snarled, and slaves averted their gaze or cowered. The caravan clustered together like wine grapes, prepared to move out. Azreem played out the anticipation just a moment longer, then, "Now," he projected, and began his mental count to 200. As one, the Slotty stepped out from behind the stalagmites. As Reem pointed the Sojourner's wand at the armored human, spoke the arcane word of command, and discharged a searing stroke of lightning from the diamond tip. The bolt hit the human squarely in the breastplate, drove him backward 5 paces, knocking him prone, and left him belly up and smoking on the floor. The energy arced to another nearby guard, blew out his eyes before killing him, then arced to another and another, sending each into a spasmodic, burning death. Finally, no doubt drawn by the iron of the cage, the lightning bolt found its way into one of the slave wagons and alternated from one to another of the wretched demi-human slaves, sparing all of them a life of servitude by painfully killing each in turn. Before the stunned guards could effectively respond, before they could do more than utter shouts of warning, scan the darkness for their attackers and wildly fire a few crossbow bolts, Dolgan and Surin called upon their innate magical abilities and fired fist-sized balls of fire from their outstretched claws. Both of the fireballs struck the cavern's floor in the midst of the bunched caravan and exploded into gorgeous spheres of heat and flame. The screams of the humans were lost in the explosion as the fireballs roasted the caravanners and giant lizards alive, incinerated the surviving slaves in their cages, and knocked over but did not set aflame the 2 enclosed wagons. The temporary inferno dried the damp from Azreem's skin, for which he was grateful. "Hold," Azreem projected to his broodmates, and took a moment to survey the destruction. He had not yet reached a mental count of 10. The attack had gone as smoothly as he had hoped. The heavy, sweet scent of cooked human flesh filled his nostrils. Black smoke churned from corpse and wagon alike, pooling around the stalactites above. Nothing was moving. Men, weapons, and animals lay cast about the chamber floor like so much flotsam. Except for the crackle of a few small fires, one of the slave wagon wheels and several of the corpses were burning cheerily. All was quiet. Scavengers would begin to arrive soon, as Reem knew, attracted by the stink of dead flesh. The skulls, too, might soon arrive, attracted by the expended magic.
"Ensure that they are all dead,"
as Reem said to his broodmates. Surin and Dolgan bounded out of hiding and down into the carnage.
"And eat nothing,"
as Reem added for Dolgan's benefit. The big slod slouched with disappointment, but did as he was told. Surin and Dolgan moved from corpse to corpse, stabbing or slicing the throats of any of the guards, teamsters, or slaves that did not seem suitably charred. Dolgan sometimes patted one of the humans' heads as if to apologize for not eating the brains. As Reem followed his broodmates to the slaughter at a more leisurely pace, he savored the ease with which they had dispatched the caravan nearly as much as he savored the feeling that his plan was coming together. The Sojourner would be pleased. The transformation to gray would be Azreem's reward. He picked his way through the dead and wreckage to one of the enclosed wagons. The fact that it had not burned suggested that it was warded with magical protections. With a grunt, he pulled the lock from its setting and tore the rear door from its hinges. The slab of wood exploded with a blue flash, sending a jolt of power through Ezreem's body. A magical trap. He nearly cursed, more annoyed than injured, though his hands did sting, and tossed the door atop two corpses that lay nearby. He knelt down on his haunches and looked inside. Within the wagon, thrown into disarray by the explosions, lay swords, several staffs, a scroll belt stuffed full, several gem-tipped wands wrapped in cloth, and 3 chests. One of the chests had broken open and was bleeding platinum. Ezreem called upon his innate ability to detect dweemers and saw that most everything in the wagon except the currency was magical. A hurried examination of the second sealed wagon revealed much the same. Both were stuffed full with magic items and wealth destined for the Xanathar. Some of the agents carried magical goods as well, Ezreem saw. Most such items had survived the inferno. The beholder would not leave unavenged the loss of so many men and so much magical treasure. Ezreem could not contain his grin. The situation couldn't have been better. "Assist me," he projected to Surin and Dolgan, who had finished their macabre task. "We are taking it all." Chapter 10. Return to Starmantle. After stepping through the gate, Cale, Riven, Jack, and Magadan found themselves standing in the midst of a stand of towering elms, blinking in the light of the midday sun. Compared to the gloom of the plain of shadow, the light of Toral's sun was nearly blinding. Here and there, the sun's rays cut through the elm's canopy in a shower of beams, and hit Cale like crossbow bolts. His exposed skin felt as if it were being stabbed with sewing needles. His senses, too, felt duller, his hearing less keen, and his sight less sharp. While his skin was still dusky, the protective sheath of shadows was gone. He had known that while he stood in the light, his shade abilities would be lost to him. He hadn't known that he would feel somehow less substantial. Faerun's sun melted a part of him away, as surely as if he were made of ice. Gritting his teeth at the pain caused him by the light, Cale threw the hood of his cloak over his face. Only then did he notice that his regenerated hand was gone. He stared at the stump of his wrist, not quite shocked, but simply uncomprehending. He felt the memory of his hand as though it still sprouted from the end of his wrist, but it was not there. Surreptitiously, so as not to draw attention from his comrades, he moved his hand into the darkness cast by the bole of an elm. He felt a tingling in his forearm, and within those shadows, his hand rematerialized. He flexed the fingers, twisted the wrist, and it felt normal. He moved his arm back into the light, felt a sharp stab of pain in his wrist, and his hand again disappeared. He moved it back and forth for a moment, enduring the dichotomous sensation, and marveling at the appearance and disappearance of flesh and bone on the end of his wrist. Was it flesh and bone? He wondered. He realized in that instant that he was half a man whether he stood in light or shadow. The transformation into a shade had taken something of his soul, but given him back his flesh. When the sun relit his soul, it took a tithe of flesh as recompense. Fitting, he thought, and immediately chided himself. He recognized in his thoughts the beginnings of self-pity. Words floated to the front of his mind, something his favorite language teacher once had said to him back in Westgate when Cale had thought his life a hard one. Self-pity is an indulgence for artists and noblemen. Don't spend any more time with it than you must. Hear what it says, learn from it if you can, then move on. Cale prepared himself to do just that. He was both shade and a man could not stand forever in the shadows. With that, he braced himself, threw back his hood, and endured the pain caused him by the sun. He welcomed it the way an Ilmaterite welcomed suffering, a way of purifying the soul through the pains of the body. The sun would be the instrument of Cale's agony, and the instrument of his purification. "Cale, we're home," Jack said, You did it! The halfling fairly capered about the undergrowth. He stopped and stared at Cale, apparently noticing his discomfort for the first time. His smile faded. Are you all right? Cale, keeping his stump hidden by the sleeve of his cloak, nodded and said, I'm all right, little man. Jack recaptured his smile. Good, he said. Then he let himself fall backward onto the grass. He spread his arms and legs out wide and soaked up the sun. He inhaled deeply the fragrance of the air. Smell that? The air here reminds me of my family's farm in Mistledale. Have you ever been to the Dale Lands, Cale? I'll take you sometime. You can try my mother's cooking. Cale nodded, though he could imagine Jack's mother's expression upon seeing a yellow-eyed, shadow-wrapped creature walk through her door. Magadan stood 10 or so paces away with his eyes closed and the palm of one hand pressed against the bole of an elm. He looked as though he was drawing strength from it. He held his bow in his other hand. The guide must have felt Cale's gaze. He opened his eyes, looked over to Cale, and smiled softly. This elm is over 90 winters old. It has seen much in that time. He studied Cale closely, cocked his head to the side, and said, Your eyes appear normal now. Cale was surprised and pleased, but knew that the man behind those eyes was far from normal. Nothing has changed, he said, at least not really. Cale knew that the moment he stepped back into darkness or shadow, he would again look like the creature he was. No? Magadan asked, looking at Cale's sleeve, at his wrist. Jack sat up and followed Magadan's gaze. Riven looked on with interest as well. Cale stared at Magadan for a moment before blowing out a sigh. The woodsman missed nothing. As though unveiling a shameful secret, Cale held up his arm and pulled back his sleeve to reveal the stump. Your hand, Jack exclaimed and leaped to his feet. Cale debated with himself for a moment before saying, Yes, but watch. He put his stump into shadow. His hand, with its slightly duskier skin, reappeared. Streams of shadows took shape around it. It's there in the darkness or shadow, gone in the light. Like bad dreams, Jack whispered before blushing in embarrassment at his words. Sorry, he said. Riven wore a hard expression that Cale couldn't quite read. Before Cale could figure it out, the assassin looked away, pulled his borrowed pipe, tamped it, and lit. There's an idea, Jack said softly. Still eyeing Cale's wrist, he pulled out his own pipe. To Riven, Jack said, You, Zent, cannot come with us to Mistledale, since you're an ungrateful bastard who insulted my mother's potato soup. I insulted your potato soup, Riven answered, smiling around the stem of his pipe. While his friends were thus engaged, Cale let his sleeve fall back over his stump. He looked out of the copse and into the sun. His eyes stung and began to tear up. He turned back and asked Magadan, Where are we, Mags? We're home, Cale, Jack said as he struck a tinder twig and lit. From around his pipe stem he said, And burn me if I ever want to go back to that place. No offense, Cale. Cale caught Riven's sidelong glance. This isn't home anymore, the assassin's eye said, and we'll be going back to the plane of shadow soon enough. Cale offered Jack a half smile and said, No offense taken, little man. I might be able to offer a bit more specificity than Jack, Magadan said with a grin. The guide patted the elm near him as though it was a pet, and walked past Cale out of the shade of the copse and into the full light of the sun. He took off his hat, shaded his eyes, and looked across the plains. We are on the southern plains between the Gulfmere and Starmantle, Magadan said. We're 2 days away from the city. How long were we gone? Cale asked. Magadan shrugged and answered, No way to know that. To Jack and Riven, both smoking away like chimneys, Cale said, Take a few moments, then gear up. We need to move. He knew that Azreem and the rest of the Slotty would not have been idle. Cale would spend the travel time back to Starmantle thinking of a way to track them down. Within hours they had reached the southern road out of Starmantle. A day and a half later, and they had arrived at the city itself. By then, Cale had become almost inured to the pricks of pain caused him by the sun. Almost. As always, the gates of Starmantle were thrown open, and the spear-armed guards hardly noted them as they passed inside, except to smirk at their filth. Glares from Cale and Riven wiped the guards' smiles away. The city's wide streets appeared much as Cale and his companions had left them, crowded with men, horses, humanoids, wagons, and stink, a stark contrast from the dark, desolate ruins of Elgrin Fall. The row of temples still loomed over the cityscape, supervising the sin with a knowing wink. Starmantle had not changed, but they had. The plane of shadow had changed them all. Cale looked at their clothes, all faded to shades of gray and black, and knew that each of them had left more than the color of their clothes behind in the darkness. Riven peeled off his dirt-caked cloak and tucked it under his arm. "Where and when are we meeting?" asked the assassin. Jack stuck a finger in his chest. "Where do you think you're going, Zent?" the halfling asked. "We ought to stick together." Riven flashed his stained teeth. "You're welcome to accompany me," Riven answered. "I need to tend my gear, get cleaned up, take a meal, then take a whore. Food and flesh, Fleet. What else is there?" Jack looked mildly shocked and said, "Pipeweed, philosophy, religion, friendship. Lots of things, Riven." Riven offered a sincere "bah" as he watched a stray dog sniff its way along the street. Cale would have sworn he saw caring in Riven's face, but when the assassin looked up, his face was as hard as usual. "What about you, Cale?" Riven asked. "Mags, either of you interested?" Cale hadn't engaged the services of a prostitute since he'd left the entirety of his feelings for Tazian Eskeverin scribed on a piece of paper back in Stormweather Towers, though he had felt the drive often enough. Self-denial was another form of cleansing pain, he decided, and resolved that he would not surrender to his needs just then. "No," he said, and left it at that. "Well enough," Riven said. "Mags?" The guide doffed his cap, pushed his hair back, and shook his head. "I think not. I'll gear us up for the next—" The guide stopped in mid-sentence and looked to Cale. "Where are we going next?" Cale did not yet have an answer, but he thought he had a means that might help them find out. "I'm still thinking," he said. "I hope to know by tonight." "Let me know when you know," the guide said, "so I can equip us appropriately. Meantime, I'll procure the necessities." Cale nodded. For a moment, he debated with himself. Finally, he said to the guide, "Magadan, I feel like I owe it to you to say this." He took a deep breath. "If you want to, if this is too much for too little, now is the time to walk away. I hope that you won't, but I want you to know there's an out, no shame, and no hard feelings." Cale regretted saying the words almost the moment he uttered them. A brief look of hurt and surprise flashed across Magadan's face, but the guide recovered his composure quickly, fixed his knucklebone eyes on Cale, and offered a grin. "What do I look like?" he asked. "A Zant assassin for hire?" Riven scoffed. Magadan continued. "We're long past 300 pieces of gold, Erevis. I'll be seeing this through, if you please." Cale couldn't help but smile, both relieved and chagrined. In less than a 10-day, he'd come to count on the guide's solid presence. He thumped Magadan on the shoulder. "Good," Cale said. "Mags, I didn't mean—" "I know what you meant," Magadan said. "It's appreciated but unnecessary. You remember our conversation back on the plane of shadow?" Cale nodded. "So do I," Magadan said, and left it at that. Riven scoffed again and said, "There's your friendship, Fleet. As sweet as a turnip, ain't it?" The assassin looked to Cale. "If you're done with the orders now, Cale, I'll be finding my flesh." To all of them, Cale said, "We'll meet at the 9th hell around the 10th hour tonight. We'll take our rest and recreation today, but tomorrow we start again. In the meantime, stay clear of the underworld." Cale didn't want any of them bumping into Dreve and what remained of the Knoll's pack. If the creature had returned to Starmantle, he probably still held a grudge, Cale seized each of them with his eyes before offering his last bit of advice. And remember that the Slotty are shape changers. They could be anywhere and anyone. Walk lightly and stay sharp. Each gave a serious nod. Then Riven set off for his whore and Mags for his gear. Cale, looking forward to the darkness of a common room and the warmth of a meal, started in the direction of the ninth hell before he realized that Jack had lingered behind. He looked back and saw the halfling with a wistful expression watching Riven move through the crowd. Jack noticed Cale's gaze on him, flushed with embarrassment, and jogged to catch up. "What is it?" Cale asked. "Nothing," Jack said, but his eyes found the road. "Food sounds good is all. We can get a meal at—" Realization dawned. Still staring at the ground, Jack wore an embarrassed grin, his cheeks flushed as red as an apple. "The touch of a woman's hand doesn't sound bad either, eh?" Cale asked. Jack looked chagrined but did not deny it. "What was it your fat uncle always said?" Jack looked up but didn't make eye contact as he replied, "A man's work merits a man's reward." Of course, he was talking about meals, not other things. Cale knew that, but the principle was the same. "You can still catch up," he said, nodding after Riven. "I'll see you at the inn." Jack ran off like a bow shot. Despite its dire name, the Ninth Hell Inn and Eatery was well-tended, well-built, and well-run. The paunchy innkeeper, wearing a food-stained apron and sporting a lazy eye and thinning brown hair, greeted Cale with an insincere smile wanting for several teeth. Cale gave him a nod of welcome while he surveyed the common room out of professional habit. A single hearth with a low fire, 11 round tables with stools, windows on 3 sides, and a stairway leading up to the rooms. A handful of other patrons sat at the inn's tables. Tan-faced day laborers on midday repast, mostly. No one and nothing dangerous. Assuming things were as they appeared. As he stepped out from behind the bar, the innkeeper's nose wrinkled a bit at Cale's road-worn attire, but he quickly recaptured the hospitable look innate to the Brotherhood of Innkeepers. Thankfully, he seemed unbothered by Cale's dusky skin. Cale had feared that his transformed appearance would cause him to stand out as clearly as an orc in a dwarf hold, but in truth, he probably looked like nothing more than a dark-skinned southerner. Like Magadan, he could pass for human with only a little work. "A meal, a room, and a bath for the road-weary traveler," the innkeeper said. "I'll see to it immediately." Cale couldn't help but smile at the man's effusiveness. "2 rooms," Cale corrected. "Adjacent. I have 3 comrades. The rest is right." He handed over to the innkeeper 8 gold 5 stars. He still didn't have any local currency. "Sembian, eh?" the innkeeper said, eyeing the coins. Cale made no reply. Then," the innkeeper continued, frowning. "2 rooms it shall be, top of the stairs, last 2 doors on the left, then. I'll see to it that a wash basin finds its way to your room. Meantime, sit where you will, and I'll have food brought." "Thank you," Cale said. The innkeeper wiped his hands on his apron and extended one. "Call me Croven, or Crove if you prefer. I'll answer to either." Cale took the man's palm in his right hand. "Crove," he acknowledged, but did not offer his own name. Very well then," Croven said, frowning still deeper. He walked back toward the tap room. Cale found an isolated table to the right of the hearth and eased into a seat. Afternoon sun poured in through the open shutters of the common room's windows, but Cale's table was comfortably cast in shadow. With an insignificant exercise of his will, he increased the intensity of the shadows around his table, creating a cocoon of darkness in which he could relax. In moments, a thin young woman with her long sandy hair pulled into a horsetail brought him a meal of mutton stew, bread, and a creamy cheese made from goat's milk. Absently, he thanked her and began to eat. The fare was good, but his mind remained on the Slotty, finding them and killing them. He had an idea of how to do the former, and he'd never needed instruction on the latter. The heat he felt when he considered the Slotty surprised him. Jack burned with desire to stop the sojourner and his Slotty in order to save innocence. Though Cale understood the sentiment, he knew that saving innocents didn't motivate him, at least not primarily. The Slotty had tortured Wren, murdered other Eskevran house guards, nearly killed Jack, taken Cale's hand, and indirectly stolen his humanity. That motivated him. Revenge. Or justice, he thought, trying to prettify it. He found it telling that in ancient Thoras the words for revenge and justice, Kororin and Kororin, shared a common linguistic origin distinguished only by a difference in vowels. That was the fine line between the two concepts. Vowels. Fortunately, Cale was not interested in distinguishing them. He cared not at all which of the two he was after, so long as at the end of it, the Slotty and the Sojourner ended up dead. And if doing so saved innocence and served Mask, and Cale knew that it would accomplish at least the latter, he just couldn't see how, then so much the better. He swirled his ale. It felt good to put a name to his anger. Kororin, he decided to name it. Justice, for Wren, for Jack, and for himself. He coiled his anger, his need for Kororin, into a tight ball and placed it close to his heart. It would be his compass, the new sphere about which his universe would turn until the Slotty and their master were all dead. He thought of something Riven had said to him back in Selgaunt. "You be Mask's tool, Cale. I'll be his weapon." Cale would be a weapon, too, and it was time to sharpen his edge. He flagged the barmaid as she passed by. She smiled down at him, the tired smile of a tired woman. He removed a platinum coin from his belt pouch and handed it to her. Her eyes went wide. "Please see to it that a few extra ewers of clean water are placed in my room," he said. She slipped the coin into her bodice. Of course, sir," she stammered, then bustled off. Cale took some time to savor the last of his cheese and stew. After gulping down the ale, he headed upstairs to his room to hunt Slod. He opened the last door on the left to reveal a small room that smelled faintly of stale sweat and the smoke from poor-quality pipeweed. A straw-stuffed mattress sat against one wall under the room's only window, while a chair, chamber pot, and a rickety wooden table stood against the wall to Cale's right. Atop the table sat a ceramic wash basin, 3 tin ewers of water, and a clay oil lamp. Cloak pegs stuck out of the wall like fingers. Cale doffed his filthy attire. Stripping down to only tunic, vest, breeches, and weapons belt, he hung the rest on the pegs. Cale crossed the floor and pulled the shutters closed, sealing out most of the sun and the sounds from the street below. But for the grid of light cast on the floor through the shutter slats, darkness cloaked the room. He willed it darker still, and darker it grew. To fully prepare himself before casting the powerful divination he was contemplating, he donned his mask and sat cross-legged on the floor. He regulated his breathing, offered a prayer to Mask, and focused his mind on one thing: Azreem. In his mind's eye, Cale pictured the Slod in both his natural form and in his half-drow form. He imagined the Slod's mismatched eyes, one brown and one blue, the asymmetry seemingly always present irrespective of the form Azreem took. Cale let the darkness embrace him, as soft as a feather bed. He pulled out the need for Kororin and let it feed his intensity until the image of Azreem in both of his known forms had burned itself into Cale's brain. When that image felt as sharp in his mind as the edge of a horn blade, he rose and went to the table. Intuitively, he knew what to do. Cale filled the wash basin with the water from one of the ewers. He whispered a word of power, spiraled his regenerated hand in the dark air, and came away with his fingers enmeshed in a cat's cradle of reified threads of shadow. He held his hand over the basin and let the liquid shadows slip from his fingers to coil in the water. He unsheathed one of his daggers and, without even a wince, opened the palm of the same hand. He held the slash over the basin and let his blood drip into the water. In the darkness, the crimson fluid looked black, as black as his thoughts. The wound bled for only a few heartbeats before the regenerative properties of his flesh sealed the gash. With his dagger blade, he stirred them all together, water, shadows, and blood, all the while praying to Mask to consecrate the brew. When the surface of the water became as black and reflective as polished obsidian, he knew the Shadow Lord had answered. He stared at the mirror-like surface of the water, seeing his masked face reflected there, and whispered the words to a spell that allowed him to scry a person or thing that he mentally selected wherever they were. He imagined Azreem. Cale's reflection vanished from the surface of the basin. Points of dim ochre light lit the water like distant embers in the deep. Cale felt the intangible threads of magical power scouring Faerun, searching for the Slod. Searching. Nothing. The light within the basin dimmed and died. Damn it, he softly cursed. Cale leaned back in the chair and took a breath to calm himself. He knew that a variety of factors could prevent the success of the spell, including magical protections or simple bad luck, so he was not alarmed. Since Azreem couldn't know or suspect that Cale was looking for him, he believed that sooner or later his spell would take. He cut his palm again and recast the spell. Again, no success. He repeated the process again and again, growing more and more frustrated with each attempt, until the basin contained as much of his blood as it did water, and the harsh light leaking through the shutter slats had faded to evening's twilight. Still nothing. "I'll find you," he promised the Slod, promised himself. Distantly, Cale recognized the beginnings of obsession, but ignored it and cast the spell again. Sometime later, hours perhaps, the door to the room opened and Jack entered, bathed, shaved, fed, and bedded. Light streamed in from a lantern in the hallway. Cale blinked in the sudden brightness but barely spared the halfling a glance. "Cale?" Jack asked in a concerned voice, his silhouette framed in the door by the lantern. "Dark, man. It's pitch in here. Did you even eat?" "Yes," Cale replied. "Cale?" "Not now, Jack," Cale replied, focusing on the basin. He put Jack out of his mind, concentrated, and cast again. The image of the Slod's eyes was imprinted on his brain. He focused. There, in the depths of the basin, a light sparkled. He fixated on it, willed the spell to follow it. "Cale?" Jack asked. A wavering image took shape in the water. He saw a gray-skinned, grizzled dwarf walking a torch-lit street. Decrepit buildings made of scrap wood lined a packed earth road. At first, Cale thought the spell might have gone awry, but when the dwarf turned and Cale saw the perfect teeth and the eyes, one blue and one brown, he knew his spell had located Azreem. He tried to contain his exultation and keep the spell focused. He couldn't hear the sounds around Azreem, but he could see the surroundings. Shadowy buildings, creatures, and people moved in and out of the spell's field of vision. Most of the people and creatures appeared to be running. Several were shouting and pointing. "Where are Riven and Mags?" Cale asked the halfling. "Next door," Jack answered. "Get them. All three of you get in here," Cale said. "Right now. I've found them." Jack took Cale's meaning right away. The halfling ran to the room next door and pounded on the door. Cale heard muffled voices and boot stomps. Magadan, Jack, and Riven piled into his room, shutting the door behind them. "It's pitch black in here," Magadan said. "What are you doing, Cale?" "Scrying for the Slotty," Jack answered. "He's got them." "You've got them?" Magadan asked, excitement in his voice. Cale nodded and beckoned them over, saying, "Look for yourself." His three comrades gathered behind and around him and stared into the bowl. Azreem walked the dark street beside a gray-haired, balding human with a giant pot-belly. "But," Magadan started to protest, then the dwarf's eyes became clear. "Dark and empty," Riven breathed. "That's him. That's his eyes, Mags, and no mistaking. The bald one must be one of the other Slotty." "Where are they now?" Jack asked, standing on tiptoes to see into the bowl. Cale shook his head. From what they'd seen, Azreem could have been walking the nighttime streets of any city in Faerun. He needed more information. He concentrated, working to expand the field of vision afforded him by the spell. The vista spread out. People and creatures of all sorts, gnolls, orcs, even drow, crowded the streets around Azreem and the pot-bellied human. A coffle of nearly naked slaves stood in the background. A troll shambled by. They were all looking up at something. "What in the name of the goddess?" said Magadan. With an effort of will, Cale moved the scrying eye to view the object of attention. The spell dispelled the moment they focused on it, but in that single instant, they all saw it well enough. A glowing skull floating amidst a backdrop of rope bridges and catwalks. Riven's sharp intake of breath rang loud in the quiet of the room. Cale sat back in the chair, his mind racing. "Burn me," said Jack. Magadan looked from one face to another. "What? What is it?" "Skullport," Cale said, turning to face his comrades. The guide's face showed recognition. "Skullport?" Magadan blew out a soft whistle, looked to Riven, then to Jack, and asked, "What I've heard. Is it as bad as that?" "Likely worse," Riven said. "Imagine Waterdeep is a sieve. The lords of Waterdeep shake their city and the worst of the residents fall down to Skullport, there to join the worst the Underdark has to offer." "You've been there?" Magadan asked Riven. The assassin nodded, his face thoughtful. "Once, a long time ago," the assassin said, his voice low. "Slaves, drugs, life is worth coppers. The worst things you can imagine, those things you can buy cheap. It's the things you won't even consider until you see them that cost the real coin." He shared a glance with Cale, then eyed Jack meaningfully. "If we're going there, we need to understand that it ain't nice, and we can't try to fix it and make it so. Understood? Fleet? Cale?" Jack pulled out his pipe, tamped it, and lit. The tinder twig gave their faces an eerie cast. The smell of pipeweed, rich and deep, filled the room. "I hear you," the halfling said. "Is that new leaf?" Magadan asked absently. Jack raised his eyebrows and looked impressed. "It is. Bought it today." "I purchased some new gear for us," Magadan said, still in that same thoughtful tone. "New cloaks, boots, road tack." Riven ignored all that and said, "You enter Skullport knowing what you want. You get it, then you leave, as fast as possible, and no one crosses the skulls. I've seen what they can do." Jack blew a cloud of smoke up into Riven's face and grumbled, "I said I understood." Riven inhaled Jack's exhaled smoke and blew it back at the halfling. "Good," the assassin replied. "If things go ugly there, because you can't keep your conscience in your—" "Enough," Cale said, standing and interposing himself between Jack and Riven. "We know what we want in Skullport. We're hunting Slotty. The question is, how do we get there?" Cale knew that Skullport was somewhere below Waterdeep, Faerun's largest city, over half a continent away. Jack shrugged, drew in some smoke, then said, "Magic?" Riven scoffed and took out his borrowed pipe. "You have something better to offer?" the halfling asked. Riven lit, inhaled, then replied, "No. The way I used before won't be available. We need another way." Magadan used one of his own tinder twigs to light the wick of the oil lamp on the table. Shadows sprung up on the walls. Cale realized then how cognizant he had become of the presence or absence of darkness and shadows. He also knew that in darkness he could use his own power to instantaneously transport himself, and possibly his comrades, from the shadows in Starmantle to the shadows in Skullport. Not shadow-stepping, but teleporting. Still, something caused him to hesitate. He remembered, long ago he had overheard something about the dangers of teleporting into and out of the Underdark. Stories of men materializing half in and half out of solid rock, screaming in agony for the last few heartbeats of their lives. He didn't want to risk that with his comrades. If there was no other way, he could go alone. I know a way, Magadan said. His pale eyes glowed in the lamplight. But it's 4 days away, even moving quickly. Cale barely acknowledged the relief he felt at Magadan's pronouncement. 4 days is too much time, he said. But I may be able to get us there sooner. What's your way? Magadan looked at Cale with raised eyebrows and asked, How can you get us there sooner? Cale indicated his skin, the shadows leaking from his fingertips, and said, With this, I can teleport us there if you can describe the location to me. Magadan nodded and said, I can do better. Before Cale could ask what he meant, Riven asked, Then why not teleport us all the way to Skullport? Something I heard once, Cale replied. I think teleporting that deep underground is dangerous. I've heard that too, Jack said, nodding and blowing a smoke ring. Riven seemed to accept that. No doubt he'd heard something similar. Magadan said, The way I know is dangerous too. Shaking his head, Cale replied, Not as much. He said it as a statement, but there was enough of a question in it that Magadan smiled. We'll see, the guide said. The Guardian can send us anywhere we want to go, provided there's water at the destination. All of them knew that Skullport sat on the shore of an underground harbor. Guardian? Jack said from around his pipe stem. Describe your route, Mags, Cale said. A crossroads, Magadan said, as though that explained it all. Cale had no idea what the guide meant. Explain, said Riven, echoing Cale's thoughts. The guide shrugged and frowned, seemingly surprised that none of his 3 comrades showed any recognition. Faerun is crosshatched with secret ways, he said. Druids call them the hidden paths, but most know them as crossroads and backroads. They're not quite portals, they're more like folds in the world. A tunnel of 1 step that carries you through a space of 100 leagues. Take a step onto a backroad in Selgaunt, and instantly find yourself outside of Arabel. Does that make sense? Riven's narrowed eye and furrowed brow said, No. Cale wasn't quite sure he understood either. So you're saying these crossroads are all over? Jack asked. Only we can't see them? Magadan smiled and said, Not quite, Jack. The backroads are everywhere, or at least most everywhere. The crossroads are the access points where the backroads intersect our perception of the world. It is there that we can enter the backroads. And no, most people don't see them. Jack shook his head, obviously still confused. Cale, too, was uncertain. He had never in all his travels heard of anything resembling the phenomenon Magadan was describing. Perhaps comprehending the nature of the hidden paths had something to do with Magadan's psionic abilities. He suspected Magadan's careful choice of the phrase, our perception of the world, went to the core of the issue. Where did they come from? Cale asked. The guide scratched his nose and shook his head. The hidden paths are part of the nature of creation, Erevis. They did not come from anything. They just are and always have been. Cale digested that. And one leads to Skullport? He asked at last. Magadan nodded and said, They lead everywhere. Riven took a long draw on his pipe. How did you come to know about these things? The assassin asked. Magadan gave his best Drasic Riven sneer and tapped his temple. I look for them, Drasic, and I'm willing to see. His voice grew colder when he said to the assassin, It's surprising the things you can see when you're willing. Riven offered his own sneer in return. Cale doubted that it was that simple. Still, Magadan had not yet led them astray. He knew he could trust the guide and his judgment. You mentioned a guardian, he said. Indeed, the Fae keep the crossroads, and each crossroad has a signal guardian. We'll have to bargain our way past. Sometimes the guardians are temperamental. What in the 9 hells does that mean? Jack asked. You'll see, Magadan replied. Cale took his cloak from the peg on which it hung and said, I can only teleport us at night. Gather your gear. We leave as soon as we're equipped. Can you teleport with a boat, too? the guide asked Cale. We'll need a boat, big enough for the four of us. Cale nodded. A boat? Jack asked. Magadan grinned a feral smile and said, You'll see. You say that a lot, Jack said. Cale looked at Jack and said, Little man, can you get us a boat at this hour? Jack exhaled a cloud of smoke, snapped his fingers, and snuffed his pipe. Easy. You'll see, he said, smiling at Mags. Meet me at the docks in a half hour. Chapter 11. Running the River. Even by night, Starmantle's harbor bustled with activity. Laborers and ship's crew, some composed of humans, some not, unloaded crates of cargo by torchlight and glow ball and stacked them high. Cale could imagine the illicit contents of many of the crates. Starmantle traded in vice as much as legitimate goods, the same as any other city of the inner sea. The shouts of the sailors carried along the shore through the salt-tinged night air. Laughter, smoke, torchlight, and shouts carried from the open windows of the many dockside taverns. Pedestrians walked the wharves in small groups. Revelers, sailors, whores, pimps, and worse. Cale felt at home there in the night, surrounded by sin. He stood with Jack, Riven, and Magadan on the rocky shore of an out-of-the-way inlet, down the shoreline and east of Starmantle's main harbor. Small wooden piers and docks, large enough only for small fishing craft, dotted the shoreline there. Jack led them to one such pier, a rickety wooden construct that extended a long dagger toss into the bay. There, tethered with thick hemp rope, several small rowboats floated in the gently lapping water. The breeze off the sea smelled fresh and clean. As he had when he'd been aboard Foam Rider, Cale felt the water pull at his spirit. That's it, Jack said, and gestured at one of the rowboats near them, on the left side of the dock. Cale eyed the boat doubtfully. Even with his limited exposure to the sea, he could see it was a creaky tub with rusty fittings, splintering oars, and no less than 10 seasons of wear on its hull. Worn fishing nets lay piled aft. A coiled rope affixed to a rusty anchor lay fore. On the positive side, the boat was big enough that they could all fit in it. It also appeared to float. Sort of. Did you pay for that, Fleet? Riven asked. Of course I paid for it, Zent. If Cale wanted it stolen, he'd have asked you to get it. Riven gave a hard smile and replied, No, he would have asked me to do it if he wanted the owner dead and the boat burned to ash. And after selling you that, the owner deserves no less. It floats, Jack grumbled. Now let's just get in the damned thing. I'll row, Magadan said. They all walked down the wooden planked pier. Jack lowered himself into the small boat and took a seat on the rear bench. Still sneering, Riven hopped into the boat and sat beside the halfling. Jack scooted away from him and looked in the opposite direction. Before getting in, Cale asked Magadan, Are you sure this is going to do? We're not going to be on the open sea, are we? This will do, replied the guide. He nodded for Cale to get in. And we won't be on the sea at all. Cale nodded, climbed into the boat, and sat fore. Magadan, after unmooring the small craft from the pier, came last and sat on the middle bench, facing aft toward Jack and Riven. The guide took the oars, and over his back, Magadan said to Cale, Allow me to get a feel for it before you move us. Cale replied, You say when you're ready. As Magadan rowed them out into the bay, Cale looked up into the clear night sky, alit with stars. The starlight reflected off the surface of the water, reminding him of the basin he had used to track Azreem to Skullport, of the star sphere that he still carried in his pack. The transformation of his soul had begun with the stars, he knew, had been foreordained thousands of years earlier when the makers of the star sphere had captured in magical crystal the periodic appearances in Faerun of the Fane of Shadows. Somehow he thought that everything would end with the stars, too. 2 and 2 are 4, he thought, and let his fingertips crease the water. The oars thumped in their settings as Magadan rowed them out a bowshot and turned the boat sharply hither and yon, finally spinning it in a tight circle. "Well enough," the guide said, seemingly comfortable with the boat. "This is the best we have, so we'll make do. Are you ready, Erevis?" Cale pulled his gaze from the sky and nodded. Magadan reached back and gripped Cale's forearm. "Be at ease," he said, and Cale felt Magadan's mind reach for his. "This is where we need to go." Motes of silver light formed before Magadan's eyes, flared, and floated over to surround Cale's head. In his mind's eye, Cale saw the image Magadan had transmitted, as clear a memory as if Cale had seen it himself. A wild river, the Wet River, racing northward from a long lake, coursing through a jagged canyon, and finally spilling over a high cliff to empty itself, in a torrent of foam and violence, into the Dragonmere. Towering maples lined the river's winding course, ancient watchmen guarding the waterway and giving the river the appearance of a processional. There was no sign of human habitation. The area looked untouched and untraveled, pristine. The silver motes winked out, but the memory of the place remained fixed in Cale's mind. How strange the mind works, Cale thought. He caught an inkling of something that had happened back in the plane of shadow, but before he could recall it, it dissipated like a puff of smoke. "Can you see it?" Magadan asked. "I can," Cale replied. "How did you do it?" Magadan said, "Simple, really. I transferred a memory of something that I had seen to you as though you had seen it. That can go both ways. I can use a modified mind link to take something that you've seen, or even to see through your eyes." "That's why no one likes you, Mags," Riven said. Cale gave a half smile, feeling a strange sense of having done that all before. "Didn't you already tell me that?" he asked Magadan. The guide looked at him curiously, started to speak, stopped, then said, I don't think so." Cale shook his head, meanwhile storing what Magadan had told him in the back of his mind. "Ready yourselves," he said to all of them. With an exercise of will, Cale drew the shadows about the boat until darkness cloaked them like a shroud. "I can't see," Jack said, and his voice was small in the darkness. Cale pictured the location in his mind and transported them from the darkness of Starmantle's Bay to the darkness of the Wet River Canyon. He didn't feel any sensation of motion, though he heard Jack gasp. When he let the shadows begin to dissipate, it was plain that they were elsewhere. Sound filled their ears, the slow croak of frogs, the chirps of crickets and cicadas, and the steady rush of the river. Maples loomed over them, blotting out the stars. Behind the maples rose the steep, boulder-strewn sides of a rocky canyon. The boat was moving, careening sideways in a moderate current. "Help me get it to shore," Magadan shouted. "The current gets fast very quickly." While the guide skillfully plied the oars, Cale, Jack, and Riven used their hands to help paddle. Together they pulled the craft out of the current and steered it into the shallows. There Magadan hopped out and pulled the craft onto a stony beach. Breathing hard, they all exited the boat and sank to the ground. When he'd caught his breath, Magadan said to Cale, "We covered over 20 leagues in a heartbeat. Well done." Cale caught Riven's frown, but chose to ignore it. "We'll camp here," Magadan said, indicating a knoll under the leaves of a maple. "With the dawn, we start downriver for the Dragon's Jaws." Jack and Riven stared at the guide. "The falls are called the Dragon's Jaws," Magadan explained. He cocked his head. "If you listen with care, you can hear them even from here." With his darkness-enhanced senses, Cale could hear them quite clearly. In the distance sounded the dull roar and boom of thundering water. In his mind's eye, he could see the falls, a raging river cutting a jagged gash in the wall of a high cliff. The gash looked vaguely like jaws snapping shut. Magadan looked at Riven and Jack and said, "The falls at the jaws descend 2 bow shots or more before crashing into the Dragonmere. The mist is as thick as an autumn fog. the roar as loud as the bellows of 100 ogres. It's wondrous to see." "Wondrous?" Jack said while he stuffed his pipe. "Trickster's toes, 2 bow shots is a long drop, Magadan." Riven said nothing. "The jaws are the location of the crossroad," the guide said. "More precisely, the jaws are the crossroad." When Cale and Jack looked a question at him, Magadan said, "You'll see tomorrow. Save your questions until then. I need to prepare tonight." Since Magadan seemed disinclined to speak further about it, Cale let it drop. After they had pitched their tents and Magadan had gotten a campfire going, Cale volunteered to take the first watch. He would need to pray to the Shadow Lord at midnight anyway. "There is no need for that here," Magadan said, and nodded up at the maples. "This place is already being watched." Cale followed Magadan's glance to the canopy above. He saw nothing there and heard only the wind through the leaves, the rush of the river, and the distant boom of the dragon's jaws. Still, he took the guide at his word, shrugged, and lay down to sleep. He awakened at midnight, as always. Sitting up from his bedroll, he saw Magadan sitting near the river, keeping vigil and whispering to its waters. The guide's words were lost to the rush of the current and the song of the crickets. Cale looked to the other side of the fire and saw that Riven was not in his tent. He sat up fully and scanned the campsite. His vision allowed him to see clearly in the darkness, and he spotted Riven right away. The assassin sat in the deeper darkness against the bole of one of the maples. He had his legs partly drawn up and rested the back of his palms on his knees. His eyes were closed. He was praying, Cale realized, and the understanding made him uncomfortable. With effort, he put it out of his mind. So as not to disturb either Magadan or Riven, Cale quietly donned his mask and prayed to the Shadow Lord. His patron answered. Power filled his brain, the words to prayers that would unlock magic. Afterward, he lay back down to sleep. By then, Riven was back in his bedroll, sleeping. Magadan awakened him just as the false dawn began to lighten the sky above the canyon. Together they roused Jack and Riven. Jack lit his pipe. Riven's coughs sounded loud off the canyon's rocks. While they gathered their gear, Magadan explained the situation. "The Guardian is a river fae, and will only appear if we brave the current near the jaws while the sun is rising. I had hoped to win his favor last night. He did not answer, but we shall soon see if I succeeded." "Near the jaws," Jack muttered, and lost his pipe from between his teeth. "Dark," he said, retrieving it and dusting the dirt from the stem. "You're right to be concerned," the guide said. "Once in that current, there is no getting out. We must convince the Guardian to allow us passage, or we'll go over the falls." Between his coughs, Riven managed a hard laugh. Cale and Jack shared a look. "How do we do that?" Cale asked, his voice and mood serious. Magadan shrugged, and as he finished loading his pack, he said, "Fae are fickle. Some days one thing will work, some day another, but something will work. We need only find what it is." Cale wondered if he should reconsider his decision not to transport them all directly to Skullport. Magadan must have sensed his hesitation. "All we can do is try, Erevis." "Try and die," Riven said as he pulled on his pack. "Maybe," Magadan acknowledged. Jack pocketed his pipe and threw his pack in the boat. "You've got nothing better, Zent," the halfling said to Riven. "I trust Magadan's judgment." Riven glared at Jack, then turned back to the guide. "How often have you made this passage, Mags?" he asked. Magadan hesitated a moment, then answered, "Once." "Still trust his judgment, Fleet?" said Riven, laughing. Jack looked concerned, but said nothing. "Can you do it, Magadan?" Cale asked, looking the guide in the eyes. Magadan's brow furrowed, and he said, "It will take all of us, but yes, I think so." That was good enough for Cale. "Then let's go," he said, and thumped Magadan on the shoulder. They piled into the boat, and Magadan pushed them off. After climbing in and taking his seat in the middle bench, he linked their minds. "This way," he projected. "We can communicate unheard by the Fae." Just as the current seized them and sent them speeding down the river, Magadan looked meaningfully at Riven and Cale. "Violence and threats cannot avail us with the Guardian," said the guide, "so do not offer any. Provide it with what it asks, and it will grant us passage." Cale and Riven acknowledged Magadan's words with a nod. As the sun's light began to peek over the canyon and brighten the sky, Cale resisted the urge to draw up his cloak hood. His skin stung, but he endured. His hand vanished, and he drew the sleeve of his cloak over the stump. He would abide the light, though he knew that the sun would prevent him from using any of the abilities granted him by his transformation. If they went over the dragon's jaws, he would not be able to save them from drowning, but he would face death with his friends, in the sun, unhooded, and with open eyes. Currents of nervousness and anticipation traveled along the telepathic lines that connected them. None were sure that it would work. Nothing for it now, Cale thought, and held on. The current accelerated rapidly and sent them hurtling down the river. Magadan used the oars not for propulsion, but to help steer the boat, since it had no tiller. While he worked, he began to sing in a language that Cale had never before heard. But that somehow stirred him, calling to mind moonlit nights, forested glades, and quiet revelry. The guide's voice was a mellow baritone, and the song used the river's rush as a counterpoint to its melody. Cale looked to the back of the boat, to Riven. The assassin clutched the side of the vessel with one hand, and the bench he shared with Jack in the other. Dark circles painted the skin under his eyes. In a mental voice only Riven could hear, Cale projected, "Dreams?" Riven looked up sharply, furrowed his brow, and shook his head. "No, I haven't dreamed since we came back from the plane of shadow." Cale considered that as the boat scraped against a rock and began to pick up still more speed. Magadan continued to sing the song of summoning, even as his mental voice cursed the rocks and current. "Perhaps he's through with you," Cale said to Riven, but doubted it. Riven knew whom Cale meant by he. The assassin's eye narrowed and fixed on Cale. "I don't want him to be through with me, first of five." Cale heard the venom in Riven's mental voice and understood the feelings well. He had seen them in Riven before. When both Cale and Riven had served the righteous man in the Night of Knives, Riven had been second to Cale, and in serving Mask, Riven was second again. Cale knew that a man in that position might do anything, might give anything. He recalled the assassin's prayers of the night before and wondered what Riven had asked of Mask, and what the Shadow Lord had given and taken. For reasons he could not explain, Cale felt pity for Riven. The assassin was as caught up in the schemes of the Shadow Lord as Cale, but he had no one to keep him grounded. Riven didn't have someone like Jack. Cale decided that he would try to give the assassin some ballast. "Listen to me, Riven," Cale said in as brotherly a tone as he could muster. "You give yourself over fully to Mask, and you'll be stepping off a cliff bigger than anything we'll be seeing today. Keep yourself." Riven answered only with a frown and a turned head. Cale stared at him for a moment, then shook his head. He had done what he could. Magadan ceased singing, and Cale noticed for the first time that another voice had taken up the tune, a wondrous voice, an otherworldly sing-song tenor. Cale scanned the churning river ahead and behind, but could not see a source. It appeared to come from the rush of the waves itself. The words and the voice sent a charge of energy through Cale, and he had to force himself not to stand in the boat. Where Magadan's version of the song had called to mind a majestic forest under the stars, the same words, sung in a different voice, had come to evoke an image of roaring waves, leaping fish, and the thrill of the hunt. "Remain still and non-threatening," Magadan projected to them. Then he called aloud, "We hear your song, Guardian, and beseech you to show yourself." "White water!" Jack shouted over the singing from his bench in the rear, pointing past Cale to the river ahead. Magadan cringed at the halfling's shout, and the guardian's song faltered. "No shouting," the guide admonished. Cale turned to see the rapids around the next bend in the river. Rocks poked through the river surface, causing swirls, little whirlpools, and foam. The water roared around them, roiling and splashing. A host of small cascades awaited them ahead, culminating in the distance in the torrent that spilled over the dragon's jaws. Cale dug his fingertips into the gunnels and tried to keep from spilling over the side as the boat began to lurch. "We humbly request your presence, Guardian," Magadan said.
"I've been here all along, woodsman," said a voice from beside the boat, "at least for those with eyes to see, and please do not shout on my river, half-a-man."
Cale looked to the side of the boat, and his breath caught. Rising halfway out of the roiling water to swim beside the boat was the guardian Fae. Though roughly humanoid in stature, at least from the waist up, it looked to be composed of the river water itself. In its shimmering liquid shape, Cale could make out the watery outline of long, unkempt hair, laughing eyes, and a smiling mouth. Though Cale could see no means of propulsion, the creature appeared to have no body below its manifested torso. The Fae darted around the boat, gliding through the water with the ease and rapidity of a hummingbird in the air. The creature looked each of them over, an appraising glance. It lingered longest near the bow, eyeing Cale. "What's happening?" Cale asked Magadan. "Do nothing," replied the woodsman, and grunted as he managed the boat through the increasingly powerful current. "It is observing." At last, the Fae again took up station beside Magadan.
"You keep unusual company, woodsman," the Fae said, "and sing out of tune, and confuse many of the lyrics, and befoul the sylvan tongue. I am deeply offended."
The Fae crossed his arms over his chest and looked away, still somehow keeping pace with the boat as it careened along in the current. Keeping one eye on the rapids and one eye on the river Fae, Magadan said, "I am but a simple guide, as you suggest. Forgive my mistreatment of your tongue." He pulled the oars hard back as the boat tumbled down a small cascade. Cale's stomach raced up his throat. "We've come to petition you for access to the crossroads," Magadan said, struggling to keep his tone even. "We wish to journey to Skullport." The Fae's gaze darkened. It looked at Cale doubtfully.
"You seek the Sargoth, then," it said. "Dark waters, those."
"More rocks, Mags," Cale projected. "Big ones." Ahead, the river accelerated. The water boiled around the huge, jagged rocks. "I see them," the guide projected back. "Hold on tight." The Fae watched with amusement as Magadan tried to steer the boat away from the rocks.
"Beware now,"
the Fae said, and giggled, the sound like rain tinkling on metal. The creature's body slammed into a rock, exploded into a shower of drops and mist, then instantly reformed on the other side, still grinning. After passing the rocks, the full force of rapids seized them. Cale felt as if a hand had taken hold of the keel of the boat and thrown it forward. Foam churned, water roiled, and the boat thumped again and again against more rocks hidden just below the surface. Cale's teeth rattled in his head and his cloak was sodden. Throughout, the Fae somehow swam along beside them, just out of arm's reach, smiling benignly. "The Sargoth," Magadan said, breathing hard and trying to keep the boat from breaking into pieces. "Yes. Will you grant us passage?" The boat slammed so hard into a rock that Cale thought for certain they had staved aside. The craft spun off the stone and rotated 90 degrees. Magadan righted them with effort. A dip, another. Water swamped the bow. Cale was soaked. The boat hit another rock, tumbled down another cascade. From the rear, Jack shouted, bounced high in the air, and would have gone overboard but for Riven's reflexes. The assassin grabbed the halfling by the cloak and yanked him back into the boat. "Hang on, goddamn it, Fleet," the assassin said. Over the roar of the river, the Fae frowned, waggled a translucent finger at the assassin, and said,
"No, I think I shall not grant you passage. You and your friends wield words as though they were weapons. I remain offended."
Ahead, Cale could hear the roar of the falls. It was growing louder. The riverbed was dropping by steps, cascade after cascade. The maple trees and canyon walls around them were blurs. The boat bobbed through the water like a child's toy. Cale knew that the mad rush down the waterway ended in a fall that none of them could survive. "Be quick, Magadan," Cale projected to the guide. He held on as the bow crashed down another cascade and nearly unseated him. They had a 30 count, no longer. "Guardian," Magadan shouted, and Cale felt the guide's desperation travel along the telepathic channels. "Please, what can we do to gain passage?" Ahead, a spear cast, Cale saw the dragon's jaws. It looked just as it had in Magadan's mental image. The river's current had carved a great U-shaped channel through the cliff face. Foaming water roared through the channel and vanished from sight, falling into the thick mist formed from the water slamming into the dragon mere far below. Jagged boulders jutted from the waters before the jaws. "The falls!" Jack shouted from behind. The Fae made a show of thinking. "You've offended me with words, woodsman. Now you must amuse me with them, or surprise me, or astonish me." He waved a watery hand and said, "Begin." The four comrades shared a look. "Try something," Riven projected. Cale watched with dread as they neared the jaws. The river surged, nearly capsizing the boat. They all four uttered a collective shout. "Magadan!" the halfling called. "I am born of a devil," the guide blurted. The Fae raised his eyebrows, laughed, and clapped his hands. "Wonderful! Which one?" The boat slammed into a rock, nearly sending Cale over the bow. They were taking on water. "What?" Magadan shouted, doing everything he could to slow their approach to the falls. "Which devil?" asked the Fae. "Name your sire, or mother, as the case may be." Cale saw Magadan's resistance, felt it in his mind. Cale didn't know if he wanted the woodsman to speak his father's name or keep it behind his teeth. He understood Magadan's struggle. Speaking the name of his demonic father, something Magadan was loath to do, would have felt to the guide like surrender, like the way Cale had felt on the plane of shadow when he'd drawn weave shear for the first time. "Tell the thing what it wants to hear, Mags," Riven said. His good eye was wide, eyeing the approaching falls. "It's just a name." The Fae's gaze fixed on Riven and hardened. "The shadow of the shade speaks at last." It indicated Cale, looked back to Riven and said, "You are merely his shadow, are you not?" Riven's eye narrowed, his mouth set into a hard line. Despite the upset of the boat, one of his hands went for a blade. His anger was palpable through the mind link, overriding the group's collective trepidation at the onrushing jaws. "Mephistopheles!" Magadan shouted, and the word made Cale's stomach churn worse than the river. "Mephistopheles is my blood sire." The Fae seemed unperturbed by the foul name. "Excellent," the creature said to Magadan. "A base word, but well said." "You want to hear the words of power, you little piss drip?" Riven growled from the back of the boat. "Then hear this." "Do not," Cale ordered, but it was too late. Riven spat a stream of corruption in the tongue he sometimes used as a weapon. Cale, Jack, and Magadan doubled over in pain upon hearing the words, but the Fae only squinted as though he was facing the wind in a rainstorm. After Riven had spewed the sentence, he looked surprised to see that the Fae had not disintegrated. The Fae, seeing Riven was done, clapped his hands lightly. "Foully told, but well said." It turned to Jack and said, "Now you, little bedraggled half-man, the piss-drip has yet to hear from you." Jack, his eyes still watering from the obscenity mouthed by Riven, could not take his gaze from the river. "Say something, Fleet," Riven projected. "Keep your mouth closed, Zent," Jack shot back with heat and glared at Riven. "Little man," Cale prompted. "Come now," said the Fae. "Confess." At that, Jack gave the creature a sharp look, then looked to Cale. Cale gave him a reassuring nod, and the halfling nodded back and turned to the Fae. Barely audible over the roar of the approaching falls, Jack said, "I'm afraid of what is happening." The Fae grinned. "Well done, Half-a-Man, well done indeed. I'd ask what in particular frightens you, but I know it is everything." The creature spun around to face Cale and, pointing past him to the onrushing falls, said, "Time is short, Shade. What do you have to say to me?" The roar of the water was loud in Cale's ears. He struggled to find something to say, something the Fae would not have heard before. Nothing. He could not think above the roar of the jaws. "Hurry, Cale," Riven prompted. "Where?" the Fae blithely cautioned. They all saw it too late. The boat crashed into a jagged rock jutting a handbreadth above the waterline. It split the side of the little craft and sent Cale tumbling into the river. He heard the shouts of his comrades for only an instant before he went under. His single good hand clutched for something, anything, but managed to take hold of only a broken bit of the boat's hull, not enough to keep him afloat. He felt as if a giant's hand pressed him to the riverbed and held him submerged. The water was not deep. His back scraped against the rocky bottom, and he could still see sunlight cascading through the water. But he couldn't gain purchase to push himself to the top. The current rolled him, twisted him, twirled him like a dry leaf in a gale. And above it all, even under water, he could hear the dull, foreboding rush of the dragon's jaws. In his head, he heard the Fae say, "Speak, Shade, or all is lost. Already your friends are drowning, though the woodsman swims strong and even now tries to save them." Cale's breath was failing. He didn't even have the sense to feel much surprise at the fact that the Fae could communicate telepathically. He reached for the surface and felt his hand broach the water, feeling the sun's sting on his flesh for only a moment before the current pushed him back down. The falls were near. His breath was gone. A flurry of incoherent images flashed through his mind. Riven leading a religious service, the Fane of Shadows, a twin spire built on an island and reaching for a starry sky, a laughing mask stepping from Shar's shadow to stab at Sirik, the Plain of Shadow, the ruins of Elgrin Faw. The ruins of Elgrin Faw. He hoped the Fae was still listening. Over 6,000 years ago, he projected to the Fae, on a world now forgotten, Kessin Rel the Dark, first chosen of the Shadow Lord, angry at his forced exile from Elgrin Faw, banished the whole of the city into the Plain of Shadow. The inhabitants thought he had stolen the sun, but he had stolen only them. He lingers still in the darkest places of the Shadow Deep, feeding his malice. One day I will find him and avenge his betrayal. For a heartbeat, everything fell silent. Cale blew out the last of his breath in a stream of bubbles. A sudden roar filled his ears, impossibly loud. He felt himself falling, going through the dragon's jaws and down into oblivion. "Your travels will lead down dark paths," said the Fae in his head. "Journey well, Shade." Chapter 12. Plotting. Kexin sat alone at a small table in the Poorhouse Inn and Tavern. Under his sleeve, Sessa, one of Stulk's sets of eyes, coiled tightly around his forearm. The noise and smoke agitated the serpent, and it slithered irritably around Kexin's arm. Kexin stayed still and calm. Stulk's familiars had been known, on rare occasions, to bite their bearers. An image of his body, bloated and purple from cave viper venom, floated through Kexin's mind. He pushed it away with effort. Everyone in Stulksarm's slaving organization knew that the Yuan-Ti saw through the eyes of his pet serpents. Bites occurred only when Stulk was displeased with what he saw through the serpent, or when the operative was captured and in possession of incriminating information. Kexin would give his employer no cause for displeasure, and had no intention of being captured by anyone, ever. Tallow candles scattered around the common room provided the only light, sending greasy, swirling spires of smoke ceilingward. The stifling air smelled of unbathed sailors, the cheap body fragrance of whores, and a wretched dried fungus incense that Felwer, the one-armed proprietor, insisted on burning in a ceramic incense tray behind the bar. Felwer always told anyone who would listen that the incense attracted whores and repelled cats. The innkeeper had an affinity for the former, and an inexplicable phobia for the latter. Felwer even kept a dog to keep the cats at bay, a grizzled old bitch named Retha, who typically did nothing except lay before the hearth and leak piss on the floor. The shouts of passing street vendors selling cured rotha meat and pickled mushrooms carried through the irregularly shaped holes in the wall that served as the poorhouse's windows. Kexen's rickety table, cobbled together from salvaged wood from ruined ships, seemed ready to tip at the slightest bump and spill the tankard of mushroom ale that sat untouched atop it. He would not have cared. The swill smelled like urine and probably tasted worse. He'd bought it only to keep Felwer from fretting. Bleary-eyed, grinning sailors of various races thronged the common room, all either drunk already or well on their way. The professional girls circled the sailors like perfumed sharks that smelled blood in the water. Kexen had already made his own disinterest plain to an insistent would-be skulker courtesan who looked haggard even in the dim light of the house's candles. Sessa would have bit her had Kexen not pushed her away. The courtesan moved on with an indignant huff to sit on the lap of a gigantic half-orc sailor, probably a pirate. Bawdy songs erupted at intervals from a group of dark-skinned Kalashite sailors who sat on the other side of the common room. Gaming for coppers went on at several tables and in every corner. Sava, Scales and Blades, Roll the Bones, and King's Ransom. Shouts of glee or moans of despair went up from time to time, depending upon the roll of the dice or the draw of the deck. Kexen smiled. He understood well what it was to lose a month's pay on a throw of the dice or a hand of cards. He had long ago served his time crewing a slaver, squandering his pay in dives like the poorhouse, but not any more. As a rising member of Stalksarm's organization, he was accustomed to finer surroundings. All he wanted was to complete his business with Thild and get back to his residence in the Middle Heart. A patient man by nature, Kexen continued to wait without fidgeting, staring through the smoky air at the curtain of strung oyster shells that served as the main door of the poorhouse. Thild was due presently. Kexen and Thild had a long-standing relationship. Thild, a member of the Kraken Society and hence a man with considerable contacts, sold pertinent information to Kexen on the side, and occasionally acted as a middleman between Stalksarm's organization and third parties in need of certain services. It was the latter that Kexen expected. It just annoyed him to have to meet at the poorhouse. For reasons inexplicable to Kexen, Thild had chosen that time to hold their meet in the Lower Port Tavern. Kexen shifted in his chair, taking care not to upset either the rickety table or the even less stable cave viper affixed to his arm, and adjusted the two cocked and loaded magical hand crossbows he wore on his hips. He had taken them from the corpse of a drow mercenary he'd put down a year earlier. The open-bottom holsters, flexibly affixed to his weapon belt, permitted easy aiming and firing while still holstered, even under a table. The bolts carried a quick-acting paralytic he'd purchased from a Duergar herbalist. A professional precaution, the cutlass on his hip could serve too if necessary. Obviously, Kexen thought it unlikely that Thild meant him harm, else he would not have come alone. In truth, Thild was naught but a scrawny skulker done well. Still, Kexen preferred to be overcautious rather than underbreathing. Operatives of the Xanathar knew Kexen to be a member of Stalk's organization. With a war in the offing between the Yuan-Ti slaver and the beholder crime lord, an overzealous servant of the Xanathar could decide to make a name by trying to put Kexen down. Best to be prepared. In Skullport, it always paid to be prudent. Still, it made him uncomfortable that Thild was late. It smelled ever so slightly of a setup. Typically, Thild was nothing if not punctual. He decided to give the ferret-nosed fool another 100 count, and he would leave. He was busy with Stalk's business. A Luskin caravel filled with flesh was due in port within hours, and he needed to process the stock. He had only scant time to waste with Thild. As if summoned by Kexen's thoughts, the seashell curtain parted, and there stood Thild, balding head, nervous eyes, pot belly, and all. Behind him lurked another man, tall and muscular, with a huge axe strapped across his back. Kexen breathed easier. It was no setup. Thild looked around the common room, and Kexen hailed him with a raised hand, the hand attached to the arm free of a serpent. Thild nodded his oversized head and waded his skinny body through the sea of sailors and whores. The large man followed, eyeing the sailors coldly. Kexen figured the big man was an amnion, possibly a ship's captain to judge from his bearing. He wore a threatening scowl and a dark cloak interlaced with silver thread. Thild slid into the chair opposite Kexen. He looked a bit different somehow, but Kexen couldn't quite place the change. The big amnion sank into the chair beside Thild, bumping the table and nearly toppling Kexen's tankard. Thild showed surprisingly quick reflexes in snatching the ale before it tipped. "Kexen," Thild said with his typical brisk nod, "this is a client." Thild indicated the big man, who nodded. "Potential client," Kexen corrected automatically. "Stalk takes only the highest-paying jobs." "Of course," Thild acceded with a bow of his misshapen head. "This potential client needs goods moved and protected. I recommended Stalk, which naturally brought me to you." "Naturally," Sessa hissed as she slithered down Kexen's forearm head first. The viper, concealed by Kexen's sleeve, went unnoticed by either Thild or the amnion. Her hissing voice was so quiet, Kexen only barely heard her himself. Kexen looked in the mustachioed face of the amnion and asked, "Nature of the goods?" "Where did you get that shirt?" asked Thild, studying Kexen's overshirt. He reached out a hand to touch the cuff, and Sessa tensed. Taken aback, Kexen looked curiously at Thild, then at the black sleeves of the wool shirt he wore. "Don't touch it," he said, and withdrew his arm. "What in the hell's kind of question is that?" Thild stiffened, frowned, and wagged a finger at Kexen. "I've recently sworn off the use of expletives," he said. "Please refrain in my presence." Never a man of quick temper, Kexen resisted the urge to shoot Thild in the belly and walk away. Business was business. "Very well," Kexen said to Thild. He looked at the amnion and asked again, "Nature of the goods?" Sessa poked her head out from under Kexen's cuff, apparently to allow Stalk a better view of Thild. Neither of the humans noticed the serpent, and it quickly withdrew into the shirt. "Highly magical," the big man replied to Kexen, with a curious sidelong look at Thild. His voice was deep, but had the lazy diction of a dullard. "Let us leave it at that." Kexen nodded, unsurprised. Most of his clients were secretive about their wares. He didn't need, and typically didn't want to know, what it was his men were guarding. "Very well," said Kexen. "How many wagons will you need?" After a thoughtful pause, the man replied, "Only one." Kexen raised his eyebrows, looked to Thild, and said, "You understand that I don't arrange transport unless the fee, in addition to expenses for the manpower, is in excess of 1,000 gold?" "We understand," Thild replied with a smile. His teeth, Kexen noted, were perfect. He had never noticed that before. Thild continued, "The cargo is extremely valuable, and my companion here understands and accepts your minimum. He would want not fewer than 25 experienced men with substantial magical support. The latter is critical." The amnion nodded agreement. Kexen raised his eyebrows and nodded. Whatever was in that wagon must be valuable indeed. Sessa gently coiled around his forearm as though content. "Costly," Kexen said. "Location?" The big man shifted in his chair, shared a look with Thild, and said, "A meet with the buyer 2 leagues into the northern tunnels of the Underdark." Kexen ran some calculations through his head. The wilds of the Underdark were dangerous territory. He would need to hire experienced men, probably Underdark natives. 4,000 gold, he said, and quickly added, "And I do not haggle." Sessa rested her head on his wrist. The Amnion frowned, but Kexen could see the thoughts behind his eyes. The cargo was valuable, that much was obvious, and there were few organizations in Skullport with the manpower and expertise to provide the kind of protection Thild and the Amnion had requested. Kexen sat in silence, waiting for the Amnion to draw the obvious conclusion. "When can you have arrangements completed?" Thild asked. Kexen considered the question, then said, "I'll let you know, but not longer than 12 cycles." Thild's eyes flashed excitement, and Kexen wondered what stake the skulker had in the cargo. "Done," the Amnion said, and thumped his fist on the unsteady table, again nearly sending Kexen's beer to the floor. Irritated with the sudden movement, Sessa hissed and her tongue flicked Kexen's arm. He kept it perfectly still. The 2 men across the table from him seemed not to have heard the serpent. Thild smiled and asked of Kexen, "I'll take my usual finder's fee?" Kexen waved a dismissive hand and replied, "Of course." "You can leave word for me here," the Amnion said. "I'll provide the wagon and pack lizards. You provide the men." Kexen rose from the table, nodded at each of Thild and the Amnion, and said, "I'm pleased we've reached an agreement. Expect to hear from me soon." The Amnion nodded, and Thild smiled, a mouthful of perfect teeth. A few cycles later, still dressed in Thild's flabby, dirt-encrusted skin, Azrim stood unobtrusively to the side of a narrow lower trade lane street and awaited Amerigo. The so-called Horned Dwarf, a high-ranking member of the Xanathar's organization, had insisted on meeting Thild in the open street, a symptom of the dwarf's well-known paranoia, Azrim assumed. Azrim patted and pinched disgustedly at Thild's potbelly as he watched the slaves, sailors, and malnourished skulkers materialize out of the darkness and walk past. A squad of street sweepers hustled by, collecting the Rotha dung and worse that littered Skullport's streets. No one seemed to notice Thild, so unremarkable a being was the human. What a pathetic life the man had led, Azrim thought. I did him a favor by eating his head. A gang of 6 bugbear slave overseers emerged from a nearby street, each garbed in a leather jack, a series of piercings, and armed with a whip and axe. Laughing and talking loudly in their guttural tongue, they stomped in Azrim's direction. Their muscular, fur-covered bodies stank of alcohol and pent-up violence. Their bloodshot eyes promised a quick end to any who got in their way. Like the rest of the skulkers on the street, Azrim as Thild scurried out of their path. Though it galled him, Azrim avoided eye contact and feigned fear until the savage, ill-dressed creatures passed him by. Thild's rag of a cloak, moist from the ever-damp air, chafed Azrim's skin. The irritation of his borrowed flesh mirrored his irritability of mind. He was bored. For a moment, he toyed with the idea of casting away his carefully planned ruse and simply attacking the skulls outright. After all, he and his broodmates had deduced the general area in which must lay the skull's hidden lair, and there, too, must be the origin of Skullport's mantle. He smiled at the thought but dismissed the idea. The sojourner had instructed him to avoid alerting the skulls until the seed was planted, and Azrim always obeyed the sojourner, albeit grudgingly. Besides, the skulls actually were formidable foes. Azreem recognized the root of his boredom. Things had gone too easily. He felt no challenge, and hence no thrill. He and his broodmates had surveilled the skulls for over a 10-day and located the vicinity of their lair, all the while avoiding notice. They had eliminated Thild, and Azreem had clandestinely stolen his skin and identity. They had annihilated a Xanathar caravan in under a 10 count, and they had put an additional spark to the embers of a brewing gang war, embers that would turn into a wildfire after Azreem's meeting with Amerigo. All too easy, he thought with a sigh. Even Dolgan could have planned it. He adjusted the sling satchel he wore over his shoulder. Within were some of the magical items he'd taken from the slaughtered Xanathar caravan, fodder to feed Amerigo's ire. He put his back to the warped wooden wall of a brothel and reminded himself that success in planting the seeds of the weave tap would result in his transformation to gray. Above him, the windows of the brothel leaked giggles, growls, and playful screams. The faint smell of rotted flesh carried through the dark streets and filled his nostrils. Something nearby had died recently. Had he been in his own form, Azreem would have been able to pinpoint the source and the nature of the corpse. His senses in human form, however, were much too dull for such fine work. Except for the tactile sense, Azreem reminded himself. Human skin was an unequaled medium for transmitting the pleasure of touch. Perhaps after his meeting with Amerigo, he would visit the brothel himself. A few glow balls, seemingly in the possession of no one, escapees no doubt from one of the city's glow ball dealers, floated randomly down the narrow street. Otherwise, all was cloaked in the gloom of the Underdark. In the distance, the faint voice of a caller announced the hour. Dogs and cats scrounged the shadows of garbage-strewn streets. A gang of skulkers, scrawny adolescents all, lingered at the mouth of a nearby alley, whispering amongst themselves and sifting through a pile of trash. Most would eventually be rounded up by the Iron Ring and sold as slaves, Azreem knew, if the streets didn't claim them first. The brothel against which Azreem leaned sat sandwiched between a cooper's workshop and the Black Pot Inn. A black pot hung eponymously over the door of the dilapidated building. Smoke billowed out of the black pot's windows, and Azreem caught the tantalizing tang of mist leaf. He resolved that if Amerigo did not soon show, he would take a meal at the inn and enjoy the smoke-saturated air. No doubt Thild's body would feel the effects of the drug quickly. Just as he was about to give up on the dwarf and head into the inn, Amerigo stomped into view. He appeared to be alone. Azreem grimaced, both because he would not yet get to enjoy the mist-leaf haze and because the dwarf dressed like an idiot. Azreem was amazed that such a dolt could have risen so far within the Xanathar's organization. Amerigo wore a bright yellow shirt with gaudy embroidered cuffs, a wide black belt, black pantaloons, and enough jewelry to fill a wormling's hoard. A breastplate peeked from under the shirt, a helmet sprouting 2 horns sat atop his stew-pot head, and an axe hung across his back. A large iron ring swimming with keys hung from Amerigo's belt, an indication of his profession as a slave trader. Azreem surreptitiously attuned his vision to see Dwemer's and saw that the dwarf's armor, axe, horned helmet, 2 beard rings, and one of his front teeth all glowed red. Though unfortunately dressed, Amerigo was powerfully built. The horned dwarf cut a swath through the street traffic by the sheer force of his reputation and physicality. Skulkers cleared a path for him more quickly than they had for the bugbears. The dwarf's heavy gaze looked out from under his thicket of brows, took in Azreem, those skulkers in the immediate vicinity, the layout of the buildings, the rooftops, and the catwalks overhead. Apparently satisfied with what he saw, the dwarf brushed past Azreem toward a nearby alley.
"Follow, Thild,"
Amerigo ordered. His voice sounded like stones grating against stones, and his key ring jangled. Azreem fell in behind the dwarf. The moment they got off the street and into the deeper darkness of the alley, Amerigo whirled on Azreem, took him in two ham hands, and smashed him up against the alley wall. Startled rats scurried past Azreem's feet, and his breath went out of his lungs. Ribs cracked, but the rapid healing of his kind began to reknit them instantly. Amerigo punched him hard in the stomach. Azreem doubled over in agony, temporarily unable to breathe. By the time he recovered himself, Amerigo had unslung his axe and had the shining head spike pointed at Azreem's chest.
"You've been in contact with that dog Kexen, who serves that snake Sarm," the dwarf spat, and pressed the tip of the head spike into Azreem's chest. "You trying to game me, squid?" Azreem took that last to be a derogatory reference to Thild's membership in the Kraken Society.
"No, game,"
Azreem replied, feigning fear and breathlessness. The dwarf's gaze hardened. "Anyone crosses Amerigo, that anyone decorates this axe with his blood." With effort, Azreem resisted the temptation to smack Amerigo for referring to himself in the third person, a personal peeve of Azreem's. At least the dwarf didn't make casual use of expletives.
"I did meet with Kexen on a matter unrelated to you or Xanathar," Azreem said. "But during that meeting he asked me if I could locate a buyer for certain magical goods."
Amerigo managed to keep his crenellated face expressionless, but Azreem sensed the sudden tension in his body. For days, Skullport's underworld had been abuzz with news of an ambushed Xanathar caravan and its store of magical goods. The Xanathar, Azreem knew, was eager to avenge the attack and needed only the slightest nudge to move against Sarm. "Continue," the dwarf commanded, "and be truthful. If Amerigo does not like your story, he can have your corpse questioned almost as easily as your living body." Azreem let his eyes show concern, though he felt an almost uncontrollable compulsion to gut Amerigo.
"Here is evidence of the truth, Amerigo," Azreem said.
He unslung the satchel bag at his shoulder, and the head spike of the axe pressed more firmly into his chest. "Slowly," Amerigo said, his voice low and dangerous. Azreem nodded and reached into the satchel. From within, he slowly withdrew 4 garnet-tipped wooden wands wrapped in leather oilcloth. The appearance of the magical devices had the desired effect. Amerigo lowered his axe and seized them from Azreem's hand. "How did you get these?" he asked. Azreem kept the smile from his lips.
"I had a contact arrange the purchase from Kexen. These wands are from among those items for which he asked me to find a buyer. It seems he has many more. When I heard about the unfortunate events that befell one of Xanathar's caravans, I purchased only these, declined further dealings with Kexen, and resolved to inform you."
"Sarm," Amerigo hissed.
"Indeed," Azreem said. "And there is still more, Amerigo." He adopted the mien of Thild the businessman. "We need only discuss my price first." The horned dwarf was notoriously cheap, but he surprised Azreem by saying, "Name it." 4,000 in gold coins, Azreem said. Waterdavian mintage.
That amount was the exact fee that Kexen had charged Azreem and Dolgan to provide an armed escort for the bait caravan. Azreem enjoyed the symmetry. "Very well," Amerigo said. "But if this is a setup, Thild, or if you tell me a half-truth, death will not come quickly." Azreem feigned the appropriate amount of fear while saying,
"If I wanted to set you up, I would have employed a middleman to convey this information."
Amerigo tilted his head to concede the point. He also put the wands in an inner pocket of his shirt. Apparently the dwarf meant to keep them. Azreem closed his satchel bag and went on.
"I have learned that Kexen has arranged for a heavily armed troop of over 20 men and mages to escort a caravan into the northern caves of the Underdark within the next 8 cycles.
Azreem and Dolgan were still negotiating the exact time with Kexen.
"The remainder of the magical goods are to be in that caravan. I believe he used another agent to arrange a meeting with the buyer." The creases in Amerigo's brow deepened to chasms. 20, you say, eh? He reslung his axe. You stick down the time and tell me immediately. I know those tunnels. That caravan won't get more than a quarter league into those tunnels before I kill them all. Azreem had to hold back a smile. He knew the tunnels too, and thought he guessed the likely spot that Amerigo would set up the ambush. I expected nothing less, Amerigo, he said. Chapter 13. In the Deep. Cale came back to himself in darkness, floating on his back in water as black and cold as a devil's heart. The weight of his gear threatened to pull him under. While not a strong swimmer, he managed, sputtering, to right himself and stay afloat. His skin was clammy and tingled with gooseflesh. His breath sounded loud in his own ears. He knew he had to get out of the cold water quickly, or it would suck the body heat from him. The last thing he remembered, he had been rolling, tumbling, falling forever over the dragon's jaws, and he found himself somewhere else, with his head above water. A gentle current propelled him slowly downstream. A vast, winding tunnel loomed over him and ran before and behind as far as he could see. The wide, curving ribbon of the river in which he swam tracked the tunnel's course, its water still and foreboding. Sharp-tipped stalactites hung from the ceiling, a crowd of pointed fingers accusing the river of something unspeakable. Water dripped from many of the stalactites to plop with ominous echoes into the water. Phosphorescent orange lichen clung in sporadic patches to the crannies of the rough wall and ceiling. The plants cast little light, and Cale could see in the otherwise pitch darkness only because of his transformed vision. Jagged rocks and stalagmites littered the narrow riverbanks to either side. Smaller side caves, too, dotted the riverbanks, holes in the walls of the river's channel that led off into darkness. Some caves were large enough for an ogre. Some were small enough to accommodate only a halfling. Some had been worked, others were natural. Bats fluttered overhead. The damp air carried a mineral tang. The Underdark, Cale realized. He was half a league under Faerun's surface in a world that never saw the sun. He felt comfortable with the darkness, but uncomfortable with the comfort, and the realization that the world literally hung over his head gave him a sense of oppression that he could not shake. "Jack," he called, and his voice echoed loudly in the tunnel, reverberating down the river's course as if there were 10 of him. He winced and more softly called, "Magadan. Riven?" "Here," Magadan responded from somewhere to Cale's right. A soft splashing sounded. "I've got Riven. He's alive, but nearly drowned." With effort, Cale paddled himself around and saw the guide's head bobbing above the water a stone's throw behind him. Magadan had an arm wrapped around the unconscious Riven's throat and used his other hand to help keep them both afloat. "Jack?" Cale asked. "I don't see him," Magadan answered. Cale spun around, kicked himself as high out of the water as he could, and scanned the dark surface. The halfling was nowhere to be seen. "Jack!" Cale called. He swam through the water between him and Magadan, spreading his arms out wide, waving them under the water, increasingly concerned. He swallowed several mouthfuls of river water. It tasted like iron. "Jack! Little man!" Cale's hand brushed up against a small form floating just under the water. He grabbed the halfling by the hair and pulled him to the surface. Jack's eyes were closed, his face pale. Cale couldn't tell if he was breathing. He wrapped an arm around him and held his head out of the water. "I've got him, Mags," said Cale, "but he looks nearly drowned too." He scanned the riverbank. "That beach to our right, the one with the clear spot between the tall boulders. See it?" "I see it," Magadan said. For the first time it occurred to Cale that Magadan appeared to see well in darkness too. Another gift from his fiendish father, Cale supposed. A dim white luminescence flared on the beach between the boulders, Magadan's psionic power manifesting. Pale lizards scrabbled out of the sudden light, and bats fluttered in agitation above. "Get Jack to shore," Magadan said. "I'll bring Riven." With Jack in his arms, Cale shadow-stepped from the water to the beach. Behind him, Magadan swam for the shore, dragging the unconscious Riven and grunting as he splashed through the water. Cale laid Jack down on his back on the beach, just at the perimeter of Magadan's psionic light, and tapped the halfling's cheeks. No response. Cale pulled his soaked mask from his pocket, laid his regenerated hand on Jack's chest, and whispered the words to a healing spell. Still nothing. "Mags, turn him around, hold him upright, and squeeze his chest," Magadan called, still swimming. "His lungs are filled with water." Cale nodded, picked the halfling up from under his armpits, adjusted his hold, and squeezed his rib cage. "Jack!" The halfling lay limp in Cale's grasp. He squeezed again. With shocking suddenness, the halfling spasmed back to life, coughed up a stomachful of river water, then immediately vomited his partially digested rations from breakfast. Cale couldn't help but smile. He lowered Jack, still coughing, to the ground. Cale knelt beside him, put a hand on his shoulder, and asked, "Are you all right?" Jack coughed a bit more and dry-heaved before the fit passed. He groaned and managed a weak, "I'm all right. Thanks." Cale nodded, thinking that Jack still looked pale. By the time Magadan neared the shore, Riven had already regained consciousness. "I can swim, goddamn," said Riven, sputtering. "I don't need to be The assassin inhaled a mouth of water, sending him off into a fit of coughing and cursing. "Keep your mouth closed," Magadan ordered. The guide continued to swim to shore until they reached the shallows and could wade. There he helped Riven get his feet under him, and the two stumbled onto the beach. "You look like all nine hells," Riven said to Jack. The halfling was too tired to respond. With all of them safely on the black sand beach, they sagged to the ground and lay there for a time, saying nothing, with Faerun for a ceiling and a score of stone points aimed at their chests. "We convinced the river fae," Magadan said at last, with a touch too much disbelief. "You sound surprised," Cale said. Magadan shook his head, sat up, and wrung out his hat. Somehow he had managed to keep it, though he had lost his oversized backpack to the river. "Not surprised, just pleased." "What did you tell him?" the guide asked Cale. "What I plan to do someday," Cale answered. Magadan accepted that without further questions. Once Jack was more or less recovered, he looked around with interest. He took in the tunnel, the river, and the darkness. "The Underdark, eh?" he said, and reached for his pipe. He frowned when he found it and the pipeweed sodden. "You have any dry leaf, Zent?" he asked Riven. "You ought not smoke, Jack," Magadan admonished. The halfling waved the guide's advice aside and said, "I'm guilty of a handful of vices, Magadan. I'll not let a little river water keep me from my favorite." Magadan said nothing, and Riven tossed Jack his tin. Jack popped it open and smiled when he saw that the interior was dry. The halfling tamped the pipe and tried to light it, but the river had left his tinder twigs soaked. Cale smiled at Jack's forlorn expression. "That's Tymora looking out for you, Jack," said Magadan. "Smoke later." "First thing I get when we get to Skullport," the halfling said, "is a tinder twig." He tossed the dry tin of pipeweed back to Riven, who absently snatched it from the air. Riven climbed to his feet and wrung out his cloak and gear as much as he could. "We follow the river's current," the assassin said. "It empties into the harbor outside Skullport. The cavern containing the city is not far." They all nodded, but no one else stood. Cale gave Jack and Magadan a short time more to recover themselves before climbing to his feet. "Ready?" he asked, and extended a hand to Jack. "Ready," Jack answered. He took Cale's hand and pulled himself up. Magadan rose, checked his blades, inventoried his gear, not lost to the river, and nodded. The City of Skulls and the Slotty awaited. Following Riven's lead, they picked their way between the sharp rocks along the riverbank's black sand beaches for what felt to Jack like hours. The phosphorescent lichen provided just enough light to travel by, albeit slowly. Throughout, the halfling alternated his gaze between the water and the cave mouths that opened in the wall of the tunnel. Both the water and caves were black and quiet, as though they hid dark secrets. They made Jack nervous. "They're just holes, Fleet," Riven said, "and ordinary river water. In truth, I'm surprised we've seen no ships. There are invisible, intangible portals all along the river, each made visible and operational by a unique magical phrase. That's how most of the slave ships arrive and leave." Jack noticed that Riven's voice dropped slightly when he said the word slave. The halfling wondered, but did not ask if the assassin had been crewman or cargo the last time he'd set foot in the City of Skulls. Riven offered nothing more, and they continued onward. After a time, the river and the riverbanks began to widen. From ahead, carrying down the tunnel, Jack caught the faint sound of voices and activity. A short time later, its source still hidden behind a curve in the passage, Jack saw a soft orange glow reflecting off the black water ahead. Flickering firelight rather than the steady, dimmer orange phosphorescence of the ubiquitous lichen. Riven stopped and turned around to face them, as though he had just made up his mind about something. "We're nearly there now," said the assassin. "Remember what I said. We keep a light tread here. Do not attract the attention of the Skulls. I've seen what they can do." He looked hard at Jack and Cale. "You're going to see things here." He trailed off, shook his head, and stated, "You cannot write what's wrong with this place. Understood?" Cale and Jack shared a look, but both nodded. Jack wondered what Skullport could offer that he had not seen before. He supposed he would know soon enough. Seemingly satisfied, Riven turned and led them forward. While they walked, Jack fell in beside Cale and whispered, "I've never seen the Zent so agitated." He watched the assassin's back, the tension visible there, and wondered again what had happened to Riven in Skullport. Softly, Cale replied, "Me either." Jack heard something odd in Cale's voice, something like guilt. He looked up at his friend and asked, "What is it?" Cale rested his shadow-birthed hand on his sword hilt and gave Jack a forced smile. "Nothing, little man, just thinking." Before Jack could press further, he noticed something unusual about Cale's sword. Fine wisps of shadow clung to Weaveshear's scabbard, leaking through the leather and swirling around the hilt. "Your blade," Jack said, a bit more sharply than he had intended. Riven and Magadan heard Jack's exclamation and turned to look. Cale looked at the blade, at each of them, and nodded. "It's been like this from the start, and it's getting worse as we get closer to the city. It's the magic here, I think. It's attracted to it, as though it wants to be unsheathed." Riven's eye narrowed in a way that Jack did not like. "If that steel draws the Skull's attention first of 5, the assassin warned, "this little dance is going to end early." Jack thought much the same thing. "Then let's just stay smart," the halfling said. "We tread lightly and keep our steel in our scabbards until we find the Slotty." "It's nothing more than shadows," Cale added. "It won't draw anyone's attention." Riven said nothing, only turned on his heel and continued on. Cale, Jack, and Magadan followed. After only a short distance more, the tunnel through which the Sargoth flowed opened without warning into a breathtaking cavern that formed an underwater bay as large as many surface lakes. Delicate natural stone spires rose out of the still water to merge with stalactites hanging from the ceiling, and those melded, majestic pillars of stone were the only visible support for the cavern. Jack didn't need the stone lore of a dwarf to know that magic must have buttressed the cavern. Otherwise, it would have long ago collapsed of its own weight. He looked at the shadows still clinging to Cale's blade and thought that Weaveshear must have been responding to the presence of that supportive magic. Perhaps that was the very magic the Slotty intended to drain with the weave tap, Jack wondered. He didn't care to think what might happen if the Slotty succeeded. The whole cavern would collapse, crushing everyone. In the center of the dark bay stood a rocky island adorned with a brooding fortress of gray stone. Orc and human guards patrolled the parapets. Torches hung from the walls, casting the pockmarked stone in shadow. The dark windows looked like mouths open and screaming. Looking at the fortress gave Jack gooseflesh. "Skull Island," Riven said, following Jack's gaze. "Fortress of the Iron Ring, the master slavers of Skullport. All slaves in the city start there for treatment. Not our problem, Fleet." Jack nodded, but thought he heard in Riven's tone a promise. Not yet our problem. Yet again he wondered what had happened to Riven in the Port of Skulls. A thick stone arch spanned the water, reaching across the bay from the edge of Skull Island to disappear around the curve in the tunnel. Torches burned at even intervals across the bridge. A few fishermen, two of whom were goblins, sat on the edge of the span with their lines lowered into the dark water. Several coffles of slaves shambled across its length toward Skull Island, harried all the while by savage whip-wielding bugbears. Seeing the poor slaves and imagining what awaited them in the Iron Ring's tower caused Jack's gorge to rise. Perhaps the Slotty should succeed, he thought. The destruction of Skullport might be a blessing for Faerun. "This way," Riven said, leading them onward. They continued to hug the bank, drawing closer and closer to the darkest hole in Faerun. They passed several small fishing boats tethered to rocks, posts, and makeshift docks. They also passed several fishermen, mostly goblins and thin humans in tatters. No one spoke to them, and they spoke to no one, though all eyed them with suspicious furtive gazes. At some point, the black sand beach gave way to a packed earth path that hugged the cavern's wall. They walked single file. Skullport's piers came into view first, 20 or so time-worn wooden quays that jutted into the waters of the bay. Each sat on stout wooden posts that Jack thought must surely once have been masts. Ships floated in perhaps half of the berths. Jack noted a longship, several clippers, a wide-bottomed river barge, even a schooner from the inner sea. Lanterns and glow balls hung from the gunnels of many of the ships. Shadowy figures, their identities lost in the darkness, unloaded crates and people from the holds. Heavier cargo was lifted out with rope and a block and tackle attached to wooden posts near the berth. Goblin deckhands swarmed the wharf's shoreside, carrying crates, rope, and urns off the ships to waiting lizard-pulled wagons. Armed overseers shepherded, monitored, and sometimes whipped the living cargo that emerged from the holds. Most of the slaves were human, though Jack saw elves, dwarves, and even a few gnomes. He also saw many women and a few terrified children. The sight nearly undid him. He had to stop walking. He bent at the waist, hands on his hips, and took a series of deep breaths. He did not think he could keep down the vomit. "Keep yourself in one piece, Fleet," Riven growled. "Shut your hole," Cale said, and placed his hand on Jack's shoulder. "Look at it all, little man. Look at it and remember. We'll come back one day, I promise, and when we do, we'll visit the Iron Ring." Jack heard in Cale's voice the same steel he'd heard when Cale had faced off Vragan under the Twisted Elm. Violence lurked in that tone, righteous fury. Jack had no doubt that Cale intended to return, that he would return. The thought somehow made the scene a little less abominable, but only a little. He patted Cale's hand in gratitude, recovered himself, and looked at it, remembered it. He signaled to Riven that he was ready to move on. The path widened into a road that ran along the wharves. A vast cavern opened off the bay and retreated into the bedrock of the Underdark. To Jack it looked like the open mouth and twisting gullet of a beast. More a dragon's jaws than the falls along the dragon coast could ever aspire to. Within it, Covering it like the black rot stood the City of Skulls, an amazing hodgepodge of dilapidated buildings. Many were stacked atop each other, others clung precariously to the cavern's walls. A bewildering array of rope bridges, swings, and wooden planks hung between the upper buildings and extended back into the cavern, the highest of which stood a bow shot above the cavern's floor. Busy with a steady stream of foot traffic, they vibrated like spider webs. On the cavern floor between the wharves and the city itself stood a great market. There, illithids, duergar, trolls, ogres, orcs, and the worst of humankind bought and sold the unfortunate creatures who stood atop the tall selling blocks. Bids carried to Jack's ears, and an excited hum electrified the still air. They would have to walk through the slave market to get into the city. Jack felt lightheaded. Cale fell in beside him. "Find the strength, little man," Cale said. "I need you here. Don't surrender to this place, and don't give Riven the satisfaction." Jack managed a nod. He was clutching his holy symbol so tightly it was digging into the flesh of his palm. "The city is unguarded?" Magadan asked Riven, obviously trying to distract Jack. "We can just walk in from the wilds of the Underdark?" Riven nodded toward the stalactite-dotted ceiling and replied, "It's not unguarded, Mags." Jack looked to the ceiling. There, high above the wharves and the market day crowd, nearly hidden in the stalactites, floated a softly glowing skull. Its empty eye holes moved back and forth over the market, over the wharves, over them, seeing all. Jack felt the weight of its gaze like a physical blow. Involuntarily, he quailed. Cale took him by the arm and pulled him along. Weave shear continued to leak darkness, but the skull seemed to take no notice. "Don't stare, Fleet," Riven said to Jack, then turned to Magadan. "Even if it was unguarded, Mags, what would it matter? The worst of the Underdark is welcomed here, not fenced out." To that, Magadan said nothing. Together the four comrades picked their way along the wharves, dodging the filthy goblin deckhands, bugbear overseers, and slaves. The ringing clang of chains was everywhere, and slaves were everywhere. With an effort of will, Jack resisted the impulse to comfort the captives and kill their sadistic overseers. When Jack saw that animated corpses worked beside the goblins and sailors to unload some of the cargo, his knees again went weak. The stink of their rotting corpses revived his nausea. Cale steadied him. "It's too much, Cale," he said softly. "No, it's not," Cale replied. They made their way into the market. The smell of sweat, rot, and decaying fish filled Jack's nostrils. Torches and glow balls illuminated the horror. And the sounds. Jack tried to filter out the hopeless groans and screams of the many slaves, the ring of chains, the eager snarls of the hungry buyers, and the shouted bids of the would-be purchasers. The market was as much an eatery as a labor pool. Jack saw an illithid right out in public immobilize an enspelled teen-aged boy and begin to burrow its facial tentacles into his skull. He could not bear it. "Cale," he said between gritted teeth, averting his eyes. "Straight through, Riven," Cale said, still pulling Jack along at a near jog. "Get us to a room." Riven looked back and nodded, his one eye fixed on Jack, and the halfling was surprised to see in his gaze not contempt, but understanding. For a reason he could not explain, Jack felt comforted. Riven led them into the maze of narrow streets and alleys that was Skullport proper. Leaving behind the relative openness of the market area, Jack felt as if he were walking down the gullet of a beast. While the port and its markets have been relatively well lit to show the merchandise, farther into Skullport pedestrians and shopkeepers had to provide their own light, at least those who wanted it. Only an occasional torch or glow ball lifted the darkness. People, creatures, stink, and trash thronged the narrow thoroughfares. Jack started to pull his blue light wand from his pocket, but Cale stopped him. "No light," Cale said. "It would be like carrying a beacon here." Riven nodded agreement, though Jack knew the assassin couldn't see well in the poorly lit streets. Jack's halfling blood allowed him to see well enough in darkness, but the black still caused him to feel isolated. They moved deeper and deeper into the city. The halfling felt as though he was swimming under water, discovering what lay ahead only when it was already dangerously near, and instantly losing to the darkness everything that passed behind. Side by side, Riven and Cale shouldered their way through orcs, ogres, sailors, whores, even a pair of trolls. Open sewers yawned like burst boils in the streets, churning out vileness. Great shaggy rotha, the cows of the Underdark, lowed from their pens. Eventually, they found themselves outside of a ramshackle inn. Riven seemed to know it. A rusty anchor hung from hooks over the crooked door. Jack assumed the Rusty Anchor to be the name of the place. Riven turned and was about to say something when a bearded old man in tattered breeches covered in nothing but dirt from the waist up stepped out of the street crowd and lunged at Cale, arms outstretched. Cale had a hand on his throat and weave shear at his belly before the old man touched him. The sword leaked darkness. The old man paid it no heed. Jack checked above them. There was no sign of the skulls, and no sign of interest from the passers-by on the catwalks. The old man's eyes were wild.
"There's a hole in the sun," he said to Cale intently, spraying spittle. "A dark hole in the sun. Do you see it?"
Cale took him gently by the shoulders and moved him away. The man stumbled and fell in with the other street traffic, still babbling. "He's mad," Magadan observed. Cale nodded, but seemed thoughtful. "Cale seems to attract those sorts," Riven said without a smile. "I'll get a room." Cale said, "We move every 24 hours, Riven. Like you said, we maintain a soft footprint, no pattern. We'll try finding them first. If that doesn't work, we'll let them find us," Riven finished, and entered the inn. Jack, Magadan, and Cale waited in the street, tense and still damp from their time in the Sargoth. Riven soon returned, having procured their lodging. When they entered the wood-floored common room, Jack barely noticed the corpulent innkeeper, the wolf-eyed patrons, the barmaids, the smoke, and the whores. He made straight for the stairs, straight for their room, and it was only after he got behind a closed door that he felt like he could breathe. After he recovered himself, he realized he'd forgotten to buy a tinder twig, but he didn't care. Chapter 14. Chance Encounters. Though Cale had no reason to suspect that Azreem or the other Slotty knew that he and his comrades were in Skullport, he thought it prudent to ward each of them with a spell that would prevent them from being easily scryed. He also sought to minimize the times they appeared together on the street or in public. Accordingly, they took their dinner, salted fungus, a stew sprinkled with rotha meat, and cellar-cooled mushroom ale, in pairs, each protected by a magical ward that Cale and Jack would have to periodically renew. Cale took his meal with Riven. They needed to plan. Sweating patrons thronged the Rusty Acres common room. Cale hadn't seen quite such a pack of rogues since his days in Westgate. To a man, all of the patrons wore sharp steel and hard looks. Duergar slavers, human and half-orc sailors, mercenaries, even the goblin laborers squawking over a game of dice looked seasoned. No doubt Skullport had long ago culled the weak from the flock. The pungent smoke from the dried fungus that substituted for pipeweed in Skullport cloaked the room in a thin brown haze. From time to time, Cale caught an acrid whiff of crushed mist leaf, a powerful narcotic wafting up from the basement. Professional women were as ubiquitous as the smoke, all of them wearing alluring smiles and scant clothing. Cale and Riven had already made their disinterest plain. A steady stream of paired men and women moved up and down the small staircase that led to the Anchor's dark basement, where the women plied their trade. Apparently, the Anchor was inn, brothel, and drug den all in one. The rooms upstairs provided lodging for travelers. The rooms in the basement were home to courtesans, mistleaf sellers, and their respective clients. The boisterous crowd, drinking, smoking, whoring, eating, and gaming, created a tumult so loud that Cale and Riven had to sit close just to hear one another. That was well, Cale figured. The raucousness ensured that they would not stand out and would not be overheard. "We're here," Riven said. "So what's the play?" Cale held his tongue as a dark-eyed barmaid placed full tankers of ale on the table before them. Her black hair and high cheekbones reminded him of Tazzy. "Thank you," Cale said to her, loud enough to be heard above the raucousness. She looked at him as though she had never before heard the words. Under her gaze, for a reason he could not explain, he felt keenly conscious and vaguely ashamed of his transformed flesh. She was attractive, he saw, even with a sheen of sweat coating her face and tired circles painting the skin under her eyes. She started to say something, but thought better of it. Behind her, a patron shouted for another round. She gave a smile that barely moved her mouth, nodded to acknowledge Cale's gratitude, and walked away. Cale admired the sway of her hips as she moved between the tables, thinking again of how much she reminded him of Tazzy. He shook his head as he turned back to Riven, back to business. Riven wanted the play. Unfortunately, they had little information upon which to operate. They knew the Slotty were in Skullport for a reason related to the weave tap. No doubt they hoped to drain the magic of the skulls, or perhaps the magic that supported the cavern itself. But Cale didn't know exactly how or when the Slotty were going to do it. He would not be able to attempt to scry Azreem until midnight, when he again prayed to Mask for power. They had no answers, only questions, only uncertainties. So the play would be the same in Skullport as it would be anywhere else. "Turn angler. Find a long tongue who knows something," Cale said, easily falling back into the cant of the professional. "We know Azreem has taken the form of a Duergar and a half-drow. Start there." Riven took a draw on his ale. "Neither of those are exactly rare here," he replied. Cale could only agree. Duergar and drow were as common in Skullport as the damp. "The Slotty are staying low, Riven," he said, his thoughts solidifying as he spoke. "That's why Azreem is changing forms. Whatever they're planning, it's big enough that they want to give no sign beforehand and leave no trail afterward. If you don't have any luck quickly, we'll make ourselves obvious and try to draw them out." Riven's one-eyed gaze was piercing, and he did not smile. "Still Cale the clever, eh?" Cale made no reply, instead took a drink of his ale. He looked across the table and realized that he had slowly as the southern movement of the Great Glacier, come to rely on Riven. The realization made him uneasy. To hide his discomfort, he said, "Just be quick." Riven sneered, nodded, and slammed down the rest of his ale. He started to rise, and from the other side of the common room, Cale heard a deep voice proclaim over the tumult, "Once a whore, always a whore." A bout of harsh laughter followed. Cale turned in his chair to see a muscular man bristling with steel and covered in leather pull the dark-haired barmaid onto his lap. "Come here," the man said. The four comrades who shared the man's table smiled stupidly at the sport. They too wore leather jacks, swords, and daggers. Cale made the lot as mercenaries. Fighting off the sellsword's groping hands, the barmaid forced an insincere smile and squirmed to free herself. Cale couldn't hear her over the patrons but read her lips when she spoke. "Let me go," she said, and her eyes featured an edge that Cale did not miss. "I'm working." The man grinned, jiggled her breast, and gave it a squeeze hard enough to elicit a wince. "Oh, you're working, all right," he bellowed, and his comrades joined him in laughter. "I've got a job for you." With impressive suddenness, the barmaid slammed the heel of her shoe onto the big mercenary's boot, smashing his toes. He howled with pain, clutched at his foot, and she leaped to her feet and started to scramble away. Before she could get out of arm's reach, the mercenary, still red-faced with pain, lashed out with his other hand and grabbed a handful of her hair. Jerking her backward, he nearly pulled her from her feet. She squealed with pain and fell to the floor before him.
You sneaky little bitch, he roared. You stay just like that.
He stood and reached for the laces of his trousers. Cale jumped to his feet. He was conscious of shadows leaking from his fingertips. "Do not," Riven hissed and grabbed his wrist. "She's just a tavern wench. If this escalates—" Cale took Riven's point. If a fight escalated too far, it could draw the skulls, but he would not stand idly by while the woman was assaulted. Before he could say a word, the mercenary noticed him. Cale was grateful for it. The big sellsword left off undressing and pointed a finger and hard look at Cale.
"Something you want to say, Scarecrow?" the big man asked.
All eyes turned to Cale. The common room went as silent as a tomb. Even the goblins left off their game. Mindful of Riven's point, Cale kept his eyes on the barmaid and tried to defuse the situation. "My tankard is empty, woman," he said to her. "A refill, if you please." The woman, still on her knees with her hair in the mercenary's grasp, looked at him as though he were mad.
"She'll fill it when I'm done with her,"
the mercenary said, his heavy brow knotting. He shook her by the hair and she screamed in pain. No one laughed except for the mercenary's 4 tablemates, and their laughter was far from mirthful. Everyone else seemed to be waiting. Cale's gaze narrowed. He found that he had taken a step toward the mercenary's table. Several of the patrons began to whisper behind their hands. "I'm thirsty now," he said, and despite Riven's admonition, he let a note of challenge creep into his tone. The mercenary caught it. He flung the barmaid to the floor and straightened his tunic. He stood a hand shorter than Cale, but had a third again Cale's bulk. He rested his hands on the hilts of the daggers at his belt. The 4 comrades that shared the sellsword's table smiled and ribbed each other. Cale took their measure with an eye long trained in evaluating professionals. The 4 at the table he deemed nothing more than inexperienced pups. If their lead dog went down, they'd skulk away with their tails between their legs. The big man, on the other hand, wore his blades with comfort. But Cale figured the man's intimidating size had kept him out of more fights than his skill had won. As though echoing his thoughts, Riven said in a low tone, "You put the oaf down quick and it's over. Those 4 will never draw steel."
"You say something, boy?"
the big man asked Riven. Cale could imagine, even if he couldn't see Riven's sneer. "I'll leave him to you," Riven said softly, "but I'm tempted now." The mercenary fixed his gaze on Cale and said in a voice fat with threatened violence,
"When I'm done with her is what I said."
Free from the mercenary's clutches, the barmaid climbed to her feet and adjusted her dress, avoiding eye contact with the sellsword.
"Bitch,"
the mercenary said again. She ignored him, stepped into the space between the 2 men, and walked for Cale. Cale admired her dignity. "Coming now, sir," she said. "A tankard of ale, you said?" With her back to the mercenary, her eyes and expression told Cale to let it go. No doubt the sellsword had a reputation in the Rusty Anchor. Instead of disabusing her of the man's relative competence, Cale calmed himself and decided to give the mercenary a chance to walk away. "It appears you're done," Cale said. He turned and sat at the table, showing the mercenaries his back. Riven looked past him while the barmaid hurried over, thumped into their table in her haste, and picked up Cale's tankard. She nearly spilled it in surprise when she realized that it was full. "He's dangerous," she hissed at them. Riven sneered, but Cale said nothing, only listened. From behind, he heard the scrape of wood chairs being pushed back. An anticipatory assurance ran around the common room. There was no city watch there, Cale knew, and even the innkeeper was nowhere to be seen. He was probably semi-conscious in the drug den downstairs.
"We ain't finished, Scarecrow," said the mercenary.
Cale sighed. He had seen idiots like that sellsword in countless taverns in Westgate and Selgaunt. Fool kings of a few slat boards and a greasy table who picked fights with strangers in an effort to secure their kingdoms. "Oh, gods," the woman said in a whisper. "Don't get hurt on my account." Cale and Riven shared a look. It wasn't Cale who would get hurt. "Here they come," Riven said, and Cale sensed the dangerous quiet in the assassin's tone. "Leave it to me," Cale said. He rose, turned, and stepped away from the table. Cale put himself in front of the barmaid. The big mercenary snaked his way through the tables and enthralled patrons and stalked toward Cale, scowling. Cale gave no ground, and soon they stood face to face. The sellsword's 4 comrades stayed a few paces behind, still wearing idiot smiles.
"When I'm done with her, I said," the mercenary said.
His breath stank of sour ale, his clothes of mistleaf. He looked past Cale to the barmaid and said,
"I'm not through with you, whore."
"I'm no more a whore than you are a man," she said. Cale enjoyed the rush of anger visible on the sellsword's face. He allowed shadows to swirl around him and stared into the mercenary's scarred face. "Apologize," Cale said. The mercenary's eyes narrowed. His bravado seemed unaffected by the wisps of shadows swirling around Cale.
"What did you say, Scarecrow?"
"To her," Cale said, staring down into the man's face. "Apologize. Now." The mercenary licked his lips. He seemed taken aback by Cale's calm. "If the next words that come out of your mouth aren't an apology," Cale said, "things will turn out badly." The mercenary responded with arrogance and a sneer, the latter a poor, distant cousin to Riven's perfected expression of disdain.
"You think you can—"
Fueled by his shadow-enhanced speed and strength, Cale drove his palm into the underside of the mercenary's jaw before the man said another word. Teeth snapped shut on the man's tongue and a spray of blood exploded from his mouth. The man staggered backward but still managed to lash out a weak punch with his other hand. Cale caught him by the forearm, yanked him forward, and slammed his hand down on the table near Riven. The man punched Cale in the back of the head, a weak blow, while Cale drew a dagger and with it nailed the man's palm to the wood. While the mercenary was still screaming, Cale yanked the dagger free, elbowed him hard in the face, and stuck the dagger at his throat. "Apologize to her," he commanded. "Now." Bleeding from mouth and hand, breathing like a bellows, the mercenary glared hate at Cale through eyes watery with pain. His unwounded hand floated near one of his daggers. Cale pricked his neck. "You're done here," Cale said. "You can walk out or be carried." The man stared at him and must have seen his resolve. After an additional moment of hesitation, he muttered to the barmaid, "Sorry." She was too shocked to respond. "Is that acceptable?" Cale asked her over his shoulder. She offered a nod, eyes wide. "You made a mistake, is all," Cale said, trying to offer the man some dignity. "You've been drinking, but now you're leaving, you and your friends." Behind him he heard Riven begin to chuckle. The mercenary's 4 comrades grumbled and moved a step closer. Hands went to hilts, but Cale saw the lack of resolve in their eyes. Riven stopped chuckling. "I wouldn't," the assassin said to them, "or 5 get carried out." They backed off. Cale pushed the big mercenary toward them. The big man staggered into his comrades, shook off their assistance, wiped his bloody mouth, and cradled his pierced hand. Mumbling half-hearted threats and curses, the 5 sellswords walked out of the anchor. Cale and Riven watched them go. The instant they exited, the common room resumed its normal pulse. "Dead in the dirt," Riven said to Cale, shaking his head with disapproval. "That's my rule when I pull steel." "Not mine," said Cale. He sat, and the barmaid, visibly shaking, started to clear his tankard. I'll get you another," she said in a quavering voice. Cale touched her hand. It was warm and soft, and guided the tankard to the table. "It's still full," he reminded her. "Did he hurt you?" She looked down at the mercenary's blood-stained table. "I've had worse," she said. Cale didn't doubt it. "What's your name?" he asked. He realized he was still touching her hand and let her go. She looked him in the eye, and Cale saw strength there, and pain. "Vara," she said. "Thank you for that." Cale nodded an acknowledgement. He thought her name a nice one. When do you go home, Vara? Her gaze narrowed and she flushed. What? Why do you ask? What that oaf said, it's not true of me, not anymore. I'm not. It took Cale a moment to understand her meaning. When he did, he felt his own ears flush. That's not what I meant, he said, waving a hand. I meant that I would escort you home. He saw that she didn't understand his offer. Men like that, he nodded at the door through which the mercenaries had exited, might try to find some dignity by revenging themselves on you. When she understood his meaning, her eyes softened, but she still said, They won't, and an escort will not be necessary. They're not coming back, Cale, Riven said. Cale ignored the assassin. I know it's not necessary, Vara, he replied, impressed with her diction and dignity. He sensed an education in her background, or at least an educated mentor. But I'd prefer to do so even still. She held his gaze for a moment, as though measuring his intentions. The moment stretched. Very well, she said at last, and walked away. Riven, having watched the whole exchange, favored Cale with his signature sneer, then said, I wonder if the Shadow Lord knows that his first is as soft as an old woman. Cale gave the assassin a stare. Riven chuckled in response. Well, while you do that, the assassin said, nodding at Vara, I'll get to work. Cale walked beside Vara, following her lead while he kept his eyes and ears alert for any sign of the mercenaries. Like Riven, Cale thought it unlikely that the men would return, but he'd been wrong before. Fortunately, the sellswords didn't show themselves, though orcs, drunken sailors, bugbears, and slaves marched past. Diseased, reed-thin men and women, human, goblin, and even orc, lingered in alleys or lurked in sewer mouths, coughing, smoking, watching them with the dull eyes of the damned. Voices and the tread of boots carried from the bouncing catwalks and bridges strung high above them. Cale had to adjust his technique to elevate danger in 3 dimensions. He found it discomfiting. Cale hadn't bothered to disguise himself against discovery by Azreem and the other Slotty. He would have to rely on the darkness and crowds to give him anonymity. A disguise would have required an explanation to Vara, and might have dissuaded her from allowing him to escort her. And Cale felt a strange attraction to the woman, souls akin, perhaps. Vara used no torch or candle, instead choosing roundabout routes lit by lichen, glow balls, and torches. She seemed unafraid of the street, and Cale knew enough not to attribute her fearlessness to his presence. He admired her mettle. In truth, he admired her. They walked in silence for a time. I told you it was unnecessary, she said after a while. Those men won't be back. It's happened before. Cale only nodded. It's not far now, she said, filling the silence between them. Cale, who spoke 9 languages, found himself somewhat at a loss for words. Except for Tazian and Shamur Uskevrin, he had not had much interaction with women in recent years. How long have you lived here? He finally managed. She gave a soft little laugh and said, A long while. She looked at him sidelong as they walked. How long have you been here? No. Why are you here? You don't belong here, I can see that. Your friend might, but you don't. He's not my friend, Cale replied, though he was not so sure. We just understand each other and work together. Why are you here? It was clear to Cale that Vara didn't belong in Skullport either. She smiled fully, an expression that illuminated her face, and said, You first. Business, Cale replied. To ensure that she didn't take him for a slaver, or worse, he added, I'm looking for someone. Aren't we all? She said, but otherwise had the sense to ask nothing more. Cale appreciated that. And you? Cale asked. She waved a delicate hand in the air and said, Where else would I go? Cale could think of nothing to say to that. Where are you from? She asked. To his surprise, Cale thought first of the plane of shadow, but he immediately righted his thinking. Westgate, he replied. Her face showed no recognition. Surprised, he wondered if she had been born in Skullport. A large city overlooking the sea, he explained. Far from here. He put his hand to weave Shear's hilt as two ogres plodded by, only their stink proved offensive. It's sunny in Westgate, I expect? Vara said. Cale supposed it was, at least sometimes. Of course, he had done most of his work in the night. Yes, he replied. Her expression grew wistful, even as she absently stepped over a body that was either drunk or dead. I haven't seen the sun in a long time, she said. Again, Cale found himself with no words. The silence sat between them as they passed one run-down rickety building after another, and one run-down rickety human being after another. After a while, he asked, "Why do you stay?" She gave that same quick laugh, then said, "I was born far away, too far to easily return." Her voice dropped, and she added, "I've nowhere else to go. This is my home now." Before Cale could respond, she pointed to a dilapidated, moisture-swollen flophouse leaning dangerously against a cavern's wall. A rotha pen stood to its right, a fungus garden to its left. Unlike most of the structures in Skullport, another building was not built atop the flophouse, though Cale could see movement in some of the caves and recesses higher up the cavern wall. "That's it," she said. She stopped and turned to face him. "Thank you for the escort." Cale thought again how pretty she was, how beautiful she might have been with appropriate food, dress, and a softer life under the sun. Tempting though it was, he knew he could not help her with those things, at least not just then. He had other more pressing business. "My pleasure, lady," he said. He gave his best bow, smiled, and turned to leave. She caught his cloak sleeve. "I have a fire pit inside," she said, with only a hint of self-consciousness. "It's warm. I share lodging with two other women, but they're probably still out." At that moment, under Vara's gaze, Cale didn't need a fire pit to warm him. He felt an inexplicably powerful compulsion to take Vara in his arms, and it almost overcame his better judgment. Almost. He smiled at her and gently took her hand. It was soft and feminine, despite the harshness of her work. He noticed for the first time that only a few shadows were leaking from his flesh. It was as if she kept his darker nature at bay. "This is not a good time," he said. "I have something important that I must see through to the end." A coffle of slaves trudged past, chains ringing. Cale noticed a ragged-looking human staring at him, all the while wearing a crazed smile. The human looked familiar, perhaps the same madman who had accosted him on the street when they had first arrived in the city. Vara pulled him back to himself by touching his cheek and staring into his eyes. She smiled, the first smile he had seen that touched her eyes. Seeing her face light up like that, he almost changed his mind. "A man of secrets," she said, "but with a darkness about you that is plain." Cale could not deny it. She held her smile and said, "Does the man of secrets have a name?" Cale flushed, feeling the fool. He had failed even to introduce himself. He started to say his name, but quickly caught himself. "Vaesen Corriver," he said, making her one of the only people still living on Faerun who knew his given name. One less secret, he thought. She withdrew her hand from his and brushed a stray hair from her face. "Vaesen," she repeated. "I like that. Well, Vaesen, will we see each other again?" He answered her honestly. "I don't know." She seemed to accept that, though her smile faltered. "I think we will," she said. "But until then, Relaine Ilnace Bergis." Cale had never before heard the language. "What does that mean?" he asked. She winked at him and said, "I'll tell you when I see you next." Without another word, she turned and walked into the flophouse. Cale could do nothing but watch her go, thinking how important the briefest of encounters sometimes felt, and how he had a new reason to stop the sojourner and his slotty. At first, Azreem did not believe his eyes, his own eyes, which he retained despite being in the form of Thild. He peered through the darkness at the two humans. Was it possible? Awkward in Thild's pathetic skin, he picked his way through the slaves and other street traffic to draw closer to the pair of humans. He eyed the male, the height, the bald head. It could only be him. Azreem drew in a sharp breath and flexed his hands as though they were his natural claws. Though Azreem could not imagine how, not more than a block away stood what looked like the priest of Mask, Erevis Cale. The same Erevis Cale who had followed Azreem and his broodmates all the way to the Fane of Shadows, who had wounded Azreem, killed Illura, and whom Azreem had thought drowned at the bottom of the lightless lake. Azreem stared at Cale, afraid to move, thinking that if he did, the image of the priest must reveal itself as an apparition conjured by his imagination and boredom. For the first time, he noticed that the dusky skin was not a play of the dim light. He saw, too, the shadows that flared at intervals from Cale's skin like black fire. That took him aback at first, causing him to doubt what he saw. But then he took its meaning. He was indeed looking upon Cale, and Cale was a shade. The priest had undergone the transformation that Vregan had sought for himself. The transformation had somehow allowed Cale to survive the dissolution of the Fane. And there he was. Azreem wondered if any of Cale's comrades had also survived. Certainly Surin would be interested in reacquainting himself with the one-eyed assassin. Azreem smiled and almost laughed aloud. The boredom that had until then afflicted him vanished. Cale had tracked him to Skullport. 100 questions ran through his mind. Most importantly, how? But he pushed them all aside. It was enough that he had a challenge. As though feeling Azreem's stare, Cale looked away from the human female who stood near him and made eye contact with Azreem. Azreem looked away quickly, though he could not contain his grin. When Cale looked away, Azreem withdrew into the darkness and softly whispered an arcane word. His body wavered for an instant, and he knew that he had become invisible to onlookers. Azreem reached out his consciousness and established contact. "I have news," he projected. He sensed curiosity from Dolgan and Surin. Both were preparing the final stages of Azreem's plan. "Erevis Cale, the priest of Mask, is here," he said. Silence. It was as though Surin and Dolgan had broken the connection. Surin recovered himself first. "Are you certain?" he asked. "What of his companion, the one-eyed assassin?" Azreem fought down his irritation with the question and answered, "Of course I'm certain. I'm looking upon him even now. I do not know of his companions." "We should kill him," Surin offered. "Obviously," Azreem answered again, though he had begun to conceptualize a way in which he could first use Cale to further his plan. But with some style, of course. Dolgan seemed at least to have gathered his wits. "How can he be here?" asked the big slod. "How could he have known?" To that, Azreem had no certain answer, though he suspected scrying. "Impossible to say, Dolgan," he replied, though he remembered that Dolgan had named Cale as relentless. Azreem realized that his broodmate could not have been more correct. "As a precaution, immediately take a new form and from this point onward, maintain a ward against scrying on your person." They projected acquiescence. "What will you do?" Surin asked. "Follow him," Azreem replied. "In the meantime, proceed with the preparations." He cut off the link with his broodmates and grudgingly reached out across Faerun for the Sojourner. When he located him, he indicated his mental presence and waited for his father to allow him contact. "Azreem?" the Sojourner asked. "You are agitated." Azreem did not waste words. "The priest of the Mask followed us here." For a moment, the Sojourner did not respond. Then, "His companions?" "Unknown." If I attempt to scry him to determine whether his comrades live, he may sense it. Has he seen you? Of course not, Azreem snapped. We have taken precautions. He will attempt to scry you, said the sojourner. He has no other course. Keep defensive wards in place henceforth and avoid contact. Azreem ground his teeth, finding the activity unsatisfying without fangs, and asked, Avoid contact? We should be allowed to kill him. Azreem felt the sojourner's mental presence lightly scouring his brain, causing him an itch behind his eyes. You wish to kill him because his presence offends your pride, the sojourner said. You consider him a challenge worthy enough that you will take satisfaction in his death. Azreem did not bother to deny it, though the sojourner's pedantic tone irked him. The sojourner continued, You would do this despite my admonition to you that pridefulness in excess is self-destructive? Azreem did not bother to deny that either. His father said nothing for a time, then, Very well, kill him. Perhaps the lesson may be learned another way. With that, the sojourner cut the mental connection. Azreem fumed over his father's condescension, but kept his attention on Cale. The human left off the female and walked past the invisible slod. Azreem fell into step behind him. He toyed with the idea of attacking Cale, taking him by surprise, killing him on the street, and taking his form, but dismissed the idea. The sojourner's disappointed tone had rankled him. He would swallow his pride and observe, for a time. Chapter 15. Old Dogs. After only 3 days, after only 6 cycles, Jack corrected himself. The halfling could mostly tolerate the sights, sounds, and smells of the city. He still felt weak-kneed when he saw the hapless and hopeless slaves being whipped, zombie laborers carting goods, or illithids feeding on brains, but he managed at least to keep down his meals and banish the nightmares. Throughout the cycles, Cale periodically had tried to scry Azreem, but to no avail. Jack wasn't sure whether he should take the failure as Bashaba's own luck or something more foreboding. Cale offered no opinion on the matter, though he seemed thoughtful. Jack put it out of his mind. If the Slotty had known Jack and his friends were in Skullport, they would have already attacked. While Cale tried to magically locate the Slotty, Riven had taken the mundane approach. He put out inquiries but learned only that Skullport's underworld was tittering with the expectation of a gang war between 2 rival slaving organizations, one run by a beholder crime lord and the other by a Yuan-Ti slaver. After 2 cycles of questioning, bribing, and threatening, Riven had been able to learn nothing about the Slotty. It's too tight here, the assassin told them across the table of an inn. Jack had forgotten the name of the place already. Frustration tinged the assassin's voice. No one is talking. Cale considered that. Then we need get obvious, he said. Jack knew what that meant. They would make themselves apparent and make themselves targets, hoping to draw the Slotty out. Riven looked across the table and asked, You're certain? We've got nothing else, Cale replied, nodding. Thereafter, as they moved to a different inn every 2 cycles, they all 4 traveled together rather than moving in more circumspect pairs. Accustomed to quiet work, Jack felt they might as well have had a royal herald announcing their presence in Skullport. Each time they moved, the halfling eyed with suspicion everyone they passed on the street, certain that each skulker was a slod in disguise. Cycles passed, and they moved from inn to inn. Skullport seemed to have as many inns as a stray dog had fleas, and all of them were the same, run-down drug dens filled with whores, bad food, and swill that passed for ale. Jack began to lose hope. Perhaps the Slotty had already left the city. Then Riven got a lead. This man named Thild purports to have information on a Duergar with unusual eyes, Riven said. They sat around a small table in their filthy, windowless room. You looked into him? Cale asked. Riven nodded and said, Of course. He's a well-known information broker in the city, associated with a group called the Kraken Society. He looks legitimate." "When?" Cale asked. "Later this cycle," said Riven. "I go alone, at a place called the Crate and Dock." Cale rubbed his chin, thinking. After a time, he said, "This is all we have, so we go. But it smells wrong. Treat it that way." "I always do," replied Riven. Cale stood and said, "Let's get a room in another inn closer to the Crate and Dock. Mags and I will back you up. You read the broker and let us know through Mags. We'll improvise after that." "Improvise?" Riven asked with a smile. Cale shrugged and said only, "Let's go." Walking through the darkness, Jack held his holy symbol in one hand and kept his other on the hilt of his short sword, his wont when traversing Skullport's streets. He stayed near Cale, who he knew could see better in the dark than anyone else they might meet, a fact from which he refused to draw any conclusions. Cale was still a man, he reminded himself, and still his friend. They stalked the narrow, dimly lit avenues past ogres, lizard-pulled carts, stray Rotha, gangs of kobolds, and other beasts for which Jack didn't even have a name. Slaves rolling cages lit with torches, bugbear overseers holding like clubs, shanks of an unknown meat, nervous goblins, and dead-eyed zombies all shared the road. The stink and sounds wafted out of the darkness like nightmares. Jack kept his eyes alert and his blade at the ready. From ahead, the pained yelp of a wounded animal sounded above the general murmur of the city street. About 15 paces in front of them, a grizzled female hound dragging a visibly broken hind leg pelted as best it could out of the doorway of a tavern and into the street. It stumbled as it ran, yelping with pain each time its broken leg touched the packed earth road. A faded wooden sign hung outside the tavern. On it was the name of the place, written in phosphorescent lichen that the innkeeper must have tended to daily. "The Poor House," it read. A giant of a pirate, covered in a coarse beard, a chain shirt, and sharp steel, burst through the shell-curtained doorway of the poorhouse and stormed after the dog, stomping and cursing it in a gruff voice. 2 other similarly armed men stumbled out of the tavern behind the pirate, smiling and watching with eager eyes. A one-armed elderly man raced through the door after them, gesticulating wildly with his one arm. Jack deemed him the innkeeper, to judge from his apron. The 2 sailors grabbed him by his shirt and prevented him from getting past. "You leave her be!" cried the old man at the huge pirate, barely holding back tears. "Leave her alone!" With a surprising demonstration of dexterity, the old tavern keeper managed to slip the 2 sailors' grasp and squirm past them, but before he could take a step, they grabbed him by the shirt and pulled him backward to land hard on his rump. "Leave her alone!" the old man shouted, trying to rise. "Shut up!" the sailors said, and used their boots to hold him down.
"Mongrel bitch!"
the big pirate shouted, and attempted to stomp on the scrabbling hound. He missed, but only just. The dog whimpered with pain, tongue lolling, gave up trying to escape on its broken leg, and instead rolled over on its back in the dirty street and showed his belly to the pirate, a sign of submission. Jack saw Magadan put a restraining hand on Riven. Riven batted it away, his eye hard and cold.
"She meant no harm,"
the old man said, and again tried to stand.
"Don't you hurt her, Ergus. She's old is all."
The pirate, Ergus, still looming over the submissive dog, turned and glared at the tavern keeper. The old man quailed. To judge from Ergus's musculature, the coarse hair that covered his arms, and the feral eyes, Jack deemed the pirate to be orc spawn, not more than 2 generations removed. A savage lot.
"It pissed on my boot,"
Ergus growled, and lifted his leg to show a leather boot stained dark.
"My new boot. I'm going to kill the mongrel and stew it in your own pot, Felwer."
At that, the old man summoned up his courage and cried out a protest. The 2 sailors laughed and stomped on him with their boots.
"Kill it, Captain,"
encouraged one of the sailors. Ergus turned back to the dog and raised his shiny black boot high. The dog, too tired or too pained to move, just lay there, tail wagging uncertainly. Just as Jack prepared to charge the pirate, just as Cale pulled Weave Shear half its length from its scabbard, a sliver of balanced steel spun through the air and struck in the half-orc's calf. The pirate screamed in surprise and pain, hopped on his unwounded leg, and clutched at the throwing dagger stuck in the meat of his leg. Blood poured from the wound. The dog rolled over onto its belly, crawled away a bit, then stopped and licked at its wounded leg. All eyes turned to the thrower, Riven. Jack had never even seen the assassin draw a blade. Dark, but he's fast, thought the halfling. Already Riven held another throwing dagger in his right hand. His eye was an emotionless hole, but anger visibly tensed his entire body. "You touch that dog, whoreson, and the next one finds your eye," the assassin said, his voice as gelid as an ice storm. To his comrades, Riven softly stated out of the side of his mouth, "The dog is my problem. Remain here." Without waiting for a response, without taking his eyes from the half-orc, Riven stalked forward with a purpose. Magadan broke the surprised silence between the three by softly saying, "He's always been soft for dogs. I still don't know why." Jack couldn't imagine Riven being soft for anything. But there he was, championing an old bitch on the streets of Skullport. He eyed the passers-by, a slaver, a trio of drow, 4 humans, and a halfling that looked shockingly similar to Jack's dead Uncle Cobb. At first, Jack feared that one of the shape-shifting Slotty had read his mind and taken a form familiar to him, but he saw no malice in the halfling's dancing eyes. Before Jack could hail him, the halfling shot him a rakish grin and vanished into the darkness. The other passers-by, too, spared only a quick glance at the brewing confrontation before moving on. Either everyone in Skullport took care to mind their own affairs, or violence was so common in the streets that it scarcely warranted notice.
"You're a dead man, human,"
Ergus promised. He jerked the throwing dagger from his calf with only a slight wince. The hole continued to bleed freely, but the half-orc seemed not to care.
"First you, then the dog," he promised.
Keeping his weight primarily on his unwounded leg, Ergus tossed Riven's dagger to the ground, burying its point in the street, and drew his oversized cutlass. Armed, he shot Riven a fierce grin that showed his orc's canines. His 2 companions drew their own blades, gave the tavern keeper one last kick each, and hopped forward onto the street to stand beside their captain. At that, Jack started to pull his own blade, but both Cale and Magadan stopped him with a hand to either shoulder. "There's 3 of them," Jack protested. "This is the way he wants it, little man," Cale said. Magadan nodded and said, "Not going to matter." Jack hesitated for a moment, then let his hand fall off the hilt of his blade. Despite 3 opponents armed with larger blades, Riven didn't break stride. He walked toward them with a throwing dagger in his hand and blood in his mind. "This is your last chance to walk away," Riven said. The pirates shared a grin.
"Ain't no walking away from this," the half-orc said.
"I'm going to cut him, Captain,"
said the thinner of the 2 sailors. The sailor faked a lunge at Riven. He stuck out his tongue and leered. Cale, standing beside Jack, said, "All 3 have been drinking. Riven will take the one who spoke first, just to make a point. Then the other, the half-orc, he'll save for last." From behind the sailors, the tavern keeper climbed to his feet. Patting his thighs with his one good arm, he called to the dog,
"Here, girl, here, Retha."
Hearing that, the old dog clambered unsteadily to her feet and started to limp toward the tavern keeper, whimpering all the while. Ergus did not take his bestial eyes off Riven, but the thinner of the 2 smaller pirates drew his back leg as though to kick at the dog. Riven's dagger flashed and embedded itself in the man's throat. The pirate clutched futilely for the blade and didn't even manage a gurgle before he fell over dead. Only a slight trickle of blood squeezed from around the buried blade. The dog limped to its master.
"Dirty bastard,"
said the other pirate, though he didn't charge, and Jack heard the doubt in his voice. "He'll be next," Cale said from beside Jack. Riven said not a word, only continued to advance. He was not visibly armed. When the assassin got within 2 strides, the smaller pirate lunged at him drunkenly, cross-cutting with his cutlass at Riven's throat. Riven ducked under the blade, leaped in close, arm-locked the sailor's sword arm, and wrenched it at the elbow. While the sailor squealed, Riven slammed the crown of his head into the man's nose. Blood sprayed. With his other hand, Riven drew a punch dagger from a sheath on the back of his belt. Jack marveled at the assassin's fluidity. Beside Jack, Cale called the combat as though he and Riven were one and the same. Long heart, he said, and Riven did exactly that with the punch dagger, penetrating between the links of the sailor's light chainmail shirt. The sailor sagged, his mouth opened, but no sound emerged. Moving quickly, the assassin spun the dying sailor around and stabbed the all-point of the punch dagger into the base of his skull. "Brain," Cale said. Magadan uttered a low whistle. Blood soaked the front of the sailor's tunic. His eyes were open, but his body was already dead. Riven kept him upright with the hand on his shoulder and the dagger stuck in his head like some bloody marionette. The entire exchange had taken less than 5 heartbeats. "Now the half-orc," said Cale. Jack looked to Cale and remembered then the words that Cale had said to him many times before. Only an assassin knows an assassin. His friend, his best friend, was separated from Drasic Riven by no more than the edge of a blade, if that. With nothing but ice in his expression, Riven put his foot into the back of the corpse and shoved it at Ergus. The body collapsed in a heap at the half-orc's booted feet. The pirate's feral eyes showed fear. "I'm leaving," the half-orc said, and took a single step backward. He lowered his blade and held up his other hand. "All right?" He looked past Riven to Cale, Jack, and Magadan as though for support. "I'm sorry, Felwer," he said to the innkeeper. "I won't be back." To Riven he said, "Umberlee's arse, man, it's just a dog." Riven eyed Ergus with a gaze devoid of emotion. He ominously tapped the blade of the bloody punch dagger against his palm. He looked back at the wounded dog, which was licking the dirty hands of the innkeeper and whining. Jack saw a ripple of anger run the length of Riven's body. The assassin turned back to Ergus and said, in a tone so low that Jack could barely hear him, "And you're just a number. There ain't no walking away from this, Captain." The half-orc paled, turned, and ran, but he couldn't move quickly on his wounded calf. Riven bounded after him, would have closed on him, but Cale's voice stopped the assassin cold. "Let him go," Cale ordered. Hearing those words, Jack almost grinned in relief. Cale and Riven might be separated by only a blade's edge, but that edge was keen and clear. Cale showed mercy. Riven did not. The assassin stopped his pursuit, but did not otherwise acknowledge that he had heard Cale. Ergus vanished into the darkness of the street. For a moment, Riven simply stood with his back to them, a bloody punch dagger in his fist, anger written clear in the bunch of his back. After a moment, he turned, picked up his daggers, and stalked over to the innkeeper and the wounded hound. With surprising gentleness, the assassin knelt, let the dog sniff his hand, and scratched it behind the ears. "The gods smile on you," said the innkeeper, taking Riven's other hand. Jack caught Riven's sneer. The assassin muttered words under his breath, entwined shadows around his fingers, and touched them to the dog. The little hound yelped as its leg bone twisted back into place and reknit. Riven gave the dog one last pat, stood, and said to the innkeeper in a cool tone, "Gods smile on the strong, Granther. Go back inside and mind your dog." The old man's thankful smile grew uncertain. Visibly confused, he turned and walked back into the tavern, trailing his hound. Riven spun on his heel and marched up to Cale, still holding the punch dagger, still wearing that emotionless expression. Cale gave no ground, and shadows leaked from his skin. "Don't ever tell me what to do, Cale," Riven said. Cale's eyes narrowed. "Then don't make me. You made your point." He nodded at the 2 corpses cooling in the street and added, "The dog was safe." Riven replied, "You save whores, I save bitches, and we both let someone walk away." Those are bad habits, Cale. The shadows around Cale's head and hands intensified. Those are my habits, he replied. You don't like them, walk away, and don't ever call her a whore again in my presence. Riven's eye narrowed and his voice lowered. Softness for women is another of your bad habits, first of 5. Jack had no idea what woman they were talking about, and he dared not ask, at least not just then. Cale answered with a cold stare and colder silence. For a moment they stood there glaring into each other's faces, priest and assassin, saying nothing, saying everything. Magadan broke the tension. Let's get to where we're going and get off the street, the guide said, eyeing the passers-by. Jack realized that he had been holding his breath. He blew it out. Cale and Riven could go from working as smoothly together as interlocking cogs one moment to grating against one another like flint and steel the next. The constant underlying tension was exhausting to Jack. A good idea, Riven said, and this may as well be where we're going. He indicated the poorhouse. Likely the old man will give us free room and board. Meantime, I've got to get ready for my meet. With that, he spun on his heel and walked away. Cale stared daggers into Riven's back as the assassin walked away. As they passed through the curtain of seashells that served as the doorway of the poorhouse, Jack looked back to see several skinny humans in tattered clothing emerge from nearby alleys and begin to strip the dead sailors of valuables like a pack of dogs stripping a kill of meat. The moment Cale and Magadan had procured a room from the innkeeper, Riven had been right, the old man insisted on providing them free lodging. Cale said to him, "Little man, stay here for this. We'll be back within 2 hours. Mags, you're with me." From a rope bridge suspended a dagger's throw above the street, Azreem had watched the confrontation between Cale and the one-eyed assassin. He hadn't been a bull to hear their words, but he could see the genuine tension between them and could sense the latent anger. When the assassin stalked off and Cale and his comrades entered the inn, Azreem sped off down the hemp highway. Azreem as Thild had arranged a meeting with the assassin within the half hour. After the confrontation with Cale, he knew the assassin would come alone. Chapter 16. New Tricks. Azreem watched the one-eyed assassin stalk into the common room of the Crate and Dock. The human moved with a grace, a predatory sinuousness, that reminded Azreem of his broodmate, Surin. The human's efficiency, too, at least to judge from the fight with the sailors in the street, was also reminiscent of Surin. No wonder Azreem's broodmate hated the human so. Surin and Azreem had nearly come to blows over Surin's insistence that he be allowed to attend the meeting with the human. Azreem had refused, concerned that his broodmate's hostility for the assassin would have shown through even a changed form. Instead, he'd stationed Dolgan on the street outside in the big slod's habitual form of a street drunk, and left Surin back at the storehouse. "Anything unusual?" Azreem projected to his broodmate. "He was alone," Dolgan responded. Dressed in a nondescript gray cloak over leathers, the human wore his sabers, magical sabers, Azreem saw, with practiced ease. The assassin's one eye quickly swept the candle-lit hazy common room and the dozen or so laborers sitting at the worn tables. The Crate and Dock was a favored eatery of dock laborers. When he spotted Azreem in the form of Thild, the human's eye narrowed. Rather than sit at the table in the center of the common room that Azreem had chosen, the human nodded Azreem over and sat at another table in a dark corner, one with a view of the rest of the space. Azreem smiled as he rose. The human was choosing the battlefield in case Azreem had set him up, and forcing Azreem to put his back to the door. Limping along as Thild, Azreem crossed the common room and slid into the chair opposite the assassin. For the meeting, Azreem grudgingly had changed his eye color to match Thild's dull brown.
"Speak," the assassin said. "You know what I want to hear."
Azreem placed his hands on the table and interlaced his fingers.
"First, my price," he said, playing his part. "If what you offer is of value to me, you'll be treated well," the assassin said with a sneer. "If what you offer is lies, you'll be treated quite differently."
Azreem rubbed the back of his neck, making a show of worried consideration, then said, "Very well. You wanted to know about the Duergar with eyes of 2 different colors. Here's what I know, without embellishment, of course." Azreem began to tell the assassin a fiction about the Duergar slaver and his 2 human companions who had hired a troop of armed guards to escort a caravan into the northern tunnels of the Underdark. Apparently, they were transporting valuable cargo. As he spoke his lies, Azreem thought all the while of how the appearance of Cale and his comrades in the midst of a slaver gang war would only increase the likelihood of a rapid and overwhelming response by the Skulls. It was beautiful, really. The timing could not have been better. Cale and Magadan cowled their faces with the hoods of their cloaks and used side streets to approach the Kraden dock. Cale would have preferred to have included Jack, but as much as possible he wanted to spare the halfling the sights of Skullport. He knew the vileness of the city affected Jack more than the rest of them. Skullport was combination slave pen, slaughterhouse, charnel pit, and general store. Even Cale found it hard to stomach. Across the street from the front door of the Kraden dock, Cale and Magadan lurked in an alley so narrow that Cale could have held his arms outstretched and touched both sides. The air smelled of urine, vomit, and the general musty odor that permeated all of Skullport. An open sewer a dagger toss away emitted an unspeakable stink. A few street torches near the eatery's door provided the only light in the immediate vicinity. Drow, serpent men, orcs, and worse stalked by, dragging slaves and speaking quietly in their alien tongues. Periodically, the muffled roar of a crowd sounded from within a large stone building down the street, outside of which a crowd milled. Cale figured the place to be some kind of fighting arena. The smell of cooking meat carried from somewhere on the hemp highway high above. "Do you make that drunk?" Cale projected to Magadan. Down a bit, on their side of the street, an unshaven drunk lay against the wall of what looked to be a brewery. His dirty shirt too small to cover his fat belly, his double chin pressed into his chest. Passers-by stepped over him, on him, and occasionally spat at him. Magadan peered into the darkness. Cale knew the guide couldn't see as well as he could in pitch darkness, despite his demonic heritage. "I see him," Magadan said. "He's not drunk," Cale said. Cale had noted the man the instant he'd scanned the street, and he'd been watching him since. With regularity, the apparent drunk looked up from under hooded eyes and surveyed the street. He was watching the entrance to the Kraden dock. Likely he worked for the person with whom Riven was meeting. "One of the Sladi?" Magadan asked. "Or just a lookout for Riven's contact?" Cale shook his head. He had no way to know without closing to use a divination spell, but that would risk his being noticed. He could have turned himself invisible to approach the drunk, but he remembered well the fight in the alley back in Selgaunt when Azreem had seen and captured an invisible Jack. From that, he assumed that the Slotty, if the drunk was indeed a shape-changed Slot, could see invisible creatures. He didn't want to tip his presence. "Mags, link us to Riven," he said. The guide nodded and closed his eyes. After a moment, Cale felt as though another window had been opened in the room of his mind. "Riven?" he projected. A pause. "I hear you," the assassin responded. "Didn't expect to after our little disagreement. Think I'm untrustworthy, first of 5? Cale ignored Riven's venom and asked, "What's your assessment?" Another pause. Likely the assassin's attention was focused on whatever the contact was telling him. "Eyes are normal," Riven finally answered, his tone more moderated. "He looks right and talks the talk, but he offers too much for too little. He's either stupid or one of our slotty." Hearing that, Magadan shifted on his feet. Cale, too, felt adrenaline charge his muscles. He doubted stupidity to be the explanation. "Keep him talking," Cale said to Riven. To Magadan, he projected, "Back in Starmantle, you said you could put yourself behind someone's eyes and see what they see." Magadan nodded, immediately grasping Cale's point. "The Slod or Riven?" Magadan asked. "The Slod," answered Cale. "I can do that," the guide answered. "But I need to see the target first, to plant the first hook. After that, he can be anywhere." He paused, then added, "Also, he might sense the mental intrusion." Cale nodded. They would have to take the chance. "How long can you maintain it?" Magadan answered, "As long as I wish, though it will drain me somewhat. The connection is latent and requires little mental energy until I activate it to see what the target sees. Each time I activate it, though, we again risk him sensing my presence." "This is a waste of time," Riven said. "Let's just put him down right now." Cale shook his head, though he knew Riven couldn't see him. "No," he answered. "He's only one of the 3 slotty. Another may be out here in the street. We need to learn their play and put all of them down at once. Stopping them doesn't necessarily stop the Sojourner." Riven fell silent, though Cale could sense his irritation through the mental connection. Cale thought about having Magadan connect to the drunk down the street, but decided against it. If the drunk was a Slod, he was not the leader. The leader would be the one talking to Riven. "Riven," Cale projected, "we need to see the one you're talking with. Hear what he says, and walk out with him. If he detects Magadan's psionic attack, you'll get your chance then. If that happens, Mags and I will take the watchman out on the street." Riven projected acquiescence, and the connection went quiet. Riven stared across the table, hearing what the false human was saying, wondering what the slotty were planning, and fighting down the desire to draw steel. Despite his inner turmoil, he had no trouble keeping his expression neutral, even vaguely friendly. Riven had so often sat across tables from men he intended to kill that he had long ago mastered the ability to keep his face expressionless, even while choosing between blade, garrote, or poison. No moral crisis ever rose from Riven's conscience to trouble his expression. For him, murder was business. For him, everything was business. The critical point was that he be on the winning side in the end. Unlike his comrades, he felt little personal animosity toward the slotty. In truth, he probably felt more antipathy toward Cale, the first of 5, than he did the slotty. Riven wanted to put down the slotty only because letting them live offended his professional pride, and because the Shadow Lord seemed to want it. The Slod was just finishing describing to Riven the route the caravan would take through the northern tunnels of the Underdark. "When?" Riven asked. "The 3rd hour of the cycle after next," responded the Slod. Riven nodded, giving the appearance of being satisfied. "This Duergar has earned your ire?" asked the Slod. Riven stared into the Slod's eyes, wondering if there was not an offer there. The Slod's gaze revealed nothing. Riven shook his head. "No," he said. "This is a business matter, and like all matters of business, I care only for coming out of it better than how I came in." He paused while the Slod nodded sagely, then added, "For that, I always make sure that I end up on the winning side." The Slod stopped nodding and gazed at him curiously. "I see." "I'm pleased you do," Riven said, and offered no further explanation. He leaned back in his chair, reached into one of his belt pouches, and withdrew one of the small diamonds he had brought with him from Selgaunt. "This is equitable, I assume?" he said. The Slod mumbled agreement, scooped the gem into his palm, and pocketed it in his worn robe without even an appraising glance. If Riven hadn't already been certain, the Slod's nonchalance regarding payment would have solidified Riven's opinion that he was not dealing with an ordinary human information broker. "This business is complete, then," said the Slod, rising to his feet. He smiled down at Riven, a disingenuous gesture, and the assassin noted his perfect teeth. Not hardly, thought Riven, but he only offered a nod. "Luck to you with this Duergar," the Slod said. "I've heard he's quite the killer." Riven waved a hand dismissively and took a drink from his ale. The Slod's ears flushed red with anger, but to his credit, he managed to keep an agreeable smile pasted on his face. "I'll take my leave then," said the Slod, his voice tight. Riven let him walk a few paces away before he stood. "I believe I'll be leaving too," he said. "Hold a moment." The Slod, looking uncomfortable at the prospect of the assassin's company, waited for Riven to catch up. As they walked for the door, Riven casually kept a hand on one of his sabers. He eyed the Slod's back sidelong, located the kidneys, and wondered whether the creature would sense Magadan's psionic attack. "We're coming out," he projected to Cale and Magadan. "Be ready," Cale answered back. "If he responds to the attack, he's your responsibility." Riven didn't bother with an answer. He didn't require instruction from Cale. He understood his responsibilities, all of his responsibilities, full well. Riven and the Slod exited the inn, and the assassin quickly surveyed the nearby street traffic, rooftops, and catwalks above. Nothing unusual. In the darkness, he didn't see Cale and Magadan, and he didn't see the drunk. A Rotha-pulled wagon piled high with dried mushrooms was stopped in the street near them, its gray-skinned gnome owner pulling at the Rotha's bridle. The creature lowed in agitation, shook its shaggy mane, but it did not budge. A group of drunk half-orcs peppered the gnome with laughter and curses. From down the street, a crowd in one of Skullport's many fighting dens let loose an approving shout. "Now," Magadan projected. Riven knew that somewhere nearby Magadan was insinuating himself into the Slod's mind. "I'm in," Magadan said. The Slod spun around to face Riven. Reflexively, Riven's grip on his saber hilt tightened, though he kept his face expressionless. "Louts," the Slod said, indicating the half-orcs. "Listen to them curse. They have the intelligence of rocks." Riven let his grip on his saber relax. He sneered at the Slod, hoping it was Azreem, nodded agreement, and said, "It's in the breeding. Half-broods are often a stupid lot." Cale and Magadan took a different route back to the poorhouse than the assassin in case the Slotty decided to follow Riven. After the assassin arrived, all three of them met Jack. Sitting in the quiet darkness of their room, Riven explained to them what the Slod had told him. Cale took it all in, thinking. "They want us to attack them?" Jack asked. The halfling took a draw on his pipe and blew it out. "Or the whole caravan," Magadan said. "Or at least to follow it out of the city." "The latter seems the most likely to me," Cale said. "But there's no way to be certain." "What's the play, Cale?" Riven asked, taking a draw on his own pipe. Cale, pacing the floor with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke his thoughts aloud. "Whatever they're planning," he said, "they plan to do it around the 3rd hour of next cycle. Agreed?" Heads nodded agreement, and Cale continued. "So we're either part of their plan somehow, or they want us well out of the way. It doesn't matter which. With Magadan's connection to the Slotty, we can figure out where they are at any time. So we observe and improvise. If they're with the caravan, fine. If they're somewhere else, that's fine too. Wherever they are, we follow them and put a stop to whatever they're planning. Then we put a stop to them." Riven blew out a smoke ring, smiled, and said, "You seem to have grown fond of improvisation, Cale. Leads to surprises." Cale said nothing, for there was nothing to say. Improvisation was all they had. Chapter 17. Hunting. Twice during the cycle, Cale asked Magadan to open the link between the guide and the Slod. Each time, Magadan's peculiar gaze went vacant as the psionic contact allowed him to see through the eyes of the targeted creature. Based on Magadan's description of the surroundings, the Slod appeared to be in some kind of storehouse or office with his two brethren, one in the form of a huge amnion, the other in the form of a Sword Coast pirate. They were talking, but Magadan couldn't hear their words. "Our Slod does all the talking," Magadan reported. "The others listen. I see the gray-eyed Slod. He's the corsair with the falchion, goatee. Looks a bit like Riven. The amnion's face is slack. He looks like a dullard." Cale looked to Riven and said, "Gray Eyes is our friend from the barn outside of Selgaunt." "I remember him," Riven said. Jack, seated in the room's sole chair with his feet up on the small table and his hands interlaced behind his head, said, "We owe that one." One of his hands went to his chest where the gray-eyed slod had torn it open. "We owe them all, little man," Cale agreed, nodding. "The amnion I make is Dolgan. He's big and stupid no matter his form." Twice, Cale had almost killed Dolgan. He would be sure to finish the work next time they met. Jack said, "That leaves only Azreem. We're seeing through his eyes." Cale nodded, imagining the slod's brown and blue orbs. He was pleased they had tagged Azreem with Magadan's power. From what he'd seen, Cale deemed Azreem the leader, the most cunning, and hence the most valuable. Whatever happened, Azreem would be at the heart of it. Magadan sat up straight and said, "Gray Eyes is leaving." "Without Azreem?" Cale asked. Magadan nodded and said, "He's getting instructions." Cale wished again that Magadan's ability allowed him to hear what the Slotty were saying. He thought for a time, then said, "End it, Mags. We've got a connection with Azreem. We'll call on it as needed. This is too risky." Though Azreem had shown no sign up till then of having detected Magadan's presence, Cale didn't want to press his good fortune by prolonging the connection. He would keep all the contacts short, just long enough to get a feel for the Slotty's location and activities. Tymora sometimes smiled on the foolish, he knew, but she more often favored the circumspect. More importantly, Cale could see that maintaining the mental link for even a short time was draining to the guide. Magadan's skin was pale, his knucklebone eyes sunken, and from the way he rubbed his brow, Cale thought he probably had a severe ache in his temples. But not once did the guide complain. Cale's respect for him grew all the more. Magadan held the connection for a moment longer, then cut off contact with an audible sigh. He blinked rapidly, and his eyes came back to life. "Check him every half hour," Cale said to the guide, patting him on the back. "The time is getting close. We don't want them to have too much of a head start." The guide exhaled, massaging his brow, and nodded. Geared up and ready, they continued to wait in their room, increasingly restive. Time passed, and Magadan's periodic checks revealed the two remaining Slotty doing little. Riven paced their small room like a caged animal. "We could move on them right now," the assassin said to Cale. "You could shadow step us to that storehouse." Cale shook his head, not bothering to explain his reasoning. "Delay is foolish," Riven snapped. "By the time we move, we may find them in the midst of 30 hired swords. Then what? Your decision to wait will have put us all at risk, Cale." Cale understood that, but simply killing the Slotty was not enough. He wanted vengeance, justice, Corrorin. For that, he would need to find the Sojourner, who would put all of it into motion and stop him, kill him. Instead of arguing with the assassin, he said, "You're welcome to stay behind." Riven stopped pacing and his eye flashed. He stared at Cale for a moment before nodding at the pocket in which Cale kept his mask, his holy symbol. "You'd like that, wouldn't you, First of Five?" the assassin asked. "No one to vie for his favor, eh?" Cale answered Riven's stare with one of his own. "His favor has nothing to do with it," he replied. "His favor got me this." He held up his regenerated hand, swathed in shadows. "This is about doing it my way or not at all. Your choice to stay, Zent. Nobody is holding you here. You can walk away any time." Riven held Cale's gaze for a moment before giving a mirthless smile through his goatee. "I think I'll stay around," said the assassin. "For now." He started pacing anew. Jack and Cale shared a look. Jack's green eyes said, "I don't trust him." For his part, Cale attributed Riven's mood to the irritability that had plagued the assassin since arriving in Skullport, and his impatience for action. Cale, too, was irritable, which explained his own overly harsh response to Riven's challenge. "They're moving," Magadan said. Cale and Jack jumped to their feet. Riven whirled on the guide and took 3 steps toward him. "Where?" all three asked in unison. Magadan held up a hand to forestall further questions. His eyes showed only whites. Exiting the storehouse. I cannot tell where they are. Heading along the street. Carts, slaves, no landmarks? Cale asked. Magadan shook his head and replied, Still haven't seen the harbor. I think they're in the lower trade lanes, heading north or east. Lots of street traffic. Brothels, taverns, shacks, a glassblower's shop. He was quiet for a time, then said, The buildings are getting more and more decrepit, even for Skullport. Magadan continued to describe the surroundings, hoping that one of them would note something with which they were familiar. Do you see any brewers' shops? Riven asked. Lots of goblins, kobolds? Magadan shook his head and said, No, wait, yes, a lot of untapped ale casks stacked outside of several buildings, and there are more goblins than usual. Riven said, They're in the northern trade lanes, in the slum warrens near Cart City. They're heading toward the Underdark tunnels that lead north out of the city. You're sure? Cale asked. Riven nodded and replied, That's consistent with what the Slod described to me back at the Creighton dock. Wagons, lizard pens, the guide continued. Hold him for a while longer, Cale said to the guide. We need to be sure. Magadan nodded, his eyes still showing only whites. They waited. They're reaching the end of the cavern, Magadan said. Tunnels ahead. Lots of torches and lanterns. Goblin runners. It's a caravan assembly point, but I only see one closed wagon. There are many heavily armed Duergar, and 4 in no armor. I don't see the gray-eyed Slod. Cut it off, Mags, Cale said. Wait, Magadan said. The unarmored Duergar are gathered around Azreem. To judge from his hands and perspective, it looks as though Azreem is in the form of a Duergar himself, or something similarly short. He's handing them wands. He's looking toward a tunnel, gesturing. I think they're preparing to move out. Cut it now, Magadan, Cale ordered. We know enough. The guide nodded distantly and shook his head as though to clear it. Exhaling heavily, his eyes returned to normal. He looked exhausted. Cale patted Magadan on the shoulder while he said to Riven, That must be the caravan they described to you. Agreed, Riven replied. 2 of the 3 Slotty are there, along with the squad of Duergard. Where then is the gray-eyed Slod? Cale asked of no one in particular. Magadan shook his head. Riven shrugged. Jack already had pocketed his pipe and pulled on his pack. I still don't get it, said the halfling. The Slotty are with the caravan, but they want us to attack it? An ambush? Magadan offered. Possibly, Cale replied, but I'd wager it's more complicated than that. Remember that they can teleport away any time, if they're willing to risk it. They might just be with the wagon to make it look believable, planning to get out of there when we appear. Magadan tilted his head, conceding the point. Either way, Cale continued, baiting us to attack the caravan is only a ploy, not the real play. So we follow it and them, hidden, but hold our steel until I say otherwise. There's something else going on here. Magadan stood and shouldered his pack. Riven did the same. Cale looked to the assassin. You know the way to the area Magadan described? He asked. I've been there, Riven answered softly. Then we're following you, Cale said. Mags, when we get close, you take us to the tunnel the caravan is heading down. Let's move. They sprinted through the torchlit streets of Skullport, dodging carts and slaves, mercenaries and mages, bugbears and orcs. With Magadan running easily beside him, Riven led them north through the brewing district, rich with acrid smoke of distilleries and fermentation casks, and through the slums, rich with the stink of filth, sewage, and rotting garbage, until they reached a flat, open area of Skullport, dotted with Rotha pens, coopers' shops, large tents, wheelwrights, and other services related to caravannering. Smoking torches on tall iron stands lit the area as brightly as a surface city street at night. The hemp highway did not reach that far north, and the ceiling soared away into the darkness above. To Cale, the area appeared to be the mirror image of Skullport's wharves, but with wagons and carts instead of ships, teamsters instead of sailors, and dark tunnels instead of dark water. Cart City, Riven said over his shoulder. Cale saw where the area had gotten its name. The place was thronged with beasts, wagons, carts, humans, and various humanoids, all busily loading and unloading goods and slaves for transport in caravans. Cale did not care to ponder the dark destinations to which the slaves would be taken. Squads of kobold and goblin laborers flitted frenetically through the area, carrying rope, barking orders, herding rotha and pack lizards. The sulfuric smell of forge smoke and the heavy pungency of animal dung filled the air. The voices of the mass caravanners merged into an indistinguishable murmur that rose toward the ceiling like smoke. Jack elbowed Cale and pointed to the ceiling far above. There, framed by stalactites as thin as spears, two glowing skulls supervised the area from on high, preventing the nascent chaos from erupting into violence. Cale felt the incredible weight of their gazes as they passed over him, the pull of weave shear at his waist, and a brief flash of concern that the magic in the blade would draw the skull's attention as surely as a lodestone drew iron shavings. But it did not, and Cale and his companions continued on, unmolested by Skullport's guardians. To their right, a caravan of 8 carts was assembling, the carts forming up, the teamsters yoking a recalcitrant pack lizard or two. A score or so of armed orc and hobgoblin guards eyed them coolly. A large hobgoblin in a chain shirt aimed a crossbow in Cale's direction, smiling a mouthful of pointed teeth. Cale slowed and stared. The hobgoblin lowered the weapon, offered Cale a hard smile, a mock salute, and shared a laugh with the other guards. Meanwhile, Magadan and Riven pushed and elbowed their way through and around the street traffic, hurrying toward the looming, sloping face of Skullport's northern wall. The guide seemed to know exactly where he was going. Jack and Cale trailed after them. They stopped in the middle of a packed earth road, 20 or so paces before the rough stone facade of the cavern's wall. The street traffic broke around them like a wave. Ordinarily, the fact that Skullport existed in a huge cavern was easy to forget. The city was so large and the darkness so thick that Cale had not seen a wall or ceiling in cycles, but standing before the craggy face of the city's northern border, he remembered that Skullport existed at the whim of the gods of the earth and stone, in a fragile bubble nearly a league below the surface. He thought it likely that if Azreem and the other Slotty succeeded with whatever they were planning, Skullport's bubble would burst, and Vara would suffer the same fate as the city. "Which way, Mags?" Cale asked. "Riven?" 10 or more large cave mouths opened at ground level in the cavern's wall, each easily large enough to allow a cart's passage. In fact, the last wagon of a caravan was vanishing down the leftmost tunnel at that very moment. Riven shook his head. "The slot wasn't specific enough," said the assassin. "I don't know which tunnel." Stepping forward out of the heaviest of the traffic, Magadan knelt on his haunches and stroked his chin, looking from one tunnel to the next, as if searching his memory. Wheel ruts scored the packed earth in front of each tunnel, and Cale couldn't tell them apart. Innumerable smaller tunnels opened at all heights along the rough rock face, but Cale ignored them as impassable for a cart. Bats and sturges wheeled in the air above. "This way," Magadan said, standing and nodding in the direction of the third tunnel from the left. "You're certain?" Cale asked. "Yes," the guide said, and that was good enough for Cale, but apparently not for Riven. "Let's make certain," the assassin said. He grabbed a passing goblin laborer by the scruff of its homespun shirt and lifted it from the ground. The creature squeaked in agitation, legs flailing. "Quiet," Riven ordered it. The goblin ceased squeaking and instead hissed at Riven through its stained fangs.
"Puts me down, human,"
it said in a high-pitched voice, its common rough and awkward.
"or I'll find you asleep and cuts out your other eye."
Riven scowled and the creature recoiled. The assassin produced 3 gold pieces from his pouch and flashed them before the goblin's eyes. The creature grabbed at the coins, but Riven pulled them out of reach.
"What did you want, One Eye?"
the goblin asked. Cale looked around to see whether they had drawn attention. To his alarm, he saw that one of the skulls had moved nearer to them to observe. It floated above them, its empty gaze seeing everything. "Riven," Cale said, gesturing toward the ceiling. Riven's gaze followed Cale's. Seeing the skull, he slowly lowered the goblin to the ground, but kept his grip on its shirt. "These are yours," Riven said to the creature, again flashing the coin while eyeing the skull sidelong. "When you tell me what I want to know." A cunning look came across the goblin's red-skinned face. It rubbed its hands together greedily.
"Asks me, Hole-in-Face,"
Riven said. "Less than half an hour ago, a single wagon went into the tunnels. It had a score or more of gray dwarves as guards." The goblin nodded and said,
"Me sees that one."
"Which tunnel?" Riven asked, giving the goblin a shake.
"You gives me more,"
the goblin replied. Riven's gaze went hard. "I'll give you 2 more," he said. The creature smiled in satisfaction and licked its lips. Riven took out 2 more coins and held them before the goblin's face. "And I'll drive each of these 2 through your eyes and into your brain case, you little vermin. Speak, now." The goblin's eyes went wide.
"That one,"
it said, and pointed toward the tunnel that Magadan had indicated. Riven released it and flung the coins into the crowd. The creature let out a shriek and scrabbled after the gold. Above, the skull turned away from them and floated back to its high perch. "Wanted to be sure, Mags," Riven said to the guide, by way of apology. "Keep moving," Cale said, and they hurried down the tunnel, all the while under the watchful gaze of the skulls. The stink of the Duergar drove Azreem to distraction. He thought they must bathe once per month, at best, and their clothing. He wondered how anyone could long tolerate the coarse mushroom-fibered tunics and lizard-skin leather trousers they wore. Even their armor, while obviously well-crafted, looked boxy and inelegant. He consoled himself with the knowledge that soon all of the gray dwarves would be dead. He hadn't even bothered to remember their leader's name, only that the foul creature was an ally of Kexen and served Stalk Sarm. In fact, the whole clan of Duergar to which the guards belonged had pledged its service to the Yuan-Ti slaver. Pulled by 2 of the sure-footed pony-sized cave lizards endemic to the Underdark, the lone wagon in the caravan rumbled its way north through the twisting but smooth-floored tunnel. Stalactites hung from the low ceilings, and ledges and curtains of stone marked the walls. Phosphorescent lichen lit the road ahead. Water dripped from the ceiling to pool in the recesses of the floor, natural cisterns to quench the thirst of travelers. 33 Duergar, including Azreem in the form of a Duergar, guarded the enclosed cart. Dim glow balls hung in rope nests from the sides of the wagon, bouncing with each bump in the road, lighting the caravan like a beacon. Within the cart lay the bait, the magical items Azreem and his broodmates had stolen from the Xanathar. 4 of the gray dwarf warriors walked point, perhaps 30 paces in front of the cart, crossbows cocked and loaded. The remainder of the Duergar warriors stomped loudly along beside, before, and behind the cart, axes and hammers bare, scowls visible even through their beards. The 4 Duergar mages, each armed with the wand provided to them by Azreem and taken from the Xanathar's stash, Azreem enjoyed the irony, moved amongst them. Dolgan, in the form of the Amnion ship's captain who had commissioned the caravan, paced along beside the cart, looking as dull-witted as usual. Azreem lingered near the rear of the troop, eyeing the walls above and listening for noise from behind. He knew where the Amerigo had set up the ambush, less than an hour's travel ahead, but he couldn't be certain how, when, or where Cale and his companions might appear. As best he could, he wanted to time their appearance with that of the dwarf's ambush. With the combat between 2 of the most powerful, influential factions in Skullport taking place in a main trade tunnel not far from the city, and with ample magic use occurring, Azreem thought it a virtual certainty that the skulls would appear in force. By his estimation, Skullport's guardians would appear quickly once the combat began in earnest. He simply wanted Cale and his companions to find themselves in the middle of the hellstorm. Watching them die would have been a joy, but alas, it would not be. Azreem and his broodmates would remain on the battlefield only until the skulls began to show. Smiling, he reached out with his consciousness, connected to Dolgan, and continued through the tunnel ahead until he felt contact with Surin. Surin, dressed in the flesh of one Maxil, a human male warrior in service to the Xanathar and late of Skullport, crouched with his comrades in the darkness of one of the many narrow side tunnels that opened off a main cavern. An entire network of thin, winding tunnels intersected in the large open cavern that Amerigo the dwarf called the Killing Field. It was in that cave that Amerigo intended to ambush the caravan. The dwarf had assembled a sizable force of mercenaries, mages, and even 4 trolls. All were protected with wards cast by priests of Bane allied with the Xanathar. The dwarf's force waited in hiding in multiple separate groups near the mouths of several of the side tunnels. When the trap was sprung, they would catch the caravan in a crossfire of quarrels and spells. Or at least that is what Amerigo planned. Surin would have none of it, of course. He and his broodmates would manipulate the would-be ambush to make it unfold as they wished. Afterward, they would use their rods, in Surin's case a replacement rod provided by the Sojourner, to teleport away. He shared his tunnel with 6 men armored in mail hauberks and armed with crossbows and swords. A gnome mage stood with them, an illusionist, and his glamour had rendered them all invisible. A troll hulked at the mouth of the cave, its respiration as loud as a bellows, the stink from its green warty skin as foul as a sewer. "Demon's teeth," whispered one of the warriors near Surin, looking down the main tunnel from which the caravan would approach. "I'd just as soon get this thing going apace." Playing his part, Surin offered a disingenuous nod. "Aye, move your arses, boys," he whispered to the empty tunnel, "and let's get to it." The soldier thumped him on the shoulder at the same moment that Surin felt the familiar tingle of psionic contact at the base of his brain. Azreem. He gave no outward sign of contact. "Is the dwarf's force in position?" projected Azreem. "They are," Saren answered, "and I am with them." "Notify Dolgan before the ambush is sprung," Azreem said. "Dolgan?" "I'll alert the caravan when Surin alerts me," Dolgan replied. Azreem's satisfaction was palpable even as he sent, "The attack must not be allowed to take the caravan by surprise. Once it begins, draw out the battle as long as possible and ensure that magic is cast in abundance. We make for the provenience of the mantle when the skulls begin to appear." "Understood," Surin answered, and Dolgan too projected an acknowledgement. "What of Cale and his companions?" Surin asked before Azreem broke contact. Surin wished to see the one-eyed assassin die, and die slowly for what the human had done to him back in the farmhouse outside of Selgaunt. "I will backtrack down the tunnel to ensure that Cale and the others do not miss the festivities," Azreem replied. "Remain ready." Azreem cut off contact with Surin, satisfied that all was in order with his plan. He gradually let himself lag behind the caravan. The Duergar didn't seem to notice his absence, and when he reached a satisfactory distance away from the rear guard, he whispered an arcane word to render himself invisible. He knew that Cale and his companions had not preceded him down the tunnel. In his guise as Thild, Azreem hadn't told the assassin which tunnel exactly the Duergar caravan would take. Accordingly, the humans could only have watched the northern tunnels and followed after. Pleased with himself for covering all contingencies, Azreem shifted form from Duergar to Slod and prowled back down the tunnel. Cale, Riven, Magadan, and Jack sped down the tunnel. The floor was smoothed, presumably to allow easy passing for carts, but they still had to skirt occasional stands of stalagmites and pools of still water. Mind-linked by Magadan, they traveled in near silence, brushing over the rock of the Underdark without even a rustle, the only sound that of their respiration and the occasional flutter of startled bats. Cale kept his bearing, heightened when he was in darkness, attuned to the passage ahead. They traveled without light, fearful that luminescence would betray them to the Duergar guards. Cale knew it must have been difficult for Riven to see by only the faint luminescence of the orange lichen, but the assassin kept up the pace and did not complain. They traveled for nearly half an hour and still saw no sign of the Slotty or the caravan. Magadan stopped twice to examine the tunnel for signs of passage, but the hard rock floor didn't allow him to confirm that any caravan had recently passed through. "It cannot be far," Magadan said. "It will be moving much more slowly than us." Cale nodded and swallowed his concern that they may have picked the wrong tunnel. Magadan had never yet led them astray. If the guide said they were in the right tunnel, then they were in the right tunnel. "Make certain, Mags," Riven said. Magadan looked to Cale, and Cale nodded, ignoring Riven's frown. The guide put his fingers to his temples, and a corona of white light flared around his head. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he made contact with Azreem and looked through the Slod's eyes. The guide stiffened. His intake of breath was as sharp as a keen blade. "What is it?" Cale said. With visible effort, Magadan relaxed. "The caravan did pass this way," he said, a bit overloud, and pointed up the tunnel. Before Cale could ask a question, Magadan projected, "Azreem is looking upon us right now. Do not turn around." Invisible, Azreem crouched on a ledge slightly up on the wall of the tunnel and eyed the four humans. Until just moments before, he had not yet known whether the woodsman was a psionicist or a mage, but the telltale nimbus of white light that had just flared around the human's head bespoke the manifestation of psionic power. Azreem imagined that the taste of the woodsman's brain would be particularly sweet, flavored as it was with the spice of mental magic. He grinned and almost laughed aloud. The priest of Mask certainly had assembled a ragtag group of fools to follow him across and under Faerun. Had any of them understood the scope of the Sojourner's power, they would have long ago curled up in a dark hole to hide. No matter, he thought. Soon they will all die in the dark. He licked his lips, eyeing the back of Erevis Cale's bald head, while the woodsman confirmed for them that the caravan had traveled up the corridor. They had followed along behind the Duergar just as Azreem had expected. "I have located the humans," Azreem projected to his broodmates. Absently, he pawed at the teleportation rod in his hand. Dolgin and Surin projected an acknowledgement. Of Surin, Azreem asked, "Do you see the lights from the caravan yet?" "Not yet," responded his broodmate. "But the caravan is getting near to the ambush point," Dolgin added. Azreem allowed himself to feel satisfied. Everything was working out exactly as he had foreseen. Certainly the Sojourner would reward him. Surin's voice sounded in his head. "Perhaps you should kill one now." Azreem flexed his claws, powerfully tempted. He could reach Cale in a single step and could tear the human's head from his shoulders with but one swipe. Despite Magadan's admission, Cale tensed. The shadows around his skin swirled, animated by his agitation. Beside him, Riven's hand drifted to his saber hilts. Jack's breath became faster. "Where?" Cale asked. "The caravan is not far," Magadan continued. "On a ledge on your sword-armed side, perhaps 10 paces back the way we came, in Slod form. He holds the teleportation rod in his hand." Cale's mind churned. "Kill him now," Riven said. Cale considered it, and soon gave in. "Follow my play," he projected. "The caravan could not have come this way," Cale said to Jack with affected frustration in his tone. "If it had, we'd have already caught up to it." Jack looked startled for an instant, but quickly took to the play. The halfling shook his head and let anger creep into his eyes. "The hell's it didn't," Jack spat back as he drew his short sword, offering Cale an excuse to unsheath his own blade. "You keep questioning our competence. I've had enough. If you think the caravan didn't come this way, then go back the way we came. You won't find it down another tunnel." Cale pulled weave shear, pointed its tip at Jack's chest, then at Magadan. "You're both out your shares, and only our past friendship is saving your life, halfling." He gave Jack a final scowl and turned to Riven. "Riven, you're with me." Jack made an obscene gesture. Cale answered him with a glare, and he and Riven turned to stalk back up the tunnel. Cale saw the ledge immediately, imagined Azreem crouched atop it. "He's looking at you," Magadan projected. You tell me if he moves, Cale answered, still holding Weave Shear bare. The blade, sheathed in shadows, seemed to want to pull him toward the ledge. Riven resisted his hands on his sabers as they walked. 3 paces, 5, 7, and they were right next to the ledge. Cale could almost feel the weight of Azreem's gaze. His hands were sweating. "We go on my mark," he said to Riven. Azreem could have reached out and touched Cale. He sensed the thick muscles of his thighs, imagined a pounce, but fought down the impulse to kill. He wanted to draw Cale and his companions into the battle with the caravan. Their presence there would increase the intensity of the combat, drawing the skulls to the site even sooner. To his broodmates he projected, "No, I will not kill one. We must get the caravan to the ambush point and begin the combat. The humans will hear it and rush ahead. They can die there." His broodmates projected an acknowledgement. Surin said, "I see the lights from the caravan now. It is near. The dwarfs' forces are preparing." Azreem smiled, mouthed a goodbye at Cale, and began to activate his teleportation rod. "Now," Cale projected and sprung into motion. He spun toward the ledge and leveled Weave Shear in a crosscut designed to take Azreem's head. Even as Riven whipped free both sabers and lunged at the ledge with the points stabbing low, they hit nothing. "Gone," Magadan said aloud. "Teleported out." "Blast," Riven said. Frustrated, Cale slammed Weave Shear back into his scabbard. Magadan said, He's back near the caravan. I can see it ahead. I think he's changing form back into a Duergar." "Cut it, Mags," Cale said. "Let's keep moving. We're close to that caravan now." Chapter 18. The Caravan. The Duergar on point whistled for a halt, and the caravan creaked to a stop. 2 of the gray dwarves who had been on point were jogging back to the main body of the caravan, their armor and weapons clanking. Dolgan, Azreem, who had just returned from the rear, and the Duergar leader stepped forward to meet them.
"A large open cavern is just ahead,"
one of the 2 dwarves said in Undercommon. Scars crisscrossed the gnarled Duergar's bald head, and dirt caked his beard.
"It's flat as an orig's head and riddled with side tunnels. Ideal for an ambush."
The Duergar leader, his dusky skin pockmarked with the scars of a past disease, turned to Azreem and said, "I know that cavern. It'll take a wagon 100 count to cross it, and that's pushing the lizard. We should scout it out first." The Duergar leader looked to Dolgan, who the Slotty had represented to them as the client paying their wages. "That cavern's the equivalent of an exposed valley on the surface, very vulnerable to attack from the heights, or in this case, from all sides. We should be cautious." Dolgan nodded, but unwilling to respond without Azreem's prompting, he projected to his broodmate,
"What do I answer?"
Instead of responding to Dolgan directly, Azreem sniffed, pulled his beard, and shook his axe.
"Bah! If you're concerned, the mages can prepare wards for as many of the men as possible."
Azreem the Duergar looked to Dolgan and added, "We cross quickly with axes ready." "Make a show of considering it," Azreem projected. "Then agree. Have the mages cast protective wards on the men. It will make the combat last longer anyway." Dolgan did exactly as he was told, and when the Duergar mages had cast a variety of protective wards on many of their guardsmen, the caravan again moved out. They were heading directly into the cavern, where Amergo's ambush waited.
"Here we come,"
Dolgan projected to Surin. When the caravan had crossed half the cavern, the ambush was sprung. "Enjoy," Saren projected to his broodmates. From 4 of the side tunnels that opened onto the main cavern, crossbow bolts whizzed. Most skittered harmlessly on the stone floor or thumped off of sturdy Duergar armor, but a few found homes in flesh. One sank into Dolgan's shoulder. He grunted and jerked it free, his flesh regenerating the damage almost immediately. 2 bolts sank into the pack lizard, causing the creature to rear up and roar in pain. Its sudden movement caused the wagon to lurch forward.
"Ambush!"
Dolgan shouted, barely able to contain a grin, partially because of the pain he felt in his shoulder, and partially because Azreem's plan was working well. He answered the crossbow fire with a trio of magical bolts fired from his wand into the mouth of a side tunnel, where he saw shadowy figures cowering. True to Kexen's representation that they were veterans, the Duergar guardsmen reacted quickly. The mages ducked behind the lurching wagons and began to mouth the words to still more powerful protective wards. The warriors jumped behind the wagon or fell prone, plying their own crossbows. Shouts and bestial roars erupted from the side tunnels. Huge lumbering figures formed out of the darkness and loped forward, their great strides eating up the distance. "Trolls!" shouted the Duergar in Undercommon, and those nearest the onrushing trolls leaped to their feet. Calling upon the magical attributes native to their race, several of the Duergar grew to twice their normal size, nearly matching the onrushing trolls in stature. Several others vanished from sight, masked by invisibility spells. Dolgan watched with satisfaction as the combat began to unfold. A force of a score or more human warriors poured from the tunnels, following the charging trolls. Beams of green energy and swarms of magical darts arced over the onrushing humans and trolls to slam into the Duergar force, all fired by Xanathar mages emerging from the mouths of the side tunnels. "Use your wands!" Dolgan shouted at the Duergar mages. "These are Xanathar troops!" The Duergar mages, some of them protected by visible fields of magical force, leveled the wands Azreem had provided to them and fired lightning bolts into the charging forces. Men screamed, stumbled, and fell. Their comrades leaped over them, still charging. Duergar warriors met the charge, returning to visibility at the instant their hammers crushed the heads of some of the Xanathar troops. A fierce melee began halfway between the side tunnels and the caravan. Hammers and axes rose and fell, and swords and shields cut and bashed. Men and dwarves alike screamed in rage and pain. A globe of brilliant light flared to life, illuminating the cavern, limning the violence. The light-sensitive Duergar recoiled and shielded their eyes, temporarily blinded. Trolls and human warriors took the opportunity to press the attack against the gray dwarves, forcing them back with a fierce onslaught. Thinking quickly, one of the Duergar mages dispelled the light-sustaining magic, and the dim luminescence of the Underdark again took hold. Near Dolgan, Azreem plied his own wands, alternately firing lightning and a transmogrifying beam at anything that moved, Duergar, human, or troll. Dolgan did likewise. They didn't care which side won the fight, only that it continued for a time and involved powerful magic. The combat quickly turned into a series of pitched battles scattered across the cavern floor, with mages and archers supporting from a distance. Spells and counterspells flew. Lightning bolts sizzled from the wands of the Duergar mages, leaving a spray of stone splinters, burned flesh, and screams in their wake. Xanathar mages answered, and fireballs blossomed in spherical infernos all over the cavern. Some exploded near the cart, roasting the pack lizard, 2 Duergar, and setting the cart aflame. Giant spiders, summoned by the Duergar mages, prowled the battlefield, pouncing on the wounded and dying. Wedges of multicolored magical force ripped through the air, knocking warriors from their feet. Beams of green and red energy laced across the cavern. Globes of darkness formed and were dispelled. Walls of ice and fire appeared from nowhere to burn and freeze. Waves of magic turned stone to mud, set flesh melting and flowing like water. Throughout, roaring trolls and shambling spiders rampaged across the battlefield, claws and fangs dripping blood and shreds of flesh. Duergar axes and hammers rose and fell as the doughty dwarves fought in isolated groups of 2 and 3. Sword and shield clashed in answer. Archers patrolled the perimeter of the melee, picking targets. Their crossbows twanged again and again. Quarrel sprouted from the flesh of combatants with the suddenness of lightning strikes. Amerigo himself stomped through the battlefield, wielding his huge axe and bellowing challenges in the name of the Xanathar.
"This ought to serve to draw the skulls," Dolgan projected to Azreem.
Even as he completed the thought, a series of magical bolts seared into his flesh. He grinned, reveling in the exquisiteness of the pain. And Cale and his companions as well, Azreem answered, discharging a lightning bolt into a troll. It's nearly time to take our leave. Be ready, Surin. You know the location. From ahead, Cale heard the shouts of men and clash of metal. A battle? Magadan said. A big one, to judge from the sound, Jack said. All 4 of the comrades readied blades, holy symbols, and bows. We move quickly and quietly, Cale said. No one gets involved except on my say-so. He looked pointedly at Riven as he said that last. The assassin made no response, and Cale decided to take the silence as agreement. The Slotty want us caught up in this, and that's reason enough to stay out, Cale continued. Mark the Slotty as quickly as you can. Mags, I'm going to need you to show me what Azreem sees, so stand ready. The guide nodded. Let's move, Cale said. Hurrying through the darkness, the 4 approached the scene of battle. Cale intensified the darkness around them as they drew closer. From the tunnel ahead came the flash of fireballs and lightning. Metal rang on metal. Sounds echoed down the corridor, men shouting, beasts roaring, and stone cracking. It sounded as though the ceiling was falling down. Stay out of it, Cale reminded them again, and all of them nodded, even Riven. Crouching low and hugging the wall, they hurried forward. Before them opened a wide open cavern. All around it a battle roiled. Trolls, men, and Duergar fought in pockets, fierce little battles of horrible violence. Hammers, swords, shouts, curses, and roars rose toward the ceiling. Corpses lay scattered across the cavern like so much driftwood. The caravan's wagon lay on its side, burning. The pack lizard lay on its side too, still yoked to the wagon and hissing in pain. Crossbow bolts protruding from its charred flesh. Magical energies arced across the cavern from the side tunnels, the casters hidden by darkness and distance. Duergar mages answered with shots from their wands or spells of their own. The amount of magic flying in the cavern caused the hairs on Cale's arms to stand up. Weaveshear fairly hummed in his grasp, bleeding shadows. Follow me, Cale said. He darted off to the side of the cavern a good distance away from the combat. There, Cale saw a protruding ledge of rock sticking out of the stone about 8 paces up on the wall. It would offer a good view of the battle, and some small cover from the missile fire and spells. There, he said, pointing. The others nodded, and they all raced to the wall and began to climb. Behind them, a troll roared in pain. A ricocheting lightning bolt ripped into the wall near them, sending splinters of stone spraying. They reached the ledge, breathing hard and crouched lows. Trickster's toes, Jack said. This is chaos. Find the Slotty, Cale said, scouring the battlefield for any telltale sign of their quarry. He saw only indistinguishable Duergar mercenaries and trolls. I can't see well enough to find anything, Riven growled. There, Jack said. Cale followed the halfling's pointing finger and saw a large fat human and a Duergar slipping toward the far side of the cavern. Could be them, Magadan projected. I can confirm. Cale replied, Do it. Motes of light flared around the guide's head and his eyes rolled back in their sockets. For a moment Magadan said nothing and Cale, Jack, and Riven waited in anticipation. Below them, the battle raged, reaching still greater heights of violence. It's Azreem, Magadan said. Stay with him, Cale said. When they leave, we follow. Leave? Asked Jack. Cale nodded. He thought he understood the Slotty's play. The Slotty engineered this entire battle, he said. And now that it's going full on, they're backing out of it. It's a distraction. Who are they trying to distract? Riven asked. Us? Cale shrugged, but before he could form a reply, an orange luminescence formed at the mouth of the main tunnel that led back toward Skullport. It grew brighter and brighter, as if someone or something carrying a giant torch were moving closer to the cavern. What is that? Jack asked. Find a hole, Riven said, and stay low. This is bad. Cale and Jack shared a look. Weaveshear fairly shook in Cale's hand. The shadows around the blade whirled as if in excitement. The luminescence grew brighter still, and the combatants in the chamber seemed to notice it for the first time. Duergar, troll, and human backed away from each other. Weapons were lowered, and gazes turned toward the tunnel mouth. Cale pulled down Magadan, who was still connected to Azreem, and willed the darkness around them to deepen. A murmur of curiosity ran through the chamber, and quickly turned to one of concern, then fear. The combatants saw what was coming. Cale and his companions off to the side of the tunnel mouth could not yet see the source of the light. "Stay with Azreem," Cale projected to Magadan, "no matter what occurs." "Goddess," Magadan oathed. Through Azreem's eyes, he too saw what was coming. A voice louder than a thunderclap and deeper than the moon sea shook stalactites from the ceiling as it pronounced, "Cease!" Other than the moans of the wounded and dying, an eerie silence reigned. "The skulls," Riven said softly, as 6 glowing human skulls whizzed in through the tunnel and rapidly circled the battlefield. All eyes followed Skullport's enigmatic guardians. Duergar, man, and troll visibly cowered under the inscrutable gaze of the skulls. Finished with their flyover, the skulls positioned themselves around the combatants, fencing most of them in. A nervous rustle ran through the chamber. Some of the casters and crossbowmen outside of the ring of skulls began to back away down the side tunnels. Cale and his companions were outside the circle. Cale sensed the power in the room, as did Weaveshear, to judge from its hungry vibrations. With 6 of the skulls present in the chamber, and presuming that 5 or 6 of them were still lurking about in Skullport, as Cale thought typical, most all of the guardians were accounted for. It was then that it hit him. "Dark and empty," he whispered. Azreem and the Slotty had arranged the battle for one purpose: to draw the skulls away from the city or away from something else. But what? Again the booming voice. "Warfare in the main thoroughfare of the city of Skullport jeopardizes trade and is in direct contravention to our standing edict. Also, rat scales offer unique numerary opportunities. Most foul indeed." The skull then went on for several more heartbeats in a language that Cale could not understand, though the tone was unmistakably hostile. The combatants shared confused looks, but none dared move. The skull reverted back to common, saying, "For all of the foregoing reasons, Sarm and the Xanathar shall be individually disciplined, and each of you shall be exterminated." It seemed to take a moment for the import of the pronouncement to settle in. When it did, the Duergar and humans tentatively raised their weapons, the trolls snarled defiance, and the skulls began to kill. As one, the 6 skulls unleashed their awesome magical power. Arcane energies slammed indiscriminately into the encircled forces. Fire, ice, lightning, and a hail of stones. Waves of warping magical force ran amok among the Duergar. Bolts of amber energy pierced shield, armor, and finally flesh. Men screamed, twisted into shapeless forms, burned, froze, and died. The mages and crossbowmen poured out of the side tunnels in a panic, like rats fleeing a sinking ship. 2 skulls pursued them. Somehow the city's guardians had ambushed the would-be ambushers. Cale finally counted a total of 8 skulls in the chamber. In the smoke and flashing lights, Cale could no longer see Azreem and the other Slod. "Mags?" Cale asked. Riven grabbed Cale's cloak and said, "We need to get out of here, Cale, now. No one is going to leave here alive." Cale heard the urgency in Riven's voice, but shook him off. He looked at Magadan and asked, "Mags?" "I've got him still," replied the guide. "He's taking out his teleportation rod." Cale said, "Wherever they go, get a look and give it to me. I'm taking us after them." Magadan nodded. "We're leaving, Riven," said Cale. "Well enough?" The assassin backed off and gave a soft nod, his single eye wide and staring at the skulls. In the cavern below, the combatants appeared to have put aside their differences and fought together to survive. Warhammers flew toward the skulls, crossbow bolts, beams of energy, lightning bolts, and fireballs. The impact of weapons and spells jolted Skullport's guardians, but seemed to do little actual damage, until one of the skulls fluttered in the air like a wounded bird and sank to the cavern floor. A Duergar smashed it with his hammer. A cheer went up. The Duergar standing over the slain skull took a yellow beam in his chest, screamed, and turned inside out, spraying gore. The remaining skulls, unperturbed by their fallen brother, floated across the cavern, unleashing power and death wherever they moved. Duergar, trolls, and humans formed groups and rushed the skulls. Duergar and Xanathar mages fired everything they had at the skulls, wand and spell. Huge stalactites broke from the ceiling and crashed onto the cavern's floor. One of them crushed a second skull and buried a group of Duergar. "That's it," Magadan said. "They've moved, all three of them. They're in a smooth-walled tunnel still in the Underdark but not in Skullport. Something is wrong with one of them." The guide held out a hand. "Here, I can show it to you." Cale reached out and clasped Magadan's arm. "Cover!" Riven shouted. Before Cale could respond, an explosion of fire rocked the ledge. An inferno of heat and light engulfed the entire face of the wall, and he lost his grip on Magadan. Vaguely, he heard Jack, Riven, and the guide scream. Then he heard the dull thud of flesh slamming into rock. The force from the blast flattened Cale against the ledge, stealing his breath. Only mildly stunned, he looked up a moment later to find his clothes smoking, but his flesh unharmed. Weave shear, sheathed in shadows, vibrated in his hand. Magadan and Jack lay near him, off to the side, their flesh charred, their clothes aflame. But both of them were blinking, both of them were conscious. They were looking past Cale, wide-eyed. Jack tried to say something, but no sound emerged. Cale turned his head to find himself face to face with the glowing visage of a skull. As Reem materialized in the tunnel to the sound of screams, Dolgan's screams, the big slod's hind claw had materialized up to the ankle in the stone of the cavern's floor. It looked as if stone jaws had clamped shut on his broodmate's foot. As Reem pocketed his teleportation rod and shook his head in irritation, not because he was concerned with Dolgan's pain, but because time was of the essence and Dolgan's plight would slow them down. He had known an errant teleport to be a possibility of using the rods in the Underdark, but had decided to run the risk. In truth, he'd had no choice. He needed to get to the Provenience while the skulls were distracted with the battle in the north tunnels. He did not have a lot of time. Still wailing, Dolgan pulled at his extremity as though he might jerk it from the stone. His claws dug bloody grooves in the flesh of his exposed calf, but the stone did not release its grip. As Reem knew the effort to be futile, the hind claw could not be pulled free. The substance of his broodmate's foot had melded with the stone. There was only one way to get him loose. "Silence, fool," as Reem commanded, concerned that his broodmate's wails might be heard by any remaining skulls. When Dolgan showed no sign of having understood, as Reem willed a globe of silence to surround them, and all sound died. Surin, standing beside Dolgan and eyeing the big slod's extremity with emotionless gray eyes, projected, "Transform yourself into a smaller shape." Dolgan looked up sharply and grinned through his pain. Drool ran from the corners of his mouth. He closed his eyes for a moment and began to change, his large human form shrinking down to that of a gnome. As Reem had known, the transformation did not free his foot.
"It did not work,"
Dolgan said through clenched teeth. As Reem could not tell if the big slod was smiling with pleasure or grimacing with pain. "We can see that," Surin answered. Dolgan's eyes watered with the agony.
"It is painful,"
he said, as Reem sighed. "Of course it is," he replied. They had to move, so to Surin he projected, "Chop it off." Dolgan's eyes went wide.
"What? Do not!"
Surin did not show surprise, though his eyes narrowed. He hefted his falchion. "It is the only way," as Reem said to Dolgan. "Be grateful that Surin carries a blade, else you would have to chew your way through your own leg."
"But—"
"Otherwise," as Reem continued, "we will have to leave you behind to starve." Dolgan stared at Azreem for a moment before his expression dropped. The big slod looked to Surin, then the falchion, and Azreem saw acceptance in his eyes.
"Do it then,"
Dolgan projected. Surin didn't hesitate. He raised his blade high. Dolgan, still in gnome form, held up a small, gnarled hand.
"Don't do it all in one swing,"
he projected, warming to events.
And make certain it's painful.
Cale climbed to his feet, weave shear in hand. The skull pronounced something in a tongue that Cale did not understand, though the ominous tone was clear. Cale said, "I don't understand," and began to back off toward Jack and Magadan. The skull moved with him and spoke sharply in the same tongue. Before Cale could utter another reply, the skull's eyes flared and a green ray fired from the sockets. Cale, trying but failing to sidestep the beam, instinctively brandished weave shear before him. To his shock, the shadows around the sword swallowed the beam. The blade grew hot in his hand and began to shake. He felt the power contained within it, sensed its desire to be released. With nothing else for it, he pointed weave shear's tip at the skull. The green beam, interspersed with hair-fine threads of shadow stuff, blazed forth. It hit the surprised skull between the eyes, and for a moment the creature shook violently, as if it was about to blow apart. But it did not, and instead the skull cocked itself curiously to the side and eyed the blade. It spoke a long string of phrases, each in a different language. Cale understood almost nothing, catching only one word that he knew: koluk, a termish verb meaning to absorb. Behind the skull the battle raged on. Fire and lightning lit the cavern. The stone was awash in magical energy and blood. The skull before Cale uttered a piercing, keening wail. A second skull engaged in the battle turned sharply at the sound. It turned from the battle and veered toward the ledge. Cale's heart hammered in his chest. He could not manage two skulls. Still holding weave shear between himself and the skull, he moved nearer to Jack and Magadan, knelt, and grabbed the halfling by the cloak. "Get up, Jack," he hissed. "Mags, up, now." With Cale's help, his two stunned companions climbed to their feet, still smoking and dazed from the fireball. The second skull was nearly to the ledge. The first kept its impassive gaze fixed squarely on Cale. "Riven," Cale called, not seeing the assassin. "Here," Riven's voice called from behind them and to their right. Cale glanced over his shoulder to see Riven crouched against the wall, his one eye fixed on the skull. He held throwing daggers in each hand, paltry weapons against so formidable a foe. His clothes were blackened, but he looked generally unharmed by the fireball. "We're leaving," Cale said, speaking as much to the skull as to his comrades. "We're leaving," he said again, but in Termish, hoping the skull would understand. The skull softly muttered something in reply. The second skull was nearly there. Pulling Magadan and Jack along, Cale backed toward Riven. "Mags," he projected, "show me where the slotty went." The skull began to mouth arcane words. The second skull fell in beside it and joined its incantation. Cale feared that weave shear would not be able to absorb whatever was coming next. "Put your hand on me, Riven," Cale projected. "Mags, now." Riven grabbed a fistful of Cale's cloak as a mental image formed in Cale's brain. A smooth-walled cavern with a formation of stalagmites on the right and a shallow pool. While Cale knew that teleporting in the Underdark presented danger, he had no choice. He drew the shadows around him as quickly as he could and willed them to move to the cavern, willed them to move that instant. The skull's dead eyes stared holes at Cale. Their power gathered, and Cale summoned power of his own. With alarming suddenness, a wave of incredible magical force exploded outward from the skulls. Cale closed his eyes against the impact. He felt a flutter in his gut, and everything went black. Chapter 19. Sewing. Cale materialized in a ready crouch, weave shear in hand. He took a quick scan of the tunnel. It extended in both directions to the limits of his dark vision. Clusters of stalagmites stood at intervals on the uneven floor, and stalactites hung from the ceiling like drips of stone. A still pool was along the wall to the right, its dark water smeared with the gray fungal growth that floated on top. Cale had no sense of how far they were from either Skullport or the battle they'd just fled. He found the feeling disorienting, isolating. The tunnel was silent, but for their breathing. The slotty were nowhere in sight. "Where are we?" Jack asked. "Somewhere in the Underdark," Cale replied. "Light, little man. Mags, find them." Beside Cale, Jack struck a sunrod on the rocky ground. The thin shaft of alchemically treated metal rang softly off the stone and began to glow more brightly than a torch. It would last an hour or so. Though Cale had not needed the sunrod to see, he welcomed its dim illuminescence for the shadows it cast. Magadan's knucklebone eyes took in the surroundings and scoured the floor. "Blood," the guide said. He moved to a spot of dark matter on the floor. Cale followed the guide's gaze and saw a large smear of black blood, intermixed with chunks of flesh and a shard of bone. The stone floor near the remains looked malformed, as though it might have melted and been reformed. Magadan put his fingers to the blood, studied it. He rubbed the flesh between two fingers. "Slotty," he said, "and still damp. One of them was wounded here." He wiped his fingers clean on his trousers. "Which way, Mags?" Cale asked, trying to keep his voice calm. He knew they had only moments to stop the Slotty, and they could ill afford to get the direction wrong. Magadan studied the floor near the blood while Cale silently implored him to hurry. The guide brushed his fingers along the stone as if communing with it. He moved across the stone, stopping here and there to examine the floor more carefully. "What is it?" Jack asked. Magadan replied, "Scratches from their hind claws, very faint. They must have transformed back to their natural forms." He stood and nodded down the tunnel. "They went that way." Cale exhaled and thumped him on the shoulder. "Let's go," he said. They sped down the tunnel. Magadan ran at Cale's side while Jack and Riven brought up the rear. Weave Shear still vibrated in Cale's hand and continued leaking shadows. Not more than 200 paces later, they found a wide corridor that opened off the tunnel. Unlike the rough, natural walls of the cave, the corridor had a finished floor lined with marble. It looked like a road or some kind of processional. It curved after a short distance, and from around the curve emanated a soft orange glow. Weapons and holy symbols ready, Cale led them forward. The corridor went on for only a short time after the curve before it ended, as though cut off with a knife, and opened onto a breathtaking panorama. "Trickster's hairy toes," Jack oathed. Cale could only agree. They stood at the edge of the corridor in an opening halfway up a sheer cavern wall that was easily as tall as 3 bow shots. A great circular cavern stretched before and below them, nearly as large as the one that contained Skullport. Within the cavern lay ruins, toppled buildings of gray granite, impossibly thin towers of stone carved from stalactites, and collapsed temples of white marble littered the cavern's floor in a chaotic jumble. Their stone skeletons obscured the otherwise mathematically precise web of wide roads and broad avenues that once had connected the districts of the city. The ruins reminded Cale of Elgrin Faw, but instead of a necropolis of intact tombs, only one structure remained whole. In the center of the cavern, glowing orange with power, towered an immense spire of rough gray stone like the finger of a god. It appeared unworked but for a covered cupola of metal that capped its top. Open archways yawned in the cupola, one on each side of the 4 sides of the spire, and all of them leaking orange light. It was impossible to see within. Tumors of clear crystal bulged here and there from the stone of the spire. A thin strip of protruding crystal, like wire around a sword hilt, wound a path from the base of the tower to a platform before the near archway in the cupola. It took Cale a moment to realize that the crystalline spiral was either a stairway or a ramp. A beam of orange light as thick around as an ogre emanated from the tower through a hole in the top of the cupola. The orange beam shot toward the ceiling and cast the entire cavern in soft orange luminescence. The light caused Cale to squint with minor discomfort, but didn't burn like the sun, steal his powers like daylight, or take his hand as a tithe. When the beam reached the ceiling, it spread out and dispersed into 10 thinner beams that wove amongst the stalactites like veins. In turn, each of those separated into 10 still thinner beams, and so on until the threads became so tiny as to be invisible. The entire chamber was roofed by a lattice of power, and Cale had no doubt that the lattice extended its invisible grasp into Skullport's chamber, buttressing the stone, preventing it from collapsing of its own weight. They must have been nearer to Skullport than he'd thought. "That tower is the hidden chamber where the skulls lair," Cale said, realizing the truth even as the words passed his lips. "It must be the source of their power. Asrim has lured the skulls away from their secret chamber, and the source lays exposed. He wants to use the weave tap to somehow drain the tower and the web of energy, perhaps even destroy it." Jack let out a long, low whistle. Riven and Magadan remained silent. Cale realized that if Asrim was successful, it would result in a catastrophe for Skullport, a catastrophe for Vara. "We can't let it happen," he said. "The rock must have shifted over the years," Magadan observed. "This tunnel must once have been at ground level." Cale nodded and said, "Or it could be just as likely that this corridor was once attached to the upper levels of a soaring tower." Roads spanning the sky had not been uncommon in that city. Cale could sense it. The magical skill evidenced by the spire suggested to him that the ruined metropolis, that even Skullport, had once been places of grandeur. He wondered at the true origin of the skulls. Putting the awe out of his mind, he eyed the ruins below, searching for any sign of the Slotty. He did not see them. "We need to get to that spire," he said. "The Slotty must be heading there. That spire is the origin of the lattice, and that's where Asrim will use the weave tap." As though affirming his words, the shadows leaking from weave shear floated into the air and across the cavern toward the spire. The height at which the companions stood was about 2/3 of the way up the tower. "Teleport us there, Cale," Riven said. Cale shook his head and replied, "I can call upon the shadows only infrequently. I can shadow step often, but teleport only rarely. The Slotty, on the other hand, have no such limitation with their teleportation rods. Likely they're already inside the cupola. We need another way." Cale ignored the look of satisfaction in Riven's eye, and realized then that the assassin cared more about being Mask's second than he did about stopping the Slotty. He didn't have time to give it further thought. "Look," Jack said, pointing at the tower. The Slotty emerged from around the back of the tower, loping up the crystalline staircase for the cupola. The largest of the three hobbled along with a limp. "Why didn't they teleport into the cupola?" Magadan asked of no one in particular. "The magic of the tower must interfere with transport magic of that kind," Cale said. "They probably teleported to near the tower's base. We weren't that far behind them, and yet they're already halfway up the tower." "I can get us there," Magadan said, "without magic." Cale turned to face the guide and asked, "What can you do?" Magadan, already drawn and haggard from all of the psionic energy he had expended in recent hours, said, "Attune our bodies to the air. We will be able to run above the city to the tower." "Dark," Jack whispered. "What will you have left?" Cale asked him. Magadan shook his head and replied, "I'll drop the mind link, but still, not much." Cale took only a moment to decide. "Do it." Magadan nodded and held his left hand to his temple. A dim white light originated at the crown of his head and spread downward until it sheathed his entire body. There was a sound like the whoosh of a wind. Magadan touched each of Cale, Riven, and Jack in turn, causing a similar light to limn their bodies, eliciting a similar sound. "Now," Magadan said, and the light flared. A tremor ran the length of Cale's body. He felt lighter, as ephemeral as a spirit. The white light rapidly diminished to nothingness, but the feeling of insubstantiality remained. "Walk on the air as though it's solid earth," Magadan said. "Vertical movement is controlled by your mind. Imagine stairs or a ramp as you run, and you'll move up or down." Without another word, the guide stepped off the corridor's edge and into the open air. Jack audibly gasped, but instead of plummeting to his death, the guide stood suspended on nothing. Cale took a deep breath and followed suit. The air felt spongy under his feet, but solid enough. He could see the ruins of the city far below and had to fight down a wave of dizziness. He said to Riven and Jack, "Come on." They did, and when all four had tested the air, they turned and ran across the sky for the tower. Magadan and Cale led, Jack and Riven followed hard after. With nothing but air and orange light around him, Cale felt exposed, visible. He yearned for the comfort of shadow. He toyed with the idea of making himself invisible, but saw no point. He could do nothing to hide his comrades, so he would stay with them. When they had made it halfway across the city, the biggest of the three Slotty, Dolgan, saw them. The fat Slod, wobbling on his wounded leg, made an obscene gesture in their direction and shouted to his fellows. The creatures were almost to the cupola. One more twist around the tower, and they would be at the top. Cale could see Azreem's fanged grin, even from that distance. An itch manifested deep in the base of Cale's brain, an itch that became a whisper, then a voice. "It is my pleasure to see you again," Azreem said into Cale's mind. Unlike the feeling elicited by Magadan's mind link, the Slod's psionic touch felt greasy, hostile. "You are a persistent creature." "I'm going to kill you," Cale projected back. "Hardly a novel plan for you, priest," Azreem replied with a mental sneer. The Slod broke the contact and spoke to his fellows. As one, the three Slotty pointed in the direction of Cale and his companions, each mouthed an arcane word, and fired 3 pea-sized orange balls from their outstretched palms. "Cover!" Cale shouted, and immediately realized how foolish the exclamation sounded. They were running across the open air. There was nowhere to hide. He turned, grabbed Jack, and threw himself face down over the halfling as orange fire exploded in their midst. He prayed that Magadan would survive the blast, knowing that if the guide was killed, their ability to walk on air would cease. One ball of flame exploded, then another and another. The blistering air rushed past and over Cale. Jack hissed against the pain. The heat and flames enshrouded them. Cale grimaced against the expected agony, but the pain did not come. His shadow stuff suffused body resisted the spells of the Slotty and sheltered Jack from the worst of the blast. Cale waited for the fall to come, his heart in his throat. The air remained as solid as earth under his boots. He climbed to his feet, pulling Jack up by the cloak. The halfling already had his holy symbol in his hand, and he began to chant. To Cale's right, Magadan and Riven clambered to their feet, skin raw, clothes smoking. Riven pulled shadows from the orange-tinted air, twirled them around his fingers, and touched them to his flesh. His wounds disappeared. Magadan swayed, but seemed all right. In the meantime, the halfling completed his prayer. White fire flew from Jack's outstretched hands and broke on the Slotty like water on rocks, seemingly to no effect. Recovered, Magadan unshouldered his bow, knocked an arrow, and let fly. The arrow took Dolgan in the shoulder. The impact drove the fat Slod against the tower, and he howled, stumbling on his wounded foot. "Move," Cale said. "We have to keep them from reaching the tower." Together they pelted for the spire, Cale and Magadan in the lead. They had a full bowshot of open air to cover before they reached the tower. Seeing them charge, Azreem barked something to his fellow Slotty, turned, and raced up the crystal stairs, taking them 2 at a time. He spiraled around the tower and went out of sight. Meanwhile, Dolgan jerked the arrow from his flesh, threw it over the side of the staircase, and pulled a thin iron rod from a leather tube on his thigh. His fellow did the same, except that his wand appeared to be made of wood. "Wands," Magadan warned as they ran. "Spread out," Cale shouted, and began to incant his own spell. The comrades opened some distance between them as they charged, to make targeting them with the wands more difficult. Cale finished incanting his spell, a dweemer that canceled other magic. He targeted on the gray-eyed Slod's wand, hoping to disable it. His spell took effect, met the magic of the wand, and failed. In that failure, Cale caught a sense of the power of the mage who had crafted the wand, the Sojourner. "Dark and empty," he whispered. Dolgen's fanged mouth formed an arcane word, and the tip of his wand flared. A mass of churning green gas formed in the air near Jack and Riven, a noxious, sick-looking little cloud. The halfling tumbled aside, but Riven ran right into it. The vapors swallowed him. The gas was so thick, Cale couldn't see within. "Riven!" Magadan said. Unwilling to leave Riven behind, Cale and Magadan aborted their charge and turned back. Quickly, Jack sheathed his blade, pocketed his holy symbol, and said, "I'll get him." The halfling took a great gulp of air, held it, and rushed into the cloud. He emerged a moment later, pulling Riven by his cloak. The assassin was bent double, coughing and vomiting. He pushed Fleet away and gestured toward the tower. "Go!" the assassin spat at them. "I'll follow." He retched again, raining the contents of his stomach on the ruins far below. The cloud of gas, evidently heavier than air, began to slowly sink toward the ruins below. Cale turned just in time to see the gray-eyed Slod fire a thin green beam from the tip of his wand. Magadan saw it too and danced aside as the beam streaked past his hip. Azreem came into view again around the near side of the tower, still loping hard up the spiral stairway. He was nearly to the archway that opened onto the cupola. Cale knew then that they would not be able to stop him. His heart sank. Orange light streamed out of the archway in a cascade of beams, and in that light, Cale suddenly saw a way to stop the Slod. To Magadan and Jack, he said, "You two take the Slotty on the stairs. I've got Azreem. Go!" "Do not delay, Erevis," Magadan said, and Cale could see the fatigue in the guide's eyes. He would not be able to keep them attuned with the air for much longer. Cale nodded and said, "Go!" The guide and the halfling charged forward together. Cale stayed back, drawing his own shadow close around him, eyeing Azreem, waiting. He spared a look back at Riven, who appeared to have gathered himself. "Meet me in the cupola," Cale said to the assassin. Riven wiped the vomit from his mouth, eyed him, and nodded. Jack knew he had to do something about the wands. He and Magadan were 30 paces from the Slotty. The creatures would get another shot at them before they could close. "Cover me, Mags," Jack said. The halfling pulled his holy symbol and began to incant a prayer as he ran. The guide did not ask questions. Instead, he unshouldered his bow and began to fire. The guide fired rapidly, if inaccurately, even while running. His archery was astounding. The Slotty dodged the streaking missiles, though the effort nearly caused the fat one to fall from the tower. Jack finished his spell and targeted the mind of Dolgen, overwhelming the Slod's brain with conflicting, confusing ideas and images. He knew it had worked when the huge creature gripped his head between his clawed hands and began to mutter. The Slod set down his wand and looked from Jack to his fellow Slod, then to the top of the tower and to the ruins below. "Well done," Magadan said. The guide reshouldered his bow and drew his sword. Jack unsheathed his own blade, reserving his other hand for his holy symbol. "He's only confused," the halfling explained. "He's still potentially dangerous, but for now, focus on the other." Magadan nodded, and they raced across the solid air at the Slotty. The Slod, unaffected by Jack's spell, fired his wand again. Jack dodged, but the beam struck him in the side. His body went soft, amorphous. He felt his form begin to shift, felt the components of his body begin to metamorphose. "No!" he said between gritted teeth. Still running, even as his legs began to shrink and thin, he willed himself to stay whole, to resist whatever transformation the wand sought to force. The effect ceased. He'd done it. Jack came back to himself, grinning fiercely. The gray-eyed Slod, seemingly untroubled, replaced his wand in his thigh sheath and pulled a huge falchion from a scabbard over his back. Magadan and Jack spaced themselves as they ran to come at the Slod from different angles. But before they could close, the Slod, confused by Jack's spell, growled something unintelligible, turned to his fellow Slod, and lashed out with a claw. Red tracks opened in the skin of the gray-eyed Slod's chest. He bounded backward and down a few stairs, shouting urgently in a tongue Jack didn't recognize. The wounds on the Slod's chest began to close, while the larger one advanced on him in a fighting crouch. Jack's spell was working better than he could have hoped. Timora and the trickster always smiled on the brave. Still, it sometimes paid to be cautious. He slowed his charge long enough to allow him to utter the words to another spell. When he finished, his hands and feet grew sticky. He knew they would adhere to walls and ceilings, helping prevent a fall from the tower. Meanwhile, Magadan took advantage of the confused Slod's attack on his brother. Shouting, the guide charged the gray-eyed Slod, blade bare. He closed in a final lunge and sent a crosscut at the Slod's head. The creature parried the blow, ducking and answering with a quick thrust that Magadan avoided only by bounding backward into the air. The larger Slod attacked his brother again, but the gray-eyed creature twisted out of the way and opened a slash on his fellow's arm. Jack realized that the guide's skill at archery exceeded his blade work. Only Riven or Cale could match the speed of the small gray-eyed Slod. Dolgan raised a claw to strike at his brother again, but stopped in mid-swing, a dumbfounded look on his broad, flat face. As suddenly as it had started, the confused Slod left off the attack on his brother, sat with a sigh on the stairway, and looked at his bloody claws as though they belonged to someone else. He began to dig his talons into his own arms, moaning in either pain or ecstasy, Jack couldn't tell which, at the sensation. The smaller Slod grinned, feinted at Magadan to draw his blade out of position, and stabbed the guide through the shoulder. Magadan groaned, waved his blade defensively, and staggered backward down 3 steps. The Slod took them all in a single bound and pressed the attack. Magadan backstepped, using his blade as best he could to ward off the Slod's lightning-fast attack. Wound after wound opened on the guide. He was weakening. Jack decided to gamble. He whispered the words to another spell, and when he was done, he ran forward to the stairs, putting himself between the Sloddy, right at the edge of the staircase. The confused Slod paid him no heed. "Try me, you son of a diseased toad!" Jack called. He knew the insult was silly, but that didn't matter. The magic of his spell lent the words power and significance. If the casting worked, the Slod would not be able to resist attacking him. The Slod opened a gash in Magadan's stomach and whirled around to face Jack, hissing in rage. From the look of hate in the Slod's gray eyes, Jack knew that his spell had worked. He added further insult by waving his short sword and saying, "I'm gonna cut out your maggot-infested tongue and stick it so far up your polluted arse that you'll be able to lick your eyes." He could not help but grin at that one. The Slod dropped his sword, apparently intent on using his claws to rip out Jack's throat, and bounded up the stairs with terrifying rapidity. Jack feigned fear, raised his blade awkwardly, and fumbled backward. The Slod rushed him, his claws closed on the halfling's chest and face. Pain blossomed. Jack fell backward over the side of the staircase. The momentum from the enraged Slod's charge carried the creature right after. Jack slipped from the Slod's grip, flipped in midair, and slammed his hands against the side of the tower. It occurred to him too late that the stone might hold an enchantment that would defeat his spell. His heart found his throat, but his grip held. Jack enjoyed a moment's satisfaction as the Slod fell, the beginnings of a scream erupting from the creature's throat. His satisfaction vanished as clawed hands closed on Jack's ankles in a grip stronger than a vice. The weight of the falling Slod nearly dislodged the halfling, but his spell held them both hanging from the side of the tower at a height of 4 bow shots above the ruins. Jack kicked his feet, trying to shake the Slod loose. No use. Jack tried to step onto the air and found that he could no longer walk on it. Magadan's psionic effect had ended. Was the guide dead? What had happened to Cale and Riven? He had no time to pay the questions further heed.
"You will pay for this, little creature,"
growled the Slod below him. The creature's claws sank deeply into Jack's calves. The pain was excruciating, and Jack could not contain a scream. The Slod began to scale him as he might a rope. One claw released his calf, only to sink into his thigh. Jack was dizzy with agony. Warm blood coursed down his leg. "Magadan!" Jack screamed, praying that the guide was still alive. "Magadan!" From above, all he could hear were dumb moans of the enspelled Slod.
"Pain,"
the Slod hanging from his leg said. The creature sank a clawed hand into Jack's shoulder and began to pull himself up. Jack cried out in agony. He couldn't hold on much longer. He could imagine the creature's huge fanged mouth just behind his head. "I'll drop us both, you stinking frog," Jack threatened, and he meant it. The slod tensed at that. Jack prepared to let go of the wall, praying to the trickster that the impact of the fall would kill him quickly. Magadan's face appeared over the ledge, and the glowing tip of a nocked, psionically enhanced arrow followed. As absurd as it was, Jack could not contain a smile. "Mags!" he said. He felt the slod on his back tense and could imagine the look of shock on his frog-like face. "Take your fill of this," Magadan said, and fired. The impact blew the slod from the halfling's back. Jack heard an aborted scream of pain and looked down between his feet to see the creature plummeting toward the ruins. "Jack," Magadan said, "here!" Jack looked up to see Magadan's extended hand. Jack took it in his own sticky grasp, and the guide lifted him up to the stairway. Magadan was covered in wounds, some of them deep. Near them, the confused slod continued to sit on the stairs, wounding himself and muttering. Jack ignored the creature, touched his friend, and spoke the words to healing prayers. Most of Magadan's wounds closed, and color returned to his face. Afterward, still eyeing the confused slod warily, Jack used more healing prayers to close the gouges in his own legs and shoulder. They looked up toward the top of the tower, and Jack prayed to the trickster and Tymora that Cale had made it to the top before Magadan's psionic effect had ended. They looked at the enspelled slod, then looked at each other. "We'll go past him if possible," Jack said. "Through him if need be." "Through him," Magadan said grimly. As he advanced up the stairs toward Dolgan, the nonplussed slod looked a question at him. Magadan slashed open the slod's throat with a hard cross-slash. Dolgan fell backward on the stairs, surprise in his eyes, gurgling and spasming. Magadan walked over him and up. "Don't slip on the blood," the guide said to Jack. Jack nodded and followed. Cale waited until Azreem stepped into the glowing archway. When he did, the slod's body blotted out the orange light and cast a long shadow behind him. Cale sensed the semi-comprehensible space between space that connected the shadows he'd gathered around him and the shadow that Azreem cast. As always, it was not but a step in a direction that could not be represented on a map that most beings could not see or sense. He readied his blade, prayed that the tower did not interfere with his ability, and took the step. A moment of motion and he found himself standing behind Azreem. The slod must have sensed him, for he started to turn, but too late. With gritted teeth, Cale drove Weave Shear into Azreem's back, through his spine, and out his green-skinned chest. Azreem screamed in pain, bared his fangs in agony, and started to fall. Some small thing the slod had held in his hands went skittering across the floor of the chamber beyond the archway. Warm black blood cascaded down Weave Shear's hilt and over Cale's hands. He twisted the blade as Azreem collapsed, eliciting another hiss. He put his foot into the semi-prone slod's back and kicked him off the blade and through the archway. The chamber under the cupola was nothing more than an open space covered with a metal roof. Arcane symbols were engraved into the metal. Cale had no idea what the cupola's purpose might once have been. In the center of the chamber, erupting from the stone of the tower like the edge of a giant knife, was a faceted wedge of crystal taller than Cale. It pulsed with power and sent its orange beam of arcane might sizzling through the hole in the cupola and toward the top of the cavern. "I said I would kill you," Cale said, and was surprised to hear his words the same emotionless tone he sometimes heard in Riven's voice, the tone of an assassin doing his work. The slod apparently could not move his legs. On all fours, he dragged them behind him like dead things as he tried to move away from Cale. "So you did," Azreem replied, and even his mental voice seemed strained with pain. With surprising suddenness, the slod whirled around, pointed a palm at Cale, and uttered an arcane word. A fan of clashing colors flew from his hand and exploded around Cale, and drained harmlessly into Weave Shear. Cale felt the blade pulsing with the absorbed power, vibrating from its proximity to the magical beam. Azreem's mismatched eyes went wide. He turned and dragged himself after the item he had dropped. Cale saw it lying on the floor not far from them, a silver nut latticed with black veins, about the size of Jack's closed fist. A seed. Cale jumped forward and put his boot into Azreem's back. The slod hissed in pain and collapsed onto his belly. "You would not kill me in these clothes, would you?" Azreem asked, and Cale almost laughed at the absurdity of the question. Cale saw the wounds he had inflicted with weave shear beginning to close. The slod's leathery skin was sealing itself. Soon Azreem would have use of his legs again. The creatures regenerated quickly, perhaps more quickly than Cale himself. He knew then that he would have to finish Azreem with brutal, overwhelming, final violence. Cale hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should spare Azreem, force him to tell him all he knew of the Sojourner. No, Cale decided. He would learn what he needed to know some other way. Azreem had to die. At that moment, Kororin required it. He raised weave shear high for a decapitating strike. "This is over," he said, and was pleased to hear that his voice was his own and not Riven's. Azreem turned to face him, turned to face death. His mismatched eyes did not show fear, but they did go wide. By the time Cale realized that Azreem's eyes were wide from surprise, not fear, it was too late. Agonizing pain exploded in Cale's back. Magical steel pierced his flesh, his kidneys, and scraped against his ribs and spine. He looked down to see the tips of 2 blades making little tents of his cloak before poking through. 2 saber tips. Riven's sabers. Warm blood poured down Cale's back and trickled down his front. Sparks exploded in his brain. His vision went blurry, but somehow he managed to keep his feet. Riven pulled both blades free. Cale hissed at the shot of agony that ran through his frame as the blades withdrew. He tried to turn around, but his body would not respond. It was all he could do to stay upright. He clutched weave shear hard in his fist, but felt it slipping from his grasp. "It's over, Cale," Riven said, his voice as frigid as a winter gale. "It's over." A saber stab again impaled Cale's organs. Another. He could not even groan. The strength went out of his legs. He collapsed to the floor, and the fall seemed to take forever. His hearing went dull. Sounds seemed to stretch impossibly long, into a scale he'd never before noticed. Only the rasping of his breath and the irregular hammering of his heart sounded clearly and normally in his ears. Cale lay on his side, his eyes open, his breathing labored. He felt his shade flesh struggling to regenerate, but feared it would fail. Riven had done a lot of damage. Like Cale, the one-eyed assassin knew how to kill, and the assassin knew how to betray. In some distant part of his brain, Cale wondered when Riven had made the decision to turn on them, wondered whether the assassin had planned it all along. For a reason he could not explain, Cale thought of the plane of shadow. He cursed himself for a fool, a trusting fool. In his mind, he could hear Azreem laughing. Riven walked past him, past the prone slod, and retrieved the silver seed. Saber still bare and bloody, he walked back to stand over the slod, 2 saber tips pointed at Azreem's heart. "My mind is open," Riven said to the slod. "Read it." Azreem's mismatched eyes narrowed, and Cale sensed the flow of mental energy. A fanged grin spread across the slod's face. "I come with you and participate in what's to come," Riven simultaneously asked and ordered. Azreem nodded. Riven sheathed a saber and extended a hand to help the slod up. Azreem took it and climbed slowly to his feet. His regeneration had returned the use of his legs. "Give me the seed," Azreem said. Riven ignored him, and Cale could imagine but not see the assassin's sneer. Still holding the seed, Riven turned to Cale. He knelt down on his haunches so that he and Cale could see into each other's faces. Riven's eye was cold, the hole in his other socket black and deep. Cale thought back to an alley in Selgaunt when Riven had been helpless before him. He should have killed him then. "I side with the winner, Cale," Riven said. "You don't see it, you never saw it, but you've already lost it." He stood, spat a glob of saliva onto Cale's cheek, and added, "And I've been second long enough." Cale tried to grab his boot, failed, coughed up blood, but managed to groan, "You'll always be second. To me, Zent." Riven stood for a moment, and Cale waited for the finishing saber cut. It did not come, and when the assassin spoke, Cale could hear the sneer in his voice. "It doesn't appear so now." Together, Riven and Ezreem walked to the huge crystal in the center of the room. They stood for a moment before the crystal and looked at the orange beam, the beam that powered the skulls, that kept Skullport from collapsing. Without ceremony, Riven handed the seed to Ezreem. The Slod appeared startled by the gesture, but took the seed. Ezreem looked at Cale and said to Riven,
"If he lives, he'll come looking for you."
Riven eyed Cale coldly and replied, "I hope he does."
"We need to get you some new clothes,"
Ezreem said with a smile. Then he slipped the seed into the beam. The moment the silver seed touched the orange light, it disintegrated into 1,000,000 glowing particles, all of them streaking upward like a swarm of fireflies, spreading along the net of power. The orange glow darkened, turned crimson. The air changed. Cale's ears popped. A low, vibratory hum sounded, growing louder and louder. The entirety of the chamber bucked, shook. The tower rattled, the huge crystal cracked, and 1,000,000 fine lines manifested along its facets. Cale turned his head and saw that outside the cupola stalactites detached from the ceiling fell gracefully through the air and crashed thunderously amongst the ruins. Clouds of dust went up from the point of impact. It was raining stone. It was at that moment that Cale realized that the bleeding in his back had stopped. His flesh closed the wound. Though still weak, he reached into his cloak pocket and found his holy symbol. The feel of its soft velvet in his hand comforted him. "I'm the first," he thought. "I'm the first." He searched his mind for a spell, something to stop Riven and Ezreem. He found one, tried to utter the words, but was unable to maintain his concentration. He could only watch them, could only bear witness to his failure. Ezreem, grinning like a lunatic, took out his teleportation rod. Riven grabbed the Slod by the arm. "I'm coming with you," he said. Still wearing that stupid grin, Ezreem nodded and said,
"I wouldn't have it any other way."
The Slod began to manipulate the rod. From behind him, Cale heard a voice, Jack's voice, exclaim, "Riven! I knew it! You black-hearted horse son!" Ezreem and Riven looked up in surprise. Cale turned his head to see Jack and Magadan standing in the cupola's archway. Both looked to Cale. He tried to indicate to them that he was all right, that he would live, but managed only to blink at them. Jack's mouth went hard. "Bastard!" he said to Riven. As fast as lightning, the halfling pulled 2 throwing daggers from his chest bandolier and whipped them across the chamber. Cale heard one sink into flesh. Riven grunted, and Cale turned to see one of the blades buried to the hilt in the assassin's shoulder. "I'd kill you for that, little man," Riven said, grimacing as he pulled the dagger free. "Except that you're already dead, and I'm leaving." The assassin had something in his hand. He hurled it back at Jack. The halfling couldn't dodge it, and the small wooden object thumped into Jack's chest, doing no damage, and fell to the floor. Jack's pipe. "Be thankful it's not steel, Fleet," Riven growled. "You've wanted this," Jack said, and started to advance across the chamber. "Now you've got it. Come on, Zent." Magadan walked beside him, blade bare. "You won't get away, Riven," the guide said. "I already have, tiefling," Riven replied with a sneer. As Reem continued to twist the teleportation rod, Cale tried to shout at Magadan to connect psionically to Riven, but he could not say the words. Riven looked past Jack and Magadan and toward the cupola's archway. "They don't look happy," the assassin said, and he and Azreem winked out. "Coward!" Jack shouted at the empty air. Cale followed the assassin's gaze and saw 6 of the skulls streaming into the cavern. Though they were still far away, Cale could see that their mouths were open, and he heard the howls of rage and dismay that went before them. Lines of energy crackled around the guardians like lightning. The chamber continued to shake. Stalactites fell in increasing numbers. The net of power formerly visible along the ceiling crackled and sparked, its power failing. It felt to Cale as though the entire chamber was in danger of imminent collapse. Jack and Magadan rushed to his side and sat him up. Cale hissed with pain as he rose slowly to his feet. Jack said, "Cale, are you... Trickster's toes! You're soaked in blood!" Leaning on his friends, Cale said, "I'll be all right." His shadow-infused flesh continued to work its miracle. A lightning bolt exploded through one of the cupola's archways and blew them across the floor. They all fell face down on the stone. The hairs on Cale's arms stood straight up. "The skulls are coming," he thought, "and they're angry." "Come on," Cale said, slowly clambering to his feet. Jack and Magadan at his side, he limped across the chamber to the opposite archway. They stood there on the edge of the tower, looking down at the ruins far below. Soon the lost city would be covered in rock, the chamber forever lost to history. Above them, the ceiling of the cavern was aglow in intermittent flashes of crimson lightning and showers of sparks. Cale saw some of the skulls wheeling frenetically around the cavern, preventing what destruction they could and patching the net of power where possible. But 2 others were coming for the tower, keening aglow with power, rage, and despair. They blazed toward the comrades. The tower shook under Cale's feet, nearly knocking him off the side. The world shook above them. Still bleary-eyed from his wounds, Cale said, "Hold on to me, and get ready to jump." Magadan and Jack went wide-eyed. "What?" Jack asked. Cale gathered what darkness he could around him. He needed more. It was too bright at the top of the tower. "Jump, little man," he said. "Together." Still they hesitated. 2 skulls streaked into the cupola. "Your transgression shall result in your slow flaying and prolonged torture. You—" "Now, gods damn it," Cale ordered. Beams of energy fired from the skull's eyes. Jack and Magadan, clutching Cale between them, jumped. Chapter 20. Reaping the Harvest. Levitating in mid-air in the nursery, Vostim pressed his ear to the trunk of the weave tap and blinked against the increasingly bright pulses of power that ran the length of the artifact. Most creatures wouldn't have been able to see much beyond their own hands in the light of those pulses, but even that dim luminescence stung Vostim's eyes. From the burgeoning upper limbs and thick twisted roots of the weave tap hung the desiccated, blackened corpses of the captive divas and demons whose life force had fed the tap's early growth. Their mouths were thrown open with the pain of their slow, agonizing deaths. The impaled corpses looked like some macabre fruit, as wrinkled, dry, and twisted as prunes. Had he touched one of the corpses, it probably would have crumbled to dust. Vostim looked upon the dead celestials and fiends without emotion. The weak, he knew, must always suffer the will of the strong. And Vostim was strong. The creatures died to serve Vostim's purpose, speeding the growth of the weave tap's first seed. His Slotty had planted that seed at the provenience of Skullport's mantle. Already the seed's tendrils had spread throughout the city, harvesting its power, pooling it. On the other side of Faerun, a wave of arcane energy was gathering and would soon course along the weave from the blossoming seed back to the tap. where it would be stored. Vostim could feel the power rising through the fabric of magic like a gathering tide, could feel it preparing to race toward him like a gale-driven storm. Vostim's heart beat faster than it had in centuries. He braced himself for the rush and attuned his vision to see magical power. The sentience in the weave tap also seemed to feel the pooling power. Its roots began to squirm, its limbs to writhe. The movement was so slow as to be almost imperceptible, except that the dried corpses of the demons and devils broke apart in that movement, crumbling into a million black snowflakes. The silver beat of the weave tap's pulse accelerated faster and faster, gaining intensity. The slight increase in light caused daggers of pain to stab behind Vostim's eyes, but he endured. He would witness the success of the first step in his plan. The power was coming, and there it was. Without a sound, the spirals of diamond embedded in the circular cyst of the nursery began to glow with magical luminescence. The light, not real light, but a perception funneled through the lens of his magic-detecting vision, caused Vostim no harm. The diamonds flared with the brilliance of a sun as more and more magical energy flooded them. The entire nursery began to thrum with power. The flakes of the demons and divas swirled around the nursery like dust devils. The limbs of the weave tap stretched slowly for the diamonds. Its roots squirmed toward the floor as though attempting to brace itself more fully in the shadow weave, against the expected influx of magic from the weave. Vostim waited, savoring the moment. His eyes boiled from the silver pulse of the weave tap, and his soul burned with the knowledge that he had succeeded. With a suddenness that took even Vostim aback, 3,959 diamonds emitted finger-thick rays of magical energy into the weave tap. The living artifact was suspended in a grid of arcane power as fine as a fisherman's net. The tree throbbed with power, faster and faster. Its limbs squirmed as though in ecstasy, until its formerly bare stalks exploded amber leaves, each of them throbbing along their black veins with the arcane power contained within. Abruptly, the connection between seed and mother tree ended. The nursery went quiet. The seed had exhausted itself, had been born, thrived, and died all within a span of heartbeats. In its death throes, it had sent the energy from its soil exploding along the lines of the weave, all to be harvested by the weave tap, used to grow more seeds, and stored. Vostim looked upon the weave tap and thought that even partially powered, it was among the most beautiful things he had ever seen. Within the glowing amber leaves lay encapsulated the power of an archmage, several archmages, and Vostim could draw upon that stored power at any time. But he would not yet do so. He had 2 more steps to complete before he could complete his plan, and for those steps his own power would have to serve. His thoughts turned to his children, his beloved Slotty. They had served him well. He would reward them with transformation to gray, but he would not yet give them their freedom, for he still would need their assistance. He thought of Skullport, and wondered in passing what destruction had resulted from the weave tap's draining of the mantle. Perhaps the skulls had been able to save the city. Perhaps not. Vostim didn't care. He would do what he willed. He sent his consciousness searching for his sons. He quickly located Azrim and Dolgan. The largest of his sons was alive but sorely wounded. Surin he could not locate. He wondered without sentiment if his third son had died. Azrim and Dolgan were on Faerun's surface, no doubt having used their teleportation rods to escape the destruction of Skullport. "Well done, my sons," he projected, and caressed the pleasure receptors of each of his brood. "Well done indeed." To Azrim alone he projected, "Where is Surin? and the priest and his comrades. Did you kill him as you had so hoped?" He sensed hesitation. "Surin is dead, and I did not kill the priest," Azreem returned with some disappointment. "But we believe he is dead, he and 2 of his comrades. The other—" "The other?" Vostim pressed. Azreem's confusion carried through the connection. "The other saved me and offers alliance. We're bringing him to you. He wishes to join the brood." Vostim frowned, unsure of Azreem's meaning. No matter, he would deal with the priest's ally when he arrived back on the pocket plane. "Bring him," he projected to his Slotty. "I would reward you both." He sensed the excitement of his sons through the mental connection. Azreem and Dolgan were imagining their transformation into Gray Slotty. Azreem's mental voice answered, "We are coming now." This has been an Audible Frontiers production of Dawn of Night, written by Paul S. Kemp, narrated by John Pruden. Producer Mike Charzik. Copyright 2004 by Wizards of the Coast, LLC. Production copyright 2012 by Audible Inc.